remains a self-gathered integral, and is parted among bodies, merely in the sense that bodies, in virtue of their own sundered existence, cannot receive it unless in some partitive mode. The partition, in other words, is an occurrence in body, not in soul. Section 2.2. It can be demonstrated that soul must, necessarily, be of just this nature, and that there can be no other soul than such a being, one neither wholly partible but both at once. If it had the nature of body, it would consist of isolated members, each unaware of the conditions of every other. There would be a particular soul, say a soul of the finger, answering as a distinct and independent entity to every local experience. In general terms, there would be a multiplicity of souls administering each individual, and, moreover, the universe would be governed not by one soul but by an incalculable number, each standing apart to itself. But, without a dominant unity, continuity is meaningless. The theory that impressions reach the leading principle by progressive stages must be dismissed as mere illusion. In the first place, it affirms without investigation a leading phase of the soul. What can justify this assigning of parts to the soul, the distinguishing one part from another? What quantity, or what difference of quality, can apply to a thing defined as a self-consistent whole of unbroken unity? Again, would perception be vested in that leading principle alone, or in the other phases as well? If a given experience bears only on that leading principle, it would not be felt as lodged in any particular members of the organism. If, on the other hand, it fastens on some other phase of the soul, one not constituted for sensation, that phase cannot transmit any experience to the leading principle, and there can be no sensation. Again, suppose sensation vested in the leading principle itself, then, a first alternative, it will be felt in some one part of that, some specifically sensitive phase, the other part excluding a perception which could serve no purpose, or, in the second alternative, there will be many distinct sensitive phases, an infinite number, with difference from one to another. In that second case, one sensitive phase will declare, I had this sensation primarily, others will have to say, I felt the sensation that rose elsewhere, but either the site of the experience will be a matter of doubt to every phase except the first, or each of the parts of the soul will be deceived into allocating the occurrence within its own particular sphere. If, on the contrary, the sensation is vested not merely in the leading principle, but in any and every part of the soul, what special function raises the one rather than the other into that leading rank, or why is the sensation to be referred to it rather than elsewhere? And how, at this, account for the unity of the knowledge brought in by diverse senses, by eyes, by ears? On the other hand, if the soul is a perfect unity, utterly strange to part, a self-gathered whole, if it continuously eludes all touch of multiplicity and divisibility, then, no whole taken up into it can ever be ensouled. Soul will stand as circle center to every object, remote on the circumference, and the entire mass of a living being is soulless still. There is, therefore, no escape. Soul is, in the degree indicated, one and many, parted and impartible. We cannot question the possibility of a thing being at once a unity and multi-present, since to deny this would be to abolish the principle which sustains and administers the universe. There must be a kind which encircles and supports all and conducts all with wisdom, a principle which is multiple since existence is multiple, and yet is one soul always, since a container must be a unity. By the multiple unity of its nature, it will furnish life to the multiplicity of the series of an all. By its impartible unity, it will conduct a total to wise ends. In the case of things not endowed with intelligence, the leading principle is their mere unity, a lower reproduction of the soul's efficiency. This is the deeper meaning of the profound passage, in the Timaeus, where we read, by blending the impartible, eternally unchanging essence with that in division among bodies, he produced a third form of essence partaking of both qualities. Soul, therefore, is, in this definite sense, one and many. The ideal form resident in body is many and one, bodies themselves are exclusively many, the supreme is exclusively one. Third Tractate. Problems of the Soul, 1, Section 1-1. The soul, what dubious questions concerning it admit of solution, or where we must abide our doubt, with, at least, the gain of recognizing the problem that confronts us, this is matter well worth attention. On what subject can we more reasonably expend the time required by minute discussion and investigation? Apart from much else, it is enough that such an inquiry illuminates two grave questions. of what sphere the soul is the principle, and whence the soul itself springs. Moreover, we will be only obeying the ordinance of the God who bade us know ourselves. Our general instinct to seek and learn, our longing to possess ourselves of whatsoever is lovely in the vision will, in all reason, set us inquiring into the nature of the instrument with which we search. Now even in the universal intellect, divine mind, there was duality, so that we would expect differences of condition in things of part, how some things rather than others come to be receptacles of the divine beings will need to be examined, but all this we may leave aside until we are considering the mode in which soul comes to occupy body. For the moment we return to our argument against those who maintain our souls to be offshoots from the soul of the universe, parts and an identity modally parted. Our opponents will probably deny the validity of our arguments against the theory that the human soul is a mere segment of the all-soul, the considerations, namely, that it is of identical scope, and that it is intellective in the same degree, supposing them, even, to admit that equality of intellect ion. They will object that parts must necessarily fall under one ideal form with their wholes. And they will adduce Plato as expressing their view where, in demonstrating that the all is ensouled, he says, as our body is a portion of the body of the all, so our soul is a portion of the soul of the all. It is admitted on clear evidence that we are borne along by the circuit of the all, we will be told that, taking character and destiny from it, strictly inbound with it, we must derive our souls, also, from what thus bears us up, and that as within ourselves every part absorbs from our soul so, analogically, we, standing as parts to the universe, absorb from the soul of the all as parts of it. They will urge also that the dictum, the collective soul cares for all the unensouled, carries the same implication and could be uttered only in the belief that nothing whatever of later origin stands outside the soul of the universe, the only soul there can be there to concern itself with the unensouled. Section 2.2. To this our first answer is that to place certain things under one identical class, by admitting an identical range of operation, is to make them of one common species, and puts an end to all mention of part. The reasonable conclusion would be, on the contrary, that there is one identical soul, every separate manifestation being that soul complete. Our opponents after first admitting the unity go on to make our soul dependent on something else, something in which we have no longer the soul of this or that, even of the universe, but a soul of nowhere, a soul belonging neither to the cosmos, nor to anything else, and yet vested with all the function inherent to the cosmic soul and to that of every ensouled thing. The soul considered as an entirety cannot be a soul of any one given thing, since it is an essence, a divine real being, or, at least, there must be a soul which is not exclusively the soul of any particular thing, and those attached to particulars must so belong merely in some mode of accident. In such questions as this it is important to clarify the significance of part. Part, as understood of body, uniform or varied, need not detain us. It is enough to indicate that, when part is mentioned in respect of things whose members are alike, it refers to mass and not to ideal form, specific idea. Take for example, whiteness. The whiteness in a portion of milk is not a part of the whiteness of milk in general. We have the whiteness of a portion, not a portion of whiteness. For whiteness is utterly without magnitude, has nothing whatever to do with quantity. That is all we need say with regard to part in material things, but part in the unembodied may be taken in various ways. We may think of it in the sense familiar in numbers, 2, a part of the standard, 10, in abstract numbers of course, or as we think of a segment of a circle, or line, abstractly considered, or, again, of a section or branch of knowledge. In the case of the units of reckoning and of geometrical figure, exactly as in that of corporeal masses, partition must diminish the total, the part must be less than the whole, for these are things of quantity, and have their being as things of quantity, and, since they are not the ideal form quantity, they are subject to increase and decrease. Now in such a sense as this, part cannot be affirmed of the soul. The soul is not a thing of quantity. We are not to conceive of the all-soul as some standard 10 with particular souls as its constituent units. Such a conception would entail many absurdities. The 10 could not be, essentially, a unity, the soul would be an aggregation, not a self-standing real being, and, further, unless every one of the single constituents were itself an all-soul, the all-soul would be formed of non-souls. Again, it is admitted that the particular soul, this part of the all-soul, is of one ideal form with it, but this does not entail the relation of part to whole, since in objects formed of continuous parts there is nothing inevitably making any portion uniform with the total. Take, for example, the parts of a circle or square. We may divide it in different ways so as to get our part. A triangle need not be divided into triangles. All sorts of different figures are possible, yet an absolute uniformity is admitted to reign throughout soul. In a line, no doubt, the part is inevitably a line, but even here there is a necessary difference in size, and if, in the case of the soul we similarly called upon magnitude as the distinction between constituents and collective soul, then soul, thus classed by magnitude becomes quantitative, and is simply body. But it is admitted that all souls are alike and are entireties. Clearly, soul is not subject to part in the sense in which magnitudes are. Our opponents themselves would not consent to the notion of the all-soul being whittled down into fragments, yet this is what they would be doing, annulling the all-soul, if any collective soul existed at all, making it a mere piece of terminology, thinking of it like wine separated into many portions, each portion, in its jar, being described as a portion of the total thing, wine. Next there is the conception of the individual soul as a part in the sense in which we speak of some single proposition as a part of the science entire. The theorem is separate, but the science stands as one undivided thing, the expression and some deficiency, energy, of each constituent notion. This is partition without severance. Each item potentially includes the whole science, which itself remains an unbroken total. Is this the appropriate parallel? No. In such a relationship the all-soul, of which the particular souls are to be a part, would not be the soul of any definite thing, but an entity standing aloof. That means that it would not even be the soul of the cosmos. It would, in fact, be, itself, one of those partial souls. Thus all alike would be partial and of one nature, and, at that, there would be no reason for making any such distinction. Section 3.3. Is it a question of part in the sense that, taking one living being, the soul in a finger might be called a part of the soul entire? This would carry the alternative that either there is no soul outside of body, or that, no soul being within body, the thing described as the soul of the universe is, nonetheless, outside the body of the universe. That is a point to be investigated, but for the present we must consider what kind of soul this parallel would give us. If the particular soul is a part of the all-soul only in the sense that this bestows itself upon all living things of the partial sphere, such a self-bestowal does not imply division. On the contrary, it is the identical soul that is present everywhere, the one complete thing, multi-present at the one moment. There is no longer question of a soul that is a part against a soul that is an all, especially where an identical power is present. Even difference of function, as in eyes and ears, cannot warrant the assertion of distinct parts concerned in each separate act, with other parts again making allotment of faculty. All is met by the notion of one identical thing, but a thing in which a distinct power operates in each separate function. All the powers are present either in seeing or in hearing. The difference in impression received is due to the difference in the organs concerned. All the varying impressions are our various responses to ideal forms that can be taken in a variety of modes. A further proof of the unity of soul is that perception demands a common gathering place. Every organ has its distinct function, and is competent only upon its own material, and must interpret each several experience in its own fashion. The judgment upon these impressions must, then, be vested in some one principle, a judge informed upon all that is said and done. But again, everywhere, unity, in the variety of functions if each part of the soul were as distinct as are the entrance sensations, none of those parts could have knowledge. Awareness would belong only to that judging faculty, or, if local, every such act of awareness would stand quite unrelated to any other. But since the soul is a rational soul, by the very same title by which it is an all-soul, and is called the rational soul, in the sense of being a whole, and so not merely reasoning locally, then what is thought of as a part must in reality be no part but the identity of an unparted thing. Section 4.4. But if this is the true account of the unity of soul, we must be able to meet the problems that ensue. Firstly, the difficulty of one thing being present at the same moment in all things, and, secondly, the difficulty of soul and body as against soul not embodied. We might be led to think that all soul must always inhabit body. This would seem especially plausible in the case of the soul of the universe, not thought of as ever leaving its body as the human soul does. There exists, no doubt, an opinion that even the human soul, while it must leave the body, cannot become an utterly disembodied thing, but assuming its complete disembodiment. How comes it that the human soul can go free of the body but the all-soul not, though they are one and the same? There is no such difficulty in the case of the intellectual principle. By the primal differentiation, this separates, no doubt, into partial things of widely varying nature, but eternal unity is secured by virtue of the eternal identity of that essence. It is not so easy to explain how, in the case of the soul described as separate among bodies, such differentiated souls can remain one thing. A possible solution may be offered: the unit soul holds aloof, not actually falling into body; the differentiated souls, the all-soul, with the others, issue from the unity while still constituting, within certain limits, an association. They are one soul by the fact that they do not belong unreservedly to any particular being. They meet, so to speak, fringe to fringe, they strike out here and there, but are held together at the source much as light is a divided thing upon earth, shining in this house, and that, and yet remains uninterruptedly one identical substance. The all-soul would always remain above, since essentially it has nothing to do with descent or with the lower, or with any tendency towards this sphere. The other souls would become ours, become partial, individual in us, because their lot is cast for this sphere, and because they are solicited by a thing, the body, which invites their care. The one, the lowest soul in the to the all-soul, would correspond to that in some great growth, silently, unlaboriously conducting the whole. Our own lowest soul might be compared to the insect life in some rotted part of the growth, for this is the ratio of the animated body to the universe, while the other soul in us, of one ideal nature with the higher parts of the all-soul, may be imaged as the gardener concerned about the insects lodged in the tree and anxiously working to amend what is wrong, or we may contrast a healthy man living with the healthy and, by his thought or by his act, lending himself to the service of those about him, with, on the other side, a sick man intent upon his own care and cure, and so living for the body, body-bound. Section 5.5. But what place is left for the particular souls, yours and mine and another's? May we suppose the soul to be appropriated on the lower ranges to some individual, but to belong on the higher to that other sphere? At this there would be a Socrates as long as Socrates' soul remained in body, but Socrates ceases to exist, precisely on attainment of the highest. Now nothing of real being is ever annulled. In the Supreme, the intellectual principles are not annulled, for in their differentiation there is no bodily partition, no passing of each separate phase into a distinct unity. Every such phase remains in full possession of that identical being. It is exactly so with the souls. By their succession they are linked to the several intellectual principles, for they are the expression, the logos, of the intellectual principles, of which they are the unfolding. Brevity has opened out to multiplicity. By that point of their being which least belongs to the partial order, they are attached each to its own intellectual original. They have already chosen the way of division, but to the extreme they cannot go. Thus they keep, at once, identification and difference. Each soul is permanently a unity, a self, and yet all are, in their total, one being. Thus the gist of the matter is established: one soul the source of all, those others, as a many founded in that one, are, on the analogy of the intellectual principle, at once divided and undivided. That soul which abides in the Supreme is the one expression or logos of the intellectual principle, and from it spring other reason principles, partial but immaterial, exactly as in the differentiation of the Supreme. Section 6.6. But how comes it that while the all-soul has produced a cosmos, the soul of the particular has not, though it is of the one ideal kind and contains, it too, all things in itself? We have indicated that a thing may enter and dwell at the same time in various places. This ought to be explained, and the inquiry would show how an identity resident simultaneously here and there may, in its separate appearances, act or react, or both, after distinct modes, but the matter deserves to be examined in a special discussion. To return, then, how and why has the all-soul produced a cosmos, while the particular souls simply administer some one part of it? In the first place, we are not surprised when men of identical knowledge differ greatly in effective power. But the reason, we will be asked. The answer might be that there is an even greater difference among these souls, the one never having fallen away from the all-soul, but dwelling within it and assuming body therein, while the others received their allotted spheres when the body was already in existence, when their sister soul was already in rule and, as it were, had already prepared habitations for them. Again, the reason may be that the one, the creative all-soul, looks towards the universal intellectual principle, the exemplar of all that can be, while the others are more occupied with the intellectual within themselves, that which is already of the sphere of part. Perhaps, too, these also could have created, but that they were anticipated by that originator, the work accomplished before them, an impediment inevitable whichsoever of the souls were first to operate. But it is safer to account for the creative act by nearer connection with the overworld. The souls whose tendency is exercised within the Supreme have the greater power, immune in that pure seat they create securely, for the greater power takes the least hurt from the material within which it operates, and this power remains enduringly attached to the overworld. It creates, therefore, self-gathered, and the created things gather round it. The other souls, on the contrary, themselves go forth. That can mean only that they have deserted towards the abyss. A main phase in them is drawn downward and pulls them with it in the desire towards the lower. The secondary and tertiary souls, of which we hear, must be understood in the sense of closer or remoter position. It is much as in ourselves the relation to the Supreme is not identical from soul to soul. Some of us are capable of becoming uniate, others of striving and almost attaining, while a third rank is much less apt. It is a matter of the degree or powers of the soul by which our expression is determined. The first degree dominant in the one person, the second, the third, the merely animal life, in others, while, still, all of us contain all the powers. Section 7:7. So far, so good, but what of the passage in the Philebus taken to imply that the other souls are parts of the all-soul? The statement there made does not bear the meaning read into it. It expresses only what the author was then concerned with, that the heavens are ensouled, a teaching which he maintains in the observation that it is preposterous to make the heavens soulless when we, who contain a part of the body of the all, have a soul. How, he asks, could there be soul in the part and none in the total? He makes his teaching quite clear in the Timaeus, where he shows us the other souls brought into existence after the all-soul, but compounded from the same mixing bowl. Secondary and tertiary are duly marked off from the primal, but every form of soul is presented as being of identical ideal nature with the all-soul. As for saying of the Phaedrus, all that is soul cares for all that is soulless, this simply tells us that the corporeal kind cannot be controlled, fashioned, set in place or brought into being, by anything but the soul. And we cannot think that there is one soul whose nature includes this power and another without it. The perfect soul, that of the all, we read, going its lofty journey, operates upon the cosmos not by sinking into it, but, as it were, by brooding over it, and every perfect soul exercises this governance. He distinguishes the other, the soul in this sphere, as the soul when its wing is broken. As for our souls being entrained in the cosmic circuit, and taking character and condition thence, this is no indication that they are parts. Soul nature may very well take some tincture from even the qualities of place, from water and from air, residence in this city or in that, and the varying makeup of the body may have their influence upon our human souls which, yet, are no parts of place or of body. We have always admitted that as members of the universe we take over something from the all-soul. We do not deny the influence of the cosmic circuit, but against all this we oppose another soul in us, the intellectual as distinguished from the merely vitalizing, proven to be distinct by that power of opposition. As for our being begotten children of the cosmos, we answer that in motherhood the entrant soul is distinct, is not the mother's. Section 8:8. These considerations, amounting to the settlement of the question, are not countered by the phenomenon of sympathy. The response between soul and soul is due to the mere fact that all spring from that self-same soul, the next to divine mind, from which springs the soul of the all. We have already stated that the one soul is also multiple, and we have dealt with the different forms of relationship between part and whole. We have investigated the different degrees existing within soul. We may now add, briefly, that differences might be induced, also, by the bodies with which the soul has to do, and, even more, by the character and mental operations carried over from the conduct of the previous lives. The life choice made by a soul has a correspondence, we read, with its former lives. As regards the nature of soul in general, the differences have been defined in the passage in which we mentioned the secondary and tertiary orders and laid down that, while all souls are all-comprehensive, each ranks according to its operative phase, one becoming uniate in the achieved fact, another in knowledge, another in desire, according to the distinct orientation by which each is, or tends to become, what it looks upon. The very fulfillment and perfectionment attainable by souls cannot but be different. But, if in the total the organization in which they have their being is compact of variety, as it must be since every reason principle is a unity of multiplicity and variety, and may be thought of as a psychic animated organism having many shapes at its command, if this is so and all constitutes a system in which being is not cut adrift from being, if there is nothing chance, born among beings as there is none even in bodily organisms, then it follows that number must enter into the scheme. For, once again, being must be stable, the members of the intellectual must possess identity, each numerically one, this is the condition of individuality. Where, as in bodily masses, the idea is not essentially native, and the individuality is therefore in flux, existence under ideal form can rise only out of imitation of the authentic existences, these last, on the contrary, not rising out of any such conjunction, as the duality of idea and dead matter, have their being in that which is numerically one, that which was from the beginning, and neither becomes what it has not been nor can cease to be what it is. Even supposing real beings, such as soul, to be produced by some other principle, they are certainly not made from matter, or, if they were, the creating principle must infuse into them, from within itself, something of the nature of real being, but, at this, it would itself suffer change, as it created more or less. And, after all, why should it thus produce at any given moment rather than remain forever stationary? Moreover, the produced total, variable from more to less, could not be an eternal, yet the soul, it stands agreed, is eternal. But what becomes of the soul's infinity if it is thus fixed? The infinity is a matter of power, there is question, not of the soul's being divisible into an infinite number of parts, but of an infinite possible effectiveness. It is infinity in the sense in which the Supreme God, also, is free of all bound. This means that it is no external limit that defines the individual being or the extension of souls any more than of God, on the contrary each in right of its own power is all that it chooses to be, and we are not to think of it as going forth from itself, losing its unity by any partition, the fact is simply that the element within it, which is apt to entrance into body, has the power of immediate projection any whither. The soul is certainly not wrenched asunder by its presence at once in foot and in finger. Its presence in the all is similarly unbroken, over its entire range it exists in every several part of everything having even vegetal life, even in a part cut off from the main, in any possible segment it is as it is at its source. For the body of the all is a unit, and soul is everywhere present to it as to one thing. When some animal rots and a multitude of others spring from it, the life principle now present is not the particular soul that was in the larger body, that body has ceased to be receptive of soul, or there would have been no death. What happens is that whatsoever in the product of the decay is apt material for animal existence of one kind or another becomes ensouled by the fact that soul is nowhere lacking, though a recipient of soul may be. This new ensouling does not mean, however, an increase in the number of souls, all depend from the one or, rather, all remains one. It is as with ourselves, some elements are shed, others grow in their place, the soul abandons the discarded and flows into the newcoming as long as the one soul of the man holds its ground, in the all the one soul holds its ground forever, its distinct contents now retain soul and now reject it, but the total of spiritual beings is unaffected. Section 9-9. But we must examine how soul comes to inhabit the body, the manner and the process, a question certainly of no minor interest. The entry of soul into body takes place under two forms. Firstly, there is the entry, metensomatosis, of a soul present in body by change from one, holy material, frame to another, or the entry, not known as metensomatosis, since the nature of the earlier habitacle is not certainly definable, of a soul leaving an aerial or fiery body for one of earth. Secondly, there is the entry from the wholly bodiless into any kind of body. This is the earliest form of any dealing between body and soul, and this entry especially demands investigation. What then can be thought to have happened when soul, utterly clean from body, first comes into commerce with the bodily nature? It is reasonable, necessary even, to begin with the soul of the all. Notice that if we are to explain and to be clear, we are obliged to use such words as entry and ensoulment, though never was this all unensouled, never did body subsist with soul away, never was their matter unelaborate, we separate, the better to understand. There is nothing illegitimate in the verbal and mental sundering of things which must in fact be coexistent. The true doctrine may be stated as follows: in the absence of body, soul could not have gone forth, since there is no other place to which its nature would allow it to descend. Since go forth it must, it will generate a place for itself, at once body, also, exists. While the soul, as an eternal, a divine being, is at rest, in rest firmly based on repose, the absolute, yet, as we may put it, that huge illumination of the supreme pouring outwards comes at last to the extreme bourne of its light and dwindles to darkness. This darkness, now lying there beneath, the soul sees and by seeing brings to shape, for in the law of things this ultimate depth, neighboring with soul, may not go void of whatsoever degree of that reason principle it can absorb, the dimmed reason of reality at its faintest. Imagine that a stately and varied mansion has been built, it has never been abandoned by its architect, who, yet, is not tied down to it, he has judged it worthy in all its length and breadth of all the care that can serve to its being, as far as it can share in being, or to its beauty, but a care without burden to its director, who never descends, but presides over it from above. This gives the degree in which the cosmos is ensouled, not by a soul belonging to it, but by one present to it. It is mastered not master, not possessor but possessed. The soul bears it up, and it lies within, no fragment of it unsharing. The cosmos is like a net which takes all its life, as far as ever it stretches, from being wet in the water, and has no act of its own. The sea rolls away and the net with it, precisely to the full of its scope, for no mesh of it can strain beyond its set place. The soul is of so far-reaching a nature, thing unbounded, as to embrace the entire body of the all in the one extension, so far as the universe extends. Their soul is, and if the universe had no existence, the extent of soul would be the same, it is eternally what it is. The universe spreads as broad as the presence of soul, the bound of its expansion is the point at which, in its downward egression from the supreme, it still has soul to bind it in one. It is a shadow as broad as the reason principle proceeding from soul, and that reason principle is of scope to generate a cosmic bulk as vast as lay in the purposes of the idea, the divine forming power, which it conveys. Section 1010. In view of all this we must now work back from the items to the unit, and consider the entire scheme as one enduring thing. We ascend from air, light, sun, or moon and light and sun, in detail, to these things as constituting a total, though a total of degrees, primary, secondary, tertiary. Thence we come to the cosmic soul, always the one undiscriminated entity. At this point in our survey we have before us the overworld and all that follows upon it. That sweet, the lower and material world, we take to be the very last effect that has penetrated to its furthest reach. Our knowledge of the first is gained from the ultimate of all, from the very shadow cast by the fire, because this ultimate, the material world, itself receives its share of the general light, something of the nature of the forming idea hovering over the outcast that at first lay in blank obscurity. It is brought under the scheme of reason by the efficacy of soul whose entire extension latently holds this rationalizing power. As we know, the reason principles carried in animal seed fashion and shape living beings into so many universes in the small. For whatsoever touches soul is molded to the nature of soul's own real being. We are not to think that the soul acts upon the object by conformity to any external judgment, there is no pause for willing or planning. Any such procedure would not be an act of sheer nature, but one of applied art, but art is of later origin than soul, it is an imitator, producing dim and feeble copies, toys, things of no great worth, and it is dependent upon all sorts of mechanism by which alone its images can be produced. The soul, on the contrary, is sovereign over material things by might of real being, their quality is determined by its lead, and those elementary things cannot stand against its will. On the later level, things are hindered one by the other, and thus often fall short of the characteristic shape at which their unextended reason principle must be aiming. In that other world, under the soul but above the material, the entire shape, as well as the idea, comes from soul, and all that is produced takes and keeps its appointed place in a unity, so that the engendered thing, without labor as without clash, becomes all that it should be. In that world the soul has elaborated its creation, the images of the gods, dwellings for men, each existing to some peculiar purpose. Soul could produce none but the things which truly represent its powers. Fire produces warmth, another source produces cold. Soul has a double efficacy, its act within itself, and its act from within outwards towards the new production. In soulless entities, the outgo, natural to everything, remains dormant, and any efficiency they have is to bring to their own likeness whatever is amenable to their act. All existence has this tendency to bring other things to likeness, but the soul has the distinction of possessing at once an action of conscious attention within itself, and an action towards the outer. It has thus the function of giving life to all that does not live by prior right, and the life it gives is commensurate with its own, that is to say, living in reason, it communicates reason to the body, an image of the reason within itself, just as the life given to the body is an image of real being, and it bestows, also, upon that material the appropriate shapes of which it contains the reason forms. The content of the creative soul includes the ideal shapes of gods and of all else, and hence it is that the cosmos contains all. Section 1111. I think, therefore, that those ancient sages, who sought to secure the presence of divine beings by the erection of shrines and statues, showed insight into the nature of the all. They perceived that, though this soul is everywhere tractable, its presence will be secured all the more readily when an appropriate receptacle is elaborated, a place especially capable of receiving some portion or phase of it, something reproducing it, or representing it, and serving like a mirror to catch an image of it. It belongs to the nature of the all to make its entire content reproduce, most felicitously, the reason principles in which it participates. Every particular thing is the image within matter of a reason principle which itself images a prematerial reason principle. Thus every particular entity is linked to that divine being in whose likeness it is made, the divine principle which the soul contemplated and contained in the act of each creation. Such mediation and representation there must have been, since it was equally impossible for the created to be without share in the supreme, and for the supreme to descend into the created. The intellectual principle in the supreme has ever been the son of that sphere. Let us accept that as the type of the creative logos, and immediately upon it follows the soul depending from it, stationary soul from stationary intelligence. But the soul borders also upon the son of this sphere, and it becomes the medium by which all is linked to the overworld. It plays the part of an interpreter between what emanates from that sphere down to this lower universe, and what rises, as far as, through soul, anything can, from the lower to the highest. Nothing, in fact, is far away from anything. Things are not remote. There is, no doubt, the aloofness of difference and of mingled natures as against the unmingled, but selfhood has nothing to do with spatial position, and in unity itself there may still be distinction. These beings, the reason principles of this sphere, are divine in virtue of cleaving to the supreme, because, by the medium of the soul thought of as descending they remain linked with the primal soul, and through it are veritably what they are called and possess the vision of the intellectual principle, the single object of contemplation to that soul in which they have their being. Section 1212. The souls of men, seeing their images in the mirror of Dionysus as it were, have entered into that realm in a leap downward from the supreme, yet even they are not cut off from their origin, from the divine intellect. It is not that they have come bringing the intellectual principle down in their fall, it is that though they have descended even to earth, yet their higher part holds forever above the heavens. Their initial descent is deepened since that mid-part of theirs is compelled to labor in care of the care-needing thing into which they have entered. But Zeus, the Father, takes pity on their toils and makes the bonds in which they labor soluble by death and gives respite in due time, freeing them from the body, that they too may come to dwell there where the universal soul, unconcerned with earthly needs, has ever dwelt. For the container of the total of things must be a self-sufficing entity and remain so. In its periods it is wrought out to purpose under its reason principles which are perdurably valid. By these periods it reverts unfailingly, in the measured stages of defined life duration, to its established character. It is leading the things of this realm to be of one voice and plan with the supreme. And thus the cosmic content is carried forward to its purpose, everything in its coordinate place, under one only reason principle operating alike in the descent and return of souls and to every purpose of the system. We may know this also by the concordance of the souls with the ordered scheme of the cosmos. They are not independent, but, by their descent, they have put themselves in contact, and they stand henceforth in harmonious association with cosmic circuit, to the extent that their fortunes, their life experiences, their choosing and refusing, are announced by the patterns of the stars, and out of this concordance rises as it were one musical utterance, the music, the harmony, by which all is described is the best witness to this truth. Such a consonance can have been procured in one only way, the all must, in every detail of act and experience, be an expression of the Supreme, which must dominate alike its periods and its stable ordering and the life careers varying with the movement of the souls as they are sometimes absorbed in that highest, sometimes in the heavens, sometimes turned to the things and places of our earth. All that is divine intellect will rest eternally above, and could never fall from its sphere but, poised entire in its own high place, will communicate to things here through the channel of soul. Soul in virtue of neighborhood is more closely modeled upon the idea uttered by the divine intellect, and thus is able to produce order in the movement of the lower realm, one phase, the world soul, maintaining the unvarying march of the cosmic circuit, the other, the soul of the individual, adopting itself to times and season. The depth of the descent, also, will differ, sometimes lower, sometimes less low, and this even in its entry into any given kind. All that is fixed is that each several soul descends to a recipient indicated by affinity of condition, it moves towards the thing which it there resembled, and enters, accordingly, into the body of man or animal. Section 1313. The ineluctable, the cosmic law is, thus, rooted in a natural principle under which each several entity is overruled to go, duly and in order, towards that place and kind to which it characteristically tends, that is towards the image of its primal choice and constitution. In that archetypal world every form of soul is near to the image, the thing in the world of copy, to which its individual constitution inclines it. There is therefore no need of a sender or leader acting at the right moment to bring it at the right moment whether into body or into a definitely appropriate body. Of its own motion it descends at the precisely true time and enters where it must. To every soul its own hour, when that strikes it descends and enters the body suitable to it as at the cry of a herald, thus all is set stirring and advancing as by a magician's power or by some mighty traction, it is much as, in any living thing, the soul itself affects the fulfillment of the natural career, stirring and bringing forth, in due season, every element, beard, horn, and all the successive stages of tendency and of output, or, as it leads a tree through its normal course within set periods. The souls go forth neither under compulsion nor of free will, or, at least, freedom, here, is not to be regarded as action upon preference, it is more like such a leap of the nature as moves men to the instinctive desire of sexual union, or, in the case of some, to fine conduct. The motive lies elsewhere than in the reason, like is destined unfailingly to like, and each moves hither or thither at its fixed moment. Even the intellectual principle, which is before all the cosmos, has, it also, its destiny, that of abiding intact above, and of giving downwards. What it sends down is the particular whose existence is implied in the law of the universal, for the universal broods closely over the particular. It is not from without that the law derives the power by which it is executed. On the contrary, the law is given in the entities upon whom it falls, these bear it about with them. Let but the moment arrive, and what it decrees will be brought to act by those beings in whom it resides. They fulfill it because they contain it, it prevails because it is within them, it becomes like a heavy burden, and sets up in them a painful longing to enter the realm to which they are bidden from within. Section 1414. Thus it comes about that this cosmos, lit with many lights, gleaming in its souls, receives still further graces, gifts from here and from there, from the gods of the Supreme, and from those other intellectual principles whose nature it is to ensoul. This is probably the secret of the myth in which, after Prometheus had molded woman, the other gods heaped gifts upon her, Hephaestos, blending the clay with moisture and bestowing the human voice and the form of a goddess, Aphrodite bringing her gifts, and the graces theirs, and other gods other gifts, and finally calling her by the name, Pandora, which tells of gift and of all giving. For all have added something to this formation brought to being by a Promethean, a forethinking power. As for the rejection of Prometheus' gift by afterthought, Epimetheus, what can this signify but that the wiser choice is to remain in the intellectual realm? Pandora's creator is fettered, to signify that he is in some sense held by his own creation, Such a fettering is external, and the release by Hercules tells that there is power in Prometheus, so that he need not remain in bonds. Take the myth as we may, it is certainly such an account of the bestowal of gifts upon the cosmos as harmonizes with our explanation of the universal system. Section 15:15. The souls peering forth from the intellectual realm descend first to the heavens and there put on a body. This becomes at once the medium by which, as they reach out more and more towards magnitude, physical extension, they proceed to bodies progressively more earthy. Some even plunge from heaven to the very lowest of corporeal forms, others pass, stage by stage, too feeble to lift towards the higher the burden they carry, weighed downwards by their heaviness and forgetfulness. As for the differences among them, these are due to variation in the bodies entered, or to the accidents of life, or to upbringing, or to inherent peculiarities of temperament, or to all these influences together, or to specific combinations of them. Then again some have fallen unreservedly into the power of the destiny ruling here, some yielding betimes or betimes to their own. There are those who, while they accept what must be borne, have the strength of self-mastery in all that is left to their own act. They have given themselves to another dispensation. They live by the code of the aggregate of beings, the code which is woven out of the reason principles and all the other causes ruling in the cosmos, out of soul movements and out of laws springing in the supreme, a code, therefore, consonant with those higher existences, founded upon them, linking their sequence back to them, keeping unshakably true all that is capable of holding itself set towards the divine nature, and leading round by all appropriate means whatsoever is less natively apt. In fine, all diversity of condition in the lower spheres is determined by the descendant beings themselves. Section 16:16. The punishment justly overtaking the wicked must therefore be ascribed to the cosmic order which leads all in accordance with the right. But what of chastisements, poverty, illness, falling upon the good outside of all justice? These events, we will be told, are equally interwoven into the world order and fall under prediction, and must consequently have a cause in the general reason. Are they therefore to be charged to past misdoing? No, such misfortunes do not answer to reasons established in the nature of things, they are not laid up in the master facts of the universe, but were merely accidental sequence. A house falls, and anyone that chances to be underneath is killed, no matter what sort of man he be. Two objects are moving in perfect order, or one if you like, but anything getting in the way is wounded or trampled down. Or we may reason that the undeserved stroke can be no evil to the sufferer in view of the beneficent interweaving of the all, or again, no doubt, that nothing is unjust that finds justification in a past history. We may not think of some things being fitted into a system with others abandoned to the capricious. If things must happen by cause, by natural sequences, under one reason principle and a single set scheme, we must admit that the minor equally with the major is fitted into that order and pattern. Wrongdoing from man to man is wrong in the doer and must be imputed, but, as belonging to the established order of the universe is not a wrong even as regards the innocent sufferer, it is a thing that had to be, and, if the sufferer is good, the issue is to his gain. For we cannot think that this ordered combination proceeds without God and justice, we must take it to be precise in the distribution of due, while, yet, the reasons of things elude us, and to our ignorance the scheme presents matter of censure. Section 17:17. Various considerations explain why the souls going forth from the intellectual proceed first to the heavenly regions. The heavens, as the noblest portion of sensible space, would border with the least exalted of the intellectual, and will, therefore, be first and sold first to participate as most apt, while what is of earth is at the very extremity of progression, least endowed towards participation, remotest from the unembodied. All the souls, then, shine down upon the heavens and spend there the main of themselves and the best, only their lower phases illuminate the lower realms, and those souls which descend deepest show their light furthest down, not themselves the better for the depth to which they have penetrated. There is, we may put it, something that is center, about it, a circle of light shed from it, round center and first circle alike, another circle, light from light, outside that again, not another circle of light but one which, lacking light of its own, must borrow. The last we may figure to ourselves as a revolving circle, or rather a sphere, of a nature to receive light from that third realm, its next higher, in proportion to the light which that itself receives. Thus all begins with the great light, shining self-centered, in accordance with the reigning plan, that of emanation, this gives forth its brilliance. The later, divine, existence, souls, add their radiation, some of them remaining above, while there are some that are drawn further downward, attracted by the splendor of the object they illuminate. These last find that their charges need more and more care. The steersman of a storm-tossed ship is so intent on saving it that he forgets his own interest and never thinks that he is recurrently in peril of being dragged down with the vessel. Similarly, the souls are intent upon contriving for their charges and finally come to be pulled down by them. They are fettered in bonds of sorcery, gripped and held by their concern for the realm of nature. If every living being were of the character of the all-perfect, self-sufficing, in peril from no outside influence, the soul now spoken of as indwelling would not occupy the body, it would infuse life while clinging, entire, within the Supreme. Section 1818. There remains still something to be said on the question whether the soul uses deliberate reason before its descent and again when it has left the body. Reasoning is for this sphere, it is the act of the soul fallen into perplexity, distracted with cares, diminished in strength. The need of deliberation goes with the less self-sufficing intelligence, craftsman faced by a difficulty stop to consider. Where there is no problem their art works on by its own forthright power. But if souls in the Supreme operate without reasoning, how can they be called reasoning souls? One answer might be that they have the power of deliberating to happy issue, should occasion arise, but all is met by repudiating the particular kind of reasoning intended, the earthly and discursive type. We may represent to ourselves a reasoning that flows uninterruptedly from the intellectual principle in them, an inherent state, an enduring activity, an assertion that is real. In this way they would be users of reason even when in that overworld. We certainly cannot think of them, it seems to me, as employing words when, though they may occupy bodies in the heavenly region, they are essentially in the intellectual, and very surely the deliberation of doubt and difficulty which they practice here must be unknown to them there. All their act must fall into place by sheer force of their nature. There can be no question of commanding or of taking counsel. They will know, each, what is to be communicated from another, by present consciousness. Even in our own case here, eyes often know what is not spoken, and their all is pure, every being is, as it were, an eye, nothing is concealed or sophisticated, there is no need of speech, everything is seen and known. As for the celestials, the daimons, and souls in the air, they may well use speech, for all such are simply animate, beings. Section 1919. Are we to think of the indivisible phase of the soul and the divided as making one thing in a coalescence, or is the indivisible in a place of its own and under conditions of its own, the divisible being a sequent upon it, a separate part of it, as distinct as the reasoning phase is from the unreasoning? The answer to this question will emerge when we make plain the nature and function to be attributed to each. The indivisible phase is mentioned, in the passage of Plato, without further qualification, but not so the divisible, that soul, we read, which becomes divisible in bodies, and even this last is presented as becoming partible, not as being so once for all. In bodies, we must then, satisfy ourselves as to what form of soul is required to produce life in the corporeal, and what there must be of soul present throughout such a body, such a completed organism. Now, every sensitive power, by the fact of being sensitive throughout, tends to become a thing of parts, present at every distinct point of sensitiveness. It may be thought of as divided. In the sense, however, that it is present as a whole at every such point, it cannot be said to be wholly divided, it becomes divisible in body. We may be told that no such partition is implied in any sensations but those of touch, but this is not so, where the participant is body, of itself insensitive and non-transmitting. That divisibility in the sensitive agent will be a condition of all other sensations, though in less degree than in the case of touch. Similarly, the vegetative function in the soul, with that of growth, indicates divisibility, and, admitting such locations as that of desire at the liver and emotional activity at the heart, we have the same result. It is to be noted, however, as regards these, the less corporeal, sensations, that the body may possibly not experience them as a fact of the conjoint thing but in another mode, as rising within some one of the elements of which it has been participant, as inherent, purely, in some phase of the associated soul. Reasoning and the act of the intellect, for instance, are not vested in the body. Their task is not accomplished by means of the body, which in fact is detrimental to any thinking on which it is allowed to intrude. Thus the indivisible phase of the soul stands distinct from the divisible. They do not form a unity, but, on the contrary, a whole consisting of parts, each part a self-standing thing having its own peculiar virtue. None the less, if that phase which becomes divisible in body holds indivisibility by communication from the superior power, then this one same thing, the soul and body, may be at once indivisible and divisible. It will be, as it were, a blend, a thing made up of its own divisible self with, in addition, the quality that it derives from above itself. Section 2020. Here a question rises to which we must find an answer, whether these and the other powers which we call parts of the soul are situated, all, in place, or whether some have place and standpoint, others not, or whether again none are situated in place. The matter is difficult, if we do not allot to each of the parts of the soul some form of place, but leave all unallocated, no more within the body than outside it, we leave the body soulless, and are at a loss to explain plausibly the origin of acts performed by means of the bodily organs. If, on the other hand, we suppose some of those phases to be capable of situation, in place but others not so, we will be supposing that those parts to which we deny place are ineffective in us, or, in other words, that we do not possess our entire soul. This simply shows that neither the soul entire nor any part of it may be considered to be within the body as in a space. Space is a container of body. It is the home of such things as consist of isolated parts, things, therefore, in which at no point is there an entirety. Now, the soul is not a body and is no more contained than containing. Neither is it in body as in some vessel, whether as vessel or as place of location, the body would remain, in itself, unensouled. If we are to think of some passing over from the soul, that self-gathered thing, to the containing vessel, then soul is diminished by just as much as the vessel takes. Space, again, in the strict sense is unembodied, and is not, itself, body. Why, then, should it need soul? Besides, if the soul were contained as in space, contact would be only at the surface of the body, not throughout the entire mass. Many other considerations equally refute the notion that the soul is in body as an object, in space. For example, this space would be shifted with every movement, and a thing itself would carry its own space about. Of course, if by space we understand the interval separating objects, it is still less possible that the soul be in body as in space. Such a separating interval must be a void, but body is not a void. The void must be that in which body is placed. Body, not soul, will be in the void. Nor can it be in the body as in some substratum. Anything in a substratum is a condition affecting that, a color, a form, but the soul is a separate existence. Nor is it present as a part in the whole. Soul is no part of body. If we are asked to think of soul as a part in the living total, we are faced with the old difficulty, how it is in that whole. It is certainly not there as the wine is in the wine jar, or as the jar in the jar, or as some absolute is self-present. Nor can the presence be that of a whole in its part. It would be absurd to think of the soul as a total of which the body should represent the parts. It is not present as form is in matter, for the form as in matter is inseparable and, further, is something superimposed upon an already existent thing. Soul, on the contrary, is that which engenders the form residing within the matter and therefore is not the form. If the reference is not to the form actually present, but to form as a thing existing apart from all formed objects, it is hard to see how such an entity has found its way into body, and at any rate this makes the soul separable. How comes it then that everyone speaks of soul as being in body? Because the soul is not seen and the body is. We perceive the body, and by its movement and sensation we understand that it is ensouled, and we say that it possesses a soul. To speak of residence is a natural sequence. If the soul were visible, an object of the senses, radiating throughout the entire life, if it were manifest in full force to the very outermost surface, we would no longer speak of soul as in body, we would say the minor was within the major, the contained within the container, the fleeting within the perdurable. Section 2121. What does all this come to? What answer do we give to him who, with no opinion of his own to assert, asks us to explain this presence? And what do we say to the question whether there is one only mode of presence of the entire soul or different modes, phase and phase? Of the modes currently accepted for the presence of one thing in another, none really meets the case of the soul's relation to the body. Thus we are given as a parallel the steersman in the ship. This serves adequately to indicate that the soul is potentially separable, but the mode of presence, which is what we are seeking, it does not exhibit. We can imagine it within the body in some incidental way, for example, as a voyager in a ship, but scarcely as the steersman, and, of course, too, the steersman is not omnipresent to the ship as the soul is to the body. May we, perhaps, compare it to the science or skill that acts through its appropriate instruments, through a helm, let us say, which should happen to be a live thing, so that the soul affecting the movements dictated by seamanship is an indwelling directive force. No, the comparison breaks down, since the science is something outside of helm and ship. Is it any help to adopt the illustration of the steersman taking the helm, and to station the soul within the body as the steersman may be thought to be within the material instrument through which he works? Soul, whenever and wherever it chooses to operate, does in much that way move the body. No, even in this parallel we have no explanation of the mode of presence within the instrument. We cannot be satisfied without further search, a closer approach. Section 22:22. May we think that the mode of the soul's presence to body is that of the presence of light to the air? This certainly is presence with distinction. The light penetrates through and through, but nowhere coalesces. The light is the stable thing, the air flows in and out. When the air passes beyond the lit area it is dark, under the light it is lit. We have a true parallel to what we have been saying of body and soul, for the air is in the light quite as much as the light in the air. Plato therefore is wise when, in treating of the all, he puts the body in its soul, and not its soul in the body, and says that, while there is a region of that soul which contains body, there is another region to which body does not enter, certain powers, that is, with which body has no concern. And what is true of the all-soul is true of the others. There are, therefore, certain soul powers whose presence to body must be denied. The phases present are those which the nature of body demands. They are present without being resident either in any parts of the body or in the body as a whole. For the purposes of sensation the sensitive phase of the soul is present to the entire sensitive being. For the purposes of act, differentiation begins. Every soul phase operates at a point peculiar to itself. Section 23:23. I explain, a living body is illuminated by soul, each organ and member participates in soul after some manner peculiar to itself. The organ is adapted to a certain function, and this fitness is the vehicle of the soul faculty under which the function is performed. Thus the seeing faculty acts through the eyes, the hearing faculty through the ears, the tasting faculty through the tongue, the faculty of smelling through the nostrils, and the faculty of sentient touch is present throughout, since in this particular form of perception the entire body is an instrument in the soul's service. The vehicles of touch are mainly centered in the nerves, which moreover are vehicles of the faculty by which the movements of the living being are affected. In them the soul faculty concerned makes itself present. The nerves start from the brain. The brain therefore has been considered as the center and seat of the principle which determines feeling and impulse and the entire act of the organism as a living thing. Where the instruments are found to be linked, there the operating faculty is assumed to be situated. But it would be wiser to say only that there is situated the first activity of the operating faculty. The power to be exercised by the operator, in keeping with the particular instrument, must be considered as concentrated at the point at which the instrument is to be first applied, or, since the soul's faculty is of universal scope, the sounder statement is that the point of origin of the instrument is the point of origin of the act. Now, the faculty presiding over sensation and impulse is vested in the sensitive and representative soul. It draws upon the reason principle immediately above itself, downward. It is in contact with an inferior of its own. On this analogy the uppermost member of the living being was taken by the ancients to be obviously its seat. They lodged it in the brain. Or not exactly in the brain but in that sensitive part which is the medium through which the reason principle impinges upon the brain. They saw that something must be definitely allocated to body, at the point most receptive of the act of reason, while something, utterly isolated from body must be in contact with that superior thing which is a form of soul, and not merely of the vegetative or other quasi-corporeal forms but, of that soul apt to the appropriation of the perceptions originating in the reason principle. Such a linking there must be, since in perception there is some element of judging, in representation something intuitional, and since impulse and appetite derive from representation and reason. The reasoning faculty, therefore, is present where these experiences occur, present not as in a place but in the fact that what is there draws upon it. As regards perception, we have already explained in what sense it is local. But every living being includes the vegetal principle, that principle of growth and nourishment which maintains the organism by means of the blood. This nourishing medium is contained in the veins and blood have their origin in the liver. From observation of these facts the power concerned was assigned a place, the phase of the soul which has to do with desire was allocated to the liver. Certainly what brings to birth and nourishes and gives growth must have the desire of these functions. Blood, subtle, light, swift, pure, is the vehicle most apt to animal spirit. The heart, then, its wellspring, the place where such blood is sifted into being, is taken as the fixed center of the ebullition of the passionate nature. Section 24:24. Now comes the question of the soul leaving the body. Where does it go? It cannot remain in this world where there is no natural recipient for it, and it cannot remain attached to anything not of a character to hold it. It can be held here when only it is less than wise, containing within itself something of that which lures it. If it does contain any such alien element it gives itself, with increasing attachment, to the sphere to which that element naturally belongs and tends. The space open to the soul's resort is vast and diverse. The difference will come by the double force of the individual condition and of the justice reigning in things. No one can ever escape the suffering entailed by ill deeds done. The divine law is ineluctable, carrying bound up, as one with it, the foreordained execution of its doom. The sufferer, all unaware, is swept onward towards his due, hurried always by the restless driving of his errors, until at last wearied out by that against which he struggled, he falls into his fit place and, by self-chosen movement, is brought to the lot he never chose. And the law decrees, also, the intensity and the duration of the suffering while it carries with it, too, the lifting of chastisement and the faculty of rising from those places of pain, all by power of the harmony that maintains the universal scheme. Souls, body-bound, are apt to body punishment. Clean souls no longer drawing to themselves at any point any vestige of body are, by their very being, outside the bodily sphere, body-free, containing nothing of body, there where essence is, and being, and the divine within the divinity, among those, within that, such a soul must be. If you still ask where, you must ask where those beings are, and in your seeking, seek otherwise than with the sight, and not as one seeking for body. Section 25:25. Now comes the question, equally calling for an answer, whether those souls that have quitted the places of earth retain memory of their lives, all souls or some, of all things, or of some things, and, again, forever or merely for some period not very long after their withdrawal. A true investigation of this matter requires us to establish first what a remembering principle must be. I do not mean what memory is, but in what order of beings it can occur. The nature of memory has been indicated, labored even, elsewhere. We still must try to understand more clearly what characteristics are present where memory exists. Now a memory has to do with something brought into ken from without, something learned or something experienced. The memory principle, therefore, cannot belong to such beings as are immune from experience and from time. No memory, therefore, can be ascribed to any divine being, or to the authentic existent or the intellectual principle. These are intangibly immune, time does not approach them, they possess eternity centered around being, they know nothing of past and sequent, all is an unbroken state of identity, not receptive of change. Now a being rooted in unchanging identity cannot entertain memory, since it has not and never had a state differing from any previous state, or any new intellect ion following upon a former one, so as to be aware of contrast between a present perception and one remembered from before. But what prevents such a being from possessing memory in the sense of perceiving, without variation in itself, such outside changes as, for example, the cosmic periods? Simply the fact that following the changes of the revolving cosmos it would have perception of earlier and later, intuition and memory are distinct. We cannot hold its self-intellections to be acts of memory. This is no question of something entering from without, to be grasped and held in fear of an escape. If its intellect ions could slip away from it, as a memory might, its very essence, as the hypostasis of inherent intellect ion, would be in peril. For the same reason memory, in the current sense, cannot be attributed to the soul in connection with the ideas inherent in its essence. These it holds not as a memory but as a possession, though, by its very entrance into this sphere, they are no longer the mainstay of its act. The sole action which is to be observed seems to have induced the ancients to ascribe memory, and recollection, the Platonic anamnesis, to souls bringing into outward manifestation the ideas they contain. We see at once that the memory here indicated is another kind, it is a memory outside of time. But, perhaps, this is treating too summarily a matter which demands minute investigation. It might be doubted whether that recollection, that memory, really belongs to the highest soul and not rather to another, a dimmer, or even to the couplement, the living being. And if to that dimmer soul, when and how has it come to be present, if to the couplement, again when and how? We are driven thus to inquire into these several points, in which of the constituents of our nature is memory vested, the question with which we started, if in the soul, then in what power or part, if in the animate or couplement, which has been supposed, similarly to be the seat of sensation, then by what mode it is present, and how we are to define the couplement. Finally, whether sensation and intellectual acts may be ascribed to one and the same agent, or imply two distinct principles. Section 26. Now if sensations of the active order depend upon the couplement of soul and body, sensation must be of that double nature. Hence it is classed as one of the shared acts. The soul, in the feeling, may be compared to the workman in such operations as boring or weaving, the body to the tool employed. The body is passive and menial, the soul is active, reading such impressions as are made upon the body or discerned by means of the body, perhaps entertaining only a judgment formed as the result of the bodily experiences. In such a process it is at once clear that the sensation is a shared task, but the memory is not thus made over to the couplement, since the soul has from the first taken over the impression, either to retain or to reject. It might be ventured that memory, no less than sensation, is a function of the couplement, on the ground that bodily constitution determines our memories good or bad, but the answer would come that, whether the body happens or not to be a hindrance, the act of remembering would still be an act of the soul. And in the case of matters learned, and not merely felt, as corporeal experiences, how can we think of the couplement of soul and body as the remembering principle? Here, surely, it must be soul alone. We may be told that the living being is a couplement in the sense of something entirely distinct formed from the two elements, so that it might have memory though neither soul nor body had it. But, to begin with, it is absurd to class the living being as neither body nor soul. These two things cannot so change as to make a distinct third, nor can they blend so utterly that the soul shall become a mere faculty of the animate whole. And, further, supposing they could so blend, memory would still be due to the soul just as in honey wine all the sweetness will be due to the honey. It may be suggested that while the soul is perhaps not in itself a remembering principle, yet that, having lost its purity and acquired some degree of modification by its presence in body, it becomes capable of reproducing the imprints of sensible objects and experiences, and that, seated, as roughly speaking it is, within the body, it may reasonably be thought capable of accepting such impressions, and in such a manner as to retain them, thus in some sense possessing memory. But, to begin with, these imprints are not magnitudes, are not of corporeal nature at all. There is no resemblance to seal impressions, no stamping of a resistant matter, for there is neither the downthrust, as of the seal, nor, the acceptance, as in the wax. The process is entirely of the intellect, though exercised upon things of sense, and what kind of resistance, or other physical action, can be affirmed in matters of the intellectual order, or what need can there be of body or bodily quality as a means? Further, there is one order of which the memory must obviously belong to the soul. It alone can remember its own movements, for example its desires and those frustrations of desire in which the coveted thing never came to the body. The body can have nothing to tell about things which never approached it, and the soul cannot use the body as a means to the remembrance of what the body by its nature cannot know. If the soul is to have any significance, to be a definite principle with a function of its own, we are forced to recognize two orders of fact, an order in which the body is a means but all culminates in soul, and an order which is of the soul alone. This being admitted, aspiration will belong to soul, and so, as a consequence, will that memory of the aspiration and of its attainment or frustration, without which the soul's nature would fall into the category of the unstable, that is to say of the undivine, unreal. Deny this character of the soul and at once we refuse it perception, consciousness, any power of comparison, almost any understanding. Yet these powers of which, embodied it becomes the source cannot be absent from its own nature. On the contrary, it possesses certain activities to be expressed in various functions whose accomplishment demands bodily organs. At its entry it brings with it, as vested in itself alone, the powers necessary for some of these functions, while in the case of others it brings the very activities themselves. Memory, in point of fact, is impeded by the body, even as things are. Addition often brings forgetfulness, with thinning and dearing away, memory will often revive. The soul is a stability, the shifting and fleeting thing which body is can be a cause only of its forgetting not of its remembering. Lethe stream may be understood in this sense, and memory is a fact of the soul. Section 27. But of what soul? Of that which we envisage as the more divine, by which we are human beings, or that other which springs from the all? Memory must be admitted in both of these, personal memories and shared memories, and when the two souls are together, the memories also are as one. When they stand apart, assuming that both exist and endure, each soon forgets the other's affairs, retaining for a longer time its own. Thus it is that the shade of Hercules in the lower regions, this shade, as I take it, being the characteristically human part, remembers all the action and experience of the life, since that career was mainly of the hero's personal shaping. The other souls, soul phases, going to constitute the joint being could, for all their different standing, have nothing to recount but the events of that same life, doings which they knew from the time of their association. Perhaps they would add also some moral judgment. What the Hercules standing outside the shade spoke of we are not told. What can we think that other, the freed and isolated, soul would recount? The soul, still a dragged captive, will tell of all the man did and felt, but upon death there will appear, as time passes, memories of the lives lived before, some of the events of the most recent life being dismissed as trivial. As it grows away from the body, it will revive things forgotten in the corporeal state, and if it passes in and out of one body after another, it will tell over the events of the discarded life, it will treat as present that which it has just left, and it will remember much from the former existence. But with lapse of time it will come to forgetfulness of many things that were mere accretion. Then free and alone at last, what will it have to remember? The answer to that question depends on our discovering in what faculty of the soul memory resides. Section 28. Is memory vested in the faculty by which we perceive and learn? Or does it reside in the faculty by which we set things before our minds as objects of desire or of anger, the passionate faculty? This will be maintained on the ground that there could scarcely be both a first faculty in direct action and a second to remember what that first experience is. It is certain that the desiring faculty is apt to be stirred by what it has once enjoyed. The object presents itself again, evidently, memory is at work, why else, the same object with the same attraction. But, at that, we might reasonably ascribe to the desiring faculty the very perception of the desired objects and then the desire itself to the perceptive faculty, and so on all through, and in the end conclude that the distinctive names merely indicate the function which happens to be uppermost. Yet the perception is very different from faculty to faculty. Certainly it is sight and not desire that sees the object. Desire is stirred merely as a result of the seeing, by a transmission. Its act is not in the nature of an identification of an object seen. All is simply blind response, automatic reaction. Similarly with rage, sight reveals the offender and the passion leaps. We may think of a shepherd seeing a wolf at his flock, and a dog, seeing nothing, who springs to the scent or the sound. In other words, the desiring faculty has had the emotion, but the trace it keeps of the event is not a memory, it is a condition, something passively accepted. There is another faculty that was aware of the enjoyment and retains the memory of what has happened. This is confirmed by the fact that many satisfactions which the desiring faculty has enjoyed are not retained in the memory. If memory resided in the desiring faculty, such forgetfulness could not be. Section 29. Are we, then, to refer memory to the perceptive faculty and so make one principle of our nature the seat of both awareness and remembrance? Now supposing the very shade, as we were saying in the case of Hercules, has memory, then the perceptive faculty is twofold. And if, on the same supposition, the faculty that remembers is not the faculty that perceives, but some other thing, then the remembering faculty is twofold. And further, if the perceptive faculty equals the memory, deals with matters learned, as well as with matters of observation and feeling. It will be the faculty for the processes of reason also, but these two orders certainly require two separate faculties. Must we then suppose a common faculty of apprehension, one covering both sense perceptions and ideas, and assign memory in both orders to this? The solution might serve if there were one and the same percipient for objects of sense and objects of the intellectual kind, but if these stand in definite duality, then, for all we can say or do, we are left with two separate principles of memory, and, supposing each of the two orders of soul to possess both principles, then we have four. And, on general grounds, what compelling reason is there that the principle by which we perceive should be the principle by which we remember, that these two acts should be vested in the one faculty? Why must the seat of our intellectual action be also the seat of our remembrance of that action? The most powerful thought does not always go with the readiest memory. People of equal perception are not equally good at remembering. Some are especially gifted in perception, others, never swift to grasp, are strong to retain. But, once more, admitting two distinct principles, something quite separate remembering what sense perception has first known, still this something must have felt what it is required to remember. No, we may well conceive that where there is to be memory of a sense perception, this perception becomes a mere presentment, and that to this image-grasping power, a distinct thing, belongs the memory, the retention of the object, for in this imaging faculty the perception culminates, the impression passes away but the vision remains present to the imagination. By the fact of harboring the presentment of an object that has disappeared, the imagination is, at once, a seat of memory, where the persistence of the image is brief, the memory is poor. People of powerful memory are those in whom the image-holding power is firmer, not easily allowing the record to be jostled out of its grip. Remembrance, thus, is vested in the imaging faculty, and memory deals with images. Its differing quality or degree from man to man, we would explain by difference or similarity in the strength of the individual powers, by conduct like or unlike, by bodily conditions present or absent, producing change and disorder or not, a point this, however, which need not detain us here. Section 30. But what of the memory of mental acts? Do these also fall under the imaging faculty? If every mental act is accompanied by an image, we may well believe that this image, fixed and like a picture of the thought, would explain how we remember the object of knowledge once entertained. But if there is no such necessary image, another solution must be sought. Perhaps memory would be the reception, into the image-taking faculty, of the reason principle which accompanies the mental conception, this mental conception an indivisible thing, and one that never rises to the exterior of the consciousness, lies unknown below, the reason principle the revealer, the bridge between the concept and the image-taking faculty exhibits the concept as in a mirror. The apprehension by the image-taking faculty would thus constitute the enduring presence of the concept. Would be our memory of it. This explains, also, another fact. The soul is unfailingly intent upon intellect ion, only when it acts upon this image-taking faculty does its intellect ion become a human perception. Intellect ion is one thing, the perception of an intellect ion is another. We are continuously intuitive but we are not unbrokenly aware. The reason is that the recipient in us receives from both sides, absorbing not merely intellect ions but also sense perceptions. Section 31. But if each of the two phases of the soul, as we have said, possesses memory, and memory is vested in the imaging faculty, there must be two such faculties. Now that is all very well as long as the two souls stand apart, but, when they are at one in us, what becomes of the two faculties, and in which of them is the imaging faculty vested? If each soul has its own imaging faculty, the images must in all cases be duplicated, since we cannot think that one faculty deals only with intellectual objects, and the other with objects of sense, a distinction which inevitably implies the coexistence in man of two life principles utterly unrelated. And if both orders of image act upon both orders of soul, what difference is there in the souls, and how does the fact escape our knowledge? The answer is that, when the two souls chime each with each, the two imaging faculties no longer stand apart, the union is dominated by the more powerful of the faculties of the soul, and thus the image perceived is as one. The less powerful is like a shadow attending upon the dominant, like a minor light merging into a greater. When they are in conflict, in discord, the minor is distinctly apart, a self-standing thing, though its isolation is not perceived, for the simple reason that the separate being of the two souls escapes observation. The two have run into a unity in which, yet, one is the loftier, this loftier knows all. When it breaks from the union, it retains some of the experiences of its companion, but dismisses others. Thus we accept the talk of our less valued associates, but, on a change of company, we remember little from the first set and more from those in whom we recognize a higher quality. Section 32:32. But the memory of friends, children, wife, country too, and all that the better sort of man may reasonably remember. All these, the one, the lower man, retains with emotion, the authentic man passively, for the experience, certainly, was first felt in that lower phase from which, however, the best of such impressions pass over to the graver soul in the degree in which the two are in communication. The lower soul must be always striving to attain to memory of the activities of the higher. This will be especially so when it is itself of a fine quality, for there will always be some that are better from the beginning and bettered here by the guidance of the higher. The loftier, on the contrary, must desire to come to a happy forgetfulness of all that has reached it through the lower. For one reason, there is always the possibility that the very excellence of the lower prove detrimental to the higher, tending to keep it down by sheer force of vitality. In any case, the more urgent the intention towards the supreme, the more extensive will be the soul's forgetfulness, unless indeed, when the entire living has, even here, been such that memory has nothing but the noblest to deal with. In this world itself, all is best when human interests have been held aloof, so, therefore, it must be with the memory of them. In this sense we may truly say that the good soul is the forgetful. It flees multiplicity, it seeks to escape the unbounded by drawing all to unity, for only thus is it free from entanglement, light-footed, self-conducted. Thus it is that even in this world the soul which has the desire of the other is putting away, amid its actual life, all that is foreign to that order. It brings there very little of what it has gathered here. As long as it is in the heavenly regions only, it will have more than it can retain. The Hercules of the heavenly regions would still tell of his feats, but there is the other man to whom all of that is trivial. He has been translated to a holier place, he has won his way to the intellectual realm, he is more than Hercules, proven in the combats in which the combatants are the wise. Fourth Tractate. Problems of the Soul, 2, Section 1:1. What, then, will be the soul's discourse, what its memories in the intellectual realm, when at last it has won its way to that essence? Obviously from what we have been saying, it will be in contemplation of that order, and have its act upon the things among which it now is. Failing such contemplation and act, its being is not there. Of things of earth it will know nothing, it will not, for example, remember an act of philosophic virtue, or even that in its earthly career it had contemplation of the supreme. When we seize anything in the direct intellectual act there is room for nothing else than to know and to contemplate the object, and in the knowing there is not included any previous knowledge. All such assertion of stage and progress belongs to the lower and is a sign of the altered. This means that, once purely in the intellectual, no one of us can have any memory of our experience here. Further, if all intellection is timeless, as appears from the fact that the intellectual beings are of eternity not of time, there can be no memory in the intellectual world, not merely none of earthly things but none whatever. All is presence there, for nothing passes away, there is no change from old to new. This, however, does not alter the fact that distinction exists in that realm, downwards from the supreme to the ideas, upward from the ideas to the universal and to the supreme. Admitting that the highest, as a self-contained unity, has no outgoing effect, that does not prevent the soul which has attained to the supreme from exerting its own characteristic act. It certainly may have the intuition, not by stages and parts, of that being which is without stage and part. But that would be in the nature of grasping a pure unity? No, in the nature of grasping all the intellectual facts of a many that constitutes a unity. For since the object of vision has variety, distinction within its essential oneness, the intuition must be multiple and the intuitions various, just as in a face we see at the one glance eyes and nose and all the rest. But is not this impossible when the object to be thus divided and treated as a thing of grades, is a pure unity? No, there has already been discrimination within the intellectual principle. The act of the soul is little more than a reading of this. First and last is in the ideas not a matter of time, and so does not bring time into the soul's intuition of earlier and later among them. There is a grading by order as well, the ordered disposition of some growing thing begins with root and reaches to topmost point, but, to one seeing the plant as a whole, there is no other first and last than simply that of the order. Still, the soul, in this intuition within the divine, looks to what is a unity, next it entertains multiplicity, all that is, how explain this grasping first of the unity and later of the rest? The explanation is that the unity of this power, the supreme, is such as to allow of its being multiple to another principle, the soul, to which it is all things and therefore does not present itself as one indivisible object of intuition. Its activities do not, like its essence, fall under the rule of unity, they are forever multiple in virtue of that abiding power, and in their outgoing they actually become all things. For with the intellectual or supreme, considered as distinct from the one, there is already the power of harboring that principle of multiplicity, the source of things not previously existent in its superior. Section 2.2. Enough on that point, we come now to the question of memory of the personality. There will not even be memory of the personality, no thought that the contemplator is the self, Socrates, for example, or that it is intellect or soul. In this connection it should be borne in mind that, in contemplative vision, especially when it is vivid, we are not at the time aware of our own personality, we are in possession of ourselves but the activity is towards the object of vision with which the thinker becomes identified, he has made himself over as matter to be shaped, he takes ideal form under the action of the vision while remaining, potentially, himself. This means that he is actively himself when he has intellect ion of nothing. Or, if he is himself, pure and simple, he is empty of all, if, on the contrary, he is himself, by the self-possession of contemplation, in such a way as to be identified with what is all, then by the act of self-intellection he has the simultaneous intellect ion of all, in such a case self-intuition by personal activity brings the intellect ion, not merely of the self, but also of the total therein embraced, and similarly the intuition of the total of things brings that of the personal self as included among all. But such a process would appear to introduce into the intellectual that element of change against which we ourselves have only now been protesting. The answer is that, while unchangeable identity is essential to the intellectual principle, the soul, lying so to speak on the borders of the intellectual realm, is amenable to change, it has, for example, its inward advance, and obviously anything that attains position near to something motionless does so by a change directed towards that unchanging goal and is not itself motionless in the same degree. Nor is it really change to turn from the self to the constituents of self or from those constituents to the self, and in this case the contemplator is the total, the duality has become unity. None the less the soul, even in the intellectual realm, is under the dispensation of a variety confronting it and a content of its own. No, once pure in the intellectual, it too possesses that same unchangeableness, for it possesses identity of essence. When it is in that region it must of necessity enter into oneness with the intellectual principle by the sheer fact of its self-orientation, for by that intention all interval disappears, the soul advances and is taken into unison, and in that association becomes one with the intellectual principle, but not to its own destruction, the two are one, and two. In such a state there is no question of stage and change, the soul, without motion, but by right of its essential being, would be intent upon its intellectual act, and in possession, simultaneously, of its self-awareness, for it has become one simultaneous existence with the Supreme. Section 3.3. But it leaves that conjunction, it cannot suffer that unity, it falls in love with its own powers and possessions, and desires to stand apart, it leans outward so to speak, then, it appears to acquire a memory of itself. In this self-memory a distinction is to be made, the memory dealing with the intellectual realm upbears the soul, not to fall, the memory of things here bears it downwards to this universe, the intermediate memory dealing with the heavenly sphere holds it there too, and, in all its memory, the thing it has in mind it is and grows to, for this bearing in mind must be either intuition, i.e., knowledge with identity, or representation by image, and the imaging in the case of the is not a taking in of something but is vision and condition, so much so, that, in its very sense, sight, it is the lower in the degree in which it penetrates the object. Since its possession of the total of things is not primal but secondary, it does not become all things perfectly, in becoming identical with the all in the intellectual, it is of the boundary order, situated between two regions, and has tendency to both. Section 4.4. In that realm it has also vision, through the intellectual principle, of the good which does not so hold to itself as not to reach the soul. What intervenes between them is not body and therefore is no hindrance, and, indeed, where bodily forms do intervene there is still access in many ways from the primal to the tertiaries. If, on the contrary, the soul gives itself to the inferior, the same principle of penetration comes into play, and it possesses itself, by memory and imagination, of the thing it desired, and hence the memory, even dealing with the highest, is not the highest. Memory, of course, must be understood not merely of what might be called the sense of remembrance, but so as to include a condition induced by the past experience or vision. There is such a thing as possessing more powerfully without consciousness than in full knowledge. With full awareness the possession is of something quite distinct from the self. Unconscious possession runs very close to identity, and any such approach to identification with the lower means the deeper fall of the soul. If the soul, on abandoning its place in the supreme, revives its memories of the lower, it must have in some form possessed them even there though the activity of the beings in that realm kept them in abeyance. They could not be in the nature of impressions permanently adopted, a notion which would entail absurdities, but were no more than a potentiality realized after return. When that energy of the intellectual world ceases to tell upon the soul, it sees what it saw in the earlier state before it revisited the supreme. Section 5.5. But this power which determines memory, is it also the principle by which the supreme becomes effective in us? At any time when we have not been in direct vision of that sphere, memory is the source of its activity within us. When we have possessed that vision, its presence is due to the principle by which we enjoyed it. This principle awakens where it wakens, and it alone has vision in that order, for this is no matter to be brought to us by way of analogy, or by the syllogistic reasoning whose grounds lie elsewhere. The power which, even here, we possess of discoursing upon the intellectual beings is vested, as we show, in that principle which alone is capable of their contemplation. That, we must awaken, so to speak, and thus attain the vision of the supreme, as one, standing on some lofty height and lifting his eyes, sees what to those that have not mounted with him is invisible. Memory, by this account, commences after the soul has left the higher spheres. It is first known in the celestial period. A soul that has descended from the intellectual region to the celestial and there comes to rest, may very well be understood to recognize many other souls known in its former state, supposing that, as we have said, it retains recollection of much that it knew here. This recognition would be natural if the bodies with which those souls are vested in the celestial must reproduce the former appearance. Supposing the spherical form, of the stars inhabited by souls in the mid-realm, means a change of appearance, recognition would go by character, by the distinctive quality of personality. This is not fantastic. Conditions changing need not mean a change of character. If the souls have mutual conversation, this too would mean recognition. But those whose descent from the intellectual is complete, how is it with them? They will recall their memories, of the same things, but with less force than those still in the celestial, since they have had other experiences to remember, and the lapse of time will have utterly obliterated much of what was formerly present to them. But what way of remembering the supreme is left if the souls have turned to the sense-known cosmos, and are to fall into this sphere of process? They need not fall to the ultimate depth. Their downward movement may be checked at some one moment of the way, and as long as they have not touched the lowest of the region of process, the point at which non-being begins, there is nothing to prevent them rising once more. Section 6.6. Souls that descend, souls that change their state, these, then, may be said to have memory, which deals with what has come and gone, but what subjects of remembrance can there be for souls whose lot is to remain unchanged? The question touches memory in the stars in general, and also in the sun and moon, and ends by dealing with the soul of the all, even by audaciously busying itself with the memories of Zeus himself. The inquiry entails the examination and identification of acts of understanding and of reasoning in these beings, if such acts take place. Now if, immune from all lack, they neither seek nor doubt, and never learn, nothing being absent at any time from their knowledge, what reasonings, what processes of rational investigation, can take place in them, what acts of the understanding? Even as regards human concerns they have no need for observation or method. Their administration of our affairs and of Earth's in general does not go so. The right ordering, which is their gift to the universe, is effected by methods very different. In other words, they have seen God and they do not remember. Ah, no, it is that they see God still and always, and that, as long as they see, they cannot tell themselves they have had the vision. Such reminiscence is for souls that have lost it. Section 7:7. Well, but can they not tell themselves that yesterday, or last year, they moved round the earth, that they lived yesterday or at any given moment in their lives? Their living is eternal, and eternity is an unchanging unity. To identify a yesterday or a last year in their movement would be like isolating the movement of one of the feet, and finding a this or a that and an entire series in what is a single act. The movement of the celestial beings is one movement. It is our measuring that presents us with many movements, and with distinct days determined by intervening nights. There all is one day, series has no place, no yesterday, no last year. Still, the space traversed is different. There are the various sections of the zodiac. Why, then, should not the soul say, I have traversed that section and now I am in this other? If, also, it looks down over the concerns of men, must it not see the changes that befall them, that they are not as they were, and, by that observation, that the beings and the things concerned were otherwise formerly? And does not that mean memory? Section 8:8. But, we need not record in memory all we see, mere incidental concomitants need not occupy the imagination, when things vividly present to intuition, or knowledge, happen to occur in concrete form. It is not necessary, unless for purposes of a strictly practical administration, to pass over that direct acquaintance, and fasten upon the partial sense presentation, which is already known in the larger knowledge, that of the universe. I will take this point by point. First, it is not essential that everything seen should be laid up in the mind, for when the object is of no importance, or of no personal concern, the sensitive faculty, stimulated by the differences in the objects present to vision, acts without accompaniment of the will, and is alone in entertaining the impression. The soul does not take into its deeper recesses such differences as do not meet any of its needs, or serve any of its purposes. Above all, when the soul's act is directed towards another order, it must utterly reject the memory of such things, things over and done with now, and not even taken into knowledge when they were present. On the second point, circumstances, purely accidental, need not be present to the imaging faculty, and if they do so appear they need not be retained or even observed, and in fact the impression of any such circumstance does not entail awareness. Thus in local movement, if there is no particular importance to us in the fact that we pass through first this and then that portion of air, or that we proceed from some particular point, we do not take notice, or even know it as we walk. Similarly, if it were of no importance to us to accomplish any given journey, mere movement in the air being the main concern, we would not trouble to ask at what particular point of place we were, or what distance we had traversed. If we have to observe only the act of movement and not its duration, nothing to do which obliges us to think of time, the minutes are not recorded in our minds. And finally, it is of common knowledge that, when the understanding is possessed of the entire act undertaken and has no reason to foresee any departure from the normal, it will no longer observe the detail. In a process unfailingly repeated without variation, attention to the unvarying detail is idleness. So it is with the stars. They pass from point to point, but they move on their own affairs and not for the sake of traversing the space they actually cover. The vision of the things that appear on the way, the journey by, nothing of this is their concern. Their passing this or that is of accident not of essence, and their intention is to greater objects. Moreover, each of them journeys, unchangeably, the same unchanging way, and again, there is no question to them of the time they spend in any given section of the journey, even supposing time division to be possible in the case. All this granted, nothing makes it necessary that they should have any memory of places or times traversed. Besides, this life of the ensouled stars is one identical thing, since they are one in the all-soul, so that their very spatial movement is pivoted upon identity and resolves itself into a movement not spatial but vital, the movement of a single living being whose act is directed to itself, a being which to anything outside is at rest, but is in movement by dint of the inner life it possesses, the eternal life. Or we may take the comparison of the movement of the heavenly bodies to a choral dance. If we think of it as a dance which comes to rest at some given period, the entire dance, accomplished from beginning to end, will be perfect while at each partial stage it was imperfect. But if the dance is a thing of eternity, it is in eternal perfection. And if it is in eternal perfection, it has no points of time and place at which it will achieve perfection, it will, therefore, have no concern about attaining to any such points, it will, therefore, make no measurements of time or place, it will have, therefore, no memory of time and place. If the stars live a blessed life in their vision of the life inherent in their souls, and if, by force of their soul's tendency to become one, and by the light they cast from themselves upon the entire heavens, they are like the strings of a lyre which, being struck in tune, sing a melody in some natural scale. If this is the way the heavens, as one, are moved, and the component parts in their relation to the whole, the sidereal system moving as one, and each part in its own way, to the same purpose, though each, too, hold its own place, then our doctrine is all the more surely established, the life of the heavenly bodies is the more clearly in unbroken unity. Section 9-9. But Zeus, ordering all, governor, guardian and disposer, possessor forever of the kingly soul and the kingly intellect, bringing all into being by his providence, and presiding over all things as they come, administering all under plan and system, unfolding the periods of the cosmos, many of which stand already accomplished, would it not seem inevitable that, in this multiplicity of concern, Zeus should have memory of all the periods, their number and their differing qualities? Contriving the future, coordinating, calculating for what is to be, must he not surely be the chief of all in remembering, as he is chief in producing? Even this matter of Zeus' memory of the cosmic periods is difficult, it is a question of their being numbered, and of his knowledge of their number. A determined number would mean that the all had a beginning in time, which is not so. If the periods are unlimited, Zeus cannot know the number of his works. The answer is that he will know all to be one thing existing in virtue of one life forever. It is in this sense that the all is unlimited, and thus Zeus' knowledge of it will not be as of something seen from outside but as of something embraced in true knowledge, for this unlimited thing is an eternal indweller within himself or, to be more accurate, eternally follows upon him, and is seen by an indwelling knowledge. Zeus knows his own unlimited life, and, in that knowledge knows the activity that flows from him to the cosmos, but he knows it in its unity not in its process. Section 1010. The ordering principle is twofold, there is the principle known to us as the demiurge and there is the soul of the all. We apply the appellation, Zeus, sometimes to the demiurge and sometimes to the principle conducting the universe. When under the name of Zeus we are considering the demiurge we must leave out all notions of stage and progress, and recognize one unchanging and timeless life. But the life in the cosmos, the life which carries the leading principle of the universe, still needs elucidation. Does it operate without calculation, without searching into what ought to be done? Yes, for what must be stands shaped before the cosmos, and is ordered without any setting in order. The ordered things are merely the things that come to be, and the principle that brings them into being is order itself. This production is an act of a soul linked with an unchangeably established wisdom whose reflection in that soul is order. It is an unchanging wisdom, and there can therefore be no changing in the soul which mirrors it, not sometimes turned towards it, and sometimes away from it, and in doubt because it has turned away, but an unremitting soul performing an unvarying task. The leading principle of the universe is a unity, and one that is sovereign without break, not sometimes dominant and sometimes dominated. What source is there for any such multiplicity of leading principles as might result in contest and hesitation? And this governing unity must always desire the one thing. What could bring it to wish now for this and now for that, to its own greater perplexing? But observe, no perplexity need follow upon any development of this soul essentially a unity. The all stands a multiple thing no doubt, having parts, and parts dashing with parts, but that does not imply that it need be in doubt as to its conduct. That soul does not take its essence from its ultimates or from its parts, but from the primals. It has its source in the first and thence, along an unhindered path, it flows into a total of things, conferring grace, and, because it remains one same thing occupied in one task, dominating. To suppose it pursuing one new object after another is to raise the question whence that novelty comes into being. The soul, besides, would be in doubt as to its action, its very work, the cosmos, would be the less well done by reason of the hesitancy which such calculations would entail. Section 1111. The administration of the cosmos is to be thought of as that of a living unit. There is the action determined by what is external, and has to do with the parts, and there is that determined by the internal and by the principle. thus a doctor basing his treatment on externals and on the parts directly affected will often be baffled and obliged to all sorts of calculation, while nature will act on the basis of principle and need no deliberation. And in so far as the cosmos is a conducted thing, its administration and its administrator will follow not the way of the doctor but the way of nature. And in the case of the universe, the administration is all the less complicated from the fact that the soul actually circumscribes, as parts of a living unity, all the members which it conducts. For all the kinds included in the universe are dominated by one kind, upon which they follow, fitted into it, developing from it, growing out of it, just as the kind manifested in the bough is related to the kind in the tree as a whole. What place, then, is there for reasoning, for calculation, what place for memory, where wisdom and knowledge are eternal, unfailingly present, effective, dominant, administering in an identical process? The fact that the product contains diversity and difference does not warrant the notion that the producer must be subject to corresponding variations. On the contrary, the more varied the product, the more certain the unchanging identity of the producer. Even in the single animal the events produced by nature are many and not simultaneous. There are the periods, the developments at fixed epochs, horns, beard, maturing breasts, the acme of life, procreation, but the principles which initially determine the nature of the being are not thereby annulled. There is process of growth, but no diversity in the initial principle. The identity underlying all the multiplicity is confirmed by the fact that the principle constituting the parent is exhibited unchanged, undiminished, in the offspring. We have reason, then, for thinking that one and the same wisdom envelopes both, and that this is the unalterable wisdom of the cosmos taken as a whole. It is manifold, diverse and yet simplex, presiding over the most comprehensive of living beings, and in no wise altered within itself by this multiplicity, but stably one reason principle, the concentrated totality of things. If it were not thus all things, it would be a wisdom of the later and partial, not the wisdom of the supreme. Section 12:12. It may be urged that all the multiplicity and development are the work of nature, but that, since there is wisdom within the all, there must be also, by the side of such natural operation, acts of reasoning and of memory. But this is simply a human error which assumes wisdom to be what in fact is unwisdom, taking the search for wisdom to be wisdom itself. For what can reasoning be but a struggle, the effort to discover the wise course, to attain the principle which is true and derives from real being? To reason is like playing the cithara for the sake of achieving the art, like practicing with a view to mastery, like any learning that aims at knowing. What reasoners seek, the wise hold. Wisdom, in a word, is a condition in a being that possesses repose. Think what happens when one has accomplished the reasoning process. As soon as we have discovered the right course, we cease to reason, we rest because we have come to wisdom. If then we are to range the leading principle of the all among learners, we must allow it reasonings, perplexities, and those acts of memory which link the past with the present and the future. If it is to be considered as a knower, then the wisdom within it consists in a rest possessing the object, absolved, therefore, from search and from remembrance. Again, if the leading principle of the universe knows the future as it must, then obviously it will know by what means that future is to come about. Given this knowledge, what further need is there of its reasoning towards it, or confronting past with present? And, of course, this knowledge of things to come, admitting it to exist, is not like that of the diviners. It is that of the actual causing principles holding the certainty that the thing will exist, the certainty inherent in the all-disposers, above perplexity and hesitancy. The notion is constituent and therefore unvarying. The knowledge of future things is, in a word, identical with that of the present. It is a knowledge in repose and thus a knowledge transcending the processes of cogitation. If the leading principle of the universe does not know the future which it is of itself to produce, it cannot produce with knowledge or to purpose. It will produce just what happens to come, that is to say by haphazard. As this cannot be, it must create by some stable principle. Its creations, therefore, will be shaped in the model stored up in itself. There can be no varying, for, if there were, there could also be failure. The produced universe will contain difference, but its diversities spring not from its own action but from its obedience to superior principles which, again, spring from the creating power, so that all is guided by reason principles and their series. Thus the creating power is in no sense subjected to experimenting, to perplexity, To that preoccupation which to some minds makes the administration of the all seem a task of difficulty. Preoccupation would obviously imply the undertaking of alien tasks, some business, that would mean, not completely within the powers, but where the power is sovereign and sole, it need take thought of nothing but itself and its own will, which means its own wisdom, since in such a being the will is wisdom. Here, then, creating makes no demand, since the wisdom that goes to it is not sought elsewhere, but is the Creator's very self, drawing on nothing outside, not, therefore, on reasoning or on memory, which are handlings of the external. Section 1313. But what is the difference between the wisdom thus conducting the universe and the principle known as nature? This wisdom is a first, within the all-soul, while nature is a last, for nature is an image of that wisdom, and, as a last in the soul, possesses only the last of the reason principle. We may imagine a thick waxen seal, in which the imprint has penetrated to the very uttermost film so as to show on both sides, sharp cut on the upper surface, faint on the under. Nature, thus, does not know, it merely produces, what it holds it passes, automatically, to its next, and this transmission to the corporeal and material constitutes its making power. It acts as a thing warmed, communicating to what lies in next contact to it the principle of which it is the vehicle so as to make that also warm in some less degree. Nature, being thus a mere communicator, does not possess even the imaging act. There is, within the soul, intellect ion, superior to imagination, and there is imagination standing midway between that intellect ion and the impression of which alone nature is capable. For nature has no perception or consciousness of anything. Imagination, the imaging faculty, has consciousness of the external, for it enables that which entertains the image to have knowledge of the experience encountered, while nature's function is to engender, of itself though in an act derived from the active principle, of the soul. Thus the intellectual principle possesses, the soul of the all eternally receives from it, this is the soul's life, its consciousness is its intellect ion of what is thus eternally present to it. What proceeds from it into matter and is manifested there is nature, with which, or even a little before it, the series of real being comes to an end, for all in this order are the ultimates of the intellectual order and the beginnings of the imitative. There is also the decided difference that nature operates towards soul, and receives from it. Soul, near to nature but superior, operates towards nature but without receiving in turn, and there is the still higher phase, the purely intellectual, with no action whatever upon body or upon matter. Section 1414. Of the corporeal thus brought into being by nature the elemental materials of things are its very produce, but how do animal and vegetable forms stand to it? Are we to think of them as containers of nature present within them? Light goes away and the air contains no trace of it, for light and air remain each itself, never coalescing. Is this the relation of nature to the formed object? It is rather that existing between fire and the object it has warmed, the fire withdrawn, there remains a certain warmth, distinct from that in the fire, a property, so to speak, of the object warmed. For the shape which nature imparts to what it has molded must be recognized as a form quite distinct from nature itself, though it remains a question to be examined whether besides this, specific, form there is also an intermediary, a link connecting it with nature, the general principle. The difference between nature and the wisdom described as dwelling in the all has been sufficiently dealt with. Section 1515. But there is a difficulty affecting this entire settlement. Eternity is characteristic of the intellectual principle, time of the soul, for we hold that time has its substantial being in the activity of the soul, and springs from soul, and, since time is a thing of division and comports a past, it would seem that the activity producing it must also be a thing of division, and that its attention to that past must imply that even the all-soul has memory. We repeat, identity belongs to the eternal, time must be the medium of diversity, otherwise there is nothing to distinguish them, especially since we deny that the activities of the soul can themselves experience change. Can we escape by the theory that, while human souls, receptive of change, even to the change of imperfection and lack, are in time, yet the soul of the all, as the author of time, is itself timeless? But if it is not in time, what causes it to engender time rather than eternity? The answer must be that the realm it engenders is not that of eternal things but a realm of things enveloped in time. It is just as the souls, under, or included in, the all-soul, are not in time, but some of their experiences and productions are. For a soul is eternal, and is before time, and what is in time is of a lower order than time itself. Time is folded around what is in time exactly as, we read, it is folded about what is in place and in number. Section 16:16. But if in the soul thing follows thing, if there is earlier and later in its productions, if it engenders or creates in time, then it must be looking towards the future, and if towards the future, then towards the past as well. No, prior and past are in the things it produces, in itself nothing is past, all, as we have said, is one simultaneous grouping of reason principles. In the engendered, dissimilarity is not compatible with unity, though in the reason principle supporting the engendered such unity of dissimilars does occur. Hand and foot are in unity in the reason principle, of man, but apart in the realm of sense. Of course, even in that ideal realm there is apartness, but in a characteristic mode, just as in a mode, there is priority. Now, apartness may be explained as simply differentiation, but how account for priority unless on the assumption of some ordering principle arranging from above, and in that disposal necessarily affirming a serial order? There must be such a principle, or all would exist simultaneously, but the indicated conclusion does not follow unless order and ordering principle are distinct. If the ordering principle is primal order, there is no such affirmation of series, there is simply making, the making of this thing after that thing. The affirmation would imply that the ordering principle looks away towards order and therefore is not, itself, order. But how are order and this order one and the same? Because the ordering principle is no conjoint of matter and idea but is soul, pure idea, the power and energy second only to the intellectual principle, and because the succession is a fact of the things themselves, inhibited as they are from this comprehensive unity. The ordering soul remains august, a circle, as we may figure it, in complete adaptation to its center, widening outward, but fast upon it still, and outspreading without interval. The total scheme may be summarized in the illustration of the good as a center, the intellectual principle as an unmoving circle, the soul as a circle in motion, its moving being its aspiration. The intellectual principle possesses and has ever embraced that which is beyond being, the soul must seek it still, the sphere of the universe, by its possession of the soul thus aspirant, is moved to the aspiration which falls within its own nature. This is no more than such power as body may have, the mode of pursuit possible where the object pursued is debarred from entrance, it is the motion of coiling about, with ceaseless return upon the same path, in other words, it is circuit. Section 17:17. But how comes it that the intuitions and the reason principles of the soul are not in the same timeless fashion within ourselves, but that here the later of order is converted into a later of time, bringing in all these doubts? Is it because in us the governing and the answering principles are many and there is no sovereign unity? That condition, and, further, the fact that our mental acts fall into a series according to the succession of our needs, being not self-determined but guided by the variations of the external, thus the will changes to meet every incident as each fresh need arises and as the external impinges in its successive things and events. A variety of governing principles must mean variety in the images formed upon the representative faculty, images not issuing from one internal center, but, by difference of origin and of acting point, strange to each other, and so bringing compulsion to bear upon the movements and efficiencies of the self. When the desiring faculty is stirred, there is a presentment of the object, a sort of sensation, in announcement and in picture, of the experience, calling us to follow and to attain. The personality, whether it resists or follows and procures, is necessarily thrown out of equilibrium. The same disturbance is caused by passion urging revenge and by the needs of the body. Every other sensation or experience affects its own change upon our mental attitude. Then there is the ignorance of what is good and the indecision of a soul, a human soul, thus pulled in every direction, and, again, the interaction of all these perplexities gives rise to yet others. But do variations of judgment affect that very highest in us? No, the doubt and the change of standard are of the conjoint, of the soul phase in contact with body. Still, the right reason of that highest is weaker by being given over to inhabit this mingled mass, not that it sinks in its own nature, it is much as amid the tumult of a public meeting the best adviser speaks but fails to dominate, assent goes to the roughest of the brawlers and roarers, while the man of good counsel sits silent, ineffectual, overwhelmed by the uproar of his inferiors. The lowest human type exhibits the baser nature, The man is a compost calling to mind inferior political organization. In the mid-type we have a citizenship in which some better section sways a demotic constitution not out of control. In the superior type the life is aristocratic. It is the career of one emancipated from what is a base inhumanity and tractable to the better. In the finest type, where the man has brought himself to detachment, the ruler is one only, and from this master. Principal order is imposed upon the rest, so that we may think of a municipality in two sections, the superior city and, kept in hand by it, the city of the lower elements. Section 1818. There remains the question whether the body possesses any force of its own, so that, with the incoming of the soul, it lives in some individuality, or whether all it has is this nature we have been speaking of, the superior principle which enters into relations with it. Certainly the body, container of soul and of nature, cannot even in itself be as a soulless form would be. It cannot even be like air traversed by light, it must be like air storing heat. The body holding animal or vegetative life must hold also some shadow of soul, and it is body thus modified that is the seat of corporeal pains and pleasures which appear before us, the true human being, in such a way as to produce knowledge without emotion. By us, the true human being, I mean the higher soul, for, in spite of all, the modified body is not alien but attached to our nature and is a concern to us for that reason, attached, for this is not ourselves nor yet are we free of it, it is an accessory and dependent of the human being. We means the master principle, the conjoint, similarly is in its own way and ours, and it is because of this that we care for its pain and pleasure, in proportion as we are weak rather than strong, gripped rather than working towards detachment. The other, the most honorable phase of our being, is what we think of as the true man, and into this we are penetrating. Pleasure and pain and the like must not be attributed to the soul alone, but to the modified body and to something intermediary between soul and body and made up of both. A unity is independent, thus body alone, a lifeless thing, can suffer no hurt. In its dissolution there is no damage to the body, but merely to its unity, and soul in similar isolation cannot even suffer dissolution, and by its very nature is immune from evil. But when two distinct things become one in an artificial unity, there is a probable source of pain to them in the mere fact that they were inapt to partnership. This does not, of course, refer to two bodies, that is a question of one nature, and I am speaking of two natures. When one distinct nature seeks to associate itself with another, a different order of being, the lower participating in the higher, but unable to take more than a faint trace of it, then the essential duality becomes also a unity, but a unity standing midway between what the lower was and what it cannot absorb, and therefore a troubled unity. The association is artificial and uncertain, inclining now to this side and now to that in ceaseless vacillation, and the total hovers between high and low, telling, downward bent, of misery but, directed to the above, of longing for unison. Section 1919. Thus what we know as pleasure and pain may be identified. Pain is our perception of a body despoiled, deprived of the image of the soul, pleasure our perception of the living frame in which the image of the soul is brought back to harmonious bodily operation. The painful experience takes place in that living frame, but the perception of it belongs to the sensitive phase of the soul, which, as neighboring the living body, feels the change and makes it known to the principle, the imaging faculty, into which the sensations finally merge. Then the body feels the pain, or at least the body is affected, thus in an amputation. When the flesh is cut, the cutting is an event within the material mass, but the pain felt in that mass is there felt because it is not a mass pure and simple, but a mass under certain, non-material, conditions. It is to that modified substance that the sting of the pain is present, and the soul feels it by an adoption due to what we think of as proximity. And, itself unaffected, it feels the corporeal conditions at every point of its being, and is thereby enabled to assign every condition to the exact spot at which the wound or pain occurs. Being present as a whole at every point of the body, if it were itself affected the pain would take it at every point, and it would suffer as one entire being, so that it could not know, or make known, the spot affected. It could say only that at the place of its presence there existed pain, and the place of its presence is the entire human being. As things are, when the finger pains the man is in pain because one of his members is in pain, we class him as suffering, from his finger being painful, just as we class him as fair from his eyes being blue. But the pain itself is in the part affected unless we include in the notion of pain the sensation following upon it, in which case we are saying only that distress implies the perception of distress. But, this does not mean that the soul is affected. We cannot describe the perception itself as distress, it is the knowledge of the distress and, being knowledge, is not itself affected, or it could not know and convey a true message. A messenger, affected, overwhelmed by the event, would either not convey the message or not convey it faithfully. Section 2020. As with bodily pain and pleasure, so with the bodily desires, their origin, also, must be attributed to what thus stands midway, to that nature we described as the corporeal. Body undetermined cannot be imagined to give rise to appetite and purpose, nor can pure soul be occupied about sweet and bitter. All this must belong to what is specifically body but chooses to be something else as well, and so has acquired a restless movement unknown to the soul, and by that acquisition is forced to aim at a variety of objects, to seek, as its changing states demand, sweet or bitter, water or warmth, with none of which it could have any concern if it remained untouched by life. In the case of pleasure and pain we showed how upon distress follows the knowledge of it, and that the soul, seeking to alienate what is causing the condition, inspires a withdrawal which the member primarily affected has itself indicated, in its own mode, by its contraction. Similarly in the case of desire, there is the knowledge in the sensation, the sensitive phase of the soul, and in the next lower phase, that described as the nature, which carries the imprint of the soul to the body. That nature knows the fully formed desire which is the culmination of the less formed desire in body. Sensation knows the image thence imprinted upon the nature, and from the moment of the sensation the soul, which alone is competent, acts upon it, sometimes procuring, sometimes on the contrary resisting, taking control and paying heed neither to that which originated the desire nor to that which subsequently entertained it. But why, thus, two phases of desire? Why should not the body as a determined entity, the living total, be the sole desirer? Because there are, in man, two distinct things, this nature and the body, which, through it, becomes a living being. The nature precedes the determined body which is its creation, made and shaped by it. It cannot originate the desires, they must belong to the living body meeting the experiences of this life and seeking in its distress to alter its state, to substitute pleasure for pain, sufficiency for want. This nature must be like a mother reading the wishes of a suffering child, and seeking to set it right and to bring it back to herself. In her search for the remedy she attaches herself by that very concern to the sufferer's desire and makes the child's experience her own. In sum, the living body may be said to desire of its own motion in a fore-desiring with, perhaps, purpose as well. Nature desires for, and because of, that living body. Granting or withholding belongs to another again, the higher soul. Section 2121. That this is the phase of the human being in which desire takes its origin is shown by observation of the different stages of life. In childhood, youth, maturity, the bodily desires differ. Health or sickness also may change them, while the psychic faculty is of course the same through all. The evidence is clear that the variety of desire in the human being results from the fact that he is a corporeal entity, a living body subject to every sort of vicissitude. The total movement of desire is not always stirred simultaneously with what we call the impulses to the satisfaction even of the lasting bodily demands. It may refuse assent to the idea of eating or drinking until reason gives the word. This shows us desire, the degree of it existing in the living body, advancing toward some object, with nature, the lower soul phase, refusing its cooperation and approval, and as sole arbiter between what is naturally fit and unfit, rejecting what does not accord with the natural need. We may be told that the changing state of the body is sufficient explanation of the changing desires in the faculty, but that would require the demonstration that the changing condition of a given entity could affect a change of desire in another, in one which cannot itself gain by the gratification, for it is not the desiring faculty that profits by food, liquid, warmth, movement, or by any relief from overplenty or any filling of a void. All such services touch the body only. Section 2222. And as regards vegetal forms, are we to imagine beneath the leading principle, that nature phase, some sort of corporeal echo of it, something that would be tendency or desire in us and is growth in them? Or are we to think that, while the earth, which nourishes them, contains the principle of desire by virtue of containing soul, the vegetal realm possesses only this latter reflection of desire. The first point to be decided is what soul is present in the earth. Is it one coming from the sphere of the all, a radiation upon earth from that which Plato seems to represent as the only thing possessing soul primarily? Or are we to go by that other passage where he describes earth as the first and oldest of all the gods within the scope of the heavens, and assigns to it, as to the other stars, a soul peculiar to itself? It is difficult to see how earth could be a god if it did not possess a soul thus distinct, but the whole matter is obscure since Plato's statements increase or at least do not lessen the perplexity. It is best to begin by facing the question as a matter of reasoned investigation. That earth possesses the vegetal soul may be taken as certain from the vegetation upon it. But we see also that it produces animals, why then should we not argue that it is itself animated? And, animated, no small part of the all, must it not be plausible to assert that it possesses an intellectual principle by which it holds its rank as a god? If this is true of every one of the stars, why should it not be so of the earth, a living part of the living all? We cannot think of it as sustained from without by an alien soul and incapable of containing one appropriate to itself. Why should those fiery globes be receptive of soul, and the earthly globe not? The stars are equally corporeal, and they lack the flesh, blood, muscle, and pliant material of earth, which, besides, is of more varied content and includes every form of body. If the earth's immobility is urged in objection, the answer is that this refers only to spatial movement. But how can perception and sensation, implied in ensoulment, be supposed to occur in the earth? How do they occur in the stars? Feeling does not belong to fleshy matter, soul to have perception does not require body, body, on the contrary, requires soul to maintain its being and its efficiency. Judgment, the foundation of perception, belongs to the soul which overlooks the body, and, from what is experienced there, forms its decisions. But, we will be asked to say what are the experiences, within the earth, upon which the earth soul is thus to form its decisions. Certainly vegetal forms, in so far as they belong to earth have no sensation or perception. In what then, and through what, does such sensation take place, for sensation without organs is too rash a notion. Besides, what would this sense-perception profit the soul? It could not be necessary to knowledge. Surely the consciousness of wisdom suffices to beings which have nothing to gain from sensation. This argument is not to be accepted. It ignores the consideration that, apart from all question of practical utility, objects of sense provide occasion for a knowing which brings pleasure. Thus we ourselves take delight in looking upon sun, stars, sky, landscape, for their own sake. But we will deal with this point later. For the present we ask whether the earth has perceptions and sensations, and if so through what vital members these would take place and by what method. This requires us to examine certain difficulties, and above all to decide whether earth could have sensation without organs, and whether this would be directed to some necessary purpose even when incidentally it might bring other results as well. Section 2323. A first principle is that the knowing of sensible objects is an act of the soul, or of the living conjoint, becoming aware of the quality of certain corporeal entities, and appropriating the ideas present in them. This apprehension must belong either to the soul isolated, self-acting, or to soul in conjunction with some other entity. Isolated, self-acting, how is it possible? Self-acting, it has knowledge of its own content, and this is not perception but intellect ion. If it is also to know things outside itself it can grasp them only in one of two ways, either it must assimilate itself to the external objects or it must enter into relations with something that has been so assimilated. Now as long as it remains self-centered it cannot assimilate, a single point cannot assimilate itself to an external line, even line cannot adapt itself to line in another order, line of the intellectual to line of the sensible, just as fire of the intellectual and man of the intellectual remain distinct from fire and man of the sensible. Even nature, the sole phase which brings man into being, does not come to identity with the man it shapes and informs. It has the faculty of dealing with the sensible, but it remains isolated, and, its task done, ignores all but the intellectual as it is itself ignored by the sensible and utterly without means of grasping it. Suppose something visible lying at a distance, the soul sees it, now, admitting to the full that at first only the pure idea of the thing is seized, a total without discerned part, yet in the end it becomes to the seeing soul an object whose complete detail of color and form is known. This shows that there is something more here than the outlying thing and the soul, for the soul is immune from experience. There must be a third, something not thus exempt, and it is this intermediate that accepts the impressions of shape and the like. This intermediate must be able to assume the modifications of the material object so as to be an exact reproduction of its states, and it must be of the one elemental stuff. It, thus, will exhibit the condition which the higher principle is to perceive, and the condition must be such as to preserve something of the originating object, and yet not be identical with it. The essential vehicle of knowledge is an intermediary which, as it stands between the soul and the originating object, will similarly present a condition midway between the two spheres of sense and the intellectual, linking the extremes, receiving from one side to exhibit to the other, in virtue of being able to assimilate itself to each. As an instrument by which something is to receive knowledge, it cannot be identical with either the knower or the known, but it must be apt to likeness with both, akin to the external object by its power of being affected, and to the internal, the knower, by the fact that the modification it takes becomes an idea. If this theory of ours is sound, bodily organs are necessary to sense perception, as is further indicated by the reflection that the soul entirely freed of body can apprehend nothing in the order of sense. The organ must be either the body entire or some member set apart for a particular function, thus touch for one, vision for another. The tools of craftsmanship will be seen to be intermediaries between the judging worker and the judged object, disclosing to the experimenter the particular character of the matter under investigation. Thus a ruler, representing at once the straightness which is in the mind and the straightness of a plank, is used as an intermediary by which the operator proves his work. Some questions of detail remain for consideration elsewhere. Is it necessary that the object upon which judgment or perception is to take place should be in contact with the organ of perception, or can the process occur across space upon an object at a distance? Thus, is the heat of a fire really at a distance from the flesh it warms, the intermediate space remaining unmodified? Is it possible to see color over a sheer blank intervening between the color and the eye, the organ of vision reaching to its object by its own power? For the moment we have one certainty, that perception of things of sense belongs to the embodied soul and takes place through the body. Section 24-24. The next question is whether perception is concerned only with need. The soul, isolated, has no sense perception, sensations go with the body, sensation itself therefore must occur by means of the body to which the sensations are due, it must be something brought about by association with the body. Thus either sensation occurs in a soul compelled to follow upon bodily states, since every graver bodily experience reaches at last a soul, or sensation is a device by which a cause is dealt with before it becomes so great as actually to injure us or even before it has begun to make contact. At this, sense impressions would aim at utility. They may serve also to knowledge, but that could be service only to some being not living in knowledge but stupefied as the result of a disaster, and the victim of a lethe calling for constant reminding. They would be useless to any being free from either need or forgetfulness. This reflection enlarges the inquiry. It is no longer a question of earth alone, but of the whole star system, all the heavens, the cosmos entire. For it would follow that, in the sphere of things not exempt from modification, sense perception would occur in every part having relation to any other part, in a whole, however, having relation only to itself, immune, universally self-directed and self-possessing. What perception could there be? Granted that the percipient must act through an organ and that this organ must be different from the object perceived, then the universe, as an all, can have no sensation since it has no organ distinct from object. It can have self-awareness, as we have, but sense perception, the constant attendant of another order, it cannot have. Our own apprehension of any bodily condition apart from the normal is the sense of something intruding from without, but besides this, we have the apprehension of one member by another. Why then should not the all, by means of what is stationary in it, perceive that region of itself which is in movement, that is to say the earth and the earth's content? Things of earth are certainly affected by what passes in other regions of the all. What, then, need prevent the all from having, in some appropriate way, the perception of those changes? In addition to that self-contemplating vision vested in its stationary part, may it not have a seeing power like that of an eye able to announce to the all-soul what has passed before it? Even granted that it is entirely unaffected by its lower, why, still, should it not see like an eye, and souled as it is, all lightsome? Still, eyes were not necessary to it, we read. If this meant simply that nothing is left to be seen outside of the all, still there is the inner content, and there can be nothing to prevent it seeing what constitutes itself. If the meaning is that such self-vision could serve to no use, we may think that it has vision not as a main intention for vision's sake but as a necessary concomitant of its characteristic nature. It is difficult to conceive why such a body should be incapable of seeing. Section 2525. But the organ is not the only requisite to vision or to perception of any kind, there must be a state of the soul inclining it towards the sphere of sense. Now it is the soul's character to be ever in the intellectual sphere, and even though it were apt to sense perception, this could not accompany that intention towards the highest. To ourselves when absorbed in the intellectual, vision and the other acts of sense are in abeyance for the time, and, in general, any special attention blurs every other. The desire of apprehension from part to part, a subject examining itself, is merely curiosity even in beings of our own standing, and, unless for some definite purpose, is waste of energy, and the desire to apprehend something external, for the sake of a pleasant sight, is the sign of suffering or deficiency. Smelling, tasting flavors, and such animal perceptions, may perhaps be described as mere accessories, distractions of the soul, while seeing and hearing would belong to the sun and the other heavenly bodies as incidentals to their being. This would not be unreasonable if seeing and hearing are means by which they apply themselves to their function. But if they so apply themselves, they must have memory. It is impossible that they should have no remembrance if they are to be benefactors, their service could not exist without memory. Section 2626. Their knowledge of our prayers is due to what we may call an enlinking, a determined relation of things fitted into a system. So, too, the fulfillment of the petitions. In the art of magic all looks to this enlinkment. Prayer and its answer, magic and its success, depend upon the sympathy of enchained forces. This seems to oblige us to accord sense perception to the earth. But what perception? Why not, to begin with, that of contact feeling, the apprehension of part by part, the apprehension of fire by the rest of the entire mass in a sensation transmitted upwards to the earth's leading principle? A corporeal mass, such as that of the earth, may be sluggish but is not utterly inert. Such perceptions, of course, would not be of trifles, but of the graver movement of things. But why even of them? Because those gravest movements could not possibly remain unknown where there is an immanent soul. And there is nothing against the idea that sensation in the earth exists for the sake of the human interests furthered by the earth. They would be served by means of the sympathy that has been mentioned, petitioners would be heard and their prayers met, though in a way not ours. And the earth, both in its own interest and in that of beings distinct from itself, might have the experiences of the other senses also, for example, smell and taste where, perhaps, the scent of juices or sap might enter into its care for animal life, as in the constructing or restoring of their bodily part. But we need not demand for earth the organs by which we, ourselves, act, not even all the animals have these, some, without ears perceive sound. For sight it would not need eyes, though if light is indispensable how can it see? That the earth contains the principle of growth must be admitted, it is difficult not to allow in consequence that, since this vegetal principle is a member of spirit, the earth is primarily of the spiritual order, and how can we doubt that in a spirit all is lucid? This becomes all the more evident when we reflect that, besides being as a spirit lightsome, it is physically illuminated moving in the light of cosmic revolution. There is, thus, no longer any absurdity or impossibility in the notion that the soul in the earth has vision. We must, further, consider that it is the soul of no mean body, that in fact it is a god, since certainly soul must be everywhere good. Section 2727. If the earth transmits the generative soul to growing things, or retains it while allowing a vestige of it to constitute the vegetal principle in them, at once the earth is ensouled, as our flesh is, and any generative power possessed by the plant world is of its bestowing. This phase of the soul is immanent in the body of the growing thing, and transmits to it that better element by which it differs from the broken-off part, no longer a thing of growth but a mere lump of material. But does the entire body of the earth similarly receive anything from the soul? Yes, For we must recognize that earthly material broken off from the main body differs from the same remaining continuously attached, thus stones increase as long as they are embedded, and, from the moment they are separated, stop at the size attained. We must conclude, then, that every part and member of the earth carries its vestige of this principle of growth, an underphase of that entire principle which belongs not to this or that member but to the earth as a whole. Next in order is the nature, the soul phase, concerned with sensation, this not interfused, like the vegetal principle, but in contact from above, then the higher soul and the intellectual principle, constituting together the being known as Hestia, earth-mind, and Demeter. Earth-soul, a nomenclature indicating the human intuition of these truths, asserted in the attribution of a divine name and nature. Section 28. Thus much established, we may return on our path. We have to discuss the seat of the passionate element in the human being. Pleasures and pains, the conditions, that is, not the perception of them, and the nascent stage of desire, we assign to the body as a determined thing, the body brought, in some sense, to life. Are we entitled to say the same of the nascent stage of passion? Are we to consider passion in all its forms as vested in the determined body or in something belonging to it, for instance in the heart or the bile necessarily taking condition within a body not dead? Or are we to think that just as that which bestows the vestige of the soul is a distinct entity, so we may reason in this case, the passionate element being one distinct thing, itself, and not deriving from any passionate or percipient faculty? Now in the first case the sole principle involved, the vegetal, pervades the entire body, so that pain and pleasure and nascent desire for the satisfaction of need are present all over it. There is possibly some doubt as to the sexual impulse, which, however, it may suffice to assign to the organs by which it is executed, but in general the region about the liver may be taken to be the starting point of desire, since it is the main acting point of the vegetal principle which transmits the vestige phase of the soul to the liver and body, the seat, because the spring. But in this other case, of passion, we have to settle what it is, what form of soul it represents. Does it act by communicating a lower phase of itself to the regions round the heart, or is it set in motion by the higher soul phase impinging upon the conjoint, the animate total, or is there, in such conditions no question of soul phase, but simply passion itself producing the act or state of, for example, anger? Evidently the first point for inquiry is what passion is. Now we all know that we feel anger not only over our own bodily suffering, but also over the conduct of others, as when some of our associates act against our right and due, and in general over any unseemly conduct. It is at once evident that anger implies some subject capable of sensation and of judgment, and this consideration suffices to show that the vegetal nature is not its source, that we must look for its origin elsewhere. On the other hand, anger follows closely upon bodily states. People in whom the blood and the bile are intensely active are as quick to anger as those of cool blood and no bile are slow. Animals grow angry though they pay attention to no outside combinations except where they recognize physical danger. All this forces us again to place the seat of anger in the strictly corporeal element, the principle by which the animal organism is held together. Similarly, that anger or its first stirring depends upon the condition of the body follows from the consideration that the same people are more irritable ill than well, fasting than after food. It would seem that the bile and the blood, acting as vehicles of life, produce these emotions. Our conclusion, reconciling with these corporeal facts the psychic or mental element indicated, will identify, first, some suffering in the body answered by a movement in the blood or in the bile. Sensation ensues and the soul, brought by means of the representative faculty to partake in the condition of the affected body, is directed towards the cause of the pain. The reasoning soul, in turn, from its place above the phase not inbound with body acts in its own mode when the breach of order has become manifest to it. It calls in the alliance of that ready passionate faculty which is the natural combatant of the evil disclosed. Thus anger has two phases. There is firstly that which, rising apart from all process of reasoning, draws reason to itself by the medium of the imaging faculty, and secondly that which, rising in reason, touches finally upon the specific principle of the emotion. Both these depend upon the existence of that principle of vegetal life and generation by which the body becomes an organism aware of pleasure and pain. This principle it was that made the body a thing of bile and bitterness, and thus it leads the indwelling soul phase to corresponding states, churlish and angry under stress of environment, so that being wronged itself, it tries, as we may put it, to return the wrong upon its surroundings, and bring them to the same condition. That this sole vestige, which determines the movements of passion is of one essence, consubstantial, with the other is evident from the consideration that those of us less avid of corporeal pleasures, especially those that wholly repudiate the body, are the least prone to anger and to all experiences not rising from reason. That this vegetal principle, underlying anger, should be present in trees and yet passion be lacking in them cannot surprise us since they are not subject to the movements of blood and bile. If the occasions of anger presented themselves where there is no power of sensation there could be no more than a physical ebullition with something approaching to resentment, an unconscious reaction. Where sensation exists there is at once something more, the recognition of wrong and of the necessary defense carries with it the intentional act. But the division of the unreasoning phase of the soul into a desiring faculty and a passionate faculty, the first identical with the vegetal principle, the second being a lower phase of it acting upon the blood or bile or upon the entire living organism, such a division would not give us a true opposition, for the two would stand in the relation of earlier phase to derivative. This difficulty is reasonably met by considering that both faculties are derivatives and making the division apply to them in so far as they are new productions from a common source, for the division applies to movements of desire as such, not to the essence from which they rise. That essence is not, of its own nature, desire, it is, however, the force which by consolidating itself with the active manifestation proceeding from it makes the desire a completed thing. And that derivative which culminates in passion may not unreasonably be thought of as a vestige phase lodged about the heart, since the heart is not the seat of the soul, but merely the center to that portion of the blood which is concerned in the movements of passion. Section 29-29. But, keeping to our illustration, by which the body is warmed by soul and not merely illuminated by it, how is it that when the higher soul withdraws there is no further trace of the vital principle? For a brief space there is, and, precisely, it begins to fade away immediately upon the withdrawal of the other, as in the case of warmed objects when the fire is no longer near them. Similarly hair and nails still grow on the dead, animals cut to pieces wriggle for a good time after, these are signs of a life force still indwelling. Besides, simultaneous withdrawal would not prove the identity of the higher and lower phases. When the sun withdraws there goes with it not merely the light emanating from it, guided by it, attached to it, but also at once that light seen upon obliquely situated objects, a light secondary to the sun's and cast upon things outside of its path, reflected light showing as color. The two are not identical and yet they disappear together. But is this simultaneous withdrawal or frank obliteration? The question applies equally to this secondary light and to the corporeal life, that life which we think of as being completely sunk into body. No light whatever remains in the objects once illuminated, that much is certain, but we have to ask whether it has sunk back into its source or is simply no longer in existence. How could it pass out of being, a thing that once has been? But what really was it? We must remember that what we know as color belongs to bodies by the fact that they throw off light, yet when corruptible bodies are transformed the color disappears and we no more ask where the color of a burned-out fire is than where its shape is. Still, the shape is merely a configuration, like the lie of the hands clenched or spread, the color is no such accidental but is more like, for example, sweetness. When a material substance breaks up, the sweetness of what was sweet in it, and the fragrance of what was fragrant, may very well not be annihilated, but enter into some other substance, passing unobserved there because the new habitat is not such that the entrant qualities now offer anything solid to perception. May we not think that, similarly, the light belonging to bodies that have been dissolved remains in being while the solid total, made up of all that is characteristic, disappears? It might be said that the seeing is merely the sequel to some law, of our own nature, so that what we call qualities do not actually exist in the substances. But this is to make the qualities indestructible and not dependent upon the composition of the body. It would no longer be the reason principles within the sperm that produce, for instance, the colors of a bird's variegated plumage. These principles would merely blend and place them, or if they produced them would draw also on the full store of colors in the sky, producing in the sense, mainly, of showing in the formed bodies something very different from what appears in the heavens. But whatever we may think on this doubtful point, if, as long as the bodies remain unaltered, the light is constant and unsevered, then it would seem natural that, on the dissolution of the body, the light, both that in immediate contact and any other attached to that, should pass away at the same moment, unseen in the going as in the coming. But in the case of the soul it is a question whether the secondary phases follow their priors, the derivatives their sources, or whether every phase is self-governing, isolated from its predecessors and able to stand alone, in a word, whether no part of the soul is sundered from the total, but all the souls are simultaneously one soul and many, and, if so, by what mode. This question, however, is treated elsewhere. Here we have to inquire into the nature and being of that vestige of the soul actually present in the living body. If there is truly a soul, then, as a thing never cut off from its total, it will go with soul as soul must. If it is rather to be thought of as belonging to the body, as the life of the body, we have the same question that rose in the case of the vestige of light. We must examine whether life can exist without the presence of soul, except of course in the sense of soul living above and acting upon the remote object. Section 30. We have declared acts of memory unnecessary to the stars, but we allow them perceptions, hearing as well as seeing, for we said that prayers to them were heard, our supplications to the sun, and those, even, of certain other men to the stars. It has moreover been the belief that in answer to prayer they accomplish many human wishes, and this so light-heartedly that they become not merely helpers towards good but even accomplices in evil. Since this matter lies in our way, it must be considered, for it carries with it grave difficulties that very much trouble those who cannot think of divine beings as, thus, authors or auxiliaries in unseemliness, even including the connections of loose carnality. In view of all this it is especially necessary to study the question with which we began, that of memory in the heavenly bodies. It is obvious that, if they act on our prayers and if this action is not immediate, but with delay and after long periods of time, they remember the prayers men address to them. This is something that our former argument did not concede, though it appeared plausible that, for their better service of mankind, they might have been endowed with such a memory as we ascribe to Demeter and Hestia, or to the latter alone if only the earth is to be thought of as beneficent to man. We have, then, to attempt to show, firstly, how acts implying memory in the heavenly bodies are to be reconciled with our system as distinguished from those others which allow them memory as a matter of course. Secondly, what vindication of those gods of the heavenly spheres is possible in the matter of seemingly anomalous acts, a question which philosophy cannot ignore. Then too, since the charge goes so far, we must ask whether credence is to be given to those who hold that the entire heavenly system can be put under spell by man's skill and audacity. Our discussion will also deal with the spirit beings and how they may be thought to minister to these ends, unless indeed the part played by the celestials prove to be settled by the decision upon the first questions. Section 31. Our problem embraces all act and all experience throughout the entire cosmos, whether due to nature, in the current phrase, or affected by art. The natural proceeds, we must hold, from the all towards its members and from the members to the all, or from member to other member. The artificial either remains, as it began, within the limit of the art, attaining finality in the artificial product alone, or is the expression of an art which calls to its aid natural forces and agencies, and so sets up act and experience within the sphere of the natural. When I speak of the act and experience of the all, I mean the total effect of the entire cosmic circuit upon itself and upon its members, for by its motion it sets up certain states both within itself and upon its parts, upon the bodies that move within it and upon all that it communicates to those other parts of it, the things of our earth. The action of part upon part is manifest. There are the relations and operations of the sun, both towards the other spheres and towards the things of earth, and again relations among elements of the sun itself, of other heavenly bodies, of earthly things and of things in the other stars, demand investigation. As for the arts, such as look to house building and the like are exhausted when that object is achieved. There are again those, medicine, farming, and other serviceable pursuits, which deal helpfully with natural products, seeking to bring them to natural efficiency. And there is a class, rhetoric, music and every other method of swaying mind or soul, with their power of modifying for better or for worse, and we have to ascertain what these arts come to and what kind of power lies in them. On all these points, in so far as they bear on our present purpose, we must do what we can to work out some approximate explanation. It is abundantly evident that the circuit is a cause. It modifies, firstly, itself and its own content, and undoubtedly also it tells on the terrestrial, not merely in accordance with bodily conditions but also by the states of the soul it sets up, and each of its members has an operation upon the terrestrial and in general upon all the lower. Whether there is a return action of the lower upon the higher need not trouble us now, for the moment we are to seek, as far as discussion can exhibit it, the method by which action takes place, and we do not challenge the opinions universally or very generally entertained. We take the question back to the initial act of causation. It cannot be admitted that either heat or cold and the like what are known as the primal qualities of the elements, or any admixture of these qualities, should be the first causes we are seeking, equally inacceptable, that while the sun's action is all by heat, there is another member of the circuit operating wholly by cold, incongruous in the heavens and in a fiery body, nor can we think of some other star operating by liquid fire. Such explanations do not account for the differences of things, and there are many phenomena which cannot be referred to any of these causes. Suppose we allow them to be the occasion of moral differences, determined, thus, by bodily composition and constitution under a reigning heat or cold, does that give us a reasonable explanation of envy, jealousy, acts of violence? Or, if it does, what, at any rate, are we to think of good and bad fortune, rich men and poor, gentle blood, treasure trove? An immensity of such examples might be adduced, all leading far from any corporeal quality that could enter the body and soul of a living thing from the elements, and it is equally impossible that the will of the stars, a doom from the all, any deliberation among them, should be held responsible for the fate of each and all of their inferiors. It is not to be thought that such beings engage themselves in human affairs in the sense of making men thieves, slave dealers, burglars, temple strippers, or debased effeminates practicing and lending themselves to disgusting actions. That is not merely unlike gods, it is unlike mediocre men, it is, perhaps, beneath the level of any existing being where there is not the least personal advantage to be gained. Section 32. If we can trace neither to material agencies, blind elements, nor to any deliberate intention the influences from without which reach to us and to the other forms of life and to the terrestrial in general, what cause satisfactory to reason remains? The secret is, firstly, that this all is one universally comprehensive living being, encircling all the living beings within it, and having a soul, one soul, which extends to all its members in the degree of participant membership held by each. Secondly, that every separate thing is an integral part of this all by belonging to the total material fabric unrestrictedly apart by bodily membership, while, in so far as it has also some participation in the all. Soul, it possesses in that degree spiritual membership as well, perfect where participation is in the all-soul alone, partial where there is also a union with a lower soul. But, with all this gradation, each several thing is affected by all else in virtue of the common participation in the all, and to the degree of its own participation. This one all, therefore, is a sympathetic total and stands as one living being. The far is near, it happens as in one animal with its separate parts, talon, horn, finger, and any other member are not continuous and yet are effectively near, intermediate parts feel nothing, but at a distant point the local experience is known. Correspondent things not side by side but separated by others placed between, the sharing of experience by dint of like condition, this is enough to ensure that the action of any distant member be transmitted to its distant fellow. Where all is a living thing summing to a unity there is nothing so remote in point of place as not to be near by virtue of a nature which makes of the one living being a sympathetic organism. Where there is similarity between a thing affected and the thing affecting it, the affection is not alien, where the affecting cause is dissimilar the affection is alien and unpleasant. Such hurtful action of member upon member within one living being need not seem surprising. Within ourselves, in our own activities, one constituent can be harmed by another, bile and animal spirit seem to press and goad other members of the human total, in the vegetal realm one part hurts another by sucking the moisture from it. And in the all there is something analogous to bile and animal spirit, as to other such constituents. For visibly it is not merely one living organism, it is also a manifold. In virtue of the unity the individual is preserved by the all. In virtue of the multiplicity of things having various contacts, difference often brings about mutual hurt. One thing, seeking its own need, is detrimental to another. What is at once related and different is seized as food. Each thing, following its own natural path, wrenches from something else what is serviceable to itself. and destroys or checks in its own interest whatever is becoming a menace to it, each, occupied with its peculiar function, assists no doubt anything able to profit by that, but harms or destroys what is too weak to withstand the onslaught of its action, like fire withering things round it or greater animals in their march thrusting aside or trampling underfoot the smaller. The rise of all these forms of being and their modification, whether to their loss or gain, all goes to the fulfillment of the natural unhindered life of that one living being, for it was not possible for the single thing to be as if it stood alone, the final purpose could not serve to that only end, intent upon the partial, the concern must be for the whole to which each item is member. Things are different both from each other and in their own stages, therefore cannot be complete in one unchanging form of life, nor could anything remain utterly without modification if the all is to be durable, for the permanence of an all demands varying forms. Section 33. The circuit does not go by chance but under the reason principle of the living whole, therefore there must be a harmony between cause and caused, there must be some order ranging things to each other's purpose, or in due relation to each other. Every several configuration within the circuit must be accompanied by a change in the position and condition of things subordinate to it, which thus by their varied rhythmic movement make up one total dance play. In our dance plays there are outside elements contributing to the total effect, fluting, singing, and other linked accessories, and each of these changes in each new movement. There is no need to dwell on these, their significance is obvious. But besides this there is the fact that the limbs of the dancer cannot possibly keep the same positions in every figure, they adapt themselves to the plan, bending as it dictates, one lowered, another raised, one active, another resting as the set pattern changes. The dancer's mind is on his own purpose, his limbs are submissive to the dance movement which they accomplish to the end, so that the connoisseur can explain that this or that figure is the motive for the lifting, bending, concealment, effacing, of the various members of the body, and in all this the executant does not choose the particular motions for their own sake. The whole play of the entire person dictates the necessary position to each limb and member as it serves to the plan. Now this is the mode in which the heavenly beings, the diviner members of the all, must be held to be causes wherever they have any action, and, when they do not act, to indicate. Or, a better statement, the entire cosmos puts its entire life into act, moving its major members with its own action and unceasingly setting them in new positions, by the relations thus established, of these members to each other and to the whole, and by the different figures they make together, the minor members in turn are brought under the system as in the movements of some one living being, so that they vary according to the relations, positions, configurations, the beings thus co-ordinated are not the causes, the cause is the coordinating all, at the same time it is not to be thought of as seeking to do one thing and actually doing another, for there is nothing external to it since it is the cause by actually being all, on the one side the configurations, on the other the inevitable effects of those configurations upon a living being moving as a unit and, again, upon a living being, an all, thus by its nature conjoined and concomitant and, of necessity, at once subject and object to its own activities. Section 34. For ourselves, while whatever in us belongs to the body of the all should be yielded to its action, we ought to make sure that we submit only within limits, realizing that the entire man is not thus bound to it. Intelligent servitors yield a part of themselves to their masters but in part retain their personality, and are thus less absolutely at beck and call, as not being slaves, not utterly chattels. The changing configurations within the all could not fail to be produced as they are, since the moving bodies are not of equal speed. Now the movement is guided by a reason principle, the relations of the living whole are altered in consequence. Here in our own realm all that happens reacts in sympathy to the events of that higher sphere. It becomes, therefore, advisable to ask whether we are to think of this realm as following upon the higher by agreement, or to attribute to the configurations the powers underlying the events, and whether such powers would be vested in the configuration simply or in the relations of the particular items. It will be said that one position of one given thing has by no means an identical effect, whether of indication or of causation, in its relation to another and still less to any group of others, since each several being seems to have a natural tendency, or receptivity, of its own. The truth is that the configuration of any given group means merely the relationship of the several parts, and, changing the members, the relationship remains the same. But, this being so, the power will belong, not to the positions but to the beings holding those positions? To both taken together. For as things change their relations, and as any one thing changes place, there is a change of power. But what power? That of causation or of indication? To this double thing, the particular configuration of particular beings, there accrues often the twofold power, that of causation and that of indication, but sometimes only that of indication. Thus we are obliged to attribute powers both to the configuration and to the beings entering into them. In mime dancers each of the hands has its own power, and so with all the limbs, the relative positions have much power, and, for a third power, there is that of the accessories and concomitants, underlying the action of the performer's limbs, there are such items as the clutched fingers and the muscles and veins following suit. Section 35. But we must give some explanation of these powers. The matter requires a more definite handling. How can there be a difference of power between one triangular configuration and another? How can there be the exercise of power from man to man, under what law, and within what limits? The difficulty is that we are unable to attribute causation either to the bodies of the heavenly beings or to their wills. Their bodies are excluded because the product transcends the causative power of body, there will because it would be unseemly to suppose divine beings to produce unseemliness. Let us keep in mind what we have laid down. The being we are considering is a living unity and, therefore, necessarily self-sympathetic. It is under a law of reason, and therefore the unfolding process of its life must be self-accordant. That life has no haphazard, but knows only harmony and ordinance. All the groupings follow reason, all single beings within it. All the members of this living whole in their choral dance are under a rule of number. Holding this in mind we are forced to certain conclusions. In the expressive act of the all are comprised equally the configurations of its members and these members themselves, minor as well as major entering into the configurations. This is the mode of life of the all, and its powers work together to this end under the nature in which the producing agency within the reason principles has brought them into being. The groupings, within the all, are themselves in the nature of reason principles since they are the outspacing of a living being, its reason-determined rhythms and conditions, and the entities thus spaced out and grouped to pattern are its various members. Then again there are the powers of the living being, distinct these, too, which may be considered as parts of it, always excluding deliberate will which is external to it, not contributory to the nature of the living all. The will of any organic thing is one, but the distinct powers which go to constitute it are far from being one, yet all the several wills look to the object aimed at by the one will of the whole. For the desire which the one member entertains for another is a desire within the all, a part seeks to acquire something outside itself, but that external is another part of which it feels the need. The anger of a moment of annoyance is directed to something alien, growth draws on something outside. All birth and becoming has to do with the external, but all this external is inevitably something included among fellow members of the system. Through these its limbs and members, the all is bringing this activity into being while in itself it seeks, or better, contemplates, the good. Right will, then, the will which stands above accidental experience, seeks the good and thus acts to the same end with it. When men serve another, many of their acts are done under order, but the good servant is the one whose purpose is in union with his masters. In all the efficacy of the sun and other stars upon earthly matters we can but believe that though the heavenly body is intent upon the supreme yet, to keep to the sun, its warming of terrestrial things, and every service following upon that, all springs from itself, its own act transmitted in virtue of soul, the vastly efficacious soul of nature. Each of the heavenly bodies, similarly, gives forth a power, involuntary, by its mere radiation, all things become one entity, grouped by this diffusion of power, and so bring about wide changes of condition. Thus the very groupings have power since their diversity produces diverse conditions. That the grouped beings themselves have also their efficiency is clear since they produce differently according to the different membership of the groups. That configuration has power in itself is within our own observation here. Why else do certain groupments, in contradistinction to others, terrify at sight though there has been no previous experience of evil from them? If some men are alarmed by a particular groupment and others by quite a different one, the reason can be only that the configurations themselves have efficacy, each upon a certain type, an efficacy which cannot fail to reach anything naturally disposed to be impressed by it, so that in one groupment things attract observation which in another pass without effect. If we are told that beauty is the motive of attraction, does not this mean simply that the power of appeal to this or that mind depends upon pattern, configuration? How can we allow power to color and none to configuration? It is surely untenable that an entity should have existence and yet have no power to affect. Existence carries with it either acting or answering to action, some beings having action alone, others both. At the same time there are powers apart from pattern, and, in things of our realm, there are many powers dependent not upon heat and cold but upon forces due to differing properties, forces which have been shaped to ideal quality by the action of reason principles and communicate in the power of nature. Thus the natural properties of stones and the efficacy of plants produce many astonishing results. Section 36. The universe is immensely varied, the container of all the reason principles and of infinite and diverse efficacies. In man, we are told, the eye has its power, and the bones have their varied powers, and so with each separate part of hand and of foot, and there is no member or organ without its own definite function, some separate power of its own, a diversity of which we can have no notion unless our studies take that direction. What is true of man must be true of the universe, and much more, since all this order is but a representation of the higher, it must contain an untellably wonderful variety of powers, with which, of course, the bodies moving through the heavens will be most richly endowed. We cannot think of the universe as a soulless habitation, however vast and varied, a thing of materials easily told off, kind by kind, wood and stone and whatever else there be, all blending into a cosmos. It must be alert throughout, every member living by its own life, nothing that can have existence failing to exist within it. And here we have the solution of the problem, how an ensouled living form can include the soulless, for this account allows grades of living within the whole, grades to some of which we deny life only because they are not perceptibly self-moved. In the truth, all of these have a hidden life, and the thing whose life is patent to sense is made up of things which do not live to sense, but, nonetheless, confer upon their resultant total wonderful powers towards living. Man would never have reached to his actual height if the powers by which he acts were the completely soulless elements of his being. Similarly the all could not have its huge life unless its every member had a life of its own. This however does not necessarily imply a deliberate intention. The all has no need of intention to bring about its acts. It is older than intention, and therefore its powers have many servitors. Section 37. We must not rob the universe of any factor in its being. If any of our theorists of today seek to explain the action of fire, or of any other such form, thought of as an agent, they will find themselves in difficulties unless they recognize the act to be the object's function in the all, and give a like explanation of other natural forces in common use. We do not habitually examine or in any way question the normal, we set to doubting and working out identifications when we are confronted by any display of power outside everyday experience. We wonder at a novelty and we wonder at the customary when anyone brings forward some single object and explains to our ignorance the efficacy vested in it. Some such power, not necessarily accompanied by reason, every single item possesses, for each has been brought into being and into shape within a universe, each in its kind has partaken of soul through the medium of the ensouled all, as being embraced by that definitely constituted thing, each then is a member of an animate being which can include nothing that is less than a full member, and therefore a sharer in the total of power, though one thing is of mightier efficacy than another, and especially members of the heavenly system than the objects of earth, since they draw upon a purer nature, and these powers are widely productive. But productivity does not comport intention in what appears to be the source of the thing accomplished. There is efficacy, too, where there is no will. Even attention is not necessary to the communication of power, the very transmission of soul may proceed without either. A living being, we know, may spring from another without any intention, and as without loss so without consciousness in the begetter. In fact, any intention the animal exercised could be a cause of propagation only on condition of being identical with the animal, i.e., the theory would make intention a propagative animal, not a mental act. And, if intention is unnecessary to the propagation of life, much more so is attention. Section 38. Whatever springs automatically from the all out of that distinctive life of its own, and, in addition to that self-moving activity, whatever is due to some specific agency, for example, to prayers, simple or taking the form of magic incantations, this entire range of production is to be referred, not to each such single cause, but to the nature of the thing produced, i.e., to a certain natural tendency in the product to exist with its own quality. All that forwards life or some other useful purpose is to be ascribed to the transmission characteristic of the all, it is something flowing from the major of an integral to its minor. Where we think we see the transmission of some force unfavorable to the production of living beings, the flaw must be found in the inability of the subject to take in what would serve it, for what happens does not happen upon a void, there is always specific form and quality, anything that could be affected must have an underlying nature definite and characterized. The inevitable blendings, further, have their constructive effect, every element adding something contributory to the life. Then again some influence may come into play at the time when the forces of a beneficent nature are not acting, the coordination of the entire system of things does not always allow to each several entity everything that it needs, and further we ourselves add a great deal to what is transmitted to us. None the less all entwines into a unity, and there is something wonderful in the agreement holding among these various things of varied source, even of sources frankly opposite, the secret lies in a variety within a unity. When by the standard of the better kind among things of process anything falls short, the reluctance of its material substratum having prevented its perfect shaping under idea, it may be thought of as being deficient in that noble element whose absence brings to shame, the thing is a blend, something due to the high beings, an alloy from the underlying nature, something added by the self. Because all is ever being knit, all brought to culmination in unity, therefore all events are indicated, but this does not make virtue a matter of compulsion, its spontaneity is equally inwoven into the ordered system by the general law that the things of this sphere are pendant from the higher, that the content of our universe lies in the hands of the diviner beings in whom our world is participant. Section 3939. We cannot, then, refer all that exists to reason principles inherent in the seed of things, spermatic reasons, the universe is to be traced further back, to the more primal forces, to the principles by which that seed itself takes shape. Such spermatic principles cannot be the containers of things which arise independently of them, such as what enters from matter, the reasonless, into membership of the all, or what is due to the mere interaction of existences. No, the reason principle of the universe would be better envisaged as a wisdom uttering order and law to a state, in full knowledge of what the citizens will do and why, and in perfect adaptation of law to custom. Thus the code is made to thread its way in and out through all their conditions and actions with the honor or infamy earned by their conduct, and all coalesces by a kind of automatism. The signification which exists is not a first intention, it arises incidentally by the fact that in a given collocation the members will tell something of each other. All is unity sprung of unity and therefore one thing is known by way of another other, a cause in the light of the caused, the sequent as rising from its precedent, the compound from the constituents which must make themselves known in the linked total. If all this is sound, at once our doubts fall and we need no longer ask whether the transmission of any evil is due to the gods. For, in sum, firstly, intentions are not to be considered as the operative causes. Necessities inherent in the nature of things account for all that comes from the other realm, it is a matter of the inevitable relation of parts, and, besides, all is the sequence to the living existence of a unity. Secondly, there is the large contribution made by the individual. Thirdly, each several communication, good in itself, takes another quality in the resultant combination. Fourthly, the life in the cosmos does not look to the individual but to the whole. Finally, there is matter, the underlie, which being given one thing receives it as something else, and is unable to make the best of what it takes. Section 4040. But magic spells, how can their efficacy be explained? By the reigning sympathy and by the fact in nature that there is an agreement of like forces and an opposition of unlike, and by the diversity of those multitudinous powers which converge in the one living universe. There is much drawing and spellbinding dependent on no interfering machination, the true magic is internal to the all, its attractions and, not less, its repulsions. Here is the primal mage and sorcerer, discovered by men who thenceforth turn those same ensorcellations and magic arts upon one another. Love is given in nature, the qualities inducing love induce mutual approach, hence there has arisen an art of magic love drawing whose practitioners, by the force of contact implant in others a new temperament, one favoring union as being informed with love, they knit soul to soul as they might train two separate trees towards each other. The magician too draws on these patterns of power, and by ranging himself also into the pattern is able tranquilly to possess himself of these forces with whose nature and purpose he has become identified. Supposing the mage to stand outside the all, his evocations and invocations would no longer avail to draw up or to call down, but as things are he operates from no outside stand ground, he pulls knowing the pull of everything towards any other thing in the living system. The tune of an incantation, a significant cry, the mien of the operator, these two have a natural leading power over the soul upon which they are directed, drawing it with the force of mournful patterns or tragic sounds, for it is the reasonless soul, not the will or wisdom, that is beguiled by music, a form of sorcery which raises no question, whose enchantment, indeed, is welcomed, exacted, from the performers. Similarly with regard to prayers, there is no question of a will that grants, the powers that answer to incantations do not act by will. A human being fascinated by a snake has neither perception nor sensation of what is happening, he knows only after he has been caught, and his highest mind is never caught. In other words, some influence falls from the being addressed upon the petitioner, or upon someone else, but that being itself, sun or star, perceives nothing of it all. Section 41-41. The prayer is answered by the mere fact that part and other part are wrought to one tone like a musical string which, plucked at one end, vibrates at the other also. Often, too, the sounding of one string awakens what might pass for a perception in another, the result of their being in harmony and tuned to one musical scale. Now, if the vibration in a lyre affects another by virtue of the sympathy existing between them, then certainly in the all, even though it is constituted in contraries, there must be one melodic system, for it contains its unisons as well, and its entire content, even to those contraries, is a kinship. Thus, too, whatever is hurtful to man, the passionate spirit, for example, drawn by the medium of the gall into the principle seated in the liver, comes with no intention of hurt, it is simply as one transferring fire to another might innocently burn him, no doubt, since he actually set the other on fire he is a cause, but only as the attacking fire itself is a cause. That is by the merely accidental fact that the person to whom the fire was being brought blundered in taking it. Section 42-42. It follows that, for the purposes which have induced this discussion, the stars have no need of memory or of any sense of petitions addressed to them, they give no such voluntary attention to prayers as some have thought, it is sufficient that, in virtue simply of the nature of parts and of parts within a whole, something proceeds from them whether in answer to prayer or without prayer. We have the analogy of many powers, as in some one living organism, which, independently of plan or as the result of applied method, act without any collaboration of the will, one member or function is helped or hurt by another in the mere play of natural forces, and the art of doctor or magic healer will compel some one center to purvey something of its own power to another center. Just so the all, it purveys spontaneously, but it purveys also under spell, some entity, acting like the healer, is concerned for a member situated within itself and summons the all which, then, pours in its gift, it gives to its own part by the natural law we have cited since the petitioner is no alien to it. Even though the suppliant be a sinner, the answering need not shock us, sinners draw from the brooks, and the giver does not know of the gift but simply gives, though we must remember that all is one woof and the giving is always consonant with the order of the universe. There is, therefore, no necessity by ineluctable law that one who has helped himself to what lies open to all should receive his deserts then and there. In sum, we must hold that the all cannot be affected, its leading principle remains forever immune whatsoever happens to its members, the affection is really present to them, but since nothing existent can be at strife with the total of existence, no such affection conflicts with its impassivity. Thus the stars, in so far as they are parts, can be affected and yet are immune on various counts, their will, like that of the all, is untouched, just as their bodies and their characteristic natures are beyond all reach of harm. If they give by means of their souls lose nothing, their bodies remain unchanged or, if there is ebb or inflow, it is of something going unfelt and coming unawares. Section 43-43. And the proficient, the sage, how does he stand with regard to magic and philter spells? In the soul he is immune from magic, his reasoning part cannot be touched by it, he cannot be perverted. But there is in him the unreasoning element which comes from the material, all, and in this he can be affected, or rather this can be affected in him. Filter love, however, he will not know, for that would require the consent of the higher soul to the trouble stiffed in the lower. And, just as the unreasoning element responds to the call of incantation, so the adept himself will dissolve those horrible powers by counter-incantations. Death, disease, any experience within the material sphere, these may result, yes, for anything that has membership in the all may be affected by another member, or by the universe of members, but the essential man is beyond harm. That the effects of magic should be not instantaneous but developed is only in accord with nature's way. Even the celestials, the daimons, are not on their unreasoning side immune. There is nothing against ascribing acts of memory and experiences of sense to them, in supposing them to accept the traction of methods laid up in the natural order, and to give hearing to petitioners. This is especially true of those of them that are closest to this sphere, and in the degree of their concern about it. For everything that looks to another is under spell to that, what we look to, draws us magically. Only the self-intent go free of magic. Hence every action has magic as its source, and the entire life of the practical man is a bewitchment. We move to that only which has wrought a fascination upon us. This is indicated where we read, for the burgher of great-hearted Erectus has a pleasant face, but you should see him naked, then you would be cautious. For what conceivably turns a man to the external? He is drawn by the arts not of magicians but of the natural order which administers the deceiving draught and links this to that, not in local contact but in the fellowship of the filter. Section 44-44. Contemplation alone stands untouched by magic, no man's self-gathered falls to a spell, for he is one, and that unity is all he perceives, so that his reason is not beguiled but holds the due course, fashioning its own career and accomplishing its task. In the other way of life, it is not the essential man that gives the impulse, it is not the reason, the unreasoning also acts as a principle, and this is the first condition of the misfortune. Caring for children, planning marriage, everything that works as bait, taking value by dint of desire, these all tug obviously, so it is with our action, sometimes stirred, not reasonably, by a certain spirited temperament, sometimes as foolishly by greed, political interests, the siege of office, all betray a forth-summoning lust of power. Action for security springs from fear, action for gain, from desire, action undertaken for the sake of sheer necessities, that is, for supplying the insufficiency of nature indicates, manifestly, the cajoling force of nature to the safeguarding of life. We may be told that no such magic underlies good action, since, at that, contemplation itself, certainly a good action, implies a magic attraction. The answer is that there is no magic when actions recognized as good are performed upon sheer necessity with the recollection that the veritable good is elsewhere. This is simply knowledge of need, it is not a bewitchment binding the life to this sphere or to anything alien. All is permissible under duress of human nature, and in the spirit of adaptation to the needs of existence in general, or even to the needs of the individual existence, since it certainly seems reasonable to fit oneself into life rather than to withdraw from it. When, on the contrary, the agent falls in love with what is good in those actions, and, cheated by the mere track and trace of the authentic good makes them his own, then, in his pursuit of a lower good, he is the victim of magic. For all dalliance with what wears the mask of the authentic, all attraction towards that mere semblance, tells of a mind misled by the spell of forces pulling towards unreality. The sorcery of nature is at work in this, to pursue the non-good as a good, drawn in unreasoning impulse by its specious appearance, it is to be led unknowing down paths unchosen, and what can we call that but magic? Alone in immunity from magic is he who, though drawn by the alien parts of his total being, withholds his assent to their standards of worth, recognizing the good only where his authentic self sees and knows it, neither drawn nor pursuing, but tranquilly possessing and so never charmed away. Section 45-45. From this discussion it becomes perfectly clear that the individual member of the all contributes to that all in the degree of its kind and condition, thus it acts and is acted upon. In any particular animal each of the limbs and organs, in the measure of its kind and purpose, aids the entire being by service performed and counts in rank and utility. it gives what is in it its gift and takes from its fellows in the degree of receptive power belonging to its kind. There is something like a common sensitiveness linking the parts, and in the orders in which each of the parts is also animate, each will have, in addition to its rank as part, the very particular functions of a living being. We have learned, further, something of our human standing. We know that we too accomplish within the all a work not confined to the activity and receptivity of body in relation to body. We know that we bring to it that higher nature of ours, linked as we are by affinities within us towards the answering affinities outside us, becoming by our soul and the conditions of our kind thus linked, or, better, being linked by nature, with our next highest in the celestial or demonic realm, and thence onwards with those above the celestials, we cannot fail to manifest our quality. Still, we are not all able to offer the same gifts or to accept identically. If we do not possess good, we cannot bestow it, nor can we ever purvey any good thing to one that has no power of receiving good. Anyone that adds his evil to the total of things is known for what he is and, in accordance with his kind, is pressed down into the evil which he has made his own, and hence, upon death, goes to whatever region fits his quality, and all this happens under the pull of natural forces. For the good man, the giving and the taking and the changes of state go quite the other way. The particular tendencies of the nature, we may put it, transpose the chords, so that we are moved by that only which, in Plato's metaphor of the puppets, draws towards the best. Thus this universe of ours is a wonder of power and wisdom, everything by a noiseless road coming to pass according to a law which none may elude, which the base man never conceives though it is leading him, all unknowingly, to that place in the all where his lot must be cast, which the just man knows, and, knowing, sets out to the place he must, understanding, even as he begins the journey, where he is to be housed at the end, and having the good hope that he will be with gods. In a living being of small scope the parts vary but slightly, and have but a faint individual consciousness, and, unless possibly in a few and for a short time, are not themselves alive. But in a living universe, of high expanse, where every entity has vast scope and many of the members have life, there must be wider movement and greater changes. We see the sun and the moon and the other stars shifting place and course in an ordered progression. It is therefore within reason that the souls, also, of the all should have their changes, not retaining unbrokenly the same quality, but ranged in some analogy with their action and experience, some taking rank as head and some as foot in a disposition consonant with the universal being which has its degrees in better and less good. A soul, which neither chooses the highest that is here, nor has lent itself to the lowest, is one which has abandoned another, a purer, place, taking this sphere in free election. The punishments of wrongdoing are like the treatment of diseased parts of the body, here, medicines to knit sundered flesh, there, amputations, elsewhere, change of environment and condition, and the penalties are planned to bring health to the all by settling every member in the fitting place, and this health of the all requires that one man be made over anew and another, sick here, be taken hence to where he shall be weakly no longer. Fifth Tractate. Problems of the Soul, 3. Also entitled On Sight, Section 1-1. We undertook to discuss the question whether sight is possible in the absence of any intervening medium, such as air or some other form of what is known as transparent body. This is the time and place. It has been explained that seeing and all sense perception can occur only through the medium of some bodily substance, since in the absence of body the soul is utterly absorbed in the intellectual sphere. Sense perception being the gripping not of the intellectual but of the sensible alone, the soul, if it is to form any relationship of knowledge, or of impression, with objects of sense, must be brought in some kind of contact with them by means of whatever may bridge the gap. The knowledge, then, is realized by means of bodily organs, through these, which, in the embodied soul, are almost of one growth with it, being at least its continuations, it comes into something like unity with the alien, since this mutual approach brings about a certain degree of identity, which is the basis of knowledge. Admitting, then, that some contact with an object is necessary for knowing it, the question of a medium falls to the ground in the case of things identified by any form of touch, but in the case of sight, we leave hearing over for the present. We are still in doubt, is there need of some bodily substance between the eye and the illumined object? No, such an intervening material may be a favoring circumstance, but essentially it adds nothing to seeing power. Dense bodies, such as clay, actually prevent sight, the less material the intervening substance is, the more clearly we see, the intervening substance, then, is a hindrance, or, if not that, at least not a help. It will be objected that vision implies that whatever intervenes between seen and seer must first, and progressively, experience the object and be, as it were, shaped to it. We will be reminded that, vision is not a direct and single relation between agent and object, but is the perception of something radiated, since anyone facing to the object from the side opposite to ourselves sees it equally. We will be asked to deduce that if all the space intervening between seen and seer did not carry the impression of the object, we could not receive it. But all the need is met when the impression reaches that which is adapted to receive it. There is no need for the intervening space to be impressed. If it is, the impression will be of quite another order. The rod between the fisher's hand and the torpedo fish is not affected in the same way as the hand that feels the shock. And yet there too, if rod and line did not intervene, the hand would not be affected, though even that may be questioned, since after all the fisherman, we are told, is numbed if the torpedo merely lies in his net. The whole matter seems to bring us back to that sympathy of which we have treated. If a certain thing is of a nature to be sympathetically affected by another in virtue of some similitude between them, then anything intervening, not sharing in that similitude, will not be affected, or at least not similarly. If this be so, anything naturally disposed to be affected will take the impression more vividly in the absence of intervening substance, even of some substance capable, itself, of being affected. Section 2.2. If sight depends upon the linking of the light of vision with the light leading progressively to the illumined object, then, by the very hypothesis, one intervening substance, the light, is indispensable, but if the illuminated body, which is the object of vision, serves as an agent operating certain changes, some such change might very well impinge immediately upon the eye, requiring no medium, this all the more, since as things are the intervening substance, which actually does exist, is in some degree changed at the point of contact with the eye, and so cannot be in itself a requisite to vision. Those who have made vision a forthgoing act, and not an incoming from the object, need not postulate an intervening substance, unless, indeed, to provide against the ray from the eye failing on its path, but this is a ray of light and light flies straight. Those who make vision depend upon resistance are obliged to postulate an intervening substance. The champions of the image, with its transit through a void, are seeking the way of least resistance, but since the entire absence of intervenient gives a still easier path, they will not oppose that hypothesis. So, too, those that explain vision by sympathy must recognize that an intervening substance will be a hindrance as tending to check or block or enfeeble that sympathy. This theory, especially, requires the admission that any intervenient, and particularly one of kindred nature, must blunt the perception by itself absorbing part of the activity. Apply fire to a body continuous through and through, and no doubt the core will be less affected than the surface, but where we are dealing with the sympathetic parts of one living being, there will scarcely be less sensation because of the intervening substance, or, if there should be, the degree of sensation will still be proportionate to the nature of the separate part, with the intervenient acting merely as a certain limitation. This, though, will not be the case where the element introduced is of a kind to overleap the bridge. But this is saying that the sympathetic quality of the universe depends upon its being one living thing, and that our amenability to experience depends upon our belonging integrally to that unity. Would it not follow that continuity is a condition of any perception of a remote object? The explanation is that continuity and its concomitant, the bridging substance, come into play because a living being must be a continuous thing, but that, none the less, the receiving of impression is not an essentially necessary result of continuity. If it were, everything would receive such impression from everything else, and if thing is affected by thing in various separate orders, there can be no further question of any universal need of intervening substance. Why it should be especially requisite in the act of seeing would have to be explained. In general, an object passing through the air does not affect it beyond dividing it. When a stone falls, the air simply yields, nor is it reasonable to explain the natural direction of movement by resistance. To do so would bring us to the absurdity that resistance accounts for the upward movement of fire, which on the contrary, overcomes the resistance of the air by its own essentially quick energy. If we are told that the resistance is brought more swiftly into play by the very swiftness of the ascending body, that would be a mere accidental circumstance, not a cause of the upward motion, in trees the upthrust from the root depends on no such external propulsion. We, too, in our movements cleave the air and are in no wise forwarded by its resistance, it simply flows in from behind to fill the void we make. If the severance of the air by such bodies leaves it unaffected, why must there be any severance before the images of sight can reach us? And, further, once we reject the theory that these images reach us by way of some outstreaming from the objects seen, there is no reason to think of the air being affected and passing on to us, in a progression of impression, what has been impressed upon itself. If our perception is to depend upon previous impressions made upon the air, then we have no direct knowledge of the object of vision, but know it only as through an intermediary, in the same way as we are aware of warmth where it is not the distant fire itself that warms us, but the warmed intervening air. That is a matter of contact, but sight is not produced by contact. The application of an object to the eye would not produce sight. What is required is the illumination of the intervening medium, for the air in itself is a dark substance. If it were not for this dark substance there would probably be no reason for the existence of light. The dark intervening matter is a barrier, and vision requires that it be overcome by light. Perhaps also the reason why an object brought close to the eye cannot be seen is that it confronts us with a double obscuration, its own and that of the air. Section 3.3. For the most convincing proof that vision does not depend upon the transmission of impressions of any kind made upon the air, we have only to consider that in the darkness of night we can see a fire and the stars and their very shapes. No one will pretend that these forms are reproduced upon the darkness and come to us in linked progression. If the fire thus rayed out its own form, there would be an end to the darkness. In the blackest night, when the very stars are hidden and show no gleam of their light, we can see the fire of the beacon stations and of maritime signal towers. Now if, in defiance of all that the senses tell us, we are to believe that in these examples the fire, as light, traverses the air, then, in so far as anything is visible, it must be that dimmed reproduction in the air, not the fire itself. But if an object can be seen on the other side of some intervening darkness, much more would it be visible with nothing intervening. We may hold one thing certain: the impossibility of vision without an intervening substance does not depend upon that absence in itself. The sole reason is that, with the absence, there would be an end to the sympathy reigning in the living whole and relating the parts to each other in an existent unity. Perception of every kind seems to depend on the fact that our universe is a whole sympathetic to itself. That it is so, appears from the universal participation in power from member to member, and especially in remote power. No doubt it would be worth inquiry, though we pass it for the present, what would take place if there were another cosmos, another living whole having no contact with this one, and the far ridges of our heavens had sight. Would our sphere see that other as from a mutually present distance, or could there be no dealing at all from this to that? To return, there is a further consideration showing that sight is not brought about by this alleged modification of the intervenient. Any modification of the air substance would necessarily be corporeal. There must be such an impression as is made upon sealing wax. But this would require that each part of the object of vision be impressed on some corresponding portion of the intervenient. The intervenient, however, in actual contact with the eye would be just that portion whose dimensions the pupil is capable of receiving. But as a matter of fact the entire object appears before the pupil, and it is seen entire by all within that air space for a great extent, in front, sideways, close at hand, from the back, as long as the line of vision is not blocked. This shows that any given portion of the air contains the object of vision, in face view so to speak, and, at once, we are confronted by no merely corporeal phenomena. The facts are explicable only as depending upon the greater laws, the spiritual, of a living being one and self-sensitive. Section 4.4. But there is the question of the linked light that must relate the visual organ to its object. Now, firstly, since the intervening air is not necessary, unless in the purely accidental sense that air may be necessary to light, the light that acts as intermediate in vision will be unmodified. Vision depends upon no modification whatever. This one intermediate, light, would seem to be necessary, but, unless light is corporeal, no intervening body is requisite, and we must remember that intervenient and borrowed light is essential not to seeing in general but to distant vision. The question whether light absolutely requires the presence of air we will discuss later. For the present one matter must occupy us: if, in the act of vision, that linked light becomes ensouled, if the soul or mind permeates it and enters into union with it, as it does in its more inward acts such as understanding, which is what vision really is, then the intervening light is not a necessity. The process of seeing will be like that of touch. The visual faculty of the soul will perceive by the fact of having entered into the light, all that intervenes remains unaffected, serving simply as the field over which the vision ranges. This brings up the question whether the sight is made active over its field by the sheer presence of a distance spread before it, or by the presence of a body of some kind within that distance. If by the presence of such a body, then there will be vision though there be no intervenient. If the intervenient is the sole attractive agent, then we are forced to think of the visible object as being a kind utterly without energy, performing no act. But so inactive a body cannot be. Touch tells us that, for it does not merely announce that something is by and is touched, it is acted upon by the object so that it reports distinguishing qualities in it, qualities so effective that even at a distance touch itself would register them but for the accidental that it demands proximity. We catch the heat of a fire just as soon as the intervening air does, no need to wait for it to be warmed. The denser body, in fact, takes in more warmth than the air has to give. In other words, the air transmits the heat but is not the source of our warmth. When on the one side, that of the object, there is the power in any degree of an outgoing act, and on the other, that of the sight, the capability of being acted upon, surely the object needs no medium through which to be effective upon what it is fully equipped to effect. This would be needing not a help but a hindrance. Or, again, consider the dawn. There is no need that the light first flood the air and then come to us. The event is simultaneous to both. Often, in fact, we see, in the distance, when the light is not as yet round our eyes at all but very far off, before, that is, the air has been acted upon. Here we have vision without any modified intervenient, vision before the organ has received the light with which it is to be linked. It is difficult to reconcile with this theory the fact of seeing stars or any fire by night. If, as by the theory of an intervenient, the percipient mind or soul remains within itself and needs the light only as one might need a stick in the hand to touch something at a distance, then the perception will be a sort of tussle. The light must be conceived as something thrusting, something aimed at a mark, and similarly, the object, considered as an illuminated thing, must be conceived to be resistant. For this is the normal process in the case of contact by the agency of an intervenient. Besides, even on this explanation, the mind must have previously been in contact with the object in the entire absence of intervenient. Only if that has happened could contact through an intervenient bring knowledge, a knowledge by way of memory, and, even more emphatically, by way of reason comparison, ending in identification. But this process of memory and comparison is excluded by the theory of first knowledge through the agency of a medium. Finally, we may be told that the impinging light is modified by the thing to be seen and so becomes able to present something perceptible before the visual organ, but this simply brings us back to the theory of an intervenient changed midway by the object, an explanation whose difficulties we have already indicated. Section 5.5. But some doubt arises when we consider the phenomena of hearing. Perhaps we are to understand the process thus: the air is modified by the first movement. Layer by layer it is successively acted upon by the object causing the sound, it finally impinges in that modified form upon the sense, the entire progression being governed by the fact that all the air from starting point to hearing point is similarly affected. Perhaps, on the other hand, the intervenient is modified only by the accident of its midway position, so that, failing any intervenient, whatsoever sound two bodies in clash might make would impinge without medium upon our sense. Still air is necessary. There could be no sound in the absence of the air set vibrating in the first movement, however different be the case with the intervenient from that onwards to the perception point. The air would thus appear to be the dominant in the production of sound. Two bodies would clash without even an incipient sound, but that the air, struck in their rapid meeting and hurled outward, passes on the movement successively till it reaches the ears and the sense of hearing. But if the determinant is the air, and the impression is simply of air movements, what accounts for the differences among voices and other sounds? The sound of bronze against bronze is different from that of bronze against some other substance, and so on. The air and its vibration remain the one thing, yet the difference in sounds is much more than a matter of greater or less intensity. If we decide that sound is caused by a percussion upon the air, then obviously nothing turning upon the distinctive nature of air is in question. it sounds at a moment in which it is simply a solid body, until, by its distinctive character, it is sent pulsing outwards. Thus air in itself is not essential to the production of sound, all is done by clashing solids as they meet, and that percussion, reaching the sense, is the sound. This is shown also by the sounds formed within living beings not in air but by the friction of parts, for example, the grinding of teeth and the crunching of bones against each other in the bending of the body, cases in which the air does not intervene. But all this may now be left over. We are brought to the same conclusion as in the case of sight. The phenomena of hearing arise similarly in a certain co-sensitiveness inherent in a living whole. Section 6.6. We return, then, to the question whether there could be light if there were no air, the sun illuminating corporeal surfaces across an intermediate void which, as things are, takes the light accidentally by the mere fact of being in the path. Supposing air to be the cause of the rest of things being thus affected, the substantial existence of light is due to the air, light becomes a modification of the air, and of course if the thing to be modified did not exist neither could be modification. The fact is that primarily light is no appanage of air, and does not depend upon the existence of air, it belongs to every fiery and shining body, it constitutes even the gleaming surface of certain stones. Now if, thus, it enters into other substances from something gleaming, could it exist in the absence of its container? There is a distinction to be made. If it is a quality, some quality of some substance, then light, equally with other qualities, will need a body in which to lodge. If, on the contrary, it is an activity rising from something else, we can surely conceive it existing, though there be no neighboring body but, if that is possible, a blank void which it will overleap and so appear on the further side. It is powerful, and may very well pass over unhelped. If it were of a nature to fall, nothing would keep it up, certainly not the air or anything that takes its light. There is no reason why they should draw the light from its source and speed it onwards. Light is not an accidental to something else, requiring therefore to be lodged in a base, nor is it a modification, demanding a base in which the modification occurs. If this were so, it would vanish when the object or substance disappeared, but it does not. It strikes onward, so, too, requiring neither air nor object, it would always have its movement. But movement, where is space, pure and simple, all that is necessary? With unchecked motion of the light outward, the material sun will be losing its energy, for the light is its expression. Perhaps, and, from this untenable consequence, we may gather that the light never was an appanage of anything, but is the expressive act proceeding from a base, the sun, but not seeking to enter into a base, though having some operation upon any base that may be present. Life is also an act, the act of the soul, and it remains so when anything, the human body, for instance, comes in its path to be affected by it, and it is equally an act though there be nothing for it to modify. Surely this may be true of light, one of the acts of whatever luminary source there be, i.e., light, affecting things, may be quite independent of them and require no medium, air or other. Certainly light is not brought into being by the dark thing, air, which on the contrary tends to gloom it over with some touch of earth so that it is no longer the brilliant reality, as reasonable to talk of some substance being sweet because it is mixed with something bitter. If we are told that light is a mode of the air, we answer that this would necessarily imply that the air itself is changed to produce the new mode. In other words, its characteristic darkness must change into non-darkness, but we know that the air maintains its character, in no wise affected. The modification of a thing is an experience within that thing itself. Light therefore is not a modification of the air, but a self-existent in whose path the air happens to be present. On this point we need dwell no longer, but there remains still a question. Section 7.7. Our investigation may be furthered by inquiring, whether light finally perishes or simply returns to its source. If it be a thing requiring to be caught and kept, domiciled within a recipient, we might think of it finally passing out of existence. If it be an act not flowing out and away, but in circuit, with more of it within than is in outward progress from the luminary of which it is the act, then it will not cease to exist as long as that center is in being. And as the luminary moves, the light will reach new points, not in virtue of any change of course in or out or around, but simply because the act of the luminary exists and where there is no impediment is effective. Even if the distance of the sun from us were far greater than it is, the light would be continuous all that further way, as long as nothing checked or blocked it in the interval. We distinguish two forms of activity. One is gathered within the luminary and is comparable to the life of the shining body. This is the vaster and is, as it were, the foundation or wellspring of all the act. The other lies next to the surface, the outer image of the inner content, a secondary activity though inseparable from the former. For every existent has an act which is in its likeness. As long as the one exists, so does the other, yet while the original is stationary the activity reaches forth, in some things over a wide range, in others less far. There are weak and faint activities, and there are some, even, that do not appear, but there are also things whose activities are great and far-going. In the case of these the activity must be thought of as being lodged, both in the active and powerful source and in the point at which it settles. This may be observed in the case of an animal's eyes where the pupils gleam. They have a light which shows outside the orbs. Again there are living things which have an inner fire that in darkness shines out when they expand themselves and ceases to ray outward when they contract. The fire has not perished, it is a mere matter of it being rayed out or not. But has the light gone inward? No, it is simply no longer on the outside because the fire, of which it is the activity, is no longer outward going but has withdrawn towards the center. But surely the light has gone inward too? No, only the fire, and when that goes inward the surface consists only of the non-luminous body, the fire can no longer act towards the outer. The light, then, raying from bodies is an outgoing activity of a luminous body. The light within luminous bodies, understand, such as are primarily luminous, is the essential being embraced under the idea of that body. When such a body is brought into association with matter, its activity produces color. When there is no such association, it does not give color, it gives merely an incipient on which color might be formed, for it belongs to another being, primal light, with which it retains its link, unable to desert from it, or from its inner activity. And light is incorporeal even when it is the light of a body. There is therefore no question, strictly speaking, of its withdrawal or of its being present. These terms do not apply to its modes, and its essential existence is to be an activity. As an example, the image upon a mirror may be described as an activity exercised by the reflected object upon the potential recipient. There is no outgoing from the object, or ingoing into the reflecting body. It is simply that, as long as the object stands there, the image also is visible, in the form of color shaped to a certain pattern, and when the object is not there, the reflecting surface no longer holds what it held when the conditions were favorable. So it is with the soul considered as the activity of another and prior soul. As long as that prior retains its place, its next, which is its activity, abides. But what of a soul which is not an activity but the derivative of an activity, as we maintain the life principle domiciled in the body to be, is its presence similar to that of the light caught and held in material things? No, for in those things the color is due to an actual intermixture of the active element, the light being alloyed with matter, whereas the life principle of the body is something that holds from another soul closely present to it. But when the body perishes, by the fact that nothing without part in soul can continue in being, when the body is perishing, no longer supported by that primal life-giving soul, or by the presence of any secondary phase of it, it is clear that the life principle can no longer remain. But does this mean that the life perishes? No, not even it, for it, too, is an image of that first outshining. It is merely no longer where it was. Section 8.8. Imagine that beyond the heavenly system there existed some solid mass, and that from this sphere there was directed to it a vision utterly unimpeded and unrestricted. It is a question whether that solid form could be perceived by what has no sympathetic relation with it, since we have held that sympathetic relation comes about in virtue of the nature inherent in some one living being. Obviously, if the sympathetic relationship depends upon the fact that percipients and things perceived are all members of one living being, no acts of perception could take place. That far body could be known only if it were a member of this living universe of ours, which condition being met, it certainly would be. But what if, without being thus in membership, it were a corporeal entity, exhibiting light and color and the qualities by which we perceive things, and belonging to the same ideal category as the organ of vision? If our supposition, of perception by sympathy, is true, there would still be no perception, though we may be told that the hypothesis is clearly untenable since there is absurdity in supposing that sight can fail in grasping an illuminated object lying before it, and that the other senses in the presence of their particular objects remain unresponsive. The following passage, to nearly the end, is offered tentatively as a possible help to the interpretation of an obscure and corrupt place. But why does such a failing appear impossible to us? We answer, because here and now in all the act and experience of our senses, we are within a unity, and members of it. What the conditions would be otherwise, remains to be considered. If living sympathy suffices, the theory is established; if not, there are other considerations to support it. That every living being is self-sensitive allows of no doubt. If the universe is a living being, no more need be said, and what is true of the total must be true of the members, as inbound in that one life. But what if we are invited to accept the theory of knowledge by likeness, rejecting knowledge by the self-sensitiveness of a living unity? Awareness must be determined by the nature and character of the living being in which it occurs. Perception, then, means that the likeness demanded by the hypothesis is within this self-identical living being, and not in the object, for the organ by which the perception takes place is in the likeness of the living being. Is merely the agent adequately expressing the nature of the living being. Thus perception is reduced to a mental awareness by means of organs akin to the object. If, then, something that is a living whole perceives not its own content but things like to its content, it must perceive them under the conditions of that living whole. This means that, in so far as it has perception, the objects appear not as its content but as related to its content. And the objects are thus perceived as related because the mind itself has related them in order to make them amenable to its handling. In other words, the causative soul or mind in that other sphere is utterly alien, and the things there, supposed to be related to the content of this living whole, can be nothing to our minds. This absurdity shows that the hypothesis contains a contradiction which naturally leads to untenable results. In fact, under one and the same heading, it presents mind and no mind, it makes things kin and no kin, it confuses similar and dissimilar. Containing these irreconcilable elements, it amounts to no hypothesis at all. At one and the same moment it postulates and denies a soul, it tells of an all that is partial, of a something which is at once distinct and not distinct, of a nothingness which is no nothingness, of a complete thing that is incomplete. The hypothesis therefore must be dismissed. No deduction is possible where a thesis cancels its own propositions. Sixth Tractate. Perception and Memory Section 1:1. Perceptions are no imprints, we have said, are not to be thought of as seal impressions on soul or mind. Accepting this statement, there is one theory of memory which must be definitely rejected. Memory is not to be explained as the retaining of information in virtue of the lingering of an impression which in fact was never made. The two things stand or fall together. Either an impression is made upon the mind and lingers when there is remembrance, or, denying the impression, we cannot hold that memory is its lingering. Since we reject equally the impression and the retention, we are obliged to seek for another explanation of perception and memory, one excluding the notions that the sensible object striking upon soul or mind makes a mark upon it, and that the retention of this mark is memory. If we study what occurs in the case of the most vivid form of perception, we can transfer our results to the other cases, and so solve our problem. In any perception we attain by sight, the object is grasped there where it lies in the direct line of vision. It is there that we attack it. There, then, the perception is formed. The mind looks outward. This is ample proof that it has taken and takes no inner imprint, and does not see in virtue of some mark made upon it like that of the ring on the wax. It need not look outward at all if, even as it looked, it already held the image of the object, seeing by virtue of an impression made upon itself. It includes with the object the interval, for it tells at what distance the vision takes place. How could it see as outlying an impression within itself, separated by no interval from itself? Then, the point of magnitude. How could the mind, on this hypothesis, define the external size of the object or perceive that it has any? The magnitude of the sky, for instance, whose stamped imprint would be too vast for it to contain. And, most convincing of all, if to see is to accept imprints of the objects of our vision, we can never see these objects themselves. We see only vestiges they leave within us, shadows. The things themselves would be very different from our vision of them. And, for a conclusive consideration, we cannot see if the living object is in contact with the eye. We must look from a certain distance. This must be more applicable to the mind. Supposing the mind to be stamped with an imprint of the object, it could not grasp as an object of vision what is stamped upon itself. For vision demands a duality, of seen and seeing. The seeing agent must be distinct and act upon an impression outside it, not upon one occupying the same point with it. Sight can deal only with an object not inset but outlying. Section 2.2. But if perception does not go by impression, what is the process? The mind affirms something not contained within it. This is precisely the characteristic of a power, not to accept impression but, within its allotted sphere, to act. Besides, the very condition of the mind being able to exercise discrimination upon what it is to see and hear is not, of course, that these objects be equally impressions made upon it. On the contrary, there must be no impressions, nothing to which the mind is passive. There can be only acts of that in which the objects become known. Our tendency is to think of any of the faculties as unable to know its appropriate object by its own uncompelled act. To us it seems to submit to its environment rather than simply to perceive it, though in reality it is the master, not the victim. As with sight, so with hearing. It is the air which takes the impression, a kind of articulated stroke which may be compared to letters traced upon it by the object causing the sound, but it belongs to the faculty, and the sole essence, to read the imprints thus appearing before it, as they reach the point at which they become matter of its knowledge. In taste and smell also we distinguish between the impressions received and the sensations and judgments. These last are mental acts, and belong to an order apart from the experiences upon which they are exercised. The knowing of the things belonging to the intellectual is not in any such degree attended by impact or impression. They come forward, on the contrary, as from within. Unlike the sense objects known as from without, they have more emphatically the character of acts. They are acts in the stricter sense, for their origin is in the soul, and every concept of this intellectual order is the soul about its act. Whether, in this self-vision, the soul is a duality and views itself as from the outside, while seeing the intellectual principle as a unity, and itself with the intellectual principle as a unity, this question is investigated elsewhere. Section 3.3. With this prologue we come to our discussion of memory. That the soul, or mind, having taken no imprint, yet achieves perception of what it in no way contains need not surprise us, or rather, surprising though it is, we cannot refuse to believe in this remarkable power. The soul is the reason principle of the universe, ultimate among the intellectual beings. Its own essential nature is one of the beings of the intellectual realm, but it is the primal reason principle of the entire realm of sense. Thus it has dealings with both orders, benefited and quickened by the one, but by the other beguiled, falling before resemblances, and so led downwards as under spell. Poised midway, it is aware of both spheres. Of the intellectual it is said to have intuition by memory upon approach, for it knows them by a certain natural identity with them. Its knowledge is not attained by besetting them, so to speak, but by in a definite degree possessing them. They are its natural vision, they are itself in a more radiant mode, and it rises from its duller pitch to that greater brilliance in a sort of awakening. A progress from its latency to its act. To the sense order it stands in a similar nearness, and to such things it gives a radiance out of its own store and, as it were, elaborates them to visibility. The power is always ripe and, so to say, in travail towards them, so that, whenever it puts out its strength in the direction of what has once been present in it, it sees that object as present still, and the more intent its effort the more durable is the presence. This is why, it is agreed, children have long memory. The things presented to them are not constantly withdrawn but remain in sight. In their case the attention is limited but not scattered. Those whose faculty and mental activity are busied upon a multitude of subjects pass quickly over all, lingering on none. Now, if memory were a matter of seal impressions retained, the multiplicity of objects would have no weakening effect on the memory. Further, on the same hypothesis, we would have no need of thinking back to revive remembrance. Nor would we be subject to forgetting and recalling, all would lie engraved within. The very fact that we train ourselves to remember shows that what we get by the process is a strengthening of the mind. Just so, exercises for feet and hands enable us to do easily acts which in no sense contained or laid up in those members, but to which they may be fitted by persevering effort. How else can it be explained that we forget a thing heard once or twice but remember what is often repeated, and that we recall a long time afterwards what at first hearing we failed to hold? It is no answer to say that the parts present themselves sooner than the entire imprint. Why should they too be forgotten? There is no question of parts, for the last hearing, or our effort to remember, brings the thing back to us in a flash. All these considerations testify to an evocation of that faculty of the soul, or mind, in which remembrance is vested. The mind is strengthened, either generally or to this particular purpose. Observe these facts. Memory follows upon attention. Those who have memorized much, by dint of their training in the use of leading indications, suggestive words and the like, reach the point of being easily able to retain without such aid. Must we not conclude that the basis of memory is the soul power brought to full strength? The lingering imprints of the other explanation would tell of weakness rather than power, for to take imprint easily is to be yielding. An impression is something received passively. The strongest memory, then, would go with the least active nature. But what happens is the very reverse. In no pursuit to technical exercises tend to make a man less the master of his acts and states. It is as with sense perception, the advantage is not to the weak eye for example, but to that which has the fullest power towards its exercise. In the old, it is significant, the senses are dulled and so is the memory. Sensation and memory, then, are not passivity but power. And, once it is admitted that sensations are not impressions, the memory of a sensation cannot consist in the retention of an impression that was never made. Yes, but if it is an active power of the mind, a fitness towards its particular purpose, why does it not come at once, and not with delay, to the recollection of its unchanging objects? Simply because the power needs to be poised and prepared. In this it is only like all the others, which have to be readied for the task to which their power reaches, some operating very swiftly, others only after a certain self-concentration. Quick memory does not in general go with quick wit, the two do not fall under the same mental faculty. Runner and boxer are not often united in one person, the dominant idea differs from man to man. Yet there could be nothing to prevent men of superior faculty from reading impressions on the mind. Why should one thus gifted be incapable of what would be no more than a passive taking and holding? That memory is a power of the soul, not a capacity for taking imprint, is established at a stroke by the consideration that the soul is without magnitude. And one general reflection, it is not extraordinary that everything concerning soul should proceed in quite other ways than appears to people who either have never inquired, or have hastily adopted delusive analogies from the phenomena of sense, and persist in thinking of perception and remembrance in terms of characters inscribed on plates or tablets. The impossibilities that beset this theory escape those that make the soul incorporeal equally with those to whom it is corporeal. 7th Tractate. The Immortality of the Soul Section 1:1. Whether every human being is immortal or we are wholly destroyed, or whether something of us passes over to dissolution and destruction, while something else, that which is the true man, endures forever, this question will be answered here for those willing to investigate our nature. We know that man is not a thing of one only element, he has a soul and he has, whether instrument or adjunct in some other mode, a body. This is the first distinction. It remains to investigate the nature and essential being of these two constituents. Reason tells us that the body as, itself too, a composite, cannot forever hold together, and our senses show us it breaking up, wearing out, the victim of destructive agents of many kinds, each of its constituents going its own way, one part working against another, perverting, wrecking, and this especially when the material masses are no longer presided over by the reconciling soul. And when each single constituent is taken as a thing apart, it is still not a unity, for it is divisible into shape and matter, the duality without which bodies at their very simplest cannot cohere. The mere fact that, as material forms, they have bulk means that they can be lopped and crushed and so come to destruction. If this body, then, is really a part of us, we are not wholly immortal. If it is an instrument of ours, then, as a thing put at our service for a certain time, it must be in its nature passing. The sovereign principle, the authentic man, will be as form to this matter or as agent to this instrument, and thus, whatever that relation be, the soul is the man. Section 2:2. But of what nature is this sovereign principle? If material, then definitely it must fall apart, for every material entity, at least, is something put together. If it is not material but belongs to some other kind, that new substance must be investigated in the same way or by some more suitable method. But our first need is to discover into what this material form, since such the soul is to be, can dissolve. Now, of necessity life is inherent to soul, this material entity, then, which we call soul must have life ingrained within it, but, being a composite as by hypothesis, material, it must be made up of two or more bodies. That life, then, will be vested, either in each and all of those bodies or in one of them to the exclusion of the other or others. If this be not so, then there is no life present anywhere. If any one of them contains this ingrained life, that one is the soul. But what sort of an entity have we there? What is this body which of its own nature possesses soul? Fire, air, water, earth, are in themselves soulless. Whenever soul is in any of them, that life is borrowed, and there are no other forms of body than these four. Even the school that believes there are has always held them to be bodies, not souls, and to be without life. None of these, then, having life. It would be extraordinary if life came about by bringing them together. It is impossible, in fact, that the collocation of material entities should produce life, or mindless entities mind. No one, moreover, would pretend that a mere chance mixing could give such results. Some regulating principle would be necessary, some cause directing the admixture. That guiding principle would be soul. Body, not merely because it is a composite, but even were it simplex, could not exist unless there were soul in the universe, for body owes its being to the entrance of a reason principle into matter, and only from soul can a reason principle come. Section 3.3. Anyone who rejects this view, and holds that either atoms or some entities void of part coming together produce soul, is refuted by the very unity of soul and by the prevailing sympathy as much as by the very coherence of the constituents. Bodily materials, in nature repugnant to unification and to sensation, could never produce unity or self-sensitiveness, and soul is self-sensitive. And, again, constituents void of part could never produce body or bulk. Perhaps we will be asked to consider body as a simple entity, disregarding the question of any constituent elements. They will tell us, then, that no doubt, as purely material, it cannot have a self-springing life, since matter is without quality, but that life is introduced by the fact that the matter is brought to order under forming idea. But if by this forming idea they mean an essential, a real being, then it is not the conjoint of body and idea that constitutes soul, it must be one of the two items, and that one, being, by hypothesis, outside of the matter, cannot be body. To make it body would simply force us to repeat our former analysis. If on the contrary they do not mean by this forming idea a real being, but some condition or modification of the matter, they must tell us how and whence this modification, with resultant life, can have found the way into the matter, for very certainly matter does not mold itself to pattern or bring itself to life. It becomes clear that since neither matter nor body in any mode has this power, life must be brought upon the stage by some directing principle external and transcendent to all that is corporeal. In fact, body itself could not exist in any form if soul power did not. Body passes, dissolution is in its very nature, all would disappear in a twinkling if all were body. It is no help to erect some one mode of body into soul, made of the same matter as the rest. This soul body would fall under the same fate. Of course it could never really exist. The universe of things would halt at the material, failing something to bring matter to shape. Nay more, matter itself could not exist. The totality of things in this sphere is dissolved if it be made to depend upon the coherence of a body which, though elevated to the nominal rank of soul, remains air, fleeting breath, the Stoic pneuma, rarefied matter, spirit, in the lower sense, whose very unity is not drawn from itself. All bodies are in ceaseless process of dissolution. How can the cosmos be made over to any one of them without being turned into a senseless haphazard drift? This pneuma, orderless except under soul, how can it contain order, reason, intelligence? But, given soul, all these material things become its collaborators towards the coherence of the cosmos and of every living being, all the qualities of all the separate objects converging to the purposes of the universe. Failing soul in the things of the universe, they could not even exist, much less play their ordered parts. Section 4.4. Our opponents themselves are driven by stress of fact to admit the necessity of a prior to body, a higher thing, some phase or form of soul. Their pneuma, finer body or spirit, is intelligent, and they speak of an intellectual fire. This fire and spirit they imagine to be necessary to the existence of the higher order which they conceive as demanding some base, though the real difficulty, under their theory, is to find a base for material things whose only possible base is, precisely, the powers of soul. Besides, if they make life and soul no more than this pneuma, what is the import of that repeated qualification of theirs, in a certain state, their refuge when they are compelled to recognize some acting principle apart from body? If not every pneuma is a soul, but thousands of them soulless, and only the pneuma in this certain state is soul, what follows? Either this certain state, this shaping or configuration of things, is a real being or it is nothing. If it is nothing, only the pneuma exists, that the certain state being no more than a word, this leads imperatively to the assertion that matter alone exists, soul and God mere words, the lowest alone is. If on the contrary this configuration is really existent, something distinct from the underlie or matter, something residing in matter but itself immaterial as not constructed out of matter, then it must be a reason principle, incorporeal, a separate nature. There are other equally cogent proofs that the soul cannot be any form of body. Body is either warm or cold, hard or soft, liquid or solid, black or white, and so on through all the qualities by which one is different from another, and, again, if a body is warm it diffuses only warmth, if cold it can only chill, if light its presence tells against the total weight which if heavy it increases, black, it darkens, white, it lightens. Fire has not the property of chilling or a cold body that of warming. Soul, on the contrary, operates diversely in different living beings, and has quite contrary effects in any one. Its productions contain the solid and the soft, the dense and the sparse, bright and dark, heavy and light. If it were material, its quality, and the color it must have, would produce one invariable effect and not the variety actually observed. Section 5.5. Again, there is movement, all bodily movement is uniform, failing an incorporeal soul, how account for diversity of movement? Predilections, reasons, they will say, that is all very well, but these already contain that variety and therefore cannot belong to body which is one and simplex, and, besides, is not participant in reason, that is, not in the sense here meant, but only as it is influenced by some principle which confers upon it the qualities of, for instance, being warm or cold. Then there is growth under a time law, and within a definite limit. How can this belong strictly to body? Body can indeed be brought to growth, but does not itself grow except in the sense that in the material mass a capacity for growing is included as an accessory to some principle whose action upon the body causes growth. Supposing the soul to be at once a body and the cause of growth, then, if it is to keep pace with the substance it augments, it too must grow, that means it must add to itself a similar bodily material. For the added material must be either soul or soulless body. If soul, whence and how does it enter, and by what process is it adjoined, to the soul which by hypothesis is body? If soulless, how does such an addition become soul, falling into accord with its precedent, making one thing with it, sharing the stored impressions and notions of that initial soul instead, rather, of remaining an alien ignoring all the knowledge laid up before? Would not such a soulless addition be subject to just such loss and gain of substance, in fact to the non-identity, which marks the rest of our material mass? And, if this were so, how explain our memories or our recognition of familiar things when we have no stably identical soul? Assume soul to be a body, now in the nature of body, characteristically divisible, no one of the parts can be identical with the entire being. Soul, then, is a thing of defined size, and if curtailed must cease to be what it is. In the nature of a quantitative entity this must be so, for, if a thing of magnitude on diminution retains its identity in virtue of its quality, this is only saying that bodily and quantitatively it is different even if its identity consists in a quality quite independent of quantity. What answer can be made by those declaring soul to be corporeal? Is every part of the soul, in any one body, soul entire, soul perfectly true to its essential being? And may the same be said of every part of the part? If so, the magnitude makes no contribution to the soul's essential nature, as it must if soul, as corporeal, were a definite magnitude. It is, as body cannot be, an all everywhere, a complete identity present at each and every point, the part all that the whole is. To deny that every part is soul is to make soul a compound from soulless elements. Further, if a definite magnitude, the double limit of larger or smaller, is to be imposed upon each separate soul, then anything outside those limits is no soul. Now, a single coition and a single sperm suffice to a twin birth, or in the animal order to a litter. There is a splitting and diverging of the seed, every diverging part being obviously a whole. Surely no honest mind can fail to gather that a thing in which part is identical with whole has a nature which transcends quantity, and must of necessity be without quantity. Only so could it remain identical when quantity is filched from it, only by being indifferent to amount or extension, by being in essence something apart. Thus the soul and the reason principles are without quantity. Section 6.6. It is easy to show that if the soul were a corporeal entity, there could be no sense perception, no mental act, no knowledge, no moral excellence, nothing of all that is noble. There can be no perception without a unitary percipient whose identity enables it to grasp an object as an entirety. The several senses will each be the entrance point of many diverse perceptions. In any one object there may be many characteristics, any one organ may be the channel of a group of objects, as for instance a face is known not by a special sense for separate features, nose, eyes, etc., but by one sense observing all in one act. When sight and hearing gather their varying information, there must be some central unity to which both report. How could there be any statement of difference unless all sense impressions appeared before a common identity able to take the sum of all? This there must be, as there is a center to a circle. The sense impressions converging from every point of occurrence will be as lines striking from a circumference to what will be a true center of perception as being a veritable unity. If this center were to break into separate points, so that the sense impressions fell upon the two ends of a line, then, either it must reknit itself to unity and identity, perhaps at the midpoint of the line, or all remains unrelated, every end receiving the report of its particular field exactly as you and I have our distinct sense experiences. Suppose the sense object be such a unity as a face, all the points of observation must be brought together in one visual total, as is obvious since there could be no panorama of great expanses unless the detail were compressed to the capacity of the pupils. Much more must this be true in the case of thoughts, partless entities as they are, impinging upon the center of consciousness which, to receive them, must itself be void of part. Either this or, supposing the center of consciousness to be a thing of quantity and extension, the sensible object will coincide with it point by point of their co-expansion so that any given point in the faculty will perceive solely what coincides with it in the object, and thus nothing in us could perceive any thing as a whole. This cannot be. The faculty entire must be a unity, no such dividing is possible. This is no matter in which we can think of equal sections coinciding. The center of consciousness has no such relation of equality with any sensible object. The only possible ratio of divisibility would be that of the number of diverse elements in the impinging sensation. Are we then to suppose that each part of the soul, and every part of each part, will have perception? Or will the part of the parts have none? That is impossible. Every part, then, has perception. The hypothetical magnitude of soul and each part of soul is infinitely divisible. There will therefore be in each part an infinite number of perceptions of the object, and therefore an infinitude of representations of it at our center of consciousness. If the sentient be a material entity, sensation could only be of the order of seal impressions struck by a ring on wax, in this case by sensible objects on the blood or on the intervenient air. If, at this, the impression is like one made in liquids, as would be reasonable, it will be confused and wavering as upon water, and there can be no memory. If the impressions are permanent, then either no fresh ones can be stamped upon the occupied ground, and there can be no change of sensations, or, others being made, the former will be obliterated, and all record of the past is done away with. If memory implies fresh sensations imposed upon former ones, the earlier not barring their way, the soul cannot be a material entity. Section 7.7. We come to the same result by examining the sense of pain. We say there is pain in the finger, the trouble is doubtless in the finger, but our opponents must admit that the sensation of the pain is in the center of consciousness. The suffering member is one thing, the sense of suffering is another. How does this happen? By transmission, they will say, the psychic pneuma equals the semi-material principle of life, stationed at the finger suffers first, and stage by stage the trouble is passed on until at last it reaches the center of consciousness. But on this theory, there must be a sensation in the spot first suffering pain, and another sensation at a second point of the line of transmission, another in the third and so on. many sensations, in fact an unlimited series, to deal with one pain, and at the last moment the center of consciousness has the sensation of all these sensations and of its own sensation to boot. Or to be exact, these serial sensations will not be of the pain in the finger, the sensation next in succession to the suffering finger will be of pain at the joint, a third will tell of a pain still higher up, there will be a series of separate pains, the center of consciousness will not feel the pain seated at the finger, but only that impinging upon itself, it will know this alone, ignore the rest and so have no notion that the finger is in pain. Thus, transmission would not give sensation of the actual condition at the affected spot. It is not in the nature of body that where one part suffers there should be knowledge in another part, for body is a magnitude, and the parts of every magnitude are distinct parts, therefore we need, as the sentient, something of a nature to be identical to itself at any and every spot. This property can belong only to some other form of being than body. Section 8.8. It can be shown also that the intellectual act would similarly be impossible if the soul were any form of body. If sensation is apprehension by means of the soul's employment of the body, intellection cannot be a similar use of the body or it would be identical with sensation. If then intellection is apprehension apart from body, much more must there be a distinction between the body and the intellective principle, sensation for objects of sense, intellection for the intellectual object. And even if this be rejected, it must still be admitted that there do exist intellections of intellectual objects and perceptions of objects not possessing magnitude. How, we may then ask, can a thing of magnitude know a thing that has no magnitude, or how can the partless be known by means of what has parts? We will be told, by some partless part. But, at this, the intellective will not be body, for contact does not need a whole, one point suffices. If then it be conceded, and it cannot be denied, that the primal intellections deal with objects completely incorporeal, the principle of intellection itself must know by virtue of being, or becoming, free from body. Even if they hold that all intellection deals with the ideal forms in matter, still it always takes place by abstraction from the bodies, in which these forms appear, and the separating agent is the intellectual principle. For assuredly the process by which we abstract circle, triangle, line or point, is not carried through by the aid of flesh or matter of any kind. In all such acts the soul or mind must separate itself from the material, at once we see that it cannot be itself material. Similarly it will be agreed that, as beauty and justice are things without magnitude, so must be the intellective act that grasps them. When such non-magnitudes come before the soul, it receives them by means of its partless phase and they will take position there in partless wise. Again, if the soul is a body, how can we account for its virtues, moral excellence, sophrosyne, justice, courage and so forth? All these could be only some kind of rarefied body, pneuma, or blood in some form, or we might see courage as a certain resisting power in that pneuma, moral quality would be its happy blending, beauty would lie wholly in the agreeable form of impressions received, such comeliness as leads us to describe people as attractive and beautiful from their bodily appearance. No doubt strength and grace of form go well enough with the idea of rarefied body, but what can this rarefied body want with moral excellence? On the contrary, its interest would lie in being comfortable in its environments and contacts, in being warmed or pleasantly cool, in bringing everything smooth and caressing and soft around it. What could it care about a just distribution? Then consider the objects of the soul's contemplation, virtue and the other intellectual forms with which it is occupied. Are these eternal, or are we to think that virtue rises here or there, helps, then perishes? These things must have an author and a source, and there, again, we are confronted by something perdurable. The soul's contemplation, then, must be of the eternal and unchanging, like the concepts of geometry. If eternal and unchanging, these objects are not bodies, and that which is to receive them must be of equivalent nature. It cannot therefore be body, since all body nature lacks permanence, is a thing of flux. Section 8.8. A. Sometimes appearing as 9, there are those who insist on the activities observed in bodies, warming, chilling, thrusting, pressing, and class soul with body, as it were to assure its efficacy. This ignores the double fact that the very bodies themselves exercise such efficiency by means of the incorporeal powers operating in them, and that these are not the powers we attribute to soul, intellection, perception, reasoning, desire, wise and effective action in all regards, these point to a very different form of being. In transferring to bodies the powers of the unembodied, this school leaves nothing to that higher order. And yet that it is precisely in virtue of bodiless powers that bodies possess their efficiency is clear from certain reflections. It will be admitted that quality and quantity are two different things, that body is always a thing of quantity but not always a thing of quality, matter is not qualified. This admitted, it will not be denied that quality, being a different thing from quantity, is a different thing from body. Obviously quality could not be body when it has not quantity, as all body must, and, again, as we have said, body, any thing of mass, on being reduced to fragments, ceases to be what it was, but the quality it possessed remains intact in every particle. For instance, the sweetness of honey is still sweetness in each speck. This shows that sweetness and all other qualities are not body. Further, if the powers in question were bodies, then necessarily the stronger powers would be large masses and those less efficient small masses. But if there are large masses with small while not a few of the smaller masses manifest great powers, then the efficiency must be vested in something other than magnitude. Efficacy, thus, belongs to non-magnitude. Again, matter, they tell us, remains unchanged as long as it is body, but produces variety upon accepting qualities. Is not this proof enough that the entrants, with whose arrival the changes happen, are reason principles and not of the bodily order? They must not remind us that when pneuma and blood are no longer present, animals die. These are necessary no doubt to life, but so are many other things of which none could possibly be soul, and neither pneuma nor blood is present throughout the entire being, but soul is. Section 8.8. b. 10. If the soul is body and permeates the entire body mass, still even in this entire permeation the blending must be in accord with what occurs in all cases of bodily admixing. Now, if in the admixing of bodies neither constituent can retain its efficacy, the soul too could no longer be effective within the bodies, it could but be latent, it will have lost that by which it is soul, just as in an admixture of sweet and bitter the sweet disappears, we have, thus, no soul. Two bodies, i.e., by hypothesis, the soul and the human body, are blended, each entire through the entirety of the other, where the one is, the other is also, each occupies an equal extension and each the whole extension, no increase of size has been caused by the juncture, the one body thus blended can have left in the other nothing undivided. This is no case of mixing in the sense of considerable portions alternating, that would be described as collocation. No, the incoming entity goes through the other to the very minutest point, an impossibility, of course, though less becoming equal to the greater, still, all is traversed throughout and divided throughout. Now if, thus, the inblending is to occur point by point, leaving no undivided material anywhere, the division of the body concerned must have been a division into, geometrical, points, an impossibility. The division is an infinite series, any material particle may be cut in two, and the infinities are not merely potential, they are actual. Therefore body cannot traverse anything as a whole traversing a whole. But soul does this. It is therefore incorporeal. Section 8.8. c. 11. We come to the theory that this pneuma is an earlier form, one which on entering the cold and being tempered by it develops into soul by growing finer under that new condition. This is absurd at the start, since many living beings rise in warmth and have a soul that has been tempered by cold. Still that is the theory, the soul has an earlier form, and develops its true nature by force of external accidents. Thus these teachers make the inferior precede the higher, and before that inferior they put something still lower, their habitude. It is obvious that the intellectual principle is last and has sprung from the soul, for, if it were first of all, the order of the series must be, second the soul, then the nature principle, and always the later inferior, as the system actually stands. If they treat God as they do the intellectual principle, as later, engendered and deriving intellect ion from without, soul and intellect and God may prove to have no existence, this would follow if a potentiality could not come to existence, or does not become actual, unless the corresponding actuality exists. And what could lead it onward if there were no separate being in previous actuality? Even on the absurd supposition that the potentially existent brings itself to actuality, it must be looking to some term, and that must be no potentiality but actual. No doubt the eternally self-identical may have potentiality and be self-led to self-realization, but even in this case the being considered as actualized is of higher order than the being considered as merely capable of actualization and moving towards a desired term. Thus the higher is the earlier, and it has a nature other than body, and it exists always in actuality. Intellectual principle and soul precede nature, thus, soul does not stand at the level of pneuma or of body. These arguments are sufficient in themselves, though many others have been framed, to show that the soul is not to be thought of as a body. Section 8.8. d. 12. Soul belongs, then, to another nature. What is this? Is it something which, while distinct from body, still belongs to it, for example a harmony or a chord? The Pythagorean school holds this view, thinking that the soul is, with some difference, comparable to the accord in the strings of a lyre. When the lyre is strung a certain condition is produced upon the strings, and this is known as a chord. In the same way our body is formed of distinct constituents brought together, and the blend produces at once life and that soul which is the condition existing upon the bodily total. That this opinion is untenable has already been shown at length. The soul is a prior, to body, the accord is a secondary to the lyre. Soul rules, guides and often combats the body, as an accord of body it could not do these things. Soul is a real being, accord is not. That due blending, or accord, of the corporeal materials which constitute our frame would be simply health. Each separate part of the body, entering as a distinct entity into the total, would require a distinct soul, its own accord or note, so that there would be many souls to each person. Weightiest of all, before this soul there would have to be another soul to bring about the accord, as, in the case of the musical instrument, there is the musician who produces the accord upon the strings by his own possession of the principle on which he tunes them. Neither musical strings nor human bodies could put themselves in tune. Briefly, the soulless is treated as ensouled, the unordered becomes orderly by accident, and instead of order being due to soul, soul itself owes its substantial existence to order, which is self-caused. Neither in the sphere of the partial, nor in that of wholes could this be true. The soul, therefore, is not a harmony or accord. Section 8.8. e. 13. We come to the doctrine of the entelechy, and must inquire how it is applied to soul. It is thought that in the conjoint of body and soul the soul holds the rank of form to the matter, which here is the ensouled body, not, then, form to every example of body or to body as merely such, but to a natural organic body having the potentiality of life. Now, if the soul has been so injected as to be assimilated into the body as the design of a statue is worked into the bronze, it will follow that, upon any dividing of the body, the soul is divided with it, and if any part of the body is cut away a fragment of soul must go with it. Since an entelechy must be inseparable from the being of which it is the accomplished actuality, the withdrawal of the soul in sleep cannot occur, in fact sleep itself cannot occur. Moreover, if the soul is an entelechy, there is an end to the resistance offered by reason to the desires. The total, of body and entelechy soul, must have one uniform experience throughout, and be aware of no internal contradiction. Sense perception might occur, but intellection would be impossible. The very upholders of the entelechy are thus compelled to introduce another soul, the intellect, to which they ascribe immortality. The reasoning soul, then, must be an entelechy, if the word is to be used at all, in some other mode. Even the sense-perceiving soul, in its possession of the impressions of absent objects, must hold these without aid from the body, for otherwise the impression must be present in it like shape and images, and that would mean that it could not take in fresh impressions. The perceptive soul, then, cannot be described as this entelechy inseparable from the body. Similarly the desiring principle, dealing not only with food and drink but with things quite apart from body, this also is no inseparable entelechy. There remains the vegetal principle, which might seem to suggest the possibility that, in this phase, the soul may be the inseparable entelechy of the doctrine. But it is not so. The principle of every growth lies at the root. In many plants the new springing takes place at the root or just above it. It is clear that the life principle, the vegetal soul, has abandoned the upper portions to concentrate itself at that one spot. It was therefore not present in the whole as an inseparable entelechy. Again, before the plant's development the life principle is situated in that small beginning, If, thus, it passes from large growth to small and from the small to the entire growth, why should it not pass outside altogether? An entelechy is not a thing of parts, how then could it be present partwise in the partible body? An identical soul is now the soul of one living being now of another. How could the soul of the first become the soul of the latter if soul were the entelechy of one particular being? Yet that this transference does occur is evident from the facts of animal metasomatosis. The substantial existence of the soul, then, does not depend upon serving as form to anything. It is an essence which does not come into being by finding a seat in body, it exists before it becomes also the soul of some particular, for example, of a living being, whose body would by this doctrine be the author of its soul. What, then, is the soul's being? If it is neither body nor a state or experience of body, but is act and creation, if it holds much and gives much, and is an existence outside of body, of what order and character must it be? Clearly it is what we describe as veritable essence. The other order, the entire corporeal kind, is process, it appears and it perishes, in reality it never possesses being, but is merely protected, in so far as it has the capacity, by participating in what authentically is. Section 9-9. 14. Over against that body, stands the principle which is self-caused, which is all that neither enters into being nor passes away, the principle whose dissolution would mean the end of all things never to be restored if once this had ceased to be, the sustaining principle of things individually, and of this cosmos, which owes its maintenance and its ordered system to the soul. This is the starting point of motion and becomes the leader and provider of motion to all else, it moves by its own quality, and every living material form owes life to this principle, which of itself lives in a life that, being essentially innate, can never fail. Not all things can have a life merely at second hand, this would give an infinite series, there must be some nature which, having life primally, shall be of necessity indestructible, immortal, as the source of life to all else that lives. This is the point at which all that is divine and blessed must be situated, living and having being of itself, possessing primal being and primal life, and in its own essence rejecting all change, neither coming to be nor passing away. Whence could such a being arise or into what could it disappear? The very word, strictly used, means that the thing is perdurable. Similarly white, the color, cannot be now white and now not white. If this, white, were a real being it would be eternal as well as being white. The color is merely white, but whatsoever possesses being, indwelling by nature and primal, will possess also eternal duration. In such an entity this primal and eternal being cannot be dead like stone or plank, it must be alive, and that with a life unalloyed as long as it remains self-gathered. When the primal being blends with an inferior principle, it is hampered in its relation to the highest, but without suffering the loss of its own nature, since it can always recover its earliest state by turning its tendency back to its own. Section 10-10. 15. That the soul is of the family of the diviner nature, the eternal, is clear from our demonstration that it is not material, besides it has neither shape or color nor is it tangible. But there are other proofs. Assuming that the divine and the authentically existent possesses a life beneficent and wise, we take the next step and begin with working out the nature of our own soul. Let us consider a soul, not one that has appropriated the unreasoned desires and impulses of the bodily life, or any other such emotion and experience, but one that has cast all this aside, and as far as possible has no commerce with the bodily. Such a soul demonstrates that all evil is accretion, alien, and that in the purged soul the noble things are immanent, wisdom and all else that is good, as its native store. If this is the soul once it has returned to itself, how deny that it is the nature we have identified with all the divine and eternal? Wisdom and authentic virtue are divine, and could not be found in the chattel mean and mortal. What possesses these must be divine by its very capacity of the divine, the token of kinship and of identical substance. Hence, too, any one of us that exhibits these qualities will differ but little as far as soul is concerned from the supernals. He will be less than they only to the extent in which the soul is, in him, associated with body. This is so true that, if every human being were at that stage, or if a great number lived by a soul of that degree, no one would be so incredulous as to doubt that the soul in man is immortal. It is because we see everywhere the spoiled souls of the great mass that it becomes difficult to recognize their divinity and immortality. To know the nature of a thing we must observe it in its unalloyed state, since any addition obscures the reality. Clear, then look, or, rather, let a man first purify himself and then observe, he will not doubt his immortality when he sees himself thus entered into the pure, the intellectual. For, what he sees is an intellectual principle looking on nothing of sense, nothing of this mortality, but by its own eternity having intellect ion of the eternal, he will see all things in this intellectual substance, himself having become an intellectual cosmos and all lightsome, illuminated by the truth streaming from the good, which radiates truth upon all that stands within that realm of the divine. Thus he will often feel the beauty of that word, farewell, I am to you an immortal God, for he has ascended to the supreme, and is all one strain to enter into likeness with it. If the purification puts the human into knowledge of the highest, then, too, the science latent within becomes manifest, the only authentic knowing. For it is not by running hither and thither outside of itself that the soul understands morality and right conduct, it learns them of its own nature, in its contact with itself, in its intellectual grasp of itself, seeing deeply impressed upon it the images of its primal state, what was one mass of rust from long neglect it has restored to purity. Imagine living gold, it files away all that is earthy about it, all that kept it in self-ignorance preventing it from knowing itself as gold. Seen now unalloyed it is at once filled with admiration of its worth and knows that it has no need of any other glory than its own, triumphant if only it be allowed to remain purely to itself. Section 1111. 16. What intelligent mind can doubt the immortality of such a value, one in which there is a life self-springing and therefore not to be destroyed? This is at any rate a life not imported from without, not present in the mode of the heat and fire, for if heat is characteristic of the fire proper, it certainly is adventitious to the matter underlying the fire, or fire, too, would be everlasting. It is not in any such mode that the soul has life. This is no case of a matter underlying and a life brought into that matter and making it into soul, as heat comes into matter and makes it fire. Either life is essential reality, and therefore self-living, the very thing we have been seeking, and undeniably immortal, or it, too, is a compound and must be traced back through all the constituents until an immortal substance is reached, something deriving movement from itself, and therefore debarred from accepting death. Even supposing life could be described as a condition imposed upon matter, still the source from which this condition entered the matter must necessarily be admitted to be immortal simply by being unable to take into itself the opposite of the life which it conveys. Of course, life is no such mere condition, but an independent principle, effectively living. Section 1212. 17. A further consideration is that if every soul is to be held dissoluble the universe must long since have ceased to be, if it is pretended that one kind of soul, our own for example, is mortal, and another, that of the all, let us suppose, is immortal, we demand to know the reason of the difference alleged. Each is a principle of motion, each is self-living, each touches the same sphere by the same tentacles, each has intellect ion of the celestial order and of the supercelestial, each is seeking to win to what is essential being, each is moving upwards to the primal source. Again, the soul's understanding of the absolute forms by means of the visions stored up in it is affected within itself, such perception is reminiscence, the soul then must have its being before embodiment, and drawing on an eternal science, must itself be eternal. Every dissoluble entity, that has come to be by way of groupment, must in the nature of things be broken apart by that very mode which brought it together, but the soul is one and simplex, living not in the sense of potential reception of life but by its own energy, and this can be no cause of dissolution. But, we will be told, it tends to destruction by having been divided, in the body, and so becoming fragmentary. No, the soul, as we have shown, is not a mass, not a quantity. May not it change and so come to destruction? No, the change that destroys annuls the form but leaves the underlying substance, and that could not happen to anything except a compound. If it can be destroyed in no such ways, it is necessarily indestructible. Section 1313. 18. But how does the soul enter into body from the aloofness of the intellectual? There is the intellectual principle which remains among the intellectual beings, living the purely intellective life, and this, knowing no impulse or appetite, is forever stationary in that realm. But immediately following upon it, there is that which has acquired appetite and, by this accruement, has already taken a great step outward, it has the desire of elaborating order on the model of what it has seen in the intellectual principle, pregnant by those beings, and in pain to the birth, it is eager to make, to create. In this new zest it strains towards the realm of sense, thus, while this primal soul in union with the soul of the all transcends the sphere administered, it is inevitably turned outward, and has added the universe to its concern, yet in choosing to administer the partial and exiling itself to enter the place in which it finds its appropriate task, it still is not wholly and exclusively held by body, it is still in possession of the unembodied, and the intellectual principle in it remains immune. As a whole it is partly in body, partly outside, it has plunged from among the primals and entered this sphere of tertiaries. The process has been an activity of the intellectual principle, which thus, while itself remaining in its identity, operates throughout the soul to flood the universe with beauty and penetrant order, immortal mind, eternal in its unfailing energy, acting through a mortal soul. Section 1414. 19. As for the souls of the other living beings, fallen to the degree of entering brute bodies, these too must be immortal. And if there is in the animal world any other phase of soul, its only possible origin, since it is the life-giver, is, still, that one principle of life, so too with the soul in the vegetal order. All have sprung from one source, all have life as their own, all are incorporeal, indivisible, all are real beings. If we are told that man's soul being tripartite must as a compound entity be dissolved, our answer shall be that pure souls upon their emancipation will put away all that has fastened to them at birth, all that increment which the others will long retain. But even that inferior phase thus laid aside will not be destroyed as long as its source continues to exist, for nothing from the realm of real being shall pass away. Section 1515. 20. Thus far we have offered the considerations appropriate to those asking for demonstration. Those whose need is conviction by evidence of the more material order are best met from the abundant records relevant to the subject. There are also the oracles of the gods ordering the appeasing of wronged souls and the honoring of the dead as still sentient, a practice common to all mankind. And again, not a few souls, once among men, have continued to serve them after quitting the body and by revelations, practically helpful, make clear, as well, that the other souls, too, have not ceased to be. 8th Tractate. The Soul's Descent into Body Section 1:1. Many times it has happened, lifted out of the body into myself, becoming external to all other things and self-centered, beholding a marvelous beauty, then, more than ever, assured of community with the loftiest order, enacting the noblest life, acquiring identity with the divine, stationing within it by having attained that activity, poised above whatsoever within the intellectual is less than the supreme, yet, there comes the moment of descent from intellect ion to reasoning, and after that sojourn in the divine, I ask myself how it happens that I can now be descending, and how did the soul ever enter into my body, the soul which, even within the body, is the high thing it has shown itself to be. Heraclitus, who urges the examination of this matter, tells of compulsory alternation from contrary to contrary, speaks of ascent and descent, says that change reposes, and that it is weariness to keep toiling at the same things and always beginning again, but he seems to teach by metaphor, not concerning himself about making his doctrine clear to us, probably with the idea that it is for us to seek within ourselves as he sought for himself and found. Empedocles, where he says that it is law for faulty souls to descend to this sphere, and that he himself was here because he turned a deserter, wandered from God, in slavery to a raving discord, reveals neither more nor less than Pythagoras and his school seem to me to convey on this as on many other matters, but in his case, versification has some part in the obscurity. We have to fall back on the illustrious Plato, who uttered many noble sayings about the soul, and has in many places dwelt upon its entry into body so that we may well hope to get some light from him. What do we learn from this philosopher? We will not find him so consistent throughout that it is easy to discover his mind. Everywhere, no doubt, he expresses contempt for all that is of sense, blames the commerce of the soul with body as an enchainment, an entombment, and upholds as a great truth the saying of the mysteries that the soul is here a prisoner. In the cavern of Plato and in the cave of Empedocles, I discern this universe, where the breaking of the fetters and the ascent from the depths are figures of the wayfaring toward the intellectual realm. In the Phaedrus he makes a failing of the wings the cause of the entry to this realm, and there are periods which send back the soul after it has risen, there are judgments and lots and fates and necessities driving other souls down to this order. In all these explanations, he finds guilt in the arrival of the soul at body, but treating, in the Timaeus, of our universe he exalts the cosmos and entitles it a blessed God, and holds that the soul was given by the goodness of the Creator to the end that the total of things might be possessed of intellect, for thus intellectual it was planned to be, and thus it cannot be except through soul. There is a reason, then, why the soul of this all should be sent into it from God, in the same way the soul of each single one of us is sent, that the universe may be complete. It was necessary that all beings of the intellectual should be tallied by just so many forms of living creatures here in the realm of sense. Section 2.2. Inquiring, then, of Plato as to our own soul, we find ourselves forced to inquire into the nature of soul in general, to discover what there can be in its character to bring it into partnership with body, and, again, what this cosmos must be in which, willing unwilling or in any way at all, soul has its activity. We have to face also the question as to whether the Creator has planned well or ill. Like our souls, which it may be, are such that governing their inferior, the body, they must sink deeper and deeper into it if they are to control it. No doubt the individual body, though in all cases appropriately placed within the universe, is of itself in a state of dissolution, always on the way to its natural terminus, demanding much irksome forethought to save it from every kind of outside assailant, always gripped by need, requiring every help against constant difficulty, but the body inhabited by the world soul, complete, competent, self-sufficing, exposed to nothing contrary to its nature, this needs no more than a brief word of command, while the governing soul is undeviatingly what its nature makes it wish to be, and, amenable neither to loss nor to addition, knows neither desire nor distress. This is how we come to read that our soul, entering into association with that complete soul and itself thus made perfect, walks the lofty ranges, administering the entire cosmos, and that as long as it does not secede and is neither inbound to body nor held in any sort of servitude, so long it tranquilly bears its part in the governance of the all, exactly like the world soul itself. For in fact it suffers no hurt whatever by furnishing body with the power to existence, since not every form of care for the inferior need wrest the providing soul from its own sure standing in the highest. The soul's care for the universe takes two forms. There is the supervising of the entire system, brought to order by deedless command in a kindly presidence, and there is that over the individual, implying direct action, the hand to the task, one might say, in immediate contact. In the second kind of care the agent absorbs much of the nature of its object. Now in its comprehensive government of the heavenly system, the soul's method is that of an unbroken transcendence in its highest phases, with penetration by its lower power. At this, God can no longer be charged with lowering the all-soul, which has not been deprived of its natural standing and from eternity possesses and will unchangeably possess that rank and habit which could never have been intruded upon it against the course of nature but must be its characteristic quality, neither failing ever nor ever beginning. Where we read that the souls or stars stand to their bodily forms as the all to the material forms within it, for these starry bodies are declared to be members of the soul's circuit, we are given to understand that the star souls also enjoy the blissful condition of transcendence and immunity that becomes them. And so we might expect, commerce with the body is repudiated for two only reasons, as hindering the soul's intellective act and as filling with pleasure, desire, pain. But neither of these misfortunes can befall a soul which has never deeply penetrated into the body, is not a slave but a sovereign ruling a body of such an order as to have no need and no shortcoming and therefore to give ground for neither desire nor fear. There is no reason why it should be expectant of evil with regard to such a body nor is there any such preoccupied concern, bringing about a veritable descent, as to withdraw it from its noblest and most blessed vision. It remains always intent upon the supreme, and its governance of this universe is affected by a power not calling upon act. Section 3.3. The human soul, next, everywhere we hear of it as in bitter and miserable durance in body, a victim to troubles and desires and fears and all forms of evil, the body its prison or its tomb, the cosmos its cave or cavern. Now this does not clash with the first theory, that of the impassivity of soul as in the all, for the descent of the human soul has not been due to the same causes, as that of the all-soul. All that is intellectual principle has its being, whole and all, in the place of intellect ion, what we call the intellectual cosmos, but there exist, too, the intellective powers included in its being, and the separate intelligences, for the intellectual principle is not merely one, it is one and many. In the same way there must be both many souls and one, the one being the source of the differing many, just as from one genus there rise various species, better and worse, some of the more intellectual order, others less effectively so. In the intellectual principle a distinction is to be made. There is the intellectual principle itself, which like some huge living organism contains potentially all the other forms, and there are the forms thus potentially included now realized as individuals. We may think of it as a city which itself has soul and life, and includes, also, other forms of life. The living city is the more perfect and powerful, but those lesser forms, in spite of all, share in the one same living quality. Or, another illustration, from fire, the universal, proceed both the great fire and the minor fires, yet all have the one common essence, that of fire the universal, or, more exactly, participate in that from which the essence of the universal fire proceeds. No doubt the task of the soul, in its more emphatically reasoning phase, is intellect ion, but it must have another as well, or it would be undistinguishable from the intellectual principle. To its quality of being intellective it adds the quality by which it attains its particular manner of being, remaining, therefore, an intellectual principle. It has thenceforth its own task too, as everything must that exists among real beings. It looks towards its higher and has intellect ion, towards itself and conserves its peculiar being, towards its lower and orders, administers, governs. The total of things could not have remained stationary in the intellectual cosmos. Once there was the possibility of continuous variety, of beings inferior but as necessarily existent as their superiors. Section 4.4. So it is with the individual souls, the appetite for the divine intellect urges them to return to their source, but they have, too, a power apt to administration in this lower sphere. They may be compared to the light attached upwards to the sun, but not grudging its presidency to what lies beneath it. In the intellectual, then, they remain with soul entire, and are immune from care and trouble. In the heavenly sphere, absorbed in the soul entire, they are administrators with it just as kings, associated with the supreme ruler and governing with him, do not descend from their kingly stations. The souls indeed, as distinguished from the cosmos, are thus far in the one place with their overlord. But there comes a stage at which they descend from the universal to become partial and self-centered. In a weary desire of standing apart they find their way, each to a place of its very own. This state long maintained, the soul is a deserter from the all, its differentiation has severed it, its vision is no longer set in the intellectual, it is a partial thing, isolated, weakened, full of care, intent upon the fragment, severed from the whole, it nestles in one form of being. For this, it abandons all else, entering into and caring for only the one, for a thing buffeted about by a worldful of things. Thus it has drifted away from the universal and, by an actual presence, it administers the particular, it is caught into contact now, and tends to the outer to which it has become present and into whose inner depths it henceforth sinks far. With this comes what is known as the casting of the wings, the enchaining in body. The soul has lost that innocency of conducting the higher which it knew when it stood with the all-soul, that earlier state to which all its interest would bid it hasten back. It has fallen, it is at the chain, debarred from expressing itself now through its intellectual phase, it operates through sense, it is a captive, this is the burial, the encaverment, of the soul. But in spite of all it has, forever, something transcendent, by a conversion towards the intellective act, it is loosed from the shackles and soars, when only it makes its memories the starting point of a new vision of essential being. Souls that take this way have place in both spheres, living of necessity the life there and the life here by turns, the upper life reigning in those able to consort more continuously with the divine intellect, the lower dominant where character or circumstances are less favorable. All this is indicated by Plato, without emphasis, where he distinguishes those of the second mixing bowl, describes them as parts, and goes on to say that, having in this way become partial, they must of necessity experience birth. Of course, where he speaks of God sowing them, he is to be understood as when he tells of God speaking and delivering orations. What is rooted in the nature of the all is figuratively treated as coming into being by generation and creation. Stage and sequence are transferred, for clarity of exposition, to things whose being and definite form are eternal. Section 5.5. It is possible to reconcile all these apparent contradictions, the divine sowing to birth, as opposed to a voluntary descent aiming at the completion of the universe, the judgment and the cave, necessity and free choice. In fact, the necessity includes the choice embodiment as an evil, the Empedoclean teaching of a flight from God, a wandering away, a sin bringing its punishment, the solace by flight of Heraclitus. In a word, a voluntary descent which is also voluntary. All degeneration is no doubt involuntary, yet when it has been brought about by an inherent tendency, that submission to the inferior may be described as the penalty of an act. On the other hand, these experiences and actions are determined by an external law of nature, and they are due to the movement of a being which in abandoning its superior is running out to serve the needs of another. Hence there is no inconsistency or untruth in saying that the soul is sent down by God. Final results are always to be referred to the starting point even across many intervening stages. Still there is a twofold flaw. The first lies in the motive of the soul's descent, its audacity, its tolma, and the second in the evil it does when actually here. The first is punished by what the soul has suffered by its descent. For the faults committed here, the lesser penalty is to enter into body after body, and soon to return, by judgment according to Desert, the word judgment indicating a divine ordinance. But any outrageous form of ill-doing incurs a proportionately greater punishment administered under the surveillance of chastising daimons. Thus, in sum, the soul, a divine being and a dweller in the loftier realms, has entered body. It is a god, a later phase of the divine, but, under stress of its powers and of its tendency to bring order to its next lower, it penetrates to this sphere in a voluntary plunge. If it turns back quickly, all is well, it will have taken no hurt by acquiring the knowledge of evil and coming to understand what sin is, by bringing its forces into manifest play, by exhibiting those activities and productions which, remaining merely potential in the unembodied, might as well never have been even there, if destined never to come into actuality, so that the soul itself would never have known that suppressed and inhibited total. The act reveals the power, a power hidden, and we might almost say obliterated or non-existent, unless at some moment it became effective. In the world as it is, the richness of the outer stirs us all to the wonder of the inner, whose greatness is displayed in acts so splendid. Section 6.6. Something besides a unity there must be, or all would be indiscernibly buried, shapeless within that unbroken whole. None of the real beings, of the intellectual cosmos, would exist if that unity remained at halt within itself. The plurality of these beings, offspring of the unity, could not exist without their own necks taking the outward path. These are the beings holding the rank of souls. In the same way the outgoing process could not end with the souls, their issue stifled. Every kind must produce its next. It must unfold from some concentrated central principle as from a seed, and so advance to its term in the varied forms of sense. The prior in its being will remain unalterably in the native seat, but there is the lower phase, begotten to it by an ineffable faculty of its being, native to soul as it exists in the Supreme. To this power we cannot impute any halt, any limit of jealous grudging. It must move forever outward until the universe stands accomplished to the ultimate possibility. All, thus, is produced by an inexhaustible power giving its gift to the universe, no part of which it can endure to see without some share in its being. There is, besides, no principle that can prevent anything from partaking, to the extent of its own individual receptivity in the nature of good. If therefore matter has always existed, that existence is enough to ensure its participation in the being which, according to each receptivity, communicates the supreme good universally. If on the contrary, matter has come into being as a necessary sequence of the causes preceding it, that origin would similarly prevent it standing apart from the scheme as though it were out of reach of the principle to whose grace it owes its existence. In sum, the loveliness that is in the sense realm is an index of the nobleness of the intellectual sphere, displaying its power and its goodness alike, and all things are forever linked, the one order intellectual in its being, the other of sense, one self-existent, the other eternally taking its being by participation in that first, and to the full of its power reproducing the intellectual nature. Section 7.7. The kind, then, with which we are dealing is twofold, the intellectual against the sensible. Better for the soul to dwell in the intellectual, but, given its proper nature, it is under compulsion to participate in the sense realm also. There is no grievance in its not being, through and through, the highest. It holds mid-rank among the authentic existences, being of divine station but at the lowest extreme of the intellectual and skirting the sense-known nature. Thus, while it communicates to this realm something of its own store, it absorbs in turn whenever, instead of employing in its government only its safeguarded phase, it plunges in an excessive zeal to the very midst of its chosen sphere, then it abandons its status as whole soul with whole soul, though even thus it is always able to recover itself by turning to account the experience of what it has seen and suffered here, learning, so, the greatness of rest in the supreme, and more clearly discerning the finer things by comparison with what is almost their direct antithesis. Where the faculty is incapable of knowing without contact, the experience of evil brings the dearer perception of good. The outgoing that takes place in the intellectual principle is a descent to its own downward ultimate, it cannot be a movement to the transcendent, operating necessarily outwards from itself, wherein it may not stay enclosed, the need and law of nature bring it to its extreme term, to soul, to which it entrusts all the later stages of being while itself turns back on its course. The soul's operation is similar, its next lower act is this universe, its immediate higher is the contemplation of the authentic existences. To individual souls such divine operation takes place only at one of their phases and by a temporal process when from the lower in which they reside they turn towards the noblest, but that soul, which we know as the all-soul, has never entered the lower activity, but, immune from evil, has the property of knowing its lower by inspection, while it still cleaves continuously to the beings above itself. Thus its double task becomes possible, it takes thence and, since as soul it cannot escape. Touching this sphere, it gives hither. Section 8.8. And, if it is desirable to venture the more definite statement of a personal conviction clashing with the general view, even our human soul has not sunk entire, something of it is continuously in the intellectual realm, though if that part, which is in this sphere of sense, hold the mastery, or rather be mastered here and troubled, it keeps us blind to what the upper phase holds in contemplation. The object of the intellectual act comes within our ken only when it reaches downward to the level of sensation, for not all that occurs at any part of the soul is immediately known to us, a thing must, for that knowledge, be present to the total soul, thus desire locked up within the desiring faculty remains unknown except when we make it fully ours by the central faculty of perception, or by the individual choice or by both at once. Once more, every soul has something of the lower on the body side and something of the higher on the side of the intellectual principle. The soul of the all, as an entirety, governs the universe through that part of it which leans to the body side, but since it does not exercise a will based on calculation as we do, but proceeds by purely intellectual act as in the execution of an artistic conception, its ministrance is that of a laborless overpoising, only its lowest phase being active upon the universe it embellishes. The souls that have gone into division and become appropriated to something partial have also their transcendent phase, but are preoccupied by sensation, and in the mere fact of exercising perception they take in much that clashes with their nature and brings distress and trouble since the object of their concern is partial, deficient, exposed to many alien influences, filled with desires of its own and taking its pleasure, that pleasure which is its lure. But there is always the other, that which finds no savor in passing pleasure, but holds its own even way. Ninth Tractate. Are all souls one? Section 1.1. That the soul of every individual is one thing we deduce from the fact that it is present entire at every point of the body, the sign of veritable unity, not some part of it here and another part there. In all sensitive beings the sensitive soul is an omnipresent unity, and so in the forms of vegetal life the vegetal soul is entire at each several point throughout the organism. Now are we to hold similarly that your soul and mine and all are one, and that the same thing is true of the universe, the soul in all the several forms of life being one soul, not parceled out in separate items, but an omnipresent identity? If the soul in me is a unity, why need that in the universe be otherwise, seeing that there is no longer any question of bulk or body? And if that, too, is one soul and yours, and mine, belongs to it, then yours and mine must also be one, and if, again, the soul of the universe and mine depend from one soul, once more all must be one. What then in itself is this one soul? First we must assure ourselves of the possibility of all souls being one as that of any given individual is. It must, no doubt, seem strange that my soul and that of any and everybody else should be one thing only. It might mean my feelings being felt by someone else, my goodness and others too, my desire, his desire, all our experience shared with each other and with the one-souled universe, so that the very universe itself would feel whatever I felt. Besides, how are we to reconcile this unity with the distinction of reasoning soul and unreasoning, animal soul and vegetal? Yet if we reject that unity, the universe itself ceases to be one thing and souls can no longer be included under any one principle. Section 2.2. Now to begin with, the unity of soul, mine and another's, is not enough to make the two totals of soul and body identical. An identical thing in different recipients will have different experiences. The identity man, in me as I move and you at rest, moves in me and is stationary in you. There is nothing stranger, nothing impossible, in any other form of identity between you and me, nor would it entail the transference of my emotion to any outside point. When in any one body a hand is in pain, the distress is felt not in the other but in the hand as represented in the centralizing unity. In order that my feelings should of necessity be yours, the unity would have to be corporeal. Only if the two recipient bodies made one, would the souls feel as one. We must keep in mind, moreover, that many things that happen even in one same body escape the notice of the entire being, especially when the bulk is large. Thus in huge sea beasts, it is said, the animal as a whole will be quite unaffected by some membral accident too slight to traverse the organism. Thus unity in the subject of any experience does not imply that the resultant sensation will be necessarily felt with any force upon the entire being and at every point of it. Some transmission of the experience may be expected, and is indeed undeniable, but a full impression on the sense there need not be. That one identical soul should be virtuous in me and vicious in someone else is not strange, it is only saying that an identical thing may be active here and inactive there. We are not asserting the unity of soul in the sense of a complete negation of multiplicity, only of the supreme can that be affirmed. We are thinking of soul as simultaneously one and many, participant in the nature divided in body, but at the same time a unity by virtue of belonging to that order which suffers no division. In myself some experience occurring in a part of the body may take no effect upon the entire man, but anything occurring in the higher reaches would tell upon the partial. In the same way any influx from the all upon the individual will have manifest effect, since the points of sympathetic contact are numerous, but as to any operation from ourselves upon the all there can be no certainty. Section 3.3. Yet, looking at another set of facts, reflection tells us that we are in sympathetic relation to each other, suffering, overcome, at the sight of pain, naturally drawn to forming attachments, and all this can be due only to some unity among us. Again, if spells and other forms of magic are efficient even at a distance to attract us into sympathetic relations, the agency can be no other than the one soul. A quiet word induces changes in a remote object, and makes itself heard at vast distances, proof of the oneness of all things within the one soul. But how reconcile this unity with the existence of a reasoning soul, an unreasoning, even a vegetal soul? It is a question of powers. The indivisible phase is classed as reasoning because it is not in division among bodies, but there is the later phase, divided among bodies, but still one thing and distinct only so as to secure sense perception throughout. This is to be classed as yet another power, and there is the forming and making phase which again is a power. But a variety of powers does not conflict with unity. Seed contains many powers and yet it is one thing, and from that unity rises, again, a variety which is also a unity. But why are not all the powers of this unity present everywhere? The answer is that even in the case of the individual soul described, similarly, as permeating its body, sensation is not equally present in all the parts, reason does not operate at every point, the principle of growth is at work where there is no sensation, and yet all these powers join in the one soul when the body is laid aside. The nourishing faculty as dependent from the all belongs also to the all soul. Why then does it not come equally from ours? Because what is nourished by the action of this power is a member of the all, which itself has sensation passively, but the perception, which is an intellectual judgment, is individual and has no need to create what already exists, though it would have done so had the power not been previously included, of necessity, in the nature of the all. Section 4.4. These reflections should show that there is nothing strange in that reduction of all souls to one. But it is still necessary to inquire into the mode and conditions of the unity. Is it the unity of origin in a unity? And if so, is the one divided or does it remain entire and yet produce variety? And how can an essential being, while remaining its one self, bring forth others? Invoking God to become our helper, let us assert, that the very existence of many souls makes certain that there is first one from which the many rise. Let us suppose, even, the first soul to be corporeal. Then, by the nature of body, the many souls could result only from the splitting up of that entity, each an entirely different substance. If this body-soul be uniform in kind, each of the resultant souls must be of the one kind, they will all carry the one form undividedly and will differ only in their volumes. Now, if their being souls depended upon their volumes they would be distinct, but if it is ideal form that makes them souls, then all are, in virtue of this idea, one. But this is simply saying that there is one identical soul dispersed among many bodies, and that, preceding this, there is yet another not thus dispersed, the source of the soul in dispersion which may be thought of as a widely repeated image of the soul in unity, much as a multitude of seals bear the impression of one ring. By that first mode the soul is a unit broken up into a variety of points, in the second mode it is incorporeal. Similarly, if the soul were a condition or modification of body, we could not wonder that this quality, this one thing from one source, should be present in many objects. The same reasoning would apply if soul were an effect, or manifestation, of the conjoint. We, of course, hold it to be bodiless, an essential existence. Section 5.5. How then can a multitude of essential beings be really one? Obviously either the one essence will be entire in all, or the many will rise from a one which remains unaltered and yet includes the one, many in virtue of giving itself, without self-abandonment, to its own multiplication. It is competent thus to give and remain, because while it penetrates all things it can never itself be sundered. This is an identity in variety. There is no reason for dismissing this explanation. We may think of a science with its constituents standing as one total, the source of all those various elements. Again, there is the seed, a whole, producing those new parts in which it comes to its division. Each of the new growths is a whole while the whole remains undiminished, only the material element is under the motive part, and all the multiplicity remains an entire identity still. It may be objected that in the case of science the constituents are not each the whole. But even in the science, while the constituent selected for handling to meet a particular need is present actually and takes the lead, still all the other constituents accompany it in a potential presence, so that the whole is in every part. Only in this sense, of particular attention, is the whole science distinguished from the part. All, we may say, is here simultaneously affected. Each part is at your disposal as you choose to take it. The part invites the immediate interest, but its value consists in its approach to the whole. The detail cannot be considered as something separate from the entire body of speculation. So treated it would have no technical or scientific value, it would be childish divagation. The one detail, when it is a matter of science, potentially includes all. Grasping one such constituent of his science, the expert deduces the rest by force of sequence. As a further illustration of unity in plurality, the geometrician, in his analysis, shows that the single proposition includes all the items that go to constitute it and all the propositions which can be developed from it. It is our feebleness that leads to doubt in these matters. The body obscures the truth, but there all stands out clear and separate. The Fifth Ennead. First Tractate. The Three Initial Hypostases Section 1:1. What can it be that has brought the souls to forget the Father, God, and, though members of the divine and entirely of that world, to ignore at once themselves in it? The evil that has overtaken them has its source in self-will, in the entry into the sphere of process, and in the primal differentiation with the desire for self-ownership. They conceived a pleasure in this freedom and largely indulged their own motion, thus they were hurried down the wrong path, and in the end, drifting further and further, they came to lose even the thought of their origin in the divine. A child wrenched young from home and brought up during many years at a distance will fail in knowledge of its father and of itself. The souls, in the same way, no longer discern either the divinity or their own nature. Ignorance of their rank brings self-depreciation. They misplace their respect, honoring everything more than themselves. All their awe and admiration is for the alien, and, clinging to this, they have broken apart, as far as a soul may, and they make light of what they have deserted. Their regard for the mundane and their disregard of themselves bring about their utter ignoring of the divine. Admiring pursuit of the external is a confession of inferiority, and nothing thus holding itself inferior to things that rise and perish, nothing counting itself less honorable and less enduring than all else it admires could ever form any notion of either the nature or the power of God. A double discipline must be applied if human beings in this pass are to be reclaimed, and brought back to their origins, lifted once more towards the supreme and one and first. There is the method, which we amply exhibit elsewhere, declaring the dishonor of the objects which the soul holds here in honor. The second teaches or recalls to the soul its race and worth. This latter is the leading truth, and, clearly brought out, is the evidence of the other. It must occupy us now, for it bears closely upon our inquiry, to which it is the natural preliminary. The seeker is soul, and it must start from a true notion of the nature and quality by which soul may undertake the search. It must study itself in order to learn whether it has the faculty for the inquiry, the eye for the object proposed, whether in fact we ought to seek. For if the object is alien, the search must be futile, while if there is relationship, the solution of our problem is at once desirable and possible. Section 2:2. Let every soul recall, then, at the outset the truth that soul is the author of all living things, that it has breathed the life into them all, whatever is nourished by earth and sea, all the creatures of the air, the divine stars in the sky. It is the maker of the sun, itself formed and ordered this vast heaven and conducts all that rhythmic motion, and it is a principle distinct from all these to which it gives law and movement and life, and it must of necessity be more honorable than they. For they gather or dissolve as soul brings them life or abandons them, but soul, since it never can abandon itself, is of eternal being. How life was purveyed to the universe of things and to the separate beings in it may be thus conceived: that great soul must stand pictured before another soul, one not mean, a soul that has become worthy to look, emancipate from the lure, from all that binds its fellows in bewitchment, holding itself in quietude. Let not merely the enveloping body be at peace, body's turmoil stilled, but all that lies around, earth at peace, and sea at peace, and air and the very heavens. Into that heaven, all at rest, let the great soul be conceived to roll inward at every point, penetrating, permeating, from all sides pouring in its light. As the rays of the sun throwing their brilliance upon a lowering cloud make it gleam all gold, so the soul entering the material expanse of the heavens has given life, has given immortality. What was abject it has lifted up, and the heavenly system, moved now in endless motion by the soul that leads it in wisdom, has become a living and a blessed thing. The soul domiciled within, it takes worth where, before the soul, it was stark body, clay and water, or, rather, the blankness of matter, the absence of being, and, as an author says, the execration of the gods. The soul's nature and power will be brought out more clearly, more brilliantly, if we consider next how it envelopes the heavenly system and guides all to its purposes, for it has bestowed itself upon all that huge expanse so that every interval, small and great alike, all has been ensouled. The material body is made up of parts, each holding its own place, some in mutual opposition and others variously interdependent. The soul is in no such condition, it is not whittled down so that life tells of a part of the soul and springs where some such separate portion impinges. Each separate life lives by the soul entire, omnipresent in the likeness of the engendering Father, entire in unity and entire in diffused variety. By the power of the soul the manifold and diverse heavenly system is a unit. Through soul this universe is a God, and the sun is a God because it is ensouled, so too the stars, and whatsoever we ourselves may be, it is all in virtue of soul, for dead is viler than dung. This, by which the gods are divine, must be the oldest God of them all, and our own soul is of that same ideal nature, so that to consider it, purified, freed from all accruement, is to recognize in ourselves that same value which we have found soul to be, honorable above all that is bodily. For what is body but earth, and, taking fire itself, what, but soul, is its burning power? So it is with all the compounds of earth and fire, even with water and air added to them. If, then, it is the presence of soul that brings worth, how can a man slight himself and run after other things? You honor the soul elsewhere, honor then yourself. Section 3:3. The soul once seen to be thus precious, thus divine, you may hold the faith that by its possession you are already nearing God. In the strength of this power make upwards towards him, at no great distance you must attain, there is not much between. But over this divine, there is still a diviner, grasp the upward neighbor of the soul, its prior and source. Soul, for all the worth we have shown to belong to it, is yet a secondary, an image of the intellectual principle. Reason uttered is an image of the reason stored within the soul, and in the same way soul is an utterance of the intellectual principle. It is even the total of its activity, the entire stream of life sent forth by that principle to the production of further being. It is the forthgoing heat of a fire which has also heat essentially inherent. But within the supreme we must see energy not as an overflow but in the double aspect of integral inherence with the establishment of a new being. Sprung, in other words, from the intellectual principle, soul is intellective, but with an intellect-ion operation by the method of reasonings. For its perfecting it must look to that divine mind, which may be thought of as a father watching over the development of his child born imperfect in comparison with himself. Thus its substantial existence comes from the intellectual principle, and the reason within it becomes act in virtue of its contemplation of that prior, for its thought and act are its own intimate possession when it looks to the supreme intelligence. Those only are soul acts which are of this intellective nature and are determined by its own character. All that is less noble is foreign, traceable to matter, and is accidental to the soul in the course of its peculiar task. In two ways, then, the intellectual principle enhances the divine quality of the soul, as Father and as immanent presence. Nothing separates them but the fact that they are not one and the same, that there is succession, that over against a recipient there stands the ideal form received. But this recipient, matter to the supreme intelligence, is also noble as being at once informed by divine intellect and uncompounded. What the intellectual principle must be is carried in a single word: that soul, itself so great, is still inferior. Section 4.4. But there is yet another way to this knowledge, admiring the world of sense as we look out upon its vastness and beauty and the order of its eternal march, thinking of the gods within it, seen and hidden, and the celestial spirits and all the life of animal and plant. Let us mount to its archetype, to the yet more authentic sphere. There we are to contemplate all things as members of the intellectual, eternal in their own right, vested with a self-springing consciousness and life, and presiding over all these, the unsoiled intelligence and the unapproachable wisdom. That archetypal world is the true golden age of Chronos, who is the intellectual principle as being the offspring or exuberance of God. For here is contained all that is immortal, nothing here but is divine mind, all is God. This is the place of every soul. Here is rest unbroken, for how can that seek change, in which all is well? What need that reach to, which holds all within itself? What increase can that desire, which stands utterly achieved? All its content, thus, is perfect, that itself may be perfect throughout, as holding nothing that is less than the divine, nothing that is less than intellective. Its knowing is not by search but by possession, its blessedness inherent, not acquired. For all belongs to it eternally and it holds the authentic eternity imitated by time which, circling round the soul, makes towards the new thing and passes by the old. Soul deals with thing after thing, now Socrates, now a horse, always some one entity from among beings, but the intellectual principle is all and therefore its entire content is simultaneously present in that identity. This is pure being in eternal actuality. Nowhere is there any future, for every then is a now. Nor is there any past, for nothing there has ever ceased to be. Everything has taken its stand forever, an identity well pleased, we might say, to be as it is, and everything, in that entire content, is intellectual principle and authentic existence, and the total of all is intellectual principle entire and being entire. Intellectual principle by its intellective act establishes being, which in turn, as the object of intellect-ion, becomes the cause of intellect-ion and of existence to the intellectual principle, though, of course, there is another cause of intellect-ion which is also a cause to being, both rising in a source distinct from either. Now while these two are coalescents, having their existence in common, and are never apart, still the unity they form is two-sided. There is intellectual principle as against being, the intellectual agent as against the object of intellect-ion. We consider the intellective act and we have the intellectual principle. We think of the object of that act and we have being. Such difference there must be if there is to be any intellect-ion, but similarly there must also be identity, since, in perfect knowing, subject and object are identical. Thus the primals, the first categories, are seen to be intellectual principle, existence, difference, identity. We must include also motion and rest, motion provides for the intellectual act, rest preserves identity as difference gives at once a knower and a known, for, failing this, all is one, and silent. So too the objects of intellect ion, the ideal content of the divine mind, identical in virtue of the self-concentration of the principle which is their common ground, must still be distinct each from another. This distinction constitutes difference. The intellectual cosmos thus a manifold, number and quantity arise. Quality is the specific character of each of these ideas which stand as the principles from which all else derives. Section 5.5. As a manifold, then, this God, the intellectual principle, exists within the soul here, the soul which once for all stands linked a member of the divine, unless by a deliberate apostasy. Bringing itself close to the divine intellect, becoming, as it were, one with this, it seeks still further, what being, now, has engendered this God, what is the simplex preceding this multiple, what the cause at once of its existence and of its existing as a manifold, what the source of this number, this quantity. Number, quantity, is not primal, obviously before even duality, there must stand the unity. The dyad is a secondary, deriving from unity, it finds in unity the determinant needed by its native indetermination. Once there is any determination, there is number, in the sense, of course, of the real, the archetypal, number. And the soul is such a number or quantity. For the primals are not masses or magnitudes, all of that gross order is later, real only to the sense thought, even in seed the effective reality is not the moist substance but the unseen, that is to say number, as the determinant of individual being, and the reason principle, of the product to be. Thus by what we call the number and the dyad of that higher realm, we mean reason principles and the intellectual principle, but while the dyad is, as regards that sphere, undetermined, representing, as it were, the underly, or matter, of the one, the later number, or quantity, that which rises from the dyad, intellectual principle, and the one, is not matter to the later existence but is their forming idea, for all of them take shape, so to speak, from the ideas rising within this. The determination of the dyad is brought about partly from its object, the one, and partly from itself, as is the case with all vision in the act of sight, intellect ion, the act of the dyad, is vision occupied upon the one. Section 6.6. But how and what does the intellectual principle see and, especially, how has it sprung from that which is to become the object of its vision? The mind demands the existence of these beings, but it is still in trouble over the problem endlessly debated by the most ancient philosophers. From such a unity as we have declared the one to be, how does anything at all come into substantial existence, any multiplicity, dyad, or number? Why has the primal not remained self-gathered so that there be none of this profusion of the manifold which we observe in existence and yet are compelled to trace to that absolute unity? In venturing an answer, we first invoke God himself, not in loud word but in that way of prayer which is always within our power, leaning in soul towards him by aspiration, alone towards the alone. But if we seek the vision of that great being within the inner sanctuary, self-gathered, tranquilly remote above all else, we begin by considering the images stationed at the outer precincts, or, more exactly to the moment, the first image that appears. How the divine mind comes into being must be explained. Everything moving has necessarily an object towards which it advances, but since the Supreme can have no such object, we may not ascribe motion to it. Anything that comes into being after it can be produced only as a consequence of its unfailing self-intention, and, of course, we dare not talk of generation in time, dealing as we are with eternal beings. Where we speak of origin in such reference, it is in the sense, merely, of cause-end. Subordination, origin from the Supreme must not be taken to imply any movement in it, that would make the being resulting from the movement not a second principle but a third, the movement would be the second hypostasis. Given this immobility in the Supreme, it can neither have yielded assent nor uttered decree nor stirred in any way towards the existence of a secondary. What happened then? What are we to conceive as rising in the neighborhood of that immobility? It must be a circumradiation, produced from the Supreme but from the Supreme unaltering, and may be compared to the brilliant light encircling the sun and ceaselessly generated from that unchanging substance. All existences, as long as they retain their character, produce, about themselves, from their essence, in virtue of the power which must be in them, some necessary, outward-facing hypostasis continuously attached to them and representing in image the engendering archetypes, thus fire gives out its heat, snow is cold not merely to itself, fragrant substances are a notable instance, for, as long as they last, something is diffused from them and perceived wherever they are present. Again, all that is fully achieved engenders, therefore the eternally achieved engenders eternally an eternal being. At the same time, the offspring is always minor. What then are we to think of the all-perfect but that it can produce nothing less than the very greatest that is later than itself? The greatest, later than the divine unity, must be the divine mind, and it must be the second of all existence, for it is that which sees the one on which alone it leans while the first has no need whatever of it. The offspring of the prior to divine mind can be no other than that mind itself, and thus is the loftiest being in the universe, all else following upon it, the soul, for example, being an utterance and act of the intellectual principle as that is an utterance and act of the one. But in soul the utterance is obscured, for soul is an image and must look to its own original, that principle, on the contrary, looks to the first without mediation, thus becoming what it is, and has that vision not as from a distance but as the immediate next with nothing intervening, close to the one as soul to it. The offspring must seek and love the begetter, and especially so when begetter and begotten are alone in their sphere, when, in addition, the begetter is the highest good, the offspring, inevitably seeking its good, is attached by a bond of sheer necessity, separated only in being distinct. Section 7:7. We must be more explicit. The intellectual principle stands as the image of the one, firstly because there is a certain necessity that the first should have its offspring, carrying onward much of its quality, in other words that there be something in its likeness as the sun's rays tell of the sun. Yet the one is not an intellectual principle. How then does it engender an intellectual principle? Simply by the fact that in its self-quest it has vision. This very seeing is the intellectual principle. Any perception of the external indicates either sensation or intellect-ion, sensation symbolized by a line, intellect-ion by a circle. Corrupt passage. Of course the divisibility belonging to the circle does not apply to the intellectual principle. All, there too, is a unity, though a unity which is the potentiality of all existence. The items of this potentiality the divine intellect-ion brings out, so to speak, from the unity and knows them in detail, as it must if it is to be an intellectual principle. It has besides a consciousness, as it were, within itself of this same potentiality. It knows that it can of itself beget an hypostasis and can determine its own being by the virtue emanating from its prior. It knows that its nature is in some sense a definite part of the content of that first, that it thence derives its essence, that its strength lies there and that its being takes perfection as a derivative and a recipient from the first. It sees that, as a member of the realm of division and part, it receives life and intellect-ion and all else it has and is, from the undivided and partless, since that first is no member of existence, but can be the source of all on condition only of being held down by no one distinctive shape but remaining the undeflected unity. Corrupt, thus it would be the entire universe but that. And so the first is not a thing among the things contained by the intellectual principle though the source of all. In virtue of this source, things of the later order are essential beings, for from that fact there is determination, each has its form, what as being cannot be envisaged as outside of limit, the nature must be held fast by boundary and fixity, though to the intellectual beings this fixity is no more than determination and form, the foundations of their substantial existence. A being of this quality, like the intellectual principle, must be felt to be worthy of the all-pure. It could not derive from any other than from the first principle of all. As it comes into existence, all other beings must be simultaneously engendered, all the beauty of the ideas, all the gods of the intellectual realm. And it still remains pregnant with this offspring, for it has, so to speak, drawn all within itself again, holding them lest they fall away towards matter to be brought up in the house of Rhea, in the realm of flux. This is the meaning hidden in the mysteries, and in the myths of the gods. Kronos, as the wisest, exists before Zeus. He must absorb his offspring that, full within himself, he may be also an intellectual principle manifest in some product of his plenty. Afterwards, the myth proceeds, Kronos engenders Zeus, who already exists as the necessary and eternal outcome of the plenty there. In other words, the offspring of the divine intellect, perfect within itself, is soul, the life principle, carrying forward the ideas in the divine mind. Now, even in the divine the engendered could not be the very highest, it must be a lesser, an image, it will be undetermined, as the divine is, but will receive determination, and, so to speak, its shaping idea, from the progenitor. Yet any offspring of the intellectual principle must be a reason principle, the thought of the divine mind must be a substantial existence, such then is that soul, which circles about the divine mind, its light, its image inseparably attached to it, on the upper level united with it, filled from it, enjoying it, participant in its nature, intellective with it, but on the lower level in contact with the realm beneath itself, or, rather, generating in turn an offspring which must lie beneath, of. This lower we will treat later, so far we deal still with the divine. Section 8.8. This is the explanation of Plato's triplicity, in the passage where he names as the primals the beings gathered about the king of all, and establishes a secondary containing the secondaries, and a third containing the tertiaries. He teaches, also, that there is an author of the cause, that is of the intellectual principle, which to him is the creator who made the soul, as he tells us, in the famous mixing bowl. This author of the causing principle, of the divine mind, is to him the good, that which transcends the intellectual principle and transcends being. Often too he uses the term, the idea, to indicate being and the divine mind. Thus Plato knows the order of generation, from the good, the intellectual principle, from the intellectual principle, the soul. These teachings are, therefore, no novelties, no inventions of today, but long since stated, if not stressed. Our doctrine here is the explanation of an earlier and can show the antiquity of these opinions on the testimony of Plato himself. Earlier, Parmenides made some approach to the doctrine in identifying being with intellectual principle while separating real being from the realm of sense. Knowing and being are one thing, he says, and this unity is to him motionless in spite of the intellect ion he attributes to it. To preserve its unchanging identity he excludes all bodily movement from it, and he compares it to a huge sphere in that it holds and envelopes all existence and that its intellect ion is not an outgoing act but internal. Still, with all his affirmation of unity, his own writings lay him open to the reproach that his unity turns out to be a multiplicity. The Platonic Parmenides is more exact. The distinction is made between the primal one, a strictly pure unity, and a secondary one which is a one-many and a third which is a one-and-many. Thus he too is in accordance with our thesis of the three kinds. Section 9.9. Anaxagoras, again, in his assertion of a mind pure and unmixed, affirms a simplex first and a sundered one, though writing long ago he failed in precision. Heraclitus, with his sense of bodily forms as things of ceaseless process and passage, knows the one as eternal and intellectual. In Empedocles, similarly, we have a dividing principle, strife, set against friendship, which is the one and is to him bodiless, while the elements represent matter. Later there is Aristotle. He begins by making the first transcendent and intellective but cancels that primacy by supposing it to have self-intellection. Further he affirms a multitude of other intellective beings, as many indeed as there are orbs in the heavens, one such principle as in, over to every orb, and thus his account of the intellectual realm differs from Plato's and, failing reason, he brings in necessity, though whatever reasons he had alleged there would always have been the objection that it would be more reasonable that all the spheres, as contributory to one system, should look to a unity, to the first. We are obliged also to ask whether to Aristotle's mind all intellectual beings spring from one, and that one their first, or whether the principles in the intellectual are many. If from one, then clearly the intellectual system will be analogous to that of the universe of sense-sphere encircling sphere, with one, the outermost, dominating all. The first, in the intellectual, will envelop the entire scheme and will be an intellectual, or archetypal, cosmos, and as in our universe the spheres are not empty but the first sphere is thick with stars and none without them, so, in the intellectual cosmos, those principles of movement will envelop a multitude of beings, and that world will be the realm of the greater reality. If on the contrary each is a principle, then the effective powers become a matter of chance. Under what compulsion are they to hold together and act with one mind towards that work of unity, the harmony of the entire heavenly system? Again, what can make it necessary that the material bodies of the heavenly system be equal in number to the intellectual moving principles, and how can these incorporeal beings be numerically many when there is no matter to serve as the basis of difference? For these reasons the ancient philosophers that ranged themselves most closely to the school of Pythagoras and of his later followers and to that of Pherecydes, have insisted upon this nature, some developing the subject in their writings while others treated of it merely in unwritten discourses, some no doubt ignoring it entirely. Section 1010. We have shown the inevitability of certain convictions as to the scheme of things. There exists a principle which transcends being. This is the one, whose nature we have sought to establish in so far as such matters lend themselves to proof. Upon the one follows immediately the principle which is at once being and the intellectual principle. Third comes the principle, soul. Now just as these three exist for the system of nature, so, we must hold, they exist for ourselves. I am not speaking of the material order, all that is separable, but of what lies beyond the sense realm in the same way as the primals are beyond all the heavens. I mean the corresponding aspect of man, what Plato calls the interior man. Thus our soul, too, is a divine thing, belonging to another order than sense, such is all that holds the rank of soul, but, above the life principle, there is the soul perfected as containing intellectual principle with its double phase, reasoning and giving the power to reason. The reasoning phase of the soul, needing no bodily organ for its thinking but maintaining, in purity, its distinctive act that its thought may be uncontaminated, this we cannot err in placing, separate and not mingled into body, within the first intellectual. We may not seek any point of space in which to seat it, it must be set outside of all space, its distinct quality, its separateness, its immateriality, demand that it be a thing alone, untouched by all of the bodily order. This is why we read of the universe that the demiurge cast the soul around it from without, understand that phase of soul which is permanently seated in the intellectual, and of ourselves that the charioteer's head reaches upwards towards the heights. The admonition to sever soul from body is not, of course, to be understood spatially, that separation stands made in nature, the reference is to holding our rank, to use of our thinking, to an attitude of alienation from the body in the effort to lead up and attach to the overworld, equally with the other, that phase of soul seated here and, alone, having to do with body, creating, molding, spending its care upon it. Section 1111. Since there is a soul which reasons upon the right and good, for reasoning is an inquiry into the rightness and goodness of this rather than that, there must exist some permanent right, the source and foundation of this reasoning in our soul. How, else, could any such discussion be held? Further, since the soul's attention to these matters is intermittent, there must be within us an intellectual principle acquainted with that right not by momentary act but in permanent possession. Similarly there must be also the principle of this principle, its cause, God. This highest cannot be divided and allotted, must remain intangible but not bound to space, it may be present at many points, wheresoever there is anything capable of accepting one of its manifestations, thus a center is an independent unity, everything within the circle has its term at the center, and to the center the radii bring each their own. Within our nature is such a center by which we grasp and are linked and held, and those of us are firmly in the supreme whose collective tendency is there. Section 1212. Possessed of such powers, how does it happen that we do not lay hold of them, but for the most part, let these high activities go idle, some, even, of us never bringing them in any degree to effect? The answer is that all the divine beings are unceasingly about their own act, the intellectual principle and its prior always self-intent, and so, too, the soul maintains its unfailing movement, for not all that passes in the soul is, by that fact, perceptible, we know just as much as impinges upon the faculty of sense. Any activity not transmitted to the sensitive faculty has not traversed the entire soul, we remain unaware because the human being includes sense perception, man is not merely a part, the higher part, of the soul but the total. None the less every being of the order of soul is in continuous activity as long as life holds, continuously executing to itself its characteristic act, knowledge of the act depends upon transmission and perception. If there is to be perception of what is thus present, we must turn the perceptive faculty inward and hold it to attention there. Hoping to hear a desired voice, we let all others pass and are alert for the coming at last of that most welcome of sounds. So here, we must let the hearings of sense go by, save for sheer necessity, and keep the soul's perception bright and quick to the sounds from above. Second Tractate. The Origin and Order of the Beings. Following on the first section 1:1. The one is all things and no one of them, the source of all things is not all things are its possession, running back, so to speak, to it, or, more correctly, not yet so, they will be. But a universe from an unbroken unity, in which there appears no diversity, not even duality. It is precisely because that is nothing within the one that all things are from it. In order that being may be brought about, the source must be no being but being's generator, in what is to be thought of as the primal act of generation. Seeking nothing, possessing nothing, lacking nothing, the one is perfect and, in our metaphor, has overflowed, and its exuberance has produced the new. This product has turned again to its begetter and been filled and has become its contemplator and so an intellectual principle. That station towards the one, the fact that something exists in presence of the one, establishes being. That vision directed upon the one establishes the intellectual principle. Standing towards the one to the end of vision, it is simultaneously intellectual principle and being, and, attaining resemblance in virtue of this vision, it repeats the act of the one in pouring forth a vast power. This second outflow is a form or idea representing the divine intellect as the divine intellect represented its own prior, the one. This active power sprung from essence, from the intellectual principle considered as being, is soul. Soul arises as the idea and act of the motionless intellectual principle, which itself sprang from its own motionless prior, but the soul's operation is not similarly motionless, its image is generated from its movement. It takes fullness by looking to its source, but it generates its image by adopting another, a downward, movement. This image of soul is sense and nature, the vegetal principle. Nothing, however, is completely severed from its prior. Thus the human soul appears to reach away as far down as to the vegetal order. In some sense it does, since the life of growing things is within its province, but it is not present entire. When it has reached the vegetal order it is there in the sense that having moved thus far downwards it produces, by its outgoing and its tendency towards the less good, another hypostasis or form of being just as its prior. The loftier phase of the soul is produced from the intellectual principle which yet remains in untroubled self-possession. Section 2.2. To resume, there is from the first principle to ultimate an outgoing in which unfailingly each principle retains its own seat while its offshoot takes another rank, a lower, though on the other hand every being is in identity with its prior as long as it holds that contact. In the case of soul entering some vegetal form, what is there is one phase, the more rebellious and less intellectual, outgone to that extreme. In a soul entering an animal, the faculty of sensation has been dominant and brought it there. In soul entering man, the movement outward has either been wholly of its reasoning part or has come from the intellectual principle in the sense that the soul, possessing that principle as immanent to its being, has an inborn desire of intellectual activity and of movement in general. But, looking more minutely into the matter, when shoots or topmost boughs are lopped from some growing thing, where goes the soul that was present in them? Simply, whence it came. Soul never knew spatial separation and therefore is always within the source. If you cut the root to pieces, or burn it, where is the life that was present there? In the soul, which never went outside of itself. No doubt, despite this permanence, the soul must have been in something if it reascends, and if it does not, it is still somewhere, it is in some other vegetal soul, but all this means merely that it is not crushed into some one spot. If a soul power reascends, it is within the soul power preceding it, that in turn can be only in the soul power prior again, the phase reaching upwards to the intellectual principle. Of course nothing here must be understood spatially, soul never was in space, and the divine intellect, again, is distinguished from soul as being still more free. Soul thus is nowhere but in the principle which has that characteristic existence at once nowhere and everywhere. If the soul on its upward path has halted midway before wholly achieving the supreme heights, it has a mid-rank life and has centered itself upon the mid-phase of its being. All in that mid-region is intellectual principle not wholly itself, nothing else because deriving thence, and therefore of that name and rank, yet not that because the intellectual principle in giving it forth is not merged into it. There exists, thus, a life, as it were, of huge extension, a total in which each several part differs from its next, all making a self-continuous whole under a law of discrimination by which the various forms of things arise with no effacement of any prior in its secondary. But does this soul phase in the vegetal order produce nothing? It engenders precisely the kind in which it is thus present. How, is a question to be handled from another starting point. Third Tractate. The knowing hypostases and the transcendence. Section 1:1. Are we to think that a being knowing itself must contain diversity, that self-knowledge can be affirmed only when some one phase of the self perceives other phases, and that therefore an absolutely simplex entity would be equally incapable of introversion and of self-awareness? No, a being that has no parts or phases may have this consciousness. In fact, there would be no real self-knowing in an entity presented as knowing itself in virtue of being a compound, some single element in it perceiving other elements, as we may know our own form and entire bodily organism by sense perception. Such knowing does not cover the whole field. The knowing element has not had the required cognizance at once of its associates and of itself. This is not the self-knower asked for, it is merely something that knows something else. Either we must exhibit the self-knowing of an uncompounded being, and show how that is possible, or abandon the belief that any being can possess veritable self-cognition. To abandon the belief is not possible in view of the many absurdities thus entailed. It would be already absurd enough to deny this power to the soul or mind, but the very height of absurdity to deny it to the nature of the intellectual principle, presented thus as knowing the rest of things but not attaining to knowledge, or even awareness, of itself. It is the province of sense and in some degree of understanding and judgment, but not of the intellectual principle, to handle the external, though whether the intellectual principle holds the knowledge of these things is a question to be examined, but it is obvious that the intellectual principle must have knowledge of the intellectual objects. Now, can it know those objects alone, or must it not simultaneously know itself, the being whose function it is to know just those things? Can it have self-knowledge in the sense, dismissed above as inadequate, of knowing its content while it ignores itself? Can it be aware of knowing its members and yet remain in ignorance of its own knowing self? Self and content must be simultaneously present. The method and degree of this knowledge we must now consider. Section 2:2. We begin with the soul, asking whether it is to be allowed self-knowledge and what the knowing principle in it would be and how operating. The sense principle in it, we may at once decide, takes cognizance only of the external. Even in any awareness of events within the body it occupies, this is still the perception of something external to a principle dealing with those bodily conditions not as within but as beneath itself. The reasoning principle in the soul acts upon the representation standing before it as the result of sense perception. These it judges, combining, distinguishing, or it may also observe the impressions, so to speak, rising from the intellectual principle, and has the same power of handling these, and reasoning will develop to wisdom where it recognizes the new and late-coming impressions, those of sense, and adapts them, so to speak, to those it holds from long before, the act which may be described as the soul's reminiscence. So far as this, the efficacy of the intellectual principle in the soul certainly reaches, but is there also introversion and self-cognition, or is that power to be reserved strictly for the divine mind? If we accord self-knowing to this phase of the soul, we make it an intellectual principle and will have to show what distinguishes it from its prior. If we refuse its self-knowing, all our thought brings us step by step to some principle which has this power, and we must discover what such self-knowing consists in. If, again, we do allow self-knowledge in the lower, we must examine the question of degree, for if there is no difference of degree, then the reasoning principle in soul is the intellectual principle unalloyed. We ask, then, whether the understanding principle in the soul has equally the power of turning inwards upon itself, or whether it has no more than that of comprehending the impressions, superior and inferior, which it receives. The first stage is to discover what this comprehension is. Section 3:3. Sense sees a man and transmits the impression to the understanding. What does the understanding say? It has nothing to say as yet, it accepts and waits, unless, rather, it questions within itself, who is this? Someone it has met before, and then, drawing on memory, says, Socrates. If it should go on to develop the impression received, it distinguishes various elements in what the representative faculty has set before it, supposing it to say, Socrates, if the man is good, then, while it has spoken upon information from the senses, its total pronouncement is its own, it contains within itself a standard of good. But how does it thus contain the good within itself? It is, itself, of the nature of the good, and it has been strengthened still towards the perception of all that is good by the irradiation of the intellectual principle upon it, for this pure phase of the soul welcomes to itself the images implanted from its prior. But why may we not distinguish this understanding phase as intellectual principle and take soul to consist of the later phases from the sensitive downwards? Because all the activities mentioned are within the scope of a reasoning faculty, and reasoning is characteristically the function of soul. Why not, however, absolve the question by assigning self-cognizance to this phase? Because we have allotted to soul the function of dealing, in thought and in multiform action, with the external, and we hold that observation of self and of the content of self must belong to intellectual principle. If any one says, still, what precludes the reasoning soul from observing its own content by some special faculty, he is no longer posting a principle of understanding or of reasoning but, simply, bringing in the intellectual principle unalloyed. But what precludes the intellectual principle from being present, unalloyed, within the soul? Nothing, we admit, but are we entitled therefore to think of it as a phase of soul? We cannot describe it as belonging to the soul, though we do describe it as our intellectual principle, something distinct from the understanding, advanced above it, and yet ours even though we cannot include it among soul phases. It is ours and not ours, and therefore we use it sometimes and sometimes not, whereas we always have use of the understanding. The intellectual principle is ours when we act by it, not ours when we neglect it. But what is this acting by it? Does it mean that we become the intellectual principle so that our utterance is the utterance of the intellectual principle, or that we represent it? We are not the intellectual principle, we represent it in virtue of that highest reasoning faculty which draws upon it. Still, we perceive by means of the perceptive faculty and are, ourselves, the percipients. May we not say the same of the intellective act? No, our reasoning is our own, we ourselves think the thoughts that occupy the understanding, for this is actually the we, but the operation of the intellectual principle enters from above us as that of the sensitive faculty from below. The we is the soul at its highest, the midpoint between two powers, between the sensitive principle, inferior to us, and the intellectual principle superior. We think of the perceptive act as integral to ourselves because our sense perception is uninterrupted. We hesitate as to the intellectual principle both because we are not always occupied with it and because it exists apart, not a principle inclining to us but one to which we incline when we choose to look upwards. The sensitive principle is our scout, the intellectual principle our king. Section 4.4. But we, too, are king when we are molded to the intellectual principle. That correspondence may be brought about in two ways, either the radii from that center are traced upon us to be our law or we are filled full of the divine mind, which again may have become to us a thing seen and felt as a presence. Hence our self-knowing comes to the knowing of all the rest of our being in virtue of this thing patently present, or by that power itself communicating to us its own power of self-knowing, or by our becoming identical with that principle of knowledge. Thus the self-knower is a double person. There is the one that takes cognizance of the principle in virtue of which understanding occurs in the soul or mind, and there is the higher, knowing himself by the intellectual principle with which he becomes identical. This latter knows the self as no longer man but as a being that has become something other through and through. He has thrown himself as one thing over into the superior order, taking with him only that better part of the soul which alone is winged for the intellectual act and gives the man, once established there, the power to appropriate what he has seen. We can scarcely suppose this understanding faculty to be unaware that it has understanding, that it takes cognizance of things external, that in its judgments it decides by the rules and standards within itself held directly from the intellectual principle, that there is something higher than itself, something which, moreover, it has no need to seek but fully possesses. What can we conceive to escape the self-knowledge of a principle which admittedly knows the place it holds and the work it has to do? It affirms that it springs from intellectual principle whose second and image it is, that it holds all within itself, the universe of things, engraved, so to say, upon it as all is held there by the eternal engraver. Aware so far of itself, can it be supposed to halt at that? Are we to suppose that all we can do is to apply a distinct power of our nature and come thus to awareness of that intellectual principle as aware of itself? Or may we not appropriate that principle, which belongs to us as we to it, and thus attain to awareness, at once, of it and of ourselves? Yes, this is the necessary way if we are to experience the self-knowledge vested in the intellectual principle. And a man becomes intellectual principle when, ignoring all other phases of his being, He sees through that only and sees only that, and so knows himself by means of the self, in other words attains the self-knowledge which the intellectual principle possesses. Section 5.5. Does it all come down, then, to one phase of the self knowing another phase? That would be a case of knower distinguished from known, and would not be self-knowing. What, then, if the total combination were supposed to be of one piece, knower quite undistinguished from known, so that, seeing any given part of itself as identical with itself, it sees itself by means of itself, knower and known thus being entirely without differentiation? To begin with, the distinction in oneself thus suggested is a strange phenomenon. How is the self to make the partition? The thing cannot happen of itself. And, again, which phase makes it? The phase that decides to be the knower or that which is to be the known? Then how can the knowing phase know itself in the known when it has chosen to be the knower and put itself apart from the known? In such self-knowledge by sundering it can be aware only of the object, not of the agent. It will not know its entire content, or itself as an integral whole. It knows the phase seen but not the seeing phase, and thus has knowledge of something else, not self-knowledge. In order to perfect self-knowing it must bring over from itself the knowing phase as well. Seeing subject and seen objects must be present as one thing. Now if in this coalescence of seeing subject with seen objects, the objects were merely representations of the reality, the subject would not possess the realities. If it is to possess them it must do so not by seeing them as the result of any self-division but by knowing them, containing them, before any self-division occurs. At that, the object known must be identical with the knowing act, or agent, the intellectual principle, therefore, identical with the intellectual realm. And in fact, if this identity does not exist, neither does truth. The principle that should contain realities is found to contain a transcript, something different from the realities. That constitutes non-truth. Truth cannot apply to something conflicting with itself. What it affirms it must also be. Thus we find that the intellectual principle, the intellectual realm and real being constitute one thing, which is the primal being. The primal intellectual principle is that which contains the realities, or, rather, which is identical with them. But taking primal intellect ion and its intellectual object to be a unity, how does that give an intellective being knowing itself? An intellect ion enveloping its object or identical with it is far from exhibiting the intellectual principle as self-knowing. All turns on the identity. The intellectual object is itself an activity, not a mere potentiality. It is not lifeless, nor are the life and intellect ion brought into it as into something naturally devoid of them, some stone or other dead matter. No, the intellectual object is essentially existent, the primal reality. As an active force, the first activity, it must be, also itself, the noblest intellect ion possessing real being, since it is entirely true, and such an intellect ion, primal and primally existent, can be no other than the primal principle of intellect ion, for that primal principle is no potentiality and cannot be an agent distinct from its act, and thus, once more, possessing its essential being as a mere potentiality. As an act, and one whose very being is an act, it must be undistinguishably identical with its act, but being and the intellectual object are also identical with that act. Therefore the intellectual principle, its exercise of intellect ion and the object of intellect ion all are identical. Given its intellect ion identical with intellectual object and the object identical with the principle itself, it cannot but have self-knowledge. Its intellect ion operates by the intellectual act which is itself upon the intellectual object which similarly is itself. It possesses self-knowing, thus, on every count, the act is itself, and the object seen in that act, self, is itself. Section 6.6. Thus we have shown that there exists that which in the strictest sense possesses self-knowing. This self-knowing agent, perfect in the intellectual principle, is modified in the soul. The difference is that, while the soul knows itself as within something else, the intellectual principle knows itself as self-depending, knows all its nature and character, and knows by right of its own being and by simple introversion. When it looks upon the authentic existences it is looking upon itself, its vision as its effective existence, and this efficacy is itself, since the intellectual principle and the intellectual act are one. This is an integral seeing itself by its entire being, not a part seeing by a part. But has our discussion issued in an intellectual principle having a persuasive activity, furnishing us with probability? No, it brings compulsion not persuasion. Compulsion belongs to the intellectual principle, persuasion to the soul or mind, and we seem to desire to be persuaded rather than to see the truth in the pure intellect. As long as we were above, collected within the intellectual nature, we were satisfied, we were held in the intellectual act, we had vision because we drew all into unity, for the thinker in us was the intellectual principle telling us of itself, and the soul or mind was motionless, assenting to that act of its prior. But now that we are once more here, living in the secondary, the soul, we seek for persuasive probabilities, it is through the image we desire to know the archetype. Our way is to teach our soul how the intellectual principle exercises self-vision. The phase thus to be taught is that which already touches the intellective order, that which we call the understanding or intelligent soul, indicating by the very name that it is already of itself in some degree an intellectual principle or that it holds its peculiar power through and from that principle. This phase must be brought to understand by what means it has knowledge of the thing it sees and warrant for what it affirms. If it became what it affirms, it would by that fact possess self-knowing. All its vision and affirmation being in the supreme or deriving from it, there where itself also is, it will possess self-knowledge by its right as a reason principle, claiming its kin and bringing all into accord with the divine imprint upon it. The soul therefore, to attain self-knowledge, has only to set this image, that is to say, its highest phase, alongside the veritable intellectual principle which we have found to be identical with the truths constituting the objects of intellect ion, the world of primals and reality, for this intellectual principle, by very definition, cannot be outside of itself, the intellectual reality. Self-gathered and unalloyed, it is intellectual principle through all the range of its being, for unintelligent intelligence is not possible, and thus it possesses of necessity self-knowing, as a being immanent to itself and one having for function and essence to be purely and solely intellectual principle. This is no doer, the doer, not self-intent but looking outward, will have knowledge, in some kind, of the external, but, if wholly of this practical order, need have no self-knowledge, where, on the contrary, there is no action, and of course the pure intellectual principle cannot be straining after any absent good, the intention can be only towards the self. At once self-knowing becomes not merely plausible but inevitable. What else could living signify in a being immune from action and existing in intellect? Section 7:7. The contemplating of God, we might answer. But to admit its knowing God is to be compelled to admit its self-knowing. It will know what it holds from God, what God has given forth or may. With this knowledge, it knows itself at the stroke, for it is itself one of those given things, in fact is all of them. Knowing God and His power, then, it knows itself, since it comes from Him and carries His power upon it. If, because here the act of vision is identical with the object, it is unable to see God clearly, then all the more, by the equation of seeing and seen, we are driven back upon that self-seeing and self-knowing in which seeing and things seen are undistinguishably one thing. And what else is there to attribute to it? Repose, no doubt, but, to an intellectual principle, repose is not an abdication from intellect, its repose is an act, the act of abstention from the alien. In all forms of existence repose from the alien leaves the characteristic activity intact, especially where the being is not merely potential but fully realized. In the intellectual principle, the being is an act and in the absence of any other object it must be self-directed. By this self-intellection it holds its act within itself and upon itself. All that can emanate from it is produced by this self-centering and self-intention. First, self-gathered, it then gives itself or gives something in its likeness. Fire must first be self-centered and be fire, true to fire's natural act, then it may reproduce itself elsewhere. Once more, then, the intellectual principle is a self-intent activity, but soul has the double phase, one inner, intent upon the intellectual principle, the other outside it and facing to the external. By the one it holds the likeness to its source, by the other, even in its unlikeness, it still comes to likeness in this sphere, too, by virtue of action and production. In its action it still contemplates, and its production produces ideal forms, divine intellect ions perfectly wrought out, so that all its creations are representations of the divine intellect ion and of the divine intellect, molded upon the archetype, of which all are emanations and images, the nearer more true, the very latest preserving some faint likeness of the source. Section 8:8. Now comes the question, what sort of thing does the intellectual principle see in seeing the intellectual realm, and what in seeing itself? We are not to look for an intellectual realm reminding us of the color or shape to be seen on material objects. The intellectual antedates all such things, and even in our sphere the production is very different from the reason principle in the seeds from which it is produced. The seed principles are invisible and the beings of the intellectual still more characteristically so. The intellectuals are of one same nature with the intellectual realm which contains them, just as the reason principle in the seed is identical with the soul, or life principle, containing it. But the soul, considered as apart from the intellectual principle, has no vision of what it thus contains, for it is not the producer but, like the reason principles also, an image of its source. That source is the brilliant, the authentic, the primarily existent, the thing self-sprung in self-intent, but its image, soul, is a thing which can have no permanence except by attachment, by living in that other. The very nature of an image is that, as a secondary, it shall have its being in something else, if at all it exist apart from its original. Hence this image, soul, has not vision, for it has not the necessary light, and, if it should see, then, as finding its completion elsewhere, it sees another, not itself. In the pure intellectual there is nothing of this. The vision and the envisioned are a unity, the seen is as the seeing and seeing is seen. What, then, is there that can pronounce upon the nature of this all-unity? That which sees, and to see is the function of the intellectual principle. Even in our own sphere, we have a parallel to this self-vision of a unity. Our vision is light, or rather becomes one with light, and it sees light for it sees colors. In the intellectual, the vision sees not through some medium but by and through itself alone, for its object is not external. By one light it sees another not through any intermediate agency. A light sees a light, that is to say a thing sees itself. This light shining within the soul enlightens it, that is, it makes the soul intellective, working it into likeness with itself, the light above. Think of the traces of this light upon the soul, then say to yourself that such, and more beautiful and broader and more radiant, is the light itself. Thus you will approach to the nature of the intellectual principle and the intellectual realm, for it is this light, itself lit from above, which gives the soul its brighter life. It is not the source of the generative life of the soul which, on the contrary, it draws inward, preserving it from such diffusion, holding it to the love of the splendor of its prior. Nor does it give the life of perception and sensation, for that looks to the external and to what acts most vigorously upon the senses, whereas one accepting that light of truth may be said no longer to see the visible, but the very contrary. This means in sum that the life the soul takes thence is an intellective life, a trace of the life in the divine intellect, in which alone the authentic exists. The life in the divine intellect is also an act. It is the primal light outlamping to itself primarily, its own torch, light-giver and lit at once, the authentic intellectual object, knowing at once and known, seen to itself and needing no other than itself to see by, self-sufficing to the vision, since what it sees it is, known to us by that very same light, our knowledge of it attained through itself, for from nowhere else could we find the means of telling of it. By its nature, its self-vision is the clearer, but, using it as our medium, we too may come to see by it. In the strength of such considerations we lead up our own soul to the divine, so that it poses itself as an image of that being, its life becoming an imprint and a likeness of the highest, its every act of thought making it over into the divine and the intellectual. If the soul is questioned as to the nature of that intellectual principle, the perfect and all-embracing, the primal self-knower, it has but to enter into that principle, or to sink all its activity into that, and at once it shows itself to be in effective possession of those priors whose memory it never lost. Thus, as an image of the intellectual principle, it can make itself the medium by which to attain some vision of it. It draws upon that within itself which is most closely resemblant, as far as resemblance is possible between divine intellect and any phase of soul. Section 9-9. In order, then, to know what the divine mind is, we must observe soul and especially its most godlike phase. One certain way to this knowledge is to separate first, the man from the body yourself, that is, from your body, next to put aside that soul which molded the body, and, very earnestly, the system of sense with desires and impulses and every such futility, all setting definitely towards the mortal. What is left is the phase of the soul which we have declared to be an image of the divine intellect, retaining some light from that sun, while it pours downward upon the sphere of magnitudes, that is, of matter, the light playing about itself which is generated from its own nature. Of course we do not pretend that the sun's light, as the analogy might imply, remains a self-gathered and sun-centered thing. It is at once outrushing and indwelling, it strikes outward continuously, lap after lap, until it reaches us upon our earth. We must take it that all the light, including that which plays about the sun's orb, has traveled, otherwise we would have a void expanse, that of the space, which is material, next to the sun's orb. The soul, on the contrary, a light springing from the divine mind and shining about it, is in closest touch with that source. It is not in transit but remains centered there, and, in likeness to that principle, it has no place. The light of the sun is actually in the air, but the soul is clean of all such contact so that its immunity is patent to itself and to any other of the same order. And by its own characteristic act, though not without reasoning process, it knows the nature of the intellectual principle which, on its side, knows itself without need of reasoning, for it is ever self-present, whereas we become so by directing our soul towards it. Our life is broken and there are many lives, but that principle needs no changings of life or of things. The lives it brings to being are for others, not for itself. It cannot need the inferior, nor does it for itself produce the less. When it possesses or is the all, nor the images when it possesses or is the prototype. Anyone not of the strength to lay hold of the first soul, that possessing pure intellect ion, must grasp that which has to do with our ordinary thinking and thence ascend. If even this prove too hard, let him turn to account the sensitive phase which carries the ideal forms of the less fine degree, that phase which, too, with its powers, is immaterial and lies just within the realm of ideal principles. One may even, if it seem necessary, begin as low as the reproductive soul and its very production, and thence make the ascent, mounting from those ultimate ideal principles to the ultimates in the higher sense, that is to the primals. Section 1010. This matter need not be elaborated at present. It suffices to say that if the created were all, these ultimates, the higher, need not exist, but the supreme does include primals, the primals because the producers. In other words, there must be, with the made, the making source, and, unless these are to be identical, there will be need of some link between them. Similarly, this link which is the intellectual principle demands yet a transcendent. If we are asked why this transcendent also should not have self-vision, our answer is that it has no need of vision, but this we will discuss later. For the moment we go back, since the question at issue is gravely important. We repeat that the intellectual principle must have, actually has, self-vision, firstly because it has multiplicity, next because it exists for the external and therefore must be a seeing power, one seeing that external, in fact its very essence is vision. Given some external, there must be vision, and if there be nothing external, the intellectual principle, divine mind, exists in vain. Unless there is something beyond bare unity, there can be no vision. Vision must converge with a visible object. And this which the seer is to see can be only a multiple, no undistinguishable unity, nor could a universal unity find anything upon which to exercise any act. All, one and desolate, would be utter stagnation. In so far as there is action, there is diversity. If there be no distinctions, what is there to do, what direction in which to move? An agent must either act upon the extern or be a multiple and so able to act upon itself, making no advance towards anything other than itself. It is motionless, and where it could know only blank fixity it can know nothing. The intellective power, therefore, when occupied with the intellectual act, must be in a state of duality, whether one of the two elements stand actually outside or both lie within. The intellectual act will always comport diversity as well as the necessary identity, and in the same way its characteristic objects, the ideas, must stand to the intellectual principle as at once distinct and identical. This applies equally to the single object. There can be no intellect ion except of something containing separable detail, and, since the object is a reason principle, a discriminated idea, it has the necessary element of multiplicity. The intellectual principle, thus, is informed of itself by the fact of being a multiple organ of vision, an eye receptive of many illuminated objects. If it had to direct itself to a memberless unity, it would be dereasoned. What could it say or know of such an object? The self-affirmation of, even, a memberless unity implies the repudiation of all that does not enter into the character, in other words, it must be multiple as a preliminary to being itself. Then, again, in the assertion, I am this particular thing, either the particular thing is distinct from the asserter, and there is a false statement, or it is included within it, and, at once, multiplicity is asserted, otherwise the assertion is, I am what I am, or I am I. If it be no more than a simple duality able to say, I and that other phase, there is already multiplicity, for there is distinction and ground of distinction, there is number with all its train of separate things. In sum, then, a knowing principle must handle distinct items, its object must, at the moment of cognition, contain diversity, otherwise the thing remains unknown, there is mere conjunction, such a contact, without affirmation or comprehension, as would precede knowledge, the intellect not yet in being, the impinging agent not percipient. Similarly the knowing principle itself cannot remain simplex, especially in the act of self-knowing, all silent though its self-perception be, it is dual to itself. Of course it has no need of minute self-handling since it has nothing to learn by its intellective act, before it is, effectively, intellect, it holds knowledge of its own content. Knowledge implies desire, for it is, so to speak, discovery crowning a search, the utterly undifferentiated remains self-centered and makes no inquiry about that self, anything capable of analyzing its content, must be a manifold. Section 1111. Thus the intellectual principle, in the act of knowing the transcendent, is a manifold. It knows the transcendent in very essence but, with all its effort to grasp that prior as a pure unity, it goes forth amassing successive impressions, so that, to it, the object becomes multiple, thus in its outgoing to its object it is not, fully realized, intellectual principle, it is an I that has not yet seen, in its return it is an I possessed of the multiplicity which it has itself conferred. It sought something of which it found the vague presentment within itself, it returned with something else, the manifold quality with which it has of its own act invested the simplex. If it had not possessed a previous impression of the transcendent, it could never have grasped it, but this impression, originally of unity, becomes an impression of multiplicity, and the intellectual principle, in taking cognizance of that multiplicity, knows the transcendent and so is realized as an I possessed of its vision. It is now intellectual principle since it actually holds its object, and holds it by the act of intellect ion. Before, it was no more than a tendance, an I blank of impression, it was in motion towards the transcendental, now that it has attained, it has become intellectual principle henceforth absorbed, in virtue of this intellect ion it holds the character of intellectual principle, of essential existence and of intellectual act where, previously, not possessing the intellectual object, it was not intellectual perception, and, not yet having exercised the intellectual act, it was not intellectual principle. The principle before all these principles is no doubt the first principle of the universe, but not as immanent. Immanence is not for primal sources but for engendering secondaries. That which stands as primal source of everything is not a thing but is distinct from all things. It is not, then, a member of the total but earlier than all, earlier, thus, than the intellectual principle, which in fact envelopes the entire train of things. Thus we come, once more, to a being above the intellectual principle and, since the sequent amounts to no less than the all, we recognize, again, a being above the all. This assuredly cannot be one of the things to which it is prior. We may not call it intellect, therefore, too, we may not call it the good, if the good is to be taken in the sense of some one member of the universe. If we mean that which precedes the universe of things, the name may be allowed. The intellectual principle is established in multiplicity, its intellect ion, self-sprung though it be, is in the nature of something added to it, some accidental dualism, and makes it multiple, the utterly simplex, and therefore first of all beings, must, then, transcend the intellectual principle, and, obviously, if this had intellect ion it would no longer transcend the intellectual principle but be it, and at once be a multiple. Section 1212. But why, after all, should it not be such a manifold as long as it remains one substantial existence, having the multiplicity not of a compound being but of a unity with a variety of activities? Now, no doubt, if these various activities are not themselves substantial existences, but merely manifestations of latent potentiality, there is no compound, but, on the other hand, it remains incomplete until its substantial existence be expressed in act. If its substantial existence consists in its act, and this act constitutes multiplicity, then its substantial existence will be strictly proportioned to the extent of the multiplicity. We allow this to be true for the intellectual principle to which we have allotted, the multiplicity of self-knowing, but for the first principle of all, never. Before the manifold, there must be the one, that from which the manifold rises. In all numerical series, the unit is the first. But, we will be answered, for number, well and good, since the suite makes a compound, but in the real beings why must there be a unit from which the multiplicity of entities shall proceed? Because, failing such a unity, the multiplicity would consist of disjointed items, each starting at its own distinct place and moving accidentally to serve to a total. But, they will tell us, the activities in question do proceed from a unity, from the intellectual principle, a simplex. By that they admit the existence of a simplex prior to the activities, and they make the activities perdurable and class them as substantial existences, hypostases, but as hypostases they will be distinct from their source, which will remain simplex, while its product will in its own nature be manifold and dependent upon it. Now if these activities arise from some unexplained first activity in that principle, then it too contains the manifold. If, on the contrary, they are the very earliest activities and the source and cause of any multiple product and the means by which that principle is able, before any activity occurs, to remain self-centered, then they are allocated to the product of which they are the cause. For this principle is one thing, the activities going forth from it are another, since it is not itself, in act. If this be not so, the first act cannot be the intellectual principle. The one does not provide for the existence of an intellectual principle which thereupon appears, that provision would be something, an hypostasis, intervening between the one and the intellectual principle, its offspring. There could, in fact, be no such providing in the one, for it was never incomplete, and such provision could name nothing that ought to be provided. It cannot be thought to possess only some part of its content, and not the whole, nor did anything exist to which it could turn in desire. Clearly anything that comes into being after it, arises without shaking to its permanence in its own habit. It is essential to the existence of any new entity that the first remain in self-gathered repose throughout, otherwise, it moved before there was motion and had intellectual act before any intellection, unless, indeed, that first act, as motionless and without intelligence, was incomplete, nothing more than a tendency. And what can we imagine it lights upon to become the object of such a tendency? The only reasonable explanation of act flowing from it lies in the analogy of light from a sun. The entire intellectual order may be figured as a kind of light with the one in repose at its summit as its king, but this manifestation is not cast out from it. We may think, rather, of the one as a light before the light, an eternal irradiation resting upon the intellectual realm. This, not identical with its source, is yet not severed from it nor of so remote a nature as to be less than real being. It is no blind thing, but is seeing and knowing, the primal knower. The one, as transcending intellect, transcends knowing, above all need, it is above the need of the knowing which pertains solely to the secondary nature. Knowing is a unitary thing, but defined, the first is one, but undefined, a defined one would not be the one absolute, the absolute is prior to the definite. Section 1313. Thus the one is in truth beyond all statement. Any affirmation is of a thing, but the all-transcending, resting above even the most august divine mind, possesses alone of all true being, and is not a thing among things. We can give it no name because that would imply predication. We can but try to indicate, in our own feeble way, something concerning it. When in our perplexity we object, then it is without self-perception, without self-consciousness, ignorant of itself. We must remember that. We have been considering it only in its opposites. If we make it knowable, an object of affirmation, we make it a manifold, and if we allow intellection in it we make it at that point indigent. Supposing that in fact intellection accompanies it, intellection by it must be superfluous. Self-intellection, which is the truest, implies the entire perception of a total self formed from a variety converging into an integral, but the transcendent knows neither separation of part nor any such inquiry. If its intellectual act were directed upon something outside, then, the transcendent would be deficient and the intellection faulty. The wholly simplex and veritable self-sufficing can be lacking at no point. Self-intellection begins in that principle which, secondarily self-sufficing, yet needs itself and therefore needs to know itself. This principle, by its self-presence, achieves its sufficiency in virtue of its entire content. It is the all, it becomes thus competent from the total of its being, in the act of living towards itself and looking upon itself. Consciousness, as the very word indicates, is a conperception, an act exercised upon a manifold, and even intellect earlier, nearer to the divine, though it is, implies that the agent turns back upon itself, upon a manifold, then. If that agent says no more than, I am a being, it speaks, by the implied dualism, as a discoverer of the extern, and rightly so, for being is a manifold. When it faces towards the unmanifold and says, I am that being, it misses both itself and the being, since the simplex cannot be thus divided into knower and known. If it is, to utter truth, it cannot indicate by being something like a stone. In the one phrase multiplicity is asserted, for the being thus affirmed, even, the veritable. As distinguished from such a mere container of some trace of being as ought not to be called a being since it stands merely as image to archetype, even this must possess multiplicity. But will not each item in that multiplicity be an object of intellect to us? Taken bare and single, no, but being itself is manifold within itself, and whatever else you may name has being. This accepted, it follows that anything that is to be thought of as the most utterly simplex of all cannot have self-intellection. To have that would mean being multiple. The transcendent, thus, neither knows itself nor is known in itself. Section 1414. How, then, do we ourselves come to be speaking of it? No doubt we deal with it, but we do not state it. We have neither knowledge nor intellect of it. But in what sense do we even deal with it when we have no hold upon it? We do not, it is true, grasp it by knowledge, but that does not mean that we are utterly void of it. We hold it not so as to state it, but so as to be able to speak about it. And we can and do state what it is not, while we are silent as to what it is. We are, in fact, speaking of it in the light of its sequels. Unable to state it, we may still possess it. Those divinely possessed and inspired have at least the knowledge that they hold some greater thing within them, though they cannot tell what it is. From the movements that stir them and the utterances that come from them they perceive the power, not themselves, that moves them. In the same way, it must be, we stand towards the Supreme when we hold the intellectual principle pure. We know the divine mind within, that which gives being and all else of that order, but we know, too, that other. Know that it is none of these, but a nobler principle than anything we know as being, fuller and greater, above reason, mind and feeling, conferring these powers, not to be confounded with them. Section 1515. Conferring, but how? As itself possessing them or not? How can it convey what it does not possess, and yet if it does possess, how is it simplex? And if, again, it does not, how is it the source of the manifold? A single, unmanifold emanation we may very well allow, how even that can come from a pure unity may be a problem, but we may always explain it on the analogy of the irradiation from a luminary, but a multitudinous production raises question. The explanation is that what comes from the Supreme cannot be identical with it and assuredly cannot be better than it. What could be better than the one or the utterly transcendent? The emanation, then, must be less good, that is to say, less self-sufficing. Now what must that be which is less self-sufficing than the one? Obviously the not one, that is to say, multiplicity, but a multiplicity striving towards unity, that is to say, a one that is many. All that is not one is conserved by virtue of the one, and from the one derives its characteristic nature. If it had not attained such unity as is consistent with being made up of multiplicity, we could not affirm its existence. If we are able to affirm the nature of single things, this is in virtue of the unity, the identity even, which each of them possesses. But the all-transcendent, utterly void of multiplicity, has no mere unity of participation but is unity's self, independent of all else, as being that from which, by whatever means, all the rest take their degree of unity in their standing, near or far, towards it. In virtue of the unity manifested in its variety, it exhibits, side by side, both an all-embracing identity and the existence of the secondary. All the variety lies in the midst of a sameness, and identity cannot be separated from diversity since all stands as one. Each item in that content, by the fact of participating in life, is a one-many. For the item could not make itself manifest as a one in all. Only the transcendent can be that, it is the great beginning, and the beginning must be a really existent one, wholly and truly one, while its sequent, poured down in some way from the one, is all, a total which has participation in unity and whose every member is similarly all and one. What then is the all? The total of which the transcendent is the source. But in what way is it that source? In the sense, perhaps, of sustaining things as bestower of the unity of each single item? That too, but also as having established them in being. But how? As having, perhaps, contained them previously? We have indicated that, thus, the first would be a manifold. May we think, perhaps, that the first contained the universe as an indistinct total whose items are elaborated to distinct existence within the second by the reason principle there? That second is certainly an activity, the transcendent would contain only the potentiality of the universe to come. But the nature of this contained potentiality would have to be explained, it cannot be that of matter, or receptivity, for thus the source becomes passive, the very negation of production. How then does it produce what it does not contain? Certainly not at haphazard and certainly not by selection. How then? We have observed that anything that may spring from the one must be different from it. Differing, it is not one, since then it would be the source. If unity has given place to duality, from that moment there is multiplicity, for here is variety side by side with identity, and this imports quality and all the rest. We may take it as proved that the emanation of the transcendent must be a not one something other than pure unity, but that it is a multiplicity, and especially that it is such a multiplicity as is exhibited in the sequent universe. This is a statement worthy of deliberation. Some further inquiry must be made, also, as to the necessity of any sequel to the first. Section 1616. We have, of course, already seen that a secondary must follow upon the first, and that this is a power immeasurably fruitful, and we indicated that this truth is confirmed by the entire order of things since there is nothing, not even in the lowest ranks, void of the power of generating. We have now to add that, since things engendered tend downwards and not upwards and, especially, move towards multiplicity, the first principle of all must be less a manifold than any. That which engenders the world of sense cannot itself be a sense world, it must be the intellect and the intellectual world. Similarly, the prior which engenders the intellectual principle and the intellectual world cannot be either, but must be something of less multiplicity. The manifold does not rise from the manifold, the intellectual multiplicity has its source in what is not manifold. By the mere fact of being manifold, the thing is not the first principle, we must look to something earlier. All must be grouped under a unity which, as standing outside of all multiplicity and outside of any ordinary simplicity, is the veritably and essentially simplex. Still, how can a reason principle, the intellectual, characteristically a manifold, a total, derive from what is obviously no reason principle? But how, failing such origin in the simplex, could we escape, what cannot be accepted, the derivation of a reason principle from a reason principle? And how does the secondarily good, the imaged good, derive from the good, the absolute? What does it hold from the absolute good to entitle it to the name? Similarity to the prior is not enough, it does not help towards goodness. We demand similarity only to an actually existent good. The goodness must depend upon derivation from a prior of such a nature that the similarity is desirable because that prior is good, just as the similarity would be undesirable if the prior were not good. Does the similarity with the prior consist, then, in a voluntary resting upon it? It is rather that, finding its condition satisfying, it seeks nothing. The similarity depends upon the all-sufficiency of what it possesses. Its existence is agreeable because all is present to it, and present in such a way as not to be even different from it. Intellectual principle is being. All life belongs to it, life brilliant and perfect, thus all in it is at once life principle and intellectual principle, nothing in it aloof from either life or intellect. It is therefore self-sufficing and seeks nothing, and if it seeks nothing this is because it has in itself what, lacking, it must seek. It has, therefore, its good within itself, either by being of that order, in what we have called its life and intellect, or in some other quality or character going to produce these. If this, secondary principle, were the good, the absolute, nothing could transcend these things, life and intellect, but, given the existence of something higher, this intellectual principle must possess a life directed towards that transcendent, dependent upon it, deriving its being from it, living towards it as towards its source. The first, then, must transcend this principle of life and intellect which directs thither both the life in itself, a copy of the reality of the first, and the intellect in itself which is again a copy, though of what original there we cannot know. Section 1717. But what can it be which is loftier than that existence, a life compact of wisdom, untouched by struggle and error, or than this intellect which holds the universe with all there is of life and intellect? If we answer, the making principle, there comes the question, making by what virtue, and unless we can indicate something higher there than in the made, our reasoning has made no advance, we rest where we were. We must go higher, if it were only for the reason that the maker of all must have a self-sufficing existence outside of all things, since all the rest is patently indigent, and that everything has participated in the one and, as drawing on unity, is itself not unity. What then is this in which each particular entity participates, the author of being to the universe and to each item of the total? Since it is the author of all that exists, and since the multiplicity in each thing is converted into a self-sufficing existence by this presence of the one, so that even the particular itself becomes self-sufficing, then clearly this principle, author at once of being and of self-sufficingness, is not itself a being but is above being and above even self-sufficing. May we stop, content, with that? No, the soul is yet, and even more, in pain. Is she ripe, perhaps, to bring forth, now that in her pangs she has come so close to what she seeks? No, we must call upon yet another spell if anywhere the assuagement is to be found. Perhaps in what has already been uttered, there lies the charm if only we tell it over often. No, we need a new, a further, incantation. All our effort may well skim over every truth and through all the verities in which we have part, and yet the reality escape us when we hope to affirm, to understand, for the understanding, in order to its affirmation must possess itself of item after item, only so does it traverse all the field, but how can there be any such peregrination of that in which there is no variety? All the need is met by a contact purely intellective. At the moment of touch there is no power whatever to make any affirmation, there is no leisure, reasoning upon the vision is for afterwards. We may know we have had the vision when the soul has suddenly taken light. This light is from the Supreme and is the Supreme. We may believe in the presence when, like that other God on the call of a certain man, he comes bringing light, the light is the proof of the advent. Thus, the soul unlit remains without that vision, lit, it possesses what it sought. And this is the true end set before the soul, to take that light, to see the Supreme by the Supreme and not by the light of any other principle, to see the Supreme which is also the means to the vision, for that which illumines the soul is that which it is to see just as it is by the sun's own light that we see the sun. But how is this to be accomplished? Cut away everything. Fourth Tractate. How the secondaries rise from the first, and on the one section 1:1. Anything existing after the first must necessarily arise from that first, whether immediately or as tracing back to it through intervenience. There must be an order of secondaries and tertiaries, in which any second is to be referred to the first, any third to the second. Standing before all things, there must exist a simplex, differing from all its sequel, self-gathered not interblended with the forms that rise from it, and yet able in some mode of its own to be present to those others. It must be authentically a unity, not merely something elaborated into unity and so in reality no more than unity's counterfeit. It will debar all telling and knowing except that it may be described as transcending being, for if there were nothing outside all alliance and compromise, nothing authentically one, there would be no source. Untouched by multiplicity, it will be wholly self-sufficing, an absolute first, whereas any not first demands its earlier, and any non-simplex needs the simplicities within itself as the very foundations of its composite existence. There can be only one such being. If there were another, the two, as indiscernible, would resolve into one, for we are not dealing with two corporal entities. Our one first is not a body is not simplex and, as a thing of process cannot be a first, the source cannot be a thing of generation, only a principle outside of body, and utterly untouched by multiplicity, could be the first. Any unity, then, later than the first must be no longer simplex, it can be no more than a unity in diversity. Whence must such a sequent arise? It must be an offspring of the first, for suppose it the product of chance, that first ceases to be the principle of all. But how does it arise from the first? If the first is perfect, utterly perfect above all, and is the beginning of all power, it must be the most powerful of all that is, and all other powers must act in some partial imitation of it. Now other beings, coming to perfection, are observed to generate, they are unable to remain self-closed, they produce, and this is true not merely of beings endowed with will, but of growing things where there is no will. Even lifeless objects impart something of themselves, as far as they may. Fire warms, snow chills, drugs have their own outgoing efficacy. All things to the utmost of their power imitate the source in some operation tending to eternity and to service. How then could the most perfect remain self-set, the first good, the power towards all? How could it grudge or be powerless to give of itself, and how at that would it still be the source? If things other than itself are to exist, things dependent upon it for their reality, it must produce since there is no other source. And further, this engendering principle must be the very highest in worth, and its immediate offspring, its secondary, must be the best of all that follows. Section 2.2. If the intellectual principle were the engendering source, then the engendered secondary, while less perfect than the intellectual principle, would be close to it and similar to it, but since the engendering source is above the intellectual principle, the secondary can only be that principle. But why is the intellectual principle not the generating source? Because, it is not a self-sufficing simplex, the act of the intellectual principle is intellectaion, which means that, seeing the intellectual object towards which it has turned, it is consummated, so to speak, by that object, being in itself indeterminate like sight, a vague readiness for any and every vision, and determined by the intellectual object. This is why it has been said that, out of the indeterminate dyad and the one arise the ideas and the numbers, for the dyad is the intellectual principle. Thus it is not a simplex, it is manifold, it exhibits a certain composite quality, within the intellectual or divine order, of course, as the principle that sees the manifold. It is, further, itself simultaneously object and agent of intellectaion and is on that count also a duality, and it possesses besides another object of intellectaion in the order following upon itself. But how can the intellectual principle be a product of the intellectual object? In this way, the intellectual object is self-gathered, self-compact, and is not deficient as the seeing and knowing principle must be deficient, mean, as needing an object. It is therefore no unconscious thing, all its content and accompaniment are its possession, it is self-distinguishing throughout, it is the seat of life as of all things, it is, itself, that self-intellection which takes place in eternal repose, that is to say, in a mode other than that of the intellectual principle. But if something comes to being within an entity which in no way looks outside itself and especially within a being which is the sum of being, that entity must be the source of the new thing, stable in its own identity, it produces, but the product is that of an unchanged being, the producer is unchangeably the intellectual object, the product is produced as the intellectual act, an act taking intellectaion of its source, the only object that exists for it, and so becoming intellectual. Principle, that is to say, becoming another intellectual being, resembling its source, a reproduction and image of that. But how from amid perfect rest can an act arise? There is in everything the act of the essence and the act going out from the essence. The first act is the thing itself in its realized identity, the second act is an inevitably following outgo from the first, an emanation distinct from the thing itself. Thus even in fire there is the warmth comported by its essential nature and there is the warmth going instantaneously outward from that characterizing heat by the fact that the fire, remaining unchangeably fire, utters the act native to its essential reality. So it is in the divine also, or rather we have there the earlier form of the double act, the divine remains in its own unchanging being, but from its perfection and from the act included in its nature there emanates the secondary or issuing act which, as the output of a mighty power, the mightiest there is, attains to real being as second to that which stands above all being. That transcendent was the potentiality of the all, this secondary is the all made actual. And if this is all things, that must be above and outside of all, so, must transcend real being. And again, if that secondary is all things, and if above its multiplicity there is a unity not ranking among those things, once more this unity transcends real being and therefore transcends the intellectual principle as well. There is thus something transcending intellectual principle, for we must remember that real being is no corpse, the negation of life and of intellect ion, but is in fact identical with the intellectual principle. The intellectual principle is not something taking cognizance of things as sensation deals with sense objects existing independently of sense. On the contrary, it actually is the things it knows, the ideas constituting them it has not borrowed. Whence could it have taken them? No, it exists here together with the things of the universe, identical with them, making a unity with them, and the collective knowledge, in the divine mind, of the immaterial is the universe of things. Fifth Tractate. That the intellectual beings are not outside the intellectual principle, and on the nature of the good section 1:1. The intellectual principle, the veritably and essentially intellective, can this be conceived as ever falling into error, ever failing to think reality? Assuredly no, it would no longer be intelligent and therefore no longer intellectual principle, it must know unceasingly, and never forget, and its knowledge can be no guesswork, no hesitating assent, no acceptance of an alien report. Nor can it call on demonstration or, we are told it may at times act by this or, I method, at least there must be something patent to it in virtue of its own nature. In actual fact reason tells us that all its knowledge is thus inherent to it, for there is no means by which to distinguish between the spontaneous knowledge and the other. But, in any case, some knowledge, it is conceded, is inherent to it. Whence are we to understand the certainty of this knowledge to come to it, or how do its objects carry the conviction of their reality? Consider sense knowledge, its objects seem most patently certified, yet the doubt returns whether the apparent reality may not lie in the states of the percipient rather than in the material before him. The decision demands intelligence or reasoning. Besides, even granting that what the senses grasp is really contained in the objects, none the less what is thus known by the senses is an image. Sense can never grasp the thing itself, this remains forever outside. Now, if the intellectual principle in its act, that is in knowing the intellectual, is to know these its objects as alien, we have to explain how it makes contact with them. Obviously it might never come upon them, and so might never know them, or it might know them only upon the meeting. Its knowing, at that, would not be an enduring condition. If we are told that the intellectual principle and the intellectual objects are linked in a standing unity, we demand the description of this unity. Next, the intellect ions would be impressions, that is to say not native act but violence from without. Now how is such impressing possible and what shape could the impressions bear? Intellect ion, again, becomes at this a mere handling of the external, exactly like sense perception. What then distinguishes it unless that it deals with objects of less extension? And what certitude can it have that its knowledge is true? Or what enables it to pronounce that the object is good, beautiful, or just, when each of these ideas is to stand apart from itself? The very principles of judgment, by which it must be guided, would be, as ideas, excluded, with objects and canons alike outside it, so is truth. Again, either the objects of the intellectual principle are senseless and devoid of life and intellect or they are in possession of intellect. Now, if they are in possession of intellect, that realm is a union of both and is truth. This combined intellectual realm will be the primal intellect. We have only then to examine how this reality, conjoint of intellectual principle and its object, is to be understood, whether as combining self-united identity with yet duality and difference, or what other relation holds between them. If on the contrary the objects of intellectual principle are without intelligence and life, what are they? They cannot be premises, axioms, or predicates. As predicates they would not have real existence, they would be affirmations linking separate entities, as when we affirm that justice is good though justice and good are distinct realities. If we are told that they are self-standing entities, the distinct beings justice and good, then, supposing them to be outside, the intellectual realm will not be a unity nor be included in any unity, all is sundered individuality. Where, then, are they and what spatial distinction keeps them apart? How does the intellectual principle come to meet with them as it travels round? What keeps each true to its character? What gives them enduring identity? What conceivable shape or character can they have? They are being presented to us as some collection of figures, in gold or some other material substance, the work of some unknown sculptor or graver, but at once the intellectual principle which contemplates them becomes sense perception, and there still remains the question how one of them comes to be justice and another something else. But the great argument is that if we are to allow that these objects of intellection are in the strict sense outside the intellectual principle, which, therefore, must see them as external, then inevitably it cannot possess the truth of them. In all it looks upon, it sees falsely, for those objects must be the authentic things, yet it looks upon them without containing them, and in such knowledge holds only their images, that is to say, not containing the authentic, adopting phantasms of the true, it holds the false, it never possesses reality. If it knows that it possesses the false, it must confess itself excluded from the truth. If it fails of this knowledge also, imagining itself to possess the truth which has eluded it, then the doubled falsity puts it the deeper into error. It is thus, I suppose, that in sense perception we have belief instead of truth. Belief is our leaf, we satisfy ourselves with something very different from the original which is the occasion of perception. In fine, there would be on the hypothesis no truth in the intellectual principle. But such an intellectual principle would not be truth, nor truly an intellectual principle. There would be no intellectual principle at all, no divine mind, yet elsewhere truth cannot be. Section 2.2. Thus we may not look for the intellectual objects, the ideas, outside of the intellectual principle, treating them as impressions of reality upon it. We cannot strip it of truth and so make its objects unknowable and non-existent and in the end annul the intellectual principle itself. We must provide for knowledge and for truth, we must secure reality, being must become knowable essentially and not merely in that knowledge of quality which could give us a mere image or vestige of the reality in lieu of possession, intimate association, absorption. The only way to this is to leave nothing outside of the veritable intellectual principle which thus has knowledge in the true knowing, that of identification with the object, cannot forget, need not go wandering in search. At once truth is there, this is the seat of the authentic existence, it becomes living and intellective, these are the essentials of that most lofty principle, and, failing them, where is its worth, its grandeur? Only thus, by this inherence of the ideas, is it dispensed from demonstration and from acts of faith in the truth of its knowledge, it is its entire self, self-perspicuous. It knows a prior by recognizing its own source, it knows a sequent to that prior by its self-identity, of the reality of this sequent, of the fact that it is present and has authentic existence. No outer entity can bring it surer conviction. Thus veritable truth is not accordance with an external, it is self-accordance, it affirms and is nothing other than itself and is nothing other, it is at once existence and self-affirmation. What external, then, can call it to the question, and from what source of truth could the refutation be brought? Any counter-affirmation, of truth, must fall into identity with the truth which first uttered itself, brought forward as new, it has to appear before the principle which made the earlier statement and to show itself identical with that, for there is no finding anything truer than the true. Section 3.3. Thus we have here one identical principle, the intellect, which is the universe of authentic beings, the truth. As such it is a great God or, better, not a God among gods but the Godhead entire. It is a God, a secondary God manifesting before there is any vision of that other, the supreme which rests over all, enthroned in transcendence upon that splendid pediment, the nature following close upon it. The supreme in its progress could never be borne forward upon some soulless vehicle nor even directly upon the soul, it will be heralded by some ineffable beauty. Before the great king in his progress there comes first the minor train, then rank by rank the greater and more exalted, closer to the king the kinglier, next his own honored company until, last among all these grandeurs, suddenly appears the supreme monarch himself, and all, unless indeed for those who have contented themselves with the spectacle before his coming and gone away, prostrate themselves and hail him. In that royal progress the king is of another order from those that go before him, but the king in the supreme is no ruler over externs, he holds that most just of governances, rooted in nature, the veritable kingship, for he is king of truth, holding sway by all reason over a dense offspring his own, a host that shares his divinity, king over a king and over kings and even more justly called father of gods. Interpolation, Zeus, universal soul, is in this a symbol of him, Zeus who is not content with the contemplation of his father, Kronos, divine intellect, but looks to that father's father, to Uranus, the transcendent, as what may be called the divine energy working to the establishment of a real being. Section 4.4. We have said that all must be brought back to a unity, this must be an authentic unity, not belonging to the order in which multiplicity is unified by participation in what is truly a one. We need a unity independent of participation, not a combination in which multiplicity holds an equal place. We have exhibited, also, the intellectual realm and the intellectual principle is more closely a unity than the rest of things, so that there is nothing closer to the one. Yet even this is not the purely one. This purely one, essentially a unity untouched by the multiple, this we now desire to penetrate if in any way we may. Only by a leap can we reach to this one which is to be pure of all else, halting sharp in fear of slipping ever so little aside and impinging on the dual, for if we fail of the center, we are in a duality which does not even include the authentic one but belongs on both sides, to the later order. The one does not bear to be numbered in with anything else, with a 1 or a 2 or any such quantity. It refuses to take number because it is measure and not the measured. It is no peer of other entities to be found among them, for thus, it and they alike would be included in some container and this would be its prior, the prior it cannot have. Not even essential, ideal or abstract, number can belong to the one and certainly not the still later number applying to quantities, for essential number first appears as providing duration to the divine intellect ion, while quantitative number is that, still later and lower, which furnishes the quantity found in conjunction with other things or which provides for quantity independent of things, if this is to be thought of as number at all. The principle which in objects having quantitative number looks to the unity from which they spring is a copy, or lower phase, of the principle which in the earlier order of number, in essential or ideal number, looks to the veritable one, and it attains its existence without in the least degree dissipating or shattering that prior unity. The dyad has come into being, but the precedent monad still stands, and this monad is quite distinct within the dyad from either of the two constituent unities, since there is nothing to make it one rather than the other, being neither, but simply that thing apart, it is present without being inherent. But how are the two unities distinct and how is the dyad a unity, and is this unity the same as the unity by which each of the constituents is one thing? Our answer must be that the unity is that of a participation in the primal unity with the participants remaining distinct from that in which they partake. The dyad, in so far as it is one thing, has this participation, but in a certain degree only. The unity of an army is not that of a single building. The dyad, as a thing of extension, is not strictly a unit either quantitatively or in manner of being. Are we then to take it that the monads in the pentad and decad differ while the unity in the pentad is the same as that in the decad? Yes, in the sense in which, big and little, ship is one with ship, army with army, city with city, otherwise, no. But certain difficulties in this matter will be dealt with later. Section 5.5. We return to our statement that the first remains intact even when other entities spring from it. In the case of numbers, the unit remains intact while something else produces, and thus number arises in dependence on the unit, much more than does the unit, the one, remain intact in the principle which is before all beings, especially since the entities produced in its likeness, while it thus remains intact, owe their existence to no other, but to its own all-sufficient power. And just as there is, primarily or secondarily, some form or idea from the monad in each of the successive numbers, the later still participating, though unequally, in the unit, so the series of beings following upon the first bear, each, some form or idea derived from that source. In number the participation establishes quantity, in the realm of being, the trace of the one establishes reality, existence is a trace of the one, our word for entity may probably be connected with that for unity. What we know as being, the first sequent upon the one, advanced a little outward, so to speak, then chose to go no further, turned inward again and comes to rest and is now the reality and hearth, Bougia and Hestia, of the universe. Pressing, with the rough breathing, on the word for being, on, we have the word, hen, one, an indication that in our very form of speech we tell, as far as may be, that being, the weaker, is that which proceeds from, the stronger, the one. Thus both the thing that comes to be and being itself are carriers of a copy, since they are outflows from the power of the primal one. This power sees and in its emotion tries to represent what it sees and breaks into speech, on, Enai, Bougia, Hestia, existent, existence, essence, Hestia or hearth, sounds which labor to express the essential nature of the universe produced by the travail of the utterer and so to represent, as far as sounds may, the origin of reality. Section 6.6. All this, however, we may leave to individual judgment. To proceed, this produced reality is an ideal form, for certainly nothing springing from the Supreme can be less, and it is not a particular form but the form of all, beside which there is no other. It follows that the first must be without form, and, if without form, then it is no being. Being must have some definition and therefore be limited. But the first cannot be thought of as having definition and limit, for thus it would be not the source but the particular item indicated by the definition assigned to it. If all things belong to the produced, which of them can be thought of as the supreme? Not included among them, this can be described only as transcending them, but they are being and the beings, it therefore transcends being. Note that the phrase transcending being assigns no character, makes no assertion, allots no name, carries only the denial of particular being, and in this there is no attempt to circumscribe it. To seek to throw a line about that illimitable nature would be folly, and anyone thinking to do so cuts himself off from any slightest and most momentary approach to its least vestige. As one wishing to contemplate the intellectual nature will lay aside all the representations of sense and so may see what transcends the sense realm, in the same way one wishing to contemplate what transcends the intellectual attains by putting away all that is of the intellect, taught by the intellect, no doubt, that the transcendent exists but never seeking to define it. Its definition, in fact, could be only the indefinable. What is not a thing is not some definite thing. We are in agony for a true expression, we are talking of the untellable, we name, only to indicate for our own use as best we may. And this name, the one, contains really no more than the negation of plurality. Under the same pressure the Pythagoreans found their indication in the symbol, Apollo, a equals not, pollen equals of many, with its repudiation of the multiple. If we are led to think positively of the one, name and thing, there would be more truth in silence. The designation, a mere aid to inquiry, was never intended for more than a preliminary affirmation of absolute simplicity to be followed by the rejection of even that statement. It was the best that offered, but remains inadequate to express the nature indicated. For this is a principle not to be conveyed by any sound, it cannot be known on any hearing but, if at all, by vision, and to hope in that vision to see a form is to fail of even that. Section 7.7. Consider the act of ocular vision. There are two elements here, there is the form perceptible to the sense and there is the medium by which the eye sees that form. This medium is itself perceptible to the eye, distinct from the form to be seen, but the cause of the seeing, it is perceived at the one stroke in that form and on it and, hence, is not distinguished from it, the eye being held entirely by the illuminated object. When on the contrary this medium presents itself alone it is seen directly, though even then actual sight demands some solid base, there must be something besides the medium which, unless embracing some object, eludes perception, thus the light inherent to the sun would not be perceived but for the solidity of the mass. If it is objected that the sun is light entire, this would only be a proof of our assertion, no other visible form will contain light which must, then, have no other property than that of visibility, and in fact all other visible objects are something more than light alone. So it is with the act of vision in the intellectual principle. This vision sees, by another light, the objects illuminated by the first principle, setting itself among them, it sees veritably, declining towards the lower nature, that upon which the light from above rests, it has less of that vision. Passing over the visible and looking to the medium by which it sees, then it holds the light and the source of light. But since the intellectual principle is not to see this light as something external, we return to our analogy, the eye is not wholly dependent upon an outside and alien light, there is an earlier light within itself, a more brilliant, which it sees sometimes in a momentary flash. At night in the darkness a gleam leaps from within the eye, or again we make no effort to see anything, the eyelids close, yet a light flashes before us, or we rub the eye and it sees the light it contains. This is sight without the act, but it is the truest seeing, for it sees light whereas its other objects were the lit not the light. It is certainly thus that the intellectual principle, hiding itself from all the outer, withdrawing to the inmost, seeing nothing, must have its vision, not of some other light in some other thing but of the light within itself, unmingled, pure, suddenly gleaming before it. Section 8.8. So that we are left wondering whence it came, from within or without, and when it has gone, we say, it was here. Yet no, it was beyond. But we ought not to question whence, there is no whence, no coming or going in place, now it is seen and now not seen. We must not run after it, but fit ourselves for the vision and then wait tranquilly for its appearance, as the eye waits on the rising of the sun, which in its own time appears above the horizon out of the ocean, as the poets say, and gives itself to our sight. This principle, of which the sun is an image, where has it its dawning, what horizon does it surmount to appear? It stands immediately above the contemplating intellect which has held itself at rest towards the vision, looking to nothing else than the good and beautiful, setting its entire being to that in a perfect surrender, and now tranquilly filled with power and taking a new beauty to itself, gleaming in the light of that presence. This advent, still, is not by expectation, it is a coming without approach. The vision is not of something that must enter but of something present before all else, before the intellect itself made any movement. Yet it is the intellect that must move, to come and to go, going because it has not known where it should stay and where that presence stays, the nowhere contained. And if the intellect, too, could hold itself in that nowhere, not that it is ever in place, it too is uncontained, utterly unplaced, it would remain forever in the vision of its prior, or, indeed, not in vision but in identity, all duality annulled. But it is intellect, having a sphere of its own, and, when it is to see, it must see by that in it which is not intellect, by its divinest power. No doubt it is wonderful that the first should thus be present without any coming, and that, while it is nowhere, nowhere is it not, but wonderful though this be in itself, the contrary would be more wonderful to those who know. Of course neither this contrary nor the wonder at it can be entertained. But we must explain, section 9:9. Everything brought into being under some principle not itself is contained either within its maker or, if there is any intermediate, within that, having a prior essential to its being, it needs that prior always, otherwise it would not be contained at all. It is the order of nature, the last and the immediately preceding lasts, things of the order of the firsts within their prior firsts, and so thing within thing up to the very pinnacle of source. That source, having no prior, cannot be contained, uncontained by any of those other forms of being, each held within the series of priors, it is orbed round all, but so as not to be pointed off to hold them part for part, it possesses but is not possessed. Holding all, though itself nowhere held, it is omnipresent, for where its presence failed something would elude its hold. At the same time, in the sense that it is nowhere held, it is not present, thus it is both present and not present as not being circumscribed by anything, yet, as being utterly unattached, not inhibited from presence at any point. That inhibition would mean that the first was determined by some other being, the later series, then, would be without part in the supreme. God has his limit and is no longer self-governed but mastered by inferiors. While the contained must be where its container is, what is uncontained by place is not debarred from any, for, imagine a place where it is not and evidently some other place retains it, at once it is contained and there is an end of its placelessness. But if the nowhere is to stand and the ascription of a where, implying station in the extern, is to fall, then nothing can be left void, and at once nothing void, yet no point containing God is sovereignly present through all. We cannot think of something of God here and something else there, nor of all God gathered at some one spot. There is an instantaneous presence everywhere, nothing containing and nothing left void, everything therefore fully held by the divine. Consider our universe. There is none before it and therefore it is not, itself, in a universe or in any place. What place was there before the universe came to be? Its linked members form and occupy the whole. But soul is not in the universe, on the contrary the universe is in the soul. Bodily substance is not a place to the soul. Soul is contained in intellectual principle and is the container of body. The intellectual principle in turn is contained in something else, but that prior principle has nothing in which to be. The first is therefore in nothing, and, therefore, nowhere. But all the rest must be somewhere, and where but in the first? This can mean only that the first is neither remote from things nor directly within them. There is nothing containing it, it contains all. It is the good to the universe if only in this way, that towards it all things have their being, all dependent upon it, each in its mode, so that thing rises above thing in goodness according to its fuller possession of authentic being. Section 10:10. Still, do not, I urge you, look for the good through any of these other things. If you do, you will see not itself but its trace, you must form the idea of that which is to be grasped cleanly standing to itself not in any combination, the unheld in which all have hold, for no other is such, yet one such there must be. Now it is clear that we cannot possess ourselves of the power of this principle in its concentrated fullness, so to do one must be identical with it, but some partial attainment is within our reach. You who make the venture will throw forward all your being, but you will never tell it entire, for that, you must yourself be the divine intellect in act, and at your utmost success it will still pass from you or, rather, you from it. In ordinary vision you may think to see the object entire, in this intellective act, all, less or more, that you can take to mind you may set down as the good. It is the good since, being a power, being effective outwardly, it is the cause of the intelligent and intellective life as of life and intellect, for these grow from it as from the source of essence and of existence, the source as being one, simplex and first because before it was nothing. All derives from this, it is the origin of the primal movement which it does not possess and of the repose which is but its absence of need, for neither rest nor movement can belong to that which has no place in which either could occur, center, object, ground, all are alike unknown to it, for it is before all. Yet its being is not limited, what is there to set bounds to it? Nor, on the other hand, is it infinite in the sense of magnitude, what place can there be to which it must extend, or why should there be movement where there is no lacking? All its infinitude resides in its power, it does not change and will not fail, and in it all that is unfailing finds duration. Section 1111. It is infinite also by right of being a pure unity with nothing towards which to direct any partial content. Absolutely one, it has never known measure and stands outside of number, and so is under no limit either in regard to any extern or within itself, for any such determination would bring something of the dual into it. And having no constituent parts it accepts no pattern, forms no shape. Reason recognizing it as such a nature, you may not hope to see it with mortal eyes, nor in any way that would be imagined by those who make sense the test of reality and so annul the supremely real. For what passes for the most truly existent is most truly non-existent, the thing of extension least real of all, while this unseen first is the source and principle of being and sovereign over reality. You must turn appearances about or you will be left void of God. You will be like those at the festivals who in their gluttony cram themselves with things which none going to the gods may touch, they hold these goods to be more real than the vision of the God who is to be honored and they go away having had no share in the sanctities of the shrine. In these celebrations of which we speak, the unseen God leaves those in doubt of his existence who think nothing patent but what may be known to the flesh. It happens as if a man slept a life through and took the dream world in perfect trust, wake him, and he would refuse belief to the report of his open eyes and settle down to sleep again. Section 1212. Knowing demands the organ fitted to the object, eyes for one kind, ears for another. Similarly some things, we must believe, are to be known by the intellectual principle in us. We must not confuse intellection with hearing or seeing, this would be trying to look with the ears or denying sound because it is not seen. Certain people, we must keep in mind, have forgotten that to which, from the beginning onwards, their longing and effort are pointed, for all that exists desires and aspires towards the supreme by a compulsion of nature, as if all had received the oracle that without it they cannot be. The perception of beauty and the awe and the stirring of passion towards it are for those already in some degree knowing and awakened, but the good, as possessed long since and setting up a natural tendency, is inherently present to even those asleep and brings them no wonder when some day they see it, since it is no occasional reminiscence but is always with them though in their drowse they are not aware of it. The love of beauty on the contrary sets up pain when it appears, for those that have seen it must pursue. This love of beauty then is later than the love of good and comes with a more sophisticated understanding, hence we know that beauty is a secondary, the more primal appetition, not patent to sense, our movement towards our good, gives witness that the good is the earlier, the prior. Again, all that have possessed themselves of the good feel it sufficient, they have attained the end, but beauty not all have known and those that have judged it to exist for itself and not for them, as in the charm of this world the beauty belongs only to its possessor. Then, too, it is thought enough to appear lovable whether one is so or not, but no one wants his good in semblance only. All are seeking the first as something ranking before aught else, but they struggle venomously for beauty as something secondary like themselves, thus some minor personage may perhaps challenge equal honor with the king's right-hand man on pretext of similar dependence, forgetting that, while both owe their standing to the monarch, the other holds the higher rank. The source of the error is that while both the good and the beautiful participate in the common source, the one precedes both, and that, in the supreme also, the good has no need of the beautiful, while the beautiful does need the good. The good is gentle and friendly and tender, and we have it present when we but will. Beauty is all violence and stupefaction, its pleasure is spoiled with pain, and it even draws the thoughtless away from the good as some attraction will lure the child from the father's side. These things tell of youth. The good is the older, not in time but by degree of reality, and it has the higher and earlier power, all power in fact, for the sequent holds only a power subordinate and delegated of which the prior remains sovereign. Not that God has any need of his derivatives, he ignores all that produced realm, never necessary to him, and remains identically what he was before he brought it into being. So too, had the secondary never existed, he would have been unconcerned, exactly as he would not have grudged existence to any other universe that might spring into being from him, were any such possible. Of course no other such could be, since there is nothing that has not existence once the all exists. But God never was the all, that would make him dependent upon the universe, transcending all, he was able at once to make all things and to leave them to their own being, he above. Section 1313. The Supreme, as the absolute good and not merely a good being or thing, can contain nothing, since there is nothing that could be its good. Anything it could contain must be either good to it or not good, but in the supremely and primally good there can be nothing not good, nor can the absolute good be a container to the good, containing, then, neither the good nor the not good. It contains nothing and, containing nothing, it is alone, it is void of all but itself. If the rest of being either is good, without being the absolute good, or is not good, while on the other hand the Supreme contains neither what is good nor what is not good, then, containing nothing, it is the good by that very absence of content. Thus we rob it of its very being as the absolute good if we ascribe anything to it, existence or intellect or goodness. The only way is to make every denial and no assertion, to feign no quality or content there but to permit only the "it is," in which we pretend to no affirmation of non-existent attribute. There is an ignorant praise which, missing the true description, drags in qualities beneath the real worth and so abases. Philosophy must guard against attaching to the Supreme what is later and lower, moving above all that order. It is the cause and source of all these, and is none of them. For, once more, the nature of the good is not such as to make it all things or a thing among all, that would range it under the same classification with them all, and it would differ, thus, only by its individual quality, some specialty, some addition. At once it becomes not a unity but a duality. There is one common element not good and another element that is good, but a combination so made up of good and not good cannot be the purely good, the primarily good. The primarily good must be that principle in which the better element has more effectively participated and so attained its goodness. Any good thing has become so by communion, but that in which it has communion is not a thing among the things of the all, therefore the good is not a thing of the all. Since there is this good in any good thing, the specific difference by which the combination becomes good, it must enter from elsewhere than the world of things, that source must be a good absolute and isolated. Thus is revealed to us the primarily existent, the good, above all that has being, good unalloyed, containing nothing in itself, utterly unmingling, all-transcending, cause of all. Certainly neither being nor beauty springs from evil or from the neutral. The maker, as the more consummate, must surpass the made. Sixth Tractate. That the principle transcending being has no intellectual act. What being has intellect ion primally and what being has it secondarily. Section 1:1. There is a principle having intellect ion of the external and another having self-intellection and thus further removed from duality. Even the first mentioned is not without an effort towards the pure unity of which it is not so capable. It does actually contain its object, though as something other than itself. In the self-intellective, there is not even this distinction of being, self-conversing, the subject is its own object, and thus takes the double form while remaining essentially a unity. The intellect ion is the more profound for this internal possession of the object. This principle is the primally intellective, since there can be no intellect ion without duality in unity. If there is no unity, perceiving principle and perceived object will be different, and the intellect ion, therefore, not primal. A principle concerned with something external cannot be the primally intellective since it does not possess the object as integrally its own or as itself. If it does possess the object as itself, the condition of true intellect ion, the two are one. Thus, in order to primal intellect ion, there must be a unity in duality, while a pure unity with no counterbalancing duality can have no object for its intellect ion and ceases to be intellective. In other words, the primally intellective must be at once simplex and something else. But the surest way of realizing that its nature demands this combination of unity and duality is to proceed upwards from the soul, where the distinction can be made more dearly since the duality is exhibited more obviously. We can imagine the soul as a double light, a lesser corresponding to the soul proper, a purer representing its intellective phase. If now we suppose this intellective light equal to the light which is to be its object, we no longer distinguish between them, the two are recognized as one. We know, indeed, that there are two, but as we see them they have become one. This gives us the relation between the intellective subject and the object of intellect ion, in the duality and unity required by that primal intellect ion. In our thought we have made the two into one, but on the other hand the one thing has become two, making itself into a duality at the moment of intellect ion, or, to be more exact, being dual by the fact of intellect ion and single by the fact that its intellectual object is itself. Section 2.2. Thus there is the primally intellective and there is that in which intellect ion has taken another mode, but this indicates that what transcends the primarily intellective has no intellect ion, for, to have intellect ion, it must become an intellectual principle, and, if it is to become that, it must possess an intellectual object and, as primarily intellective, it must possess that intellectual object as something within itself. But it is not inevitable that every intellectual object should both possess the intellective principle in itself and exercise intellect ion. At that, it would be not merely object but subject as well and, besides, being thus dual, could not be primal. Further, the intellectual principle that is to possess the intellectual object could not cohere unless there existed an essence purely intellectual, something which, while standing as intellectual object to the intellectual principle, is in its own essence neither an agent nor an object of intellect ion. The intellectual object points to something beyond itself, to a percipient, and the intellectual agent has its intellect ion in vain unless by seizing and holding an object, since, failing that, it can have no intellect ion but is consummated only when it possesses itself of its natural term. There must have been something standing consummate independently of any intellectual act, something perfect in its own essence, thus that in which this completion is inherent must exist before intellect ion. In other words, it has no need of intellect ion, having been always self-sufficing. This, then, will have no intellectual act. Thus we arrive at a principle having no intellect ion, a principle having intellect ion primarily, a principle having it secondarily. It may be added that, supposing the first to be intellective, it thereby possesses something, some object, some attribute. At once it ceases to be a first, it is a secondary, and not even a unity, it is a many, it is all of which it takes intellectual possession. Even though its intellect ion fell solely upon its own content, it must still be a manifold. Section 3.3. We may be told that nothing prevents an identity being thus multiple. But there must be a unity underlying the aggregate. A manifold is impossible without a unity for its source or ground, or at least, failing some unity, related or unrelated. This unity must be numbered as first before all and can be apprehended only as solitary and self-existent. When we recognize it, resident among the mass of things, our business is to see it for what it is, present to the items but essentially distinguished from them, and, while not denying it there, to seek this underly of all no longer as it appears in those other things but as it stands in its pure identity by itself. The identity resident in the rest of things is no doubt close to authentic identity but cannot be it, and, if the identity of unity is to be displayed beyond itself, it must also exist within itself alone. It may be suggested that its existence takes substantial form only by its being resident among outside things, but, at this, it is itself no longer simplex nor could any coherence of manifolds occur. On the one hand things could take substantial existence only if they were in their own virtue simplex. On the other hand, failing as simplex, the aggregate of multiples is itself impossible, for the simplex individual thing could not exist if there were no simplex unity independent of the individual, a principle of identity, and, not existing, much less could it enter into composition with any other such, it becomes impossible then for the compound universe, the aggregate of all, to exist. It would be the coming together of things that are not, things not merely lacking an identity of their own, but utterly non-existent. Once there is any manifold, there must be a precedent unity. Since any intellect ion implies multiplicity in the intellective subject, the non-multiple must be without intellect ion, that non-multiple will be the first, intellect ion, and the intellectual principle must be characteristic of beings coming later. Section 4.4. Another consideration is that if the good, and first, is simplex and without need, it can neither need the intellective act nor possess what it does not need, it will therefore not have intellect ion. Interpolation or corruption, it is without intellect ion because, also, it contains no duality. Again, an intellectual principle is distinct from the good and takes a certain goodness only by its intellect ion of the good. Yet again, in any dual object there is the unity, the principle of identity, side by side with the rest of the thing. An associated member cannot be the unity of the two, and there must be a self-standing unity, within the duality, before this unity of members can exist. By the same reasoning there must be also the supreme unity entering into no association whatever, something which is unity simplex by its very being, utterly devoid of all that belongs to the thing capable of association. How could anything be present in anything else unless in virtue of a source existing independently of association? The simplex, or absolute, requires no derivation, but any manifold, or any dual, must be dependent. We may use the figure of, first, light, then, following it, the sun, as a third, the orb of the moon taking its light from the sun. Soul carries the intellectual principle as something imparted and lending the light which makes it essentially intellective. Intellectual principle carries the light as its own, though it is not purely the light but is the being into whose very essence the light has been received. Highest is that which, giving forth the light to its sequent, is no other than the pure light itself, by whose power the intellectual principle takes character. How can this highest have need of any other? It is not to be identified with any of the things that enter into association, the self-standing is of a very different order. Section 5.5. And again, the multiple must be always seeking its identity, desiring self-accord and self-awareness. But what scope is there within what is an absolute unity in which to move towards its identity, or at what term may it hope for self-knowing? It holds its identity in its very essence and is above consciousness and all intellective act. Intellect ion is not a primal either in the fact of being or in the value of being, it is secondary and derived, for there exists the good, and this moves towards itself while its sequent is moved and by that movement has its characteristic vision. The intellective act may be defined as a movement towards the good in some being that aspires towards it, the effort produces the fact, the two are coincident, to see is to have desire to see, hence again the authentic good has no need of intellect ion since itself and nothing else is its good. The intellective act is a movement towards the unmoved good, thus the self-intellection in all save the absolute good is the working of the imaged good within them. The intellectual principle recognizes the likeness, sees itself as a good to itself, an object of attraction, it grasps at that manifestation of the good and, in holding that, holds self-vision. If the state of goodness is constant, it remains constantly self-attractive and self-intellective. The self-intellection is not deliberate, it sees itself as an incident in its contemplation of the good, for it sees itself in virtue of its act, and, in all that exists, the act is towards the good. Section 6.6. If this reasoning is valid, the good has no scope whatever for intellect ion which demands something attractive from outside. The good, then, is without act. What act indeed, could be vested in activity's self? No activity has yet again an activity, and whatever we may add to such activities as depend from something else, at least we must leave the first activity of them all, that from which all depend, as an uncontaminated identity, one to which no such addition can be made. That primal activity, then, is not an intellect ion, for there is nothing upon which it could exercise intellect ion since it is the first. Besides, intellect ion itself does not exercise the intellective act, this belongs to some principle in which intellect ion is vested. There is, we repeat, duality in any thinking being, and the first is wholly above the dual. But all this may be made more evident by a clearer recognition of the twofold principle at work wherever there is intellect ion, when we affirm the reality of the real beings and their individual identity of being and declare that these real beings exist in the intellectual realm. We do not mean merely that they remain unchangeably self-identical by their very essence, as contrasted with the fluidity and instability of the sense realm. The sense realm itself may contain the enduring. No, we mean rather that these principles possess, as by their own virtue, the consummate fullness of being. The essence described as the primally existent cannot be a shadow cast by being, but must possess being entire, and being is entire when it holds the form and idea of intellect ion and of life. In a being, then, the existence, the intellect ion, the life are present as an aggregate. When a thing is a being, it is also an intellectual principle. When it is an intellectual principle it is a being. Intellect ion and being are coexistence. Therefore intellect ion is a multiple not a unitary, and that which does not belong to this order can have no intellect ion. And if we turn to the partial and particular, there is the intellectual form of man, and there is man, there is the intellectual form of horse and there is horse, the intellectual form of justice, and justice. Thus all is dual. The unit is a duality and yet again the dual reverts to unity. That, however, which stands outside all this category can be neither an individual unity nor an aggregate of all the duals or in any way a duality. How the duals rose from the one is treated elsewhere. What stands above being stands above intellect ion. It is no weakness in it not to know itself, since as pure unity it contains nothing which it needs to explore. But it need not even spend any knowing upon things outside itself. This which was always the good of all gives them something greater and better than its knowledge of them, in giving them in their own identity to cling, in whatever measure be possible, to a principle thus lofty. 7th Tractate. Is there an ideal archetype of particular beings? Section 1:1. We have to examine the question whether there exists an ideal archetype of individuals, in other words whether I and every other human being go back to the intellectual, every, living, thing having origin and principle there. If Socrates' soul, is external, then the authentic Socrates, to adapt the term, must be there, that is to say, the individual soul has an existence in the supreme as well as in this world. If there is no such permanent endurance, and what was Socrates may with change of time become another soul and be Pythagoras or someone else, then the individual Socrates has not that existence in the divine. But if the soul of the individual contains the reason principles of all that it traverses, once more all men have their archetypic existence there, and it is our doctrine that every soul contains all the reason principles that exist in the cosmos, since then the cosmos contains the reason principles not merely of man, but also of all individual living things, so must the soul. Its content of reason principles, then, must be limitless, unless there be a periodical renovation bounding the boundlessness by the return of a former series. But if, in virtue of this periodic return, each archetype may be reproduced by numerous existents, what need is there that there be distinct reason principles and archetypes for each existent in any one period? Might not one, archetypal, man suffice for all, and similarly a limited number of souls produce a limitless number of men? No, one reason principle cannot account for distinct and differing individuals. One human being does not suffice as the exemplar for many distinct each from the other, not merely in material constituents but by innumerable variations of ideal type. This is no question of various pictures or images reproducing an original Socrates. The beings produced differ so greatly as to demand distinct reason principles. The entire soul period conveys with it all the requisite reason principles, and so too the same existence appear once more under their action. There is no need to balk at this limitlessness in the intellectual. It is an infinitude having nothing to do with number or part. What we may think of it as its outgoing is no other than its characteristic act. Section 2:2. But individuals are brought into being by the union of the reason principles of the parents, male and female. This seems to do away with a definite reason principle for each of the offspring. One of the parents, the male let us say, is the source, and the offspring is determined not by reason principles differing from child to child but by one only, the father's or that of the father's father. No, a distinct reason principle may be the determinant for the child, since the parent contains all, they would become effective at different times. And so of the differences among children of the same parents, it is a matter of varying dominance, either the offspring, whether it so appears or not, has been mainly determined by, now, the male, now, the female or, while each principle has given itself entire and lies there within, yet it effectively molds one portion of the bodily substance rather than another. And how, by the theory of a divine archetype of each individual, are the differences caused by place to be explained? Is the differentiating element to be found in the varying resistance of the material of the body? No, if this were so, all men with the exception of one only would be untrue to nature. Difference everywhere is a good, and so there must be differing archetypes, though only to evil could be attribute any power in matter to thwart nature by overmastering the perfect reason principles, hidden but given, all. Still, admitting the diversity of the reason principles, why need there be as many as there are men born in each period, once it is granted that different beings may take external manifestation under the presence of the same principles? Under the presence of all, agreed, but with the dominance of the very same? That is still open to question. May we not take it that there may be identical reproduction from one period to another but not in the same period? Section 3.3. In the case of twin birth among human beings, how can we make out the reason principles to be different, and still more when we turn to the animals and especially those with litters? Where the young are precisely alike, there is one reason principle. But this would mean that after all there are not as many reason principles as separate beings. As many as there are of differing beings, differing by something more than a mere failure in complete reproduction of their idea. And why may not this, sharing of archetype, occur also in beings untouched by differentiation, if indeed there be any such? A craftsman even in constructing an object identical with a model must envisage that identity in a mental differentiation, enabling him to make a second thing by bringing in some difference side by side with the identity. Similarly in nature, where the thing comes about not by reasoning but in sole virtue of reason principles, that differentiation must be included in the archetypal idea, though it is not in our power to perceive the difference. The consideration of quantity brings the same result. If production is undetermined in regard to quantity, each thing has its distinct reason principle. If there is a measured system, the quantity has been determined by the unrolling and unfolding of the reason principles of all the existences. Thus when the universe has reached its term, there will be a fresh beginning, since the entire quantity which the cosmos is to exhibit, every item that is to emerge in its course, all is laid up from the first in the being that contains the reason principles. Are we, then, looking to the brute realm, to hold that there are as many reason principles as distinct creatures born in a litter? Why not? There is nothing alarming about such limitlessness in generative forces and in reason principles, when soul is there to sustain all. As in soul, principle of life, so in divine mind, principle of idea, there is this infinitude of recurring generative powers, the beings there are unfailing. 8th Tractate. On the Intellectual Beauty, Section 1.1. It is a principle with us that one who has attained to the vision of the intellectual beauty and grasped the beauty of the authentic intellect will be able also to come to understand the Father and transcendent of that divine being. It concerns us, then, to try to see and say, for ourselves and as far as such matters may be told, how the beauty of the divine intellect and of the intellectual cosmos may be revealed to contemplation. Let us go to the realm of magnitudes. Suppose two blocks of stone lying side by side, one is unpatterned, quite untouched by art, the other has been minutely wrought by the craftsman's hands into some statue of God or man, a grace or a muse, or if a human being, not a portrait but a creation in which the sculptor's art has concentrated all loveliness. Now it must be seen that the stone thus brought under the artist's hand to the beauty of form is beautiful not as stone, for so the crude block would be as pleasant, but in virtue of the form or idea introduced by the art. This form is not in the material, it is in the designer before ever it enters the stone, and the artificer holds it not by his equipment of eyes and hands but by his participation in his art. The beauty, therefore, exists in a far higher state in the art, for it does not come over integrally into the work. That original beauty is not transferred, what comes over is a derivative and a minor, and even that shows itself upon the statue not integrally and with entire realization of intention but only in so far as it has subdued the resistance of the material. Art, then, creating in the image of its own nature and content, and working by the idea or reason principle of the beautiful object it is to produce, must itself be beautiful in a far higher and purer degree, since it is the seat and source of that beauty, indwelling in the art, which must naturally be more complete than any comeliness of the external. In the degree in which the beauty is diffused by entering into matter, it is so much the weaker than that concentrated in unity. Everything that reaches outwards is the less for it, strength less strong, heat less hot, every power less potent, and so beauty less beautiful. Then again every prime cause must be, within itself, more powerful than its effect can be. The musical does not derive from an unmusical source but from music, and so the art exhibited in the material work derives from an art yet higher. Still the arts are not to be slighted on the ground that they create by imitation of natural objects, for, to begin with, these natural objects are themselves imitations. Then, we must recognize that they give no bare reproduction of the thing seen but go back to the ideas from which nature itself derives, and, furthermore, that much of their work is all their own. They are holders of beauty and add where nature is lacking. Thus Phidias wrought the Zeus upon no model among things of sense but by apprehending what form Zeus must take if he chose to become manifest to sight. Section 2.2. But let us leave the arts and consider those works produced by nature and admitted to be naturally beautiful which the creations of art are charged with imitating, all reasoning life and unreasoning things alike, but especially the consummate among them, where the moulder and maker has subdued the material and given the form he desired. Now what is the beauty here? It has nothing to do with the blood or the menstrual process. Either there is also a color and form apart from all this, or there is nothing unless sheer ugliness or a bare recipient, as it were the mere matter of beauty. Whence shone forth the beauty of Helen, battle sought, or of all those women like in loveliness to Aphrodite, or of Aphrodite herself, or of any human being that has been perfect in beauty, or of any of these gods manifest to sight, or unseen but carrying what would be beauty if we saw? In all these is it not the idea, something of that realm but communicated to the produced from within the producer, just as in works of art, we held, it is communicated from the arts to their creations? Now we can surely not believe that, while the made thing and the idea thus impressed upon matter are beautiful, yet the idea not so alloyed but resting still with the Creator, the idea primal, immaterial, firmly a unity, is not beauty. If material extension were in itself the ground of beauty, then the creating principle, being without extension, could not be beautiful, but beauty cannot be made to depend upon magnitude, since, whether in a large object or a small, the one idea equally moves and forms the mind by its inherent power. A further indication is that as long as the object remains outside us we know nothing of it. It affects us by entry, but only as an idea can it enter through the eyes which are not of scope to take an extended mass. We are, no doubt, simultaneously possessed of the magnitude which, however, we take in not as mass but by an elaboration upon the presented form. Then again the principle producing the beauty must be, itself, ugly, neutral or beautiful. Ugly, it could not produce the opposite. Neutral, why should its product be the one rather than the other? The nature, then, which creates things so lovely must be itself of a far earlier beauty. We, undisciplined in discernment of the inward, knowing nothing of it, run after the outer, never understanding that it is the inner which stirs us. We are in the case of one who sees his own reflection but not realizing whence it comes, goes in pursuit of it. But that the thing we are pursuing is something different and that the beauty is not in the concrete object is manifest from the beauty there is in matters of study, in conduct and custom, briefly in soul or mind. And it is precisely here that the greater beauty lies, perceived whenever you look to the wisdom in a man and delight in it, not wasting attention on the face, which may be hideous, but passing all appearance by and catching only at the inner comeliness, the truly personal. If you are still unmoved and cannot acknowledge beauty under such conditions, then looking to your own inner being you will find no beauty to delight you, and it will be futile in that state to seek the greater vision, for you will be questing it through the ugly and impure. This is why such matters are not spoken of to everyone. You, if you are conscious of beauty within, remember. Section 3.3. Thus there is in the nature principle itself an ideal archetype of the beauty that is found in material forms, and, of that archetype again, the still more beautiful archetype in soul, source of that in nature. In the proficient soul this is brighter and of more advanced loveliness, adorning the soul and bringing to it a light from that greater light which is beauty primally. its immediate presence sets the soul reflecting upon the quality of this prior, the archetype which has no such entries, and is present nowhere but remains in itself alone, and thus is not even to be called a reason principle but is the creative source of the very first reason principle which is the beauty to which soul serves as matter. This prior, then, is the intellectual principle, the veritable, abiding and not fluctuant since not taking intellectual quality from outside itself. By what image thus, can we represent it? We have nowhere to go but to what is less. Only from itself can we take an image of it, that is, there can be no representation of it, except in the sense that we represent gold by some portion of gold, purified, either actually or mentally, if it be impure, insisting at the same time that this is not the total thing gold, but merely the particular gold of a particular parcel. In the same way we learn in this matter from the purified intellect in ourselves or, if you like, from the gods and the glory of the intellect in them. For assuredly all the gods are august and beautiful in a beauty beyond our speech. And what makes them so? Intellect, and especially intellect operating within them, the divine sun and stars, to visibility. It is not through the loveliness of their corporeal forms, even those that have body are not gods by that beauty, it is in virtue of intellect that they, too, are gods, and as gods beautiful. They do not veer between wisdom and folly, in the immunity of intellect unmoving and pure, they are wise always, all-knowing, taking cognizance not of the human but of their own being and of all that lies within the contemplation of intellect. Those of them whose dwelling is in the heavens, are ever in this meditation, what task prevents them, and from afar they look, too, into that further heaven by a lifting of the head. The gods belonging to that higher heaven itself, they whose station is upon it and in it, see and know in virtue of their omnipresence to it. For all there is heaven, earth is heaven, and sea heaven, and animal and plant and man, all is the heavenly content of that heaven, and the gods in it, despising neither men nor anything else that is there where all is of the heavenly order, traverse all that country and all space in peace. Section 4:4. To live at ease is there, and to these divine beings, verity is mother and nurse, existence and sustenance, all that is not of process but of authentic being they see, and themselves in all, for all is transparent, nothing dark, nothing resistant, every being is lucid to every other, in breadth and depth, light runs through light. And each of them contains all within itself, and at the same time sees all in every other, so that everywhere there is all, and all is all and each all, and infinite the glory. Each of them is great, the small is great, the sun, there, is all the stars, and every star, again, is all the stars and sun. While some one manner of being is dominant in each, all are mirrored in every other. Movement there is pure, as self-caused, for the moving principle is not a separate thing to complicate it as it speeds. So, too, repose is not troubled, for there is no admixture of the unstable, and the beauty is all beauty since it is not merely resident, as an attribute or addition, in some beautiful object. Each there walks upon no alien soil, its place is its essential self, and, as each moves, so to speak, towards what is above, it is attended by the very ground from which it starts, there is no distinguishing between the being and the place, all is intellect, the principle and the ground on which it stands, alike. Thus we might think that our visible sky, the ground or place of the stars, lit, as it is, produces the light which reaches us from it, though of course this is really produced by the stars, as it were, by the principles of light alone, not also by the ground as the analogy would require. In our realm all is part rising from part and nothing can be more than partial, but there each being is an eternal product of a whole and is at once a whole and an individual manifesting as part but, to the keen vision there, known for the whole it is. The myth of Lynceus seeing into the very deeps of the earth tells us of those eyes in the divine. No weariness overtakes this vision, which yet brings no such satiety as would call for its ending, for there never was a void to be filled so that, with the fullness and the attainment of purpose, the sense of sufficiency be induced, nor is there any such incongruity within the divine that one being there could be repulsive to another, and of course all there are unchangeable. This absence of satisfaction means only a satisfaction leading to no distaste for that which produces it, to see is to look the more, since for them to continue in the contemplation of an infinite self and of infinite objects is but to acquiesce in the bidding of their nature. Life, pure, is never a burden. How then could there be weariness there where the living is most noble? That very life is wisdom, not a wisdom built up by reasonings but complete from the beginning, suffering no lack which could set it inquiring, a wisdom primal, unborrowed, not something added to the being, but its very essence. No wisdom, thus, is greater. This is the authentic knowing, assessor to the divine intellect as projected into manifestation simultaneously with it. Thus, in the symbolic saying, justice is assessor to Zeus. Perfect wisdom, for all the principles of this order, dwelling there, are as it were visible images protected from themselves, so that all becomes an object of contemplation to contemplators immeasurably blessed. The greatness and power of the wisdom there we may know from this, that it embraces all the real beings, and has made all, and all follow it, and yet that it is itself those beings, which sprang into being with it, so that all is one, and the essence there is wisdom. If we have failed to understand, it is that we have thought of knowledge as a mass of theorems and an accumulation of propositions, though that is false even for our sciences of the sense realm. But in case this should be questioned, we may leave our own sciences for the present, and deal with the knowing in the supreme at which Plato glances where he speaks of that knowledge which is not a stranger in something strange to it, though in what sense, he leaves us to examine and declare, if we boast ourselves worthy of the discussion. This is probably our best starting point. Section 5.5. All that comes to be, work of nature or of craft, some wisdom has made, everywhere a wisdom presides at a making. No doubt the wisdom of the artist may be the guide of the work, it is sufficient explanation of the wisdom exhibited in the arts, but the artist himself goes back, after all, to that wisdom in nature which is embodied in himself, and this is not a wisdom built up of theorems but one totality, not a wisdom consisting of manifold detail coordinated into a unity but rather a unity working out into detail. Now, if we could think of this as the primal wisdom, we need look no further, since, at that, we have discovered a principle which is neither a derivative nor a stranger in something strange to it. But if we are told that, while this reason principle is in nature, yet nature itself is its source, we ask how nature came to possess it, and, if nature derived it from some other source, we ask what that other source may be. If, on the contrary, the principle is self-sprung, we need look no further. But if we are referred to the intellectual principle we must make clear whether the intellectual principle engendered the wisdom. If we learn that it did, we ask whence. If from itself, then inevitably, it is itself wisdom. The true wisdom, then, found to be identical with the intellectual principle, is real being, and real being is wisdom. It is wisdom that gives value to real being, and being is real in virtue of its origin in wisdom. It follows that all forms of existence not possessing wisdom are, indeed, beings in right of the wisdom which went to their forming but, as not in themselves possessing it, are not real beings. We cannot therefore think that the divine beings of that sphere, or the other supremely blessed there, need look to our apparatus of science. All of that realm, all is noble image, such images as we may conceive to lie within the soul of the wise, but they're not as inscription but as authentic existence. The ancients had this in mind when they declared the ideas to be beings, essentials. Section 6.6. Similarly, as it seems to me, the wise of Egypt, whether in precise knowledge or by a prompting of nature, indicated the truth where, in their effort towards philosophical statement, they left aside the writing forms that take in the detail of words and sentences, those characters that represent sounds and convey the propositions of reasoning, and drew pictures instead, engraving in the temple, inscriptions a separate image for every separate item. Thus they exhibited the mode in which the Supreme goes forth. For each manifestation of knowledge and wisdom is a distinct image, an object in itself, an immediate unity, not as aggregate of discursive reasoning and detailed willing. Later from this wisdom in unity there appears, in another form of being, an image, already less compact, which announces the original in an outward stage and seeks the causes by which things are such that the wonder rises how a generated world can be so excellent. For, one who knows must declare his wonder that this wisdom, while not itself containing the causes by which being exists and takes such excellence, yet imparts them to the entities produced in being's realm. This excellence whose necessity is scarcely or not at all manifest to search, exists, if we could but find it out, before all searching and reasoning. What I say may be considered in one chief thing, and thence applied to all the particular entities. section 7-7. Consider the universe. We are agreed that its existence and its nature come to it from beyond itself. Are we, now, to imagine that its maker first thought it out in detail, the earth, and its necessary situation in the middle, water and, again, its position as lying upon the earth, all the other elements and objects up to the sky in due place and order, living beings with their appropriate forms as we know them, their inner organs and their outer limbs, and that having thus appointed every item beforehand, he then set about the execution. Such designing was not even possible. How could the plan for a universe come to one that had never looked outward? Nor could he work on material gathered from elsewhere as our craftsmen do, using hands and tools. Feet and hands are of the later order. One way, only, remains: all things must exist in something else, of that prior, since there is no obstacle, all being continuous within the realm of reality, there has suddenly appeared a sign, an image, whether given forth directly or through the ministry of soul or of some phase of soul, matters nothing for the moment. Thus the entire aggregate of existence springs from the divine world, in greater beauty there because they're unmingled but mingled here. From the beginning to end all is gripped by the forms of the intellectual realm, matter itself is held by the ideas of the elements and to these ideas are added other ideas and others again, so that it is hard to work down to crude matter beneath all that sheathing of idea. Indeed, since matter itself is in its degree, an idea, the lowest, all this universe is idea and there is nothing that is not idea as the archetype was. And all is made silently, since nothing had part in the making but being an idea, further reason why creation went without toil. The exemplar was the idea of an all, and so an all must come into being. Thus nothing stood in the way of the idea, and even now it dominates, despite all the clash of things. The creation is not hindered on its way even now, it stands firm in virtue of being all. To me, moreover, it seems that if we ourselves were archetypes, ideas, veritable being, and the idea with which we construct here were our veritable essence, then our creative power too would toillessly effect its purpose. As man now stands, he does not produce in his work a true image of himself, become man, he has ceased to be the all, ceasing to be man, we read, he soars aloft and administers the cosmos entire. Restored to the all he is maker of the all. But, to our immediate purpose, it is possible to give a reason why the earth is set in the midst and why it is round and why the ecliptic runs precisely as it does, but, looking to the creating principle, we cannot say that because this was the way therefore things were so planned, we can say only that because the all is what it is, therefore there is a total of good, the causing principle, we might put it, reached the conclusion before all formal reasoning and not from any premises, not by sequence or plan but before either, since all of that order is later, all reason, demonstration, persuasion. Since there is a source, all the created must spring from it and in accordance with it, and we are rightly told not to go seeking the causes impelling a source to produce, especially when this is the perfectly sufficient source and identical with the term. A source which is source and term must be the all-unity, complete in itself. Section 8.8. This then is beauty primally, it is entire and omnipresent as an entirety, and therefore in none of its parts or members lacking in beauty, beautiful thus beyond denial. Certainly it cannot be anything, for example, beauty, without being wholly that thing, it can be nothing which it is to possess partially or in which it utterly fails, and therefore it must entirely be beauty entire. If this principle were not beautiful, what other could be? Its prior does not deign to be beautiful, that which is the first to manifest itself, form an object of vision to the intellect, cannot but be lovely to see. It is to indicate this that Plato, drawing on something well within our observation, represents the Creator as approving the work he has achieved. The intention is to make us feel the lovable beauty of the autotype and of the divine idea, for to admire a representation is to admire the original upon which it was made. It is not surprising if we fail to recognize what is passing within us. Lovers, and those in general that admire beauty here, do not stay to reflect that it is to be traced, as of course it must be, to the beauty there. That the admiration of the demiurge is to be referred to the ideal exemplar is deliberately made evident by the rest of the passage. He admired, and determined to bring the work into still closer likeness with the exemplar. He makes us feel the magnificent beauty of the exemplar by telling us that the beauty sprung from this world is, itself, a copy from that. And indeed if the divine did not exist, the transcendently beautiful, in a beauty beyond all thought, what could be lovelier than the things we see? Certainly no reproach can rightly be brought against this world save only that it is not that. Section 9:9. Let us, then, make a mental picture of our universe. Each member shall remain what it is, distinctly apart, yet all is to form, as far as possible, a complete unity so that whatever comes into view shall show as if it were the surface of the orb over all, bringing immediately with it the vision, on the one plane, of the sun and of all the stars with earth and sea and all living things as if exhibited upon a transparent globe. Bring this vision actually before your sight, so that there shall be in your mind the gleaming representation of a sphere, a picture holding sprung, themselves, of that universe in repose or some at rest, some in motion. Keep this sphere before you, and from it imagine another, a sphere stripped of magnitude and of spatial differences. Cast out your inborn sense of matter, taking care not merely to attenuate it. Call on God, maker of the sphere whose image you now hold, and pray him to enter. And may he come bringing his own universe with all the gods that dwell in it, he who is the one God and all the gods, where each is all, blending into a unity, distinct in powers but all one God in virtue of that one divine power of many facets. More truly, this is the one God who is all the gods, for, in the coming to be of all those, this, the one, has suffered no diminishing. He and all have one existence while each again is distinct. It is distinction by state without interval, there is no outward form to set one here and another there and to prevent any from being an entire identity, yet there is no sharing of parts from one to another. Nor is each of those divine wholes a power in fragment, a power totaling to the sum of the measurable segments. The divine is one all-power, reaching out to infinity, powerful to infinity, and so great is God that his very members are infinites. What place can be named to which he does not reach? Great, too, is this firmament of ours and all the powers constellated within it, but it would be greater still, unspeakably, but that there is inbound in it something of the petty power of body. No doubt the powers of fire and other bodily substances might themselves be thought very great, but in fact, it is through their failure in the true power that we see them burning, destroying, wearing things away, and slaving towards the production of life. They destroy because they are themselves in process of destruction, and they produce because they belong to the realm of the produced. The power in that other world has merely being and beauty of being. Beauty without being could not be, nor being voided of beauty, abandoned of beauty, being loses something of its essence. Being is desirable because it is identical with beauty, and beauty is loved because it is being. How then can we debate which is the cause of the other, where the nature is one? The very figment of being needs some imposed image of beauty to make it passable and even to ensure its existence. It exists to the degree in which it has taken some share in the beauty of idea, and the more deeply it has drawn on this, the less imperfect it is, precisely because the nature which is essentially the beautiful has entered into it the more intimately. Section 1010. This is why Zeus, although the oldest of the gods and their sovereign, advances first, in the Phaedrus myth, towards that vision, followed by gods and demigods and such souls as are of strength to see. That being appears before them from some unseen place and rising loftily over them pours its light upon all things, so that all gleams in its radiance. It upholds some beings, and they see, the lower are dazzled and turn away, unfit to gaze upon that sun, the trouble falling the more heavily on those most remote. Of those looking upon that being and its content, and able to see, all take something but not all the same vision always. Intently gazing, one sees the fount and principle of justice, another is filled with the sight of moral wisdom. The original of that quality is found, sometimes at least, among men, copied by them in their degree from the divine virtue which, covering all the expanse, so to speak, of the intellectual realm is seen, last attainment of all, by those who have known already many splendid visions. The gods see, each singly and all as one. So, too, the souls, they see all therein right of being sprung, themselves, of that universe and therefore including all from beginning to end and having their existence there if only by that phase which belongs inherently to the divine, though often too they are their entire, those of them that have not incurred separation. This vision Zeus takes, and it is for such of us, also, as share his love and appropriate our part in the beauty there, the final object of all seeing, the entire beauty upon all things, for all there sheds radiance, and floods those that have found their way thither so that they too become beautiful. Thus it will often happen that men climbing heights where the soil has taken a yellow glow will themselves appear so, borrowing color from the place on which they move. The color flowering on that other height we speak of is beauty, or rather all there is light and beauty, through and through, for the beauty is no mere bloom upon the surface. To those that do not see entire, the immediate impression is alone taken into account, but those drunken with this wine, filled with the nectar, all their soul penetrated by this beauty, cannot remain mere gazers. No longer is there a spectator outside gazing on an outside spectacle. The clear-eyed hold the vision within themselves, though, for the most part, they have no idea that it is within but look towards it as to something beyond them and see it as an object of vision caught by a direction of the will. All that one sees as a spectacle is still external. One must bring the vision within and see no longer in that mode of separation but as we know ourselves. Thus a man filled with a god, possessed by Apollo or by one of the Muses, need no longer look outside for his vision of the divine being, it is but finding the strength to see divinity within. Section 1111. Similarly any one, unable to see himself, but possessed by that god, has but to bring that divine within before his consciousness and at once he sees an image of himself lifted to a better beauty. Now let him ignore that image, lovely though it is, and sink into a perfect self-identity, no such separation remaining. At once he forms a multiple unity with the God silently present. In the degree of his power and will, the two become one. Should he turn back to the former duality, still he is pure and remains very near to the God. He has but to look again and the same presence is there. This conversion brings gain. At the first stage, that of separation, a man is aware of self, but, retreating inwards, he becomes possessor of all. He puts sense away behind him in dread of the separated life and becomes one in the divine. If he plans to see in separation, he sets himself outside. The novice must hold himself constantly under some image of the divine being and seek in the light of a clear conception, knowing thus, in a deep conviction, whither he is going, into what a sublimity he penetrates. He must give himself forthwith to the inner and, radiant with the divine intellect ions, with which he is now one, be no longer the seer but, as that place has made him, the seen. Still, we will be told, one cannot be in beauty and yet fail to see it. The very contrary, to see the divine as something external is to be outside of it, to become it is to be most truly in beauty. Since sight deals with the external, there can here be no vision unless in the sense of identification with the object. And this identification amounts to a self-knowing, a self-consciousness, guarded by the fear of losing the self in the desire of a too wide awareness. It must be remembered that sensations of the ugly and evil impress us more violently than those of what is agreeable and yet leave less knowledge as the residue of the shock. Sickness makes the rougher mark, but health, tranquilly present, explains itself better. It takes the first place, it is the natural thing, it belongs to our being. Illness is alien, unnatural and thus makes itself felt by its very incongruity, while the other conditions are native and we take no notice. Such being our nature, we are most completely aware of ourselves when we are most completely identified with the object of our knowledge. This is why in that other sphere, when we are deepest in that knowledge by intellect ion, we are aware of none, we are expecting some impression on sense, which has nothing to report since it has seen nothing and never could in that order see anything. The unbelieving element is sense, it is the other, the intellectual principle, that sees, and if this too doubted, it could not even credit its own existence, for it can never stand away and with bodily eyes apprehend itself as a visible object. Section 1212. We have told how this vision is to be procured, whether by the mode of separation or in identity. Now, seen in either way, what does it give to report? The vision has been of God in travail of a beautiful offspring, God engendering a universe within himself in a painless labor and, rejoiced in what he has brought into being, proud of his children, keeping all closely by him, for pleasure he has in his radiance and in theirs. Of this offspring, all beautiful, but most beautiful those that have remained within, only one has become manifest without, from him, Zeus, sovereign over the visible universe, the youngest born, we may gather, as from some image, the greatness of the Father and of the brothers that remain within the Father's house. Still the manifested God cannot think that he has come forth in vain from the Father, for through him another universe has arisen, beautiful as the image of beauty, and it could not be lawful that beauty and being should fail of a beautiful image. This second cosmos at every point copies the archetype, it has life and being in copy, and has beauty as springing from that diviner world. In its character of image it holds, too, that divine perpetuity without which it would only at times be truly representative and sometimes fail like a construction of art, for every image whose existence lies in the nature of things must stand during the entire existence of the archetype. Hence it is false to put an end to the visible sphere as long as the intellectual endures, or to found it upon a decision taken by its maker at some given moment. That teaching shirks the penetration of such a making as is here involved. It fails to see that as long as the Supreme is radiant there can be no failing of its sequel but, that existing, all exists. And, since the necessity of conveying our meaning compels such terms, the Supreme has existed forever and forever will exist. Section 1313. The God fettered, as in the Chronos myth, to an unchanging identity leaves the ordering of this universe to his son, to Zeus, for it could not be in his character to neglect his rule within the divine sphere, and, as those sated with the authentic beauty, seek a lordship too recent and too poor for his might. Ignoring this lower world, Chronos, intellectual principle, claims for his own father, Uranu, the absolute, or one, with all the upward tending between them, and he counts all that tends to the inferior, beginning from his son, Zeus, the all-soul, as ranking beneath him. Thus he holds a mid-position determined on the one side by the differentiation implied in the severance from the very highest and, on the other, by that which keeps him apart from the link between himself and the lower, he stands between a greater father and an inferior son. But since that father is too lofty to be thought of under the name of beauty, the second God remains the primally beautiful. Soul also has beauty, but is less beautiful than intellect as being its image and therefore, though beautiful in nature, taking increase of beauty by looking to that original. Since then the all-soul, to use the more familiar term, since Aphrodite herself is so beautiful, what name can we give to that other? If soul is so lovely in its own right, of what quality must that prior be? And since its being is derived, what must that power be from which the soul takes the double beauty, the borrowed and the inherent? We ourselves possess beauty when we are true to our own being, our ugliness is in going over to another order, our self-knowledge, that is to say, is our beauty, in self-ignorance we are ugly. Thus beauty is of the divine and comes thence only. Do these considerations suffice to a clear understanding of the intellectual sphere, or must we make yet another attempt by another road? Ninth Tractate. The Intellectual Principle, the Ideas, and the Authentic Existence Section 1:1. All human beings from birth onward live to the realm of sense more than to the intellectual. Forced of necessity to attend first to the material, some of them elect to abide by that order and, their life throughout, make its concerns their first and their last, the sweet and the bitter of sense are their good and evil, they feel they have done all if they live along pursuing the one and barring the doors to the other. And those of them that pretend to reasoning have adopted this as their philosophy. They are like the heavier birds which have incorporated much from the earth and are so weighted down that they cannot fly high for all the wings nature has given them. Others do indeed lift themselves a little above the earth, the better in their soul urges them from the pleasant to the nobler, but they are not of power to see the highest and so, in despair of any surer ground, they fall back in virtue's name, upon those actions and options of the lower from which they sought to escape. But there is a third order, those godlike men who, in their mightier power, in the keenness of their sight, have clear vision of the splendor above and rise to it from among the cloud and fog of earth and hold firmly to that other world, looking beyond all here, delighted in the place of reality, their native land, like a man returning after long wanderings to the pleasant ways of his own country. Section 2:2. What is this other place and how it is accessible? It is to be reached by those who, born with the nature of the lover, are also authentically philosophic by inherent temper, in pain of love towards beauty but not held by material loveliness, taking refuge from that in things whose beauty is of the soul, such things as virtue, knowledge, institutions, law and custom, and thence, rising still a step, reach to the source of this loveliness of the soul, thence to whatever be above that again, until the uttermost is reached. The first, the principle whose beauty is self-springing, this attained, there is an end to the pain inassuageable before. But how is the ascent to be begun? Whence comes the power? In what thought is this love to find its guide? The guiding thought is this, that the beauty perceived on material things is borrowed. The pattern giving beauty to the corporeal rests upon it as idea to its matter, and the substrate may change and from being pleasant become distasteful, a sign, in all reason, that the beauty comes by participation. Now, what is this that gives grace to the corporeal? Two causes in their degree, the participation in beauty and the power of soul, the maker, which has imprinted that form. We ask then, is soul, of itself, a thing of beauty? We find it is not, since differences are manifest, one soul wise and lovely, another foolish and ugly. Soul beauty is constituted by wisdom. The question thus becomes, what principle is the giver of wisdom to the soul? And the only answer is, the intellectual principle, the veritably intellectual, wise without intermission and therefore beautiful of itself. But does even this suffice for our first? No, we must look still inward beyond the intellectual, which, from our point of approach, stands before the supreme beginning, in whose forecourt, as it were, it announces in its own being the entire content of the good, that prior of all, locked in unity, of which this is the expression already touched by multiplicity. Section 3.3. We will have to examine this nature, the intellectual, which our reasoning identifies as the authentically existent and the veritable essential, but first we must take another path and make certain that such a principle does necessarily exist. Perhaps it is ridiculous to set out inquiring whether an intellectual principle has place in the total of being, but there may be some to hesitate even as to this, and certainly there will be the question whether it is as we describe it, whether it is a separate existence, whether it actually is the real beings, whether it is the seat of the ideas. To this we now address ourselves. All that we see, and describe as having existence, we know to be compound, hand-wrought or compacted by nature. Nothing is simplex. Now the hand-wrought, with its metal or stone or wood, is not realized out of these materials until the appropriate craft has produced statue, house or bed, by imparting the particular idea from its own content. Similarly with natural forms of being, those including several constituents, compound bodies as we call them, may be analyzed into the materials and the idea imposed upon the total, the human being, for example, into soul and body, and the human body into the four elements. Finding everything to be a compound of matter and shaping principle, since the matter of the elements is of itself shapeless, you will inquire whence this forming idea comes, and you will ask whether in the soul we recognize a simplex or whether this also has constituents, something representing matter and something else, the intellectual principle in it, representing idea, the one corresponding to the shape actually on the statue, the other to the artist giving the shape. Applying the same method to the total of things, here too we discover the intellectual principle, and this we set down as veritably the maker and creator of the all. The underly has adopted, we see, certain shapes by which it becomes fire, water, air, earth, and these shapes have been imposed upon it by something else. This other is soul, which, hovering over the four, the elements, imparts the pattern of the cosmos, the ideas for which it has itself received from the intellectual principle as the soul or mind of the craftsman draws upon his craft for the plan of his work. The intellectual principle is in one phase the form of the soul, its shape, in another phase it is the giver of the shape, the sculptor, possessing inherently what is given, imparting to soul nearly the authentic reality, while what body receives is but image and imitation. Section 4.4. But, soul reached, why need we look higher, why not make this the first? A main reason is that the intellectual principle is at once something other and something more powerful than soul, and that the more powerful is in the nature of things the prior. For it is certainly not true, as people imagine, that the soul, brought to perfection, produces intellect. How could that potentiality come to actuality unless there be, first, an effective principle to induce the actualization which, left to chance, might never occur? The firsts must be supposed to exist in actuality, looking to nothing else, self-complete. Anything incomplete must be sequent upon these, and take its completion from the principles engendering it which, like fathers, labor in the improvement of an offspring born imperfect. The produced is a matter to the producing principle and is worked over by it into a shapely perfection. And if, further, soul is passible while something impassible there must be, or by the mere passage of time all wears away, here too we are led to something above soul. Again, there must be something prior to soul because soul is in the world, and there must be something outside a world in which, all being corporeal and material, nothing has enduring reality. Failing such a prior, neither man nor the ideas would be eternal or have true identity. These and many other considerations establish the necessary existence of an intellectual principle prior to soul. Section 5.5. This intellectual principle, if the term is to convey the truth, must be understood to be not a principle merely potential and not one maturing from unintelligence to intelligence, that would simply send us seeking, once more, a necessary prior, but a principle which is intelligence in actuality and in eternity. Now a principle whose wisdom is not borrowed must derive from itself any intellect ion it may make, and anything it may possess within itself it can hold only from itself. It follows that, intellective by its own resource and upon its own content, it is itself the very things on which its intellect ion acts. For supposing its essence to be separable from its intellect ion and the objects of its intellect ion to be not itself, then its essence would be unintellectual, and it would be intellectual not actually but potentially. The intellect ion and its object must then be inseparable, however the habit induced by our conditions may tempt us to distinguish, thereto, the thinker from the thought. What then is its characteristic act and what the intellect ion which makes knower and known here identical? Clearly, as authentic intellect ion, it has authentic intellect ion of the authentically existent, and establishes their existence. Therefore it is the authentic beings. Consider, it must perceive them either somewhere else or within itself as its very self. The somewhere else is impossible. Where could that be? They are therefore itself and the content of itself. Its objects certainly cannot be the things of sense, as people think. No first could be of the sense-known order, for in things of sense the idea is but an image of the authentic, and every idea thus derivative and exiled traces back to that original and is no more than an image of it. Further, if the intellectual principle is to be the maker of this all, it cannot make by looking outside itself to what does not yet exist. The authentic beings must, then, exist before this all, no copies made on a model but themselves archetypes, primals, and the essence of the intellectual principle. We may be told that reason principles suffice, to the subsistence of the all, but then these, clearly, must be eternal, and if eternal, if immune, then they must exist in an intellectual principle such as we have indicated, a principle earlier than condition, than nature, than soul, than anything whose existence is potential for contingent. The intellectual principle, therefore, is itself the authentic existences, not a knower knowing them in some sphere foreign to it. The authentic beings, thus, exist neither before nor after it. It is the primal legislator to being or, rather, is itself the law of being. Thus it is true that, intellectual and being are identical, in the immaterial the knowledge of the thing is the thing. And this is the meaning of the dictum, I sought myself, namely as one of the beings. It also bears on reminiscence. For none of the beings is outside the intellectual principle or in space, they remain forever in themselves, accepting no change, no decay, and by that are the authentically existent. Things that arise and fall away draw on real being as something to borrow from. They are not of the real, the true being is that on which they draw. It is by participation that the sense known has the being we ascribe to it, the underlying nature has taken its shape from elsewhere, thus bronze and wood are shaped into what we see by means of an image introduced by sculpture or carpentry. The craft permeates the materials while remaining integrally apart from the material and containing in itself the reality of statue or couch. And it is so, of course, with all corporeal things. This universe, characteristically participant in images, shows how the image differs from the authentic beings. Against the variability of the one order, there stands the unchanging quality of the other, self-situate, not needing space because having no magnitude, holding an existent intellective and self-sufficing. The body kind seeks its endurance in another kind, the intellectual principle, sustaining by its marvelous being, the things which of themselves must fall, does not itself need to look for a staying ground. Section 6.6. We take it, then, that the intellectual principle is the authentic existences and contains them all, not as in a place but as possessing itself and being one thing with this its content. All are one there and yet are distinct. Similarly the mind holds many branches and items of knowledge simultaneously, yet none of them merged into any other, each acting its own part at call quite independently, every conception coming out from the inner total and working singly. It is after this way, though in a closer unity, that the intellectual principle is all being in one total, and yet not in one, since each of these beings is a distinct power which, however, the total intellectual principle includes as the species in a genus, as the parts in a whole. This relation may be illustrated by the powers in seed, all lies undistinguished in the unit, the formative ideas gathered as in one kernel, yet in that unit there is eye principle, and there is hand principle, each of which is revealed as a separate power by its distinct material product. Thus each of the powers in the seed is a reason principle one and complete yet including all the parts over which it presides. There will be something bodily, the liquid, for example, carrying mere matter, but the principle itself is idea and nothing else, idea identical with the generative idea belonging to the lower soul, image of a higher. This power is sometimes designated as nature in the seed life, its origin is in the divine, and, outgoing from its priors as light from fire, it converts and shapes the matter of things, not by push and pull and the lever work of which we hear so much, but by bestowal of the ideas. Section 7:7. Knowledge in the reasoning soul is on the one side concerned with objects of sense, though indeed this can scarcely be called knowledge and is better indicated as opinion or surface knowing. It is of later origin than the objects since it is a reflection from them, but on the other hand there is the knowledge handling the intellectual objects and this is the authentic knowledge. It enters the reasoning soul from the intellectual principle and has no dealing with anything in sense. Being true knowledge it actually is everything of which it takes cognizance, it carries as its own content the intellectual act and the intellectual object since it carries the intellectual principle which actually is the primos and is always self-present and is in its nature an act, never by any want forced to seek, never acquiring or traversing the remote, for all such experience belongs to soul, but always self-gathered, the very being of the collective total, not an extern creating things. By the act of knowing them. Not by its thinking God does God come to be, not by its thinking movement does movement arise. Hence it is an error to call the ideas intellect ions in the sense that, upon an intellectual act in this principle, one such idea or another is made to exist or exists. No, the object of this intellect ion must exist before the intellective act, must be the very content not the creation of the intellectual principle. How else could that principle come to know it? Certainly not, as an external, by luck or by haphazard search. Section 8:8. If, then, the intellect ion is an act upon the inner content, of a perfect unity, that content is at once the idea, as object, eidos, and the idea itself, as concept, idea. What, then, is that content? An intellectual principle and an intellective essence, no concept distinguishable from the intellectual principle, each actually being that principle. The intellectual principle entire is the total of the ideas, and each of them is the entire intellectual principle in a special form. Thus a science entire is the total of the relevant considerations each of which, again, is a member of the entire science, a member not distinct in space yet having its individual efficacy in a total. This intellectual principle, therefore, is a unity while by that possession of itself it is, tranquilly, the eternal abundance. If the intellectual principle were envisaged as preceding being, it would at once become a principle whose expression, its intellectual act, achieves and engenders the beings, but, since we are compelled to think of existence as preceding that which knows it, we can but think that the beings are the actual content of the knowing principle and that the very act, the intellect ion, is inherent to the beings. As fire stands equipped from the beginning with fire act, in this conception, the beings contain the intellectual principle as one and the same with themselves, as their own activity. Thus, being is itself an activity, there is one activity, then, in both or, rather, both are one thing. Being, therefore, and the intellectual principle are one nature, the beings, and the act of that which is, and the intellectual principle thus constituted, all are one, and the resultant intellect ions are the idea of being and its shape and its act. It is our separating habit that sets the one order before the other, for there is a separating intellect, of another order than the true, distinct from the intellect, inseparable and unseparating, which is being and the universe of things. Section 9:9. What, then, is the content, inevitably separated by our minds, of this one intellectual principle? For there is no resource but to represent the items in accessible form just as we study the various articles constituting one science. This universe is a living thing capable of including every form of life, but its being and its modes are derived from elsewhere. That source is traced back to the intellectual principle. It follows that the all-embracing archetype is in the intellectual principle, which, therefore, must be an intellectual cosmos, that indicated by Plato in the phrase, the living existent. Given the reason principle, the outgoing divine idea, of a certain living thing and the matter to harbor this seed principle, the living thing must come into being. In the same way once there exists an intellective nature, all-powerful, and with nothing to check it, since nothing intervenes between it and that which is of a nature to receive it, inevitably the higher imprints form and the lower accepts it. The recipient holds the idea in division, here man, their son, while in the giver all remains in unity. Section 1010. All, then, that is present in the sense realm as idea comes from the Supreme. But what is not present as idea, does not. Thus of things conflicting with nature, none is there. The inartistic is not contained in the arts, lameness is not in the seed, for a lame leg is either inborn through some thwarting of the reason principle or is a marring of the achieved form by accident. To that intellectual cosmos belong qualities, accordant with nature, and quantities, number and mass, origins and conditions, all actions and experiences not against nature, movement and repose, both the universals and the particulars, but their time is replaced by eternity and space by its intellectual equivalent, mutual inclusiveness. In that intellectual cosmos, where all is one total, every entity that can be singled out is an intellective essence and a participant in life. Thus, identity and difference, movement and rest with the object resting or moving, essence and quality, all have essential existence. For every real being must be in actuality not merely in potentiality, and therefore the nature of each essence is inherent in it. This suggests the question whether the intellectual cosmos contains the forms only of the things of sense or of other existence as well. But first we will consider how it stands with artistic creations. There is no question of an ideal archetype of evil. The evil of this world is begotten of need, privation, deficiency, and is a condition peculiar to matter distressed and to what has come into likeness with matter. Section 1111. Now as to the arts and crafts and their productions, the imitative arts, painting, sculpture, dancing, pantomimic gesturing, are, largely, earth-based, on an earthly base. They follow models found in sense, since they copy forms and movements and reproduce scene symmetries. They cannot therefore be referred to that higher sphere except indirectly, through the reason principle in humanity. On the other hand, any skill which, beginning with the observation of the symmetry of living things, grows to the symmetry of all life, will be a portion of the power there which observes and meditates the symmetry reigning among all beings in the intellectual cosmos. Thus all music, since its thought is upon melody and rhythm, must be the earthly representation of the music there is in the rhythm of the ideal realm. The crafts, such as building and carpentry which give us matter in wrought forms, may be said, in that they draw on pattern, to take their principles from that realm and from the thinking there, but in that they bring these down into contact with the sense order, they are not wholly in the intellectual, they are founded in man. So agriculture, dealing with material growths, so medicine watching over physical health, so the art which aims at corporeal strength and well-being. Power and well-being mean something else there, the fearlessness and self-sufficing quality of all that lives. Oratory and generalship, administration and sovereignty, under any forms in which their activities are associated with good and when they look to that, possess something derived thence and building up their knowledge from the knowledge there. Geometry, the science of the intellectual entities, holds place there, so, too, philosophy, whose high concern is being. For the arts and products of art, these observations may suffice. Section 1212. It should however be added that if the idea of man exists in the Supreme, there must exist the idea of reasoning man and of man with his arts and crafts. Such arts as are the offspring of intellect must be there. It must be observed that the ideas will be of universals, not of Socrates but of man, though as to man we may inquire whether the individual may not also have place there. Under the heading of individuality there is to be considered the repetition of the same feature from man to man, the simian type, for example, and the aquiline. The aquiline and the simian must be taken to be differences in the idea of man as there are different types of the animal, but matter also has its effect in bringing about the degree of aquilinity. Similarly with difference of complexion, determined partly by the reason principle, partly by matter and by diversity of place. Section 1313. It remains to decide whether only what is known in sense exists there or whether, on the contrary, as absolute man differs from individual man, so there is in the supreme an absolute soul differing from soul and an absolute intellect differing from intellectual principle. It must be stated at the outset that we cannot take all that is here to be image of archetype, or soul to be an image of absolute soul. One soul, doubtless, ranks higher than another, but here too, though perhaps not as identified with this realm, is the absolute soul. Every soul, authentically a soul, has some form of rightness and moral wisdom. In the souls within ourselves there is true knowing, and these attributes are no images or copies from the supreme, as in the sense world, but actually are those very originals in a mode peculiar to this sphere. For those beings are not set apart in some defined place. Wherever there is a soul that has risen from body, there too these are. The world of sense is one, where, the intellectual cosmos is everywhere. Whatever the freed soul attains to here, that it is there. Thus, if by the content of the sense world we mean simply the visible objects, then the supreme contains not only what is in the realm of sense but more. If in the content of the cosmos we mean to include soul and the soul things, then all is here that is there. Section 1414. There is, thus, a nature comprehending in the intellectual all that exists, and this principle must be the source of all. But how, seeing that the veritable source must be a unity, simplex utterly? The mode by which from the unity arises the multiple, how all this universe comes to be, why the intellectual principle is all and whence it springs, these matters demand another approach. But on the question as to whether the repulsive and the products of putridity have also their idea, whether there is an idea of filth and mud, it is to be observed that all that the intellectual principle derived from the first is of the noblest. In those ideas the base is not included. These repulsive things point not to the intellectual principle but to the soul which, drawing upon the intellectual principle, takes from matter certain other things, and among them these. But all this will be more clearly brought out, when we turn to the problem of the production of multiplicity from unity. Compounds, we shall see, as owing existence to hazard and not to the intellectual principle, having been fused into objects of sense by their own impulse, are not to be included under ideas. The products of putrefaction are to be traced to the soul's inability to bring some other thing to being, something in the order of nature, which, else, it would, but producing where it may. In the matter of the arts and crafts, all that are to be traced to the needs of human nature are laid up in the absolute man. And before the particular soul there is another soul, a universal, and, before that, an absolute soul, which is the life existing in the intellectual principle before soul came to be and therefore rightly called, as the life in the divine, the absolute soul. The Sixth Ennead. First Tractate. On the Kinds of Being, 1, Section 1:1. Philosophy at a very early stage investigated the number and character of the existence. Various theories resulted, some declared for one existent, others for a finite number, others again for an infinite number, while as regards the nature of the existence, one, numerically finite, or numerically infinite, there was a similar disagreement. These theories, in so far as they have been adequately examined by later workers, may be passed over here. Our attention must be directed upon the results of those whose examination has led them to posit on their own account certain well-defined genera. These thinkers rejected pure unity on the ground of the plurality observed even in the intellectual world. They rejected an infinite number as not reconcilable with the facts and as defying knowledge, considering the foundations of being to be genera, rather than elements strictly so called. They concluded for a finite number. Of these genera, some found 10, others less, others no doubt more. But here again there is a divergence of views. To some the genera are first principles, to others they indicate only a generic classification of the existence themselves. Let us begin with the well-known tenfold division of the existence, and consider whether we are to understand 10 genera ranged under the common name of being, or 10 categories. That the term being has not the same sense in all 10 is rightly maintained. But a graver problem confronts us at the outset: are the 10 found alike in the intellectual and in the sensible realms? Or are all found in the sensible and some only in the intellectual? all in the intellectual and some in the sensible is manifestly impossible. At this point it would be natural to investigate which of the 10 belong to both spheres, and whether the existence of the intellectual are to be ranged under one and the same genus with the existence in the sensible, or whether the term existence, or substance, is equivocal as applied to both realms. If the equivocation exists, the number of genera will be increased. If there is no equivocation, it is strange to find the one same existence applying to the primary and to the derivative existence when there is no common genus embracing both primal and secondary. These thinkers are however not considering the intellectual realm in their division, which was not intended to cover all the existence, the supreme they overlooked. Section 2.2. But are we really obliged to posit the existence of such genera? Take substance, for substance must certainly be our starting point. What are the grounds for regarding substance as one single genus? It has been remarked that substance cannot be a single entity common to both the intellectual and the sensible worlds. We may add that such community would entail the existence of something prior to intellectual and sensible substances alike, something distinct from both as predicated of both, and this prior would be neither body nor unembodied, for it were one or the other, body would be unembodied, or the unembodied would be the body. This conclusion must not however prevent our seeking in the actual substance of the sensible world an element held in common by matter, by form and by their composite, all of which are designated as substances, though it is not maintained that they are substance in an equal degree. Form is usually held to be substance in a higher degree than matter, and rightly so, in spite of those who would have matter to be the more truly real. There is further the distinction drawn between what are known as first and second substances. But what is their common basis, seeing that the first are the source from which the second derive their right to be called substances? But, in sum, it is impossible to define substance, determine its property, and still you have not attained to its essence. Even the definition, that which, numerically one and the same, is receptive of contraries, will hardly be applicable to all substances alike. Section 3.3. But perhaps we should rather speak of some single category, embracing intellectual substance, matter, form, and the composite of matter and form. One might refer to the family of the Heraclids as a unity in the sense, not of a common element in all its members, but of a common origin. Similarly, intellectual substance would be substance in the first degree, the others being substances by derivation and in a lower degree. But what is the objection to including everything in a single category, all else of which existence is predicated being derived from that one thing, existence or substance? Because, granted that things be no more than modifications of substance, there is a distinct grading of substances themselves. Moreover, the single category does not put us in a position to build on substance, or to grasp it in its very truth as the plausible source of the other substances. Supposing we grant that all things known as substances are homogeneous as possessing something denied to the other genera, what precisely is this something, this individuality, this subject which is never a predicate, this thing not present in anything as in a subject, this thing which does not owe its essential character to any other thing, as a quality takes character from a body and a quantity from a substance, as time is related to motion and motion to the moved? The second substance is, it is true, a predicate. But predication in this case signifies a different relation from that just considered. It reveals the genus inherent in the subject and the subject's essential character, whereas whiteness is predicated of a thing in the sense of being present in the thing. The properties adduced may indeed be allowed to distinguish substance from the other existence. They afford a means of grouping substances together and calling them by a common name. They do not however establish the unity of a genus, and they do not bring to light the concept and the nature of substance. These considerations are sufficient for our purpose. Let us now proceed to investigate the nature of quantity. Section 4.4. We are told that number is quantity in the primary sense, number together with all continuous magnitude, space and time. These are the standards to which all else that is considered as quantity is referred, including motion, which is quantity because its time is quantitative, though perhaps, conversely, the time takes its continuity from the motion. If it is maintained that the continuous is a quantity by the fact of its continuity, then the discrete will not be a quantity. If, on the contrary, the continuous possesses quantity as an accident, what is there common to both continuous and discrete to make them quantities? Suppose we concede that numbers are quantities, we are merely allowing them the name of quantity, the principle which gives them this name remains obscure. On the other hand, line and surface and body are not called quantities, they are called magnitudes, they become known as quantities only when they are rated by number 2 yards, 3 yards. Even the natural body becomes a quantity when measured, as does the space which it occupies, but this is quantity accidental, not quantity essential. What we seek to grasp is not accidental quantity but quantity independent and essential, quantity absolute. 3 oxen is not a quantity, it is their number, the 3, that is quantity, for in 3 oxen we are dealing with 2 categories. So too with a line of a stated length, a surface of a given area, the area will be a quantity but not the surface, which only comes under that category when it constitutes a definite geometric figure. Are we then to consider numbers, and numbers only, as constituting the category of quantity? If we mean numbers in themselves, they are substances, for the very good reason that they exist independently. If we mean numbers displayed in the object's participant in number, the numbers which give the count of the objects, 10 horses or 10 oxen, and not 10 units, then we have a paradoxical result. First, the numbers in themselves, it would appear, are substances but the numbers in objects are not, and secondly, the numbers inhere in the objects as measures, of extension or weight, yet as standing outside the objects they have no measuring power, as do rulers and scales. If however their existence is independent, and they do not inhere in the objects, but are simply called in for the purpose of measurement, the objects will be quantities only to the extent of participating in quantity. So with the numbers themselves, how can they constitute the category of quantity? They are measures, but how do measures come to be quantities or quantity? Doubtless in that, existing as they do among the existents and not being adapted to any of the other categories, they find their place under the influence of verbal suggestion and so are referred to the so-called category of quantity. We see the unit mark off one measurement and then proceed to another, and number thus reveals the amount of a thing, and the mind measures by availing itself of the total figure. It follows that in measuring it is not measuring essence, it pronounces its 1 or 2, whatever the character of the objects, even summing contraries. It does not take count of condition, hot, handsome, it simply notes how many. Number then, whether regarded in itself or in the participant objects, belongs to the category of quantity, but the participant objects do not. 3 yards long does not fall under the category of quantity, but only the 3. Why then are magnitudes classed as quantities? Not because they are so in the strict sense, but because they approximate to quantity, and because objects in which magnitudes inhere are themselves designated as quantities. We call a thing great or small from its participation in a high number or a low. True, greatness and smallness are not claimed to be quantities, but relations, but it is by their apparent possession of quantity that they are thought of as relations. All this, however, needs more careful examination. In sum, we hold that there is no single genus of quantity. Only number is quantity, the rest, magnitudes, space, time, motion, quantities only in a secondary degree. We have therefore not strictly one genus, but one category grouping the approximate with the primary and the secondary. We have however to inquire in what sense the abstract numbers are substances. Can it be that they are also in a manner quantitative? Into whatever category they fall, the other numbers, those inherent in objects, can have nothing in common with them but the name. 5. Speech, time, motion, in what sense are these quantities? Let us begin with speech. It is subject to measurement, but only in so far as it is sound. It is not a quantity in its essential nature, which nature is that it be significant, as noun and verb are significant. The air is its matter, as it is matter to verb and noun, the components of speech. To be more precise, we may define speech as an impact, made upon the outer air by the breath, though it is not so much the impact as the impression which the impact produces and which, as it were, imposes form, upon the air. Speech, thus, is rather an action than a quantity, an action with a significance. Though perhaps it would be truer to say that while this motion, this impact, is an action, the countermotion is an experience, or passion, or each may be from different points of view either an action or an experience, or we may think of speech as action upon a substrate, air, and experience within that substrate. If however voice is not characteristically impact, but is simply air, two categories will be involved. Voice is significant, and the one category will not be sufficient to account for this significance without associating with a second. With regard to time, if it is to be thought of as a measure, we must determine what it is that applies this measure. It must clearly be either soul or the present moment. If on the contrary we take time to be something measured and regard it as being of such and such extension, year, for example, then we may consider it as a quantity. Essentially, however, time is of a different nature. The very fact that we can attribute this or that length to it shows us that it is not length. In other words, time is not quantity. Quantity in the strict sense is the quantity not inbound with things. If things became quantities by mere participation in quantity, then substance itself would be identical with quantity. Equality and inequality must be regarded as properties of quantity absolute, not of the participants, or of them not essentially but only accidentally, such participants as 3 yards length, which becomes a quantity, not as belonging to a single genus of quantity, but by being subsumed under the one head, the one category. Section 6.6. In considering relation we must inquire whether it possesses the community of a genus, or whether it may on other grounds be treated as a unity. Above all, has relation, for example, that of right and left, double and half any actuality? Has it, perhaps, actuality in some cases only, as for instance in what is termed posterior, but not in what is termed prior? Or is its actuality in no case conceivable? What meaning, then, are we to attach to double and half and all other cases of less and more, to habit and disposition, reclining, sitting, standing, to father, son, master, slave, to like, unlike, equal, unequal, to active and passive, measure and measured, or again to knowledge and sensation, as related respectively to the knowable and the sensible? Knowledge, indeed, may be supposed to entail in relation to the known object some actual entity corresponding to that object's ideal form, and similarly with sensation as related to the sense object. The active will perform some constant function in relation to the passive, as will the measure in relation to the measured. But what will emerge from the relation of like to like? Nothing will emerge. Likeness is the inherence of qualitative identity, its entire content is the quality present in the two objects. From equality, similarly, nothing emerges. The relation merely presupposes the existence of a quantitative identity, is nothing but our judgment comparing objects essentially independent and concluding, this and that have the same magnitude, the same quality, this has produced that, this is superior to that. Again, what meaning can sitting and standing have apart from sitter and stander? The term habit either implies a having, in which case it signifies possession, or else it arises from something had, and so denotes quality, and similarly with disposition. What then in these instances can be the meaning of correlatives apart from our conception of their juxtaposition? Greater may refer to very different magnitudes, different to all sorts of objects, the comparison is ours, it does not lie in the things themselves. Right and left, before and behind, would seem to belong less to the category of relation than to that of situation. Right means situated at one point, left means situated at another. But the right and left are in our conception, nothing of them in the things themselves. Before and after are merely two times, the relation is again of our making. Section 7.7. Now if we do not mean anything by relation but are victims of words, none of the relations mentioned can exist, relation will be a notion void of content. Suppose however that we do possess ourselves of objective truth when in comparing 2 points of time we pronounce one prior, or posterior, to the other, that priority does entail something distinct from the objects to which it refers, admit an objective truth behind the relation of left and right, does this apply also to magnitudes? And is the relation exhibiting excess and deficiency also something distinct from the quantities involved? Now one thing is double of another quite apart from our speech or thought, one thing possesses and another is possessed before we notice the fact, equals do not await our comparison but, and this applies to quality as well as quantity, rest upon an identity existing between the objects compared. In all the conditions in which we assert relation the mutual relation exists over and above the objects. We perceive it as already existent, our knowledge is directed upon a thing, there to be known, a. Clear testimony to the reality of relation. In these circumstances we can no longer put the question of its existence. We have simply to distinguish: sometimes the relation subsists while the objects remain unaltered and even apart, sometimes it depends upon their combination, sometimes, while they remain unchanged, the relation utterly ceases, or, as happens with right and near, becomes different. These are the facts which chiefly account for the notion that relation has no reality in such circumstances. Our task, thus, is to give full value to this elusive character of relation, and, then to inquire what there is that is constant in all these particular cases and whether this constant is generic or accidental, and having found this constant, we must discover what sort of actuality it possesses. It need hardly be said that we are not to affirm relation where one thing is simply an attribute of another, as a habit is an attribute of a soul or of a body. It is not relation when a soul belongs to this individual or dwells in that body. Relation enters only when the actuality of the relationships is derived from no other source than relation itself. The actuality must be, not that which is characteristic of the substances in question, but that which is specifically called relative. Thus double with its correlative, half gives actuality neither to 2 yards length or the number 2, nor to 1 yard's length or the number 1. What happens is that, when these quantities are viewed in their relation, they are found to be not merely 2 and 1 respectively, but to produce the assertion and to exhibit the fact of standing one to the other in the condition of double and half. Out of the objects in a certain conjunction this condition of being double and half has issued as something distinct from either. Double and half have emerged as correlatives, and their being is precisely this of mutual dependence. The double exists by its superiority over the half, and the half by its inferiority. There is no priority to distinguish double from half. They arise simultaneously. It is another question whether they endure simultaneously. Take the case of father and son, and such relationships: the father dies, but the other is still his son, and so with brothers. Moreover, we see likeness where one of the like people is dead. Section 8.8. But we are digressing. We must resume our inquiry into the cause of dissimilarity among relations. Yet we must first be informed what reality, common to all cases, is possessed by this existence derived from mutual conditions. Now the common principle in question cannot be a body. The only alternative is that, if it does exist, it be something bodiless, either in the objects thus brought together or outside of them. Further, if relation always takes the same form, the term is univocal, and specific differentiation is impossible. If not, that is, if it differs from case to case, the term is equivocal, and the same reality will not necessarily be implied by the mere use of the term relation. How then shall we distinguish relations? We may observe that some things have an inactive or dormant relation, with which their actuality is entirely simultaneous. Others, combining power and function with their relation, have the relation in some mode always, even though the mode be merely that of potentiality, but attain to actual being only in contact with their correlatives. Or perhaps all distinctions may be reduced to that between producer and product, where the product merely gives a name to the producer of its actuality. An example of this is the relation of father to son, though here both producer and product have a sort of actuality, which we call life. Are we thus, then, to divide relation, and thereby reject the notion of an identical common element in the different kinds of relation, making it a universal rule that the relation takes a different character in either correlative? We must in this case recognize that in our distinction between productive and non-productive relations we are overlooking the equivocation involved in making the terms cover both action and passion, as though these two were one, and ignoring the fact that production takes a different form in the two correlatives. Take the case of equality: producing equals. Nothing is equal without equality, nothing identical without identity. Greatness and smallness both entail a presence, the presence of greatness and smallness respectively. When we come to greater and smaller, the participants in these relations are greater and smaller only when greatness and smallness are actually observed in them. Section 9.9. It follows that in the cases specified above, agent, knowledge and the rest, the relation must be considered as an actual operation, and the act and the reason principle in the act must be assumed to be real. In all other cases there will be simply participation in an ideal form, in a reason principle. If reality implied embodiment, we should indeed be forced to deny reality to these conditions called relative. if however we accord the preeminent place to the unembodied and to the reason principles, and at the same time maintain that relations are reason principles and participate in ideal forms, we are bound to seek their causes in that higher sphere. Doubleness, it is clear, is the cause of a thing being double, and from it is derived halfness. Some correlatives owe their designations to the same form, others to opposite forms. It is thus that two objects are simultaneously double and half of each other, and one great and the other small. It may happen that both correlatives exist in one object, likeness and unlikeness, and, in general, identity and difference, so that the same thing will be at once like and unlike, identical and different. The question arises here whether sharing in the same form could make one man depraved and another more depraved. In the case of total depravity, clearly the two are made equal by the absence of a form. Where there is a difference of degree, the one has participated in a form which has failed to predominate, the other in a form which has failed still more, or, if we choose the negative aspect, we may think of them both as failing to participate in a form which naturally belonged to them. Sensation may be regarded as a form of double origin, determined both by the sense organ and by the sensible object, and similarly with knowledge. Habit is an act directed upon something had, some experience produced by habit, and binding it as it were with the subject having, experiencing, as the act of production binds producer and product. Measurement is an act of the measurer upon the measured object, it too is therefore a kind of reason principle. Now if the condition of being related is regarded as a form having a generic unity, relation must be allowed to be a single genus owing its reality to a reason principle involved in all instances. If however the reason principles, governing the correlatives, stand opposed and have the differences to which we have referred, there may perhaps not be a single genus, but this will not prevent all relatives being expressed in terms of a certain likeness and falling under a single category. But even if the cases of which we have spoken can be subsumed under a single head, it is nevertheless impossible to include in a single genus all that goes with them in the one common category, for the category includes negations and derivatives, not only, for example, double but also its negative, the resultant doubleness and the act of doubling. But we cannot include in one genus both the thing and its negative, double and not double, relative and not relative, any more than in dealing with the genus animal we can insert in it the non-animal. Moreover, doubleness and doubling have only the relation to double that whiteness has to white, they cannot be classed as identical with it. Section 1010. As regards quality, the source of what we call a quale, we must in the first place consider what nature it possesses in accordance with which it produces the qualia, and whether, remaining one and the same in virtue of that common ground, it has also differences whereby it produces the variety of species. If there is no common ground and the term quality involves many connotations, there cannot be a single genus of quality. What then will be the common ground in habit, disposition, passive quality, figure, shape? In light, thick and lean. If we hold this common ground to be a power adapting itself to the forms of habits, dispositions and physical capacities, a power which gives the possessor whatever capacities he has, we have no plausible explanation of incapacities. Besides, how are figure and the shape of a given thing to be regarded as a power? Moreover, at this, being will have no power qua being but only when quality has been added to it, and the activities of those substances which are activities in the highest degree, will be traceable to quality, although they are autonomous and owe their essential character to powers wholly their own. Perhaps, however, qualities are conditioned by powers which are posterior to the substances as such, and so do not interfere with their essential activities. Boxing, for example, is not a power of man qua man, reasoning is, therefore reasoning, on this hypothesis, is not quality but a natural possession of the mature human being, it therefore is called a quality only by analogy. Thus, quality is a power which adds the property of being qualia to substances already existent. The differences distinguishing substances from each other are called qualities only by analogy, they are, more strictly, acts and reason principles, or parts of reason principles, and though they may appear merely to qualify the substance, they in fact indicate its essence. Qualities in the true sense, those, that is, which determine qualia, being in accordance with our definition powers, will in virtue of this common ground be a kind of reason principle, they will also be in a sense forms, that is, excellences and imperfections whether of soul or of body. But how can they all be powers? Beauty or health of soul or body, very well, but surely not ugliness, disease, weakness, incapacity. In a word, is powerlessness a power? It may be urged that these are qualities in so far as qualia are also named after them, but may not the qualia be so called by analogy, and not in the strict sense of the single principle? Not only may the term be understood in the four ways, of Aristotle, but each of the four may have at least a twofold significance. In the first place, quality is not merely a question of action and passion, involving a simple distinction between the potentially active, quality, and the passive, health, disposition and habit, disease, strength and weakness are also classed as qualities. It follows that the common ground is not power, but something we have still to seek. Again, not all qualities can be regarded as reason principles. Chronic disease cannot be a reason principle. Perhaps, however, we must speak in such cases of privations, restricting the term quantities to ideal forms and powers. Thus we shall have, not a single genus, but reference only to the unity of a category. Knowledge will be regarded as a form and a power, ignorance as a privation and powerlessness. On the other hand, powerlessness and disease are a kind of form. Disease and vice have many powers though looking to evil. But how can a mere failure be a power? Doubtless the truth is that every quality performs its own function independently of a standard, for in no case could it produce an effect outside of its power. Even beauty would seem to have a power of its own. Does this apply to triangularity? Perhaps, after all, it is not a power we must consider, but a disposition. Thus, qualities will be determined by the forms and characteristics of the object qualified, their common element, then, will be form and ideal type, imposed upon substance and posterior to it. But then, how do we account for the powers? We may doubtless remark that even the natural boxer is so by being constituted in a particular way. Similarly, with the man unable to box, to generalize, the quality is a characteristic non-essential. Whatever is seen to apply alike to being and to non-being, as do heat and whiteness and colors generally, is either different from being, is, for example, an act of being, or else is some secondary of being, derived from it, contained in it, its image and likeness. But if quality is determined by formation and characteristic and reason principle, how explain the various cases of powerlessness and deformity? Doubtless we must think of principles imperfectly present, as in the case of deformity. And disease, how does that imply a reason principle? Here, no doubt, we must think of a principle disturbed, the principle of health. But it is not necessary that all qualities involve a reason principle. It suffices that over and above the various kinds of disposition there exist a common element distinct from substance, and it is what comes after the substance that constitutes quality in an object. But triangularity is a quality of that in which it is present. It is however no longer triangularity as such, but the triangularity present in that definite object and modified in proportion to its success in shaping that object. Section 1111. But if these considerations are sound, why has quality more than one species? What is the ground for distinguishing between habit and disposition, seeing that no differentia of quality is involved in permanence and non-permanence? A disposition of any kind is sufficient to constitute a quality, permanence is a mere external addition. It might however be urged that dispositions are but incomplete forms, if the term may pass, habits being complete ones. But incomplete, they are not qualities. If already qualities, the permanence is an external addition. How do physical powers form a distinct species? If they are classed as qualities in virtue of being powers, power, we have seen, is not a necessary concomitant of qualities. If, however, we hold that the natural boxer owes his quality to a particular disposition, power is something added and does not contribute to the quality, since power is found in habits also. Another point. Why is natural ability to be distinguished from that acquired by learning? Surely, if both are qualities, they cannot be differentia of quality, gained by practice or given in nature. It is the same ability, the differentia will be external to quality, it cannot be deduced from the ideal form of boxing. Whether some qualities as distinguished from others are derived from experience is immaterial, the source of the quality makes no difference, none, pointing to variations and differences of quality. A further question would seem to be involved: if certain qualities are derived from experience but here is a discrepancy in the manner and source of the experience, how are they to be included in the same species? And again, if some create the experience, others are created by it, the term quality as applied to both classes will be equivocal. And what part is played by the individual form? If it constitutes the individual's specific character, it is not a quality. If, however, it is what makes an object beautiful or ugly after the specific form has been determined, then it involves a reason principle. Rough and smooth, tenuous and dense may rightly be classed as qualities. It is true that they are not determined by distances and approximations, or in general by even or uneven dispositions of parts, though, were they so determined, they might well even then be qualities. Knowledge of the meaning of light and heavy will reveal their place in the classification. An ambiguity will however be latent in the term light, unless it be determined by comparative weight. It would then implicate leanness and fineness, and involve another species distinct from the four, of Aristotle. Section 12:12. If then we do not propose to divide quality in this, fourfold, manner, what basis of division have we? We must examine whether qualities may not prove to be divisible on the principle that some belong to the body and others to the soul. Those of the body would be subdivided according to the senses, some being attributed to sight, others to hearing and taste, others to smell and touch. Those of the soul would presumably be allotted to appetite, emotion, reason, though, again, they may be distinguished by the differences of the activities they condition, in so far as activities are engendered by these qualities, or according as they are beneficial or injurious, the benefits and injuries being duly classified. This last is applicable also to the classification of bodily qualities, which also produce differences of benefit and injury. These differences must be regarded as distinctively qualitative, for either the benefit and injury are held to be derived from quality and the quale, or else some other explanation must be found for them. A point for consideration is how the quale, as conditioned by quality, can belong to the same category. Obviously there can be no single genus embracing both. Further, if boxer is in the category of quality, why not agent as well? And with agent goes active. Thus active need not go into the category of relation, nor again need passive, if patient is a quale. Moreover, agent is perhaps better assigned to the category of quality for the reason that the term implies power, and power is quality. But if power as such were determined by substance, and not by quality, the agent, though ceasing to be a quale, would not necessarily become a relative. Besides, active is not like greater. The greater, to be the greater, demands a less, whereas active stands complete by the mere possession of its specific character. It may however be urged that while the possession of that character makes it a quale, it is a relative in so far as it directs upon an external object the power indicated by its name. Why, then, is not boxer a relative, and boxing as well? Boxing is entirely related to an external object, its whole theory presupposes this external. And in the case of the other arts, or most of them, investigation would probably warrant the assertion that in so far as they affect the soul they are qualities, while in so far as they look outward they are active and as being directed to an external object are relatives. They are relatives in the other sense also that they are thought of as habits. Can it then be held that there is any distinct reality implied in activity, seeing that the active is something distinct only according as it is a quale? It may perhaps be held that the tendency towards action of living beings, and especially of those having free will, implies a reality of activity, as well as a reality of quality. But what is the function of the active in connection with those non-living powers which we have classed as qualities? Doubtless to recruit any object it encounters, making the object a participant in its content. But if one same object both acts and is acted upon, how do we then explain the active? Observe also that the greater, in itself perhaps a fixed 3 yards length, will present itself as both greater and less according to its external contacts. It will be objected that greater and less are due to participation in greatness and smallness, and it might be inferred that a thing is active or passive by participation in activity or passivity. This is the place for inquiring also whether the qualities of the sensible and intellectual realms can be included under one head, a question intended only for those who ascribe qualities to the higher realm as well as the lower. And even if ideal forms of qualities are not posited, yet once the term habit is used in reference to intellect, the question arises whether there is anything common to that habit and the habit we know in the lower. Wisdom too is generally admitted to exist there. Obviously, if it shares only its name with our wisdom, it is not to be reckoned among things of this sphere. If, however, the import is in both cases the same, then quality is common to both realms, unless, of course, it be maintained that everything there, including even intellect ion, is substance. This question, however, applies to all the categories. Are the two spheres irreconcilable, or can they be coordinated with a unity? Section 1313. With regard to date, if yesterday, tomorrow, last year, and similar terms denote parts of time, why should they not be included in the same genus as time? It would seem only reasonable to range under time the past, present and future, which are its species. But time is referred to quantity, what then is the need for a separate category of date? If we are told that past and future, including under past such definite dates as yesterday and last year which must clearly be subordinate to past time, and even the present, now, are not merely time but time, when, we reply, in the first place, that the notion of time, when involves time, that, further, if yesterday is time gone by, it will be a composite, since time and gone by are distinct notions. We have two categories instead of the single one required. But suppose that date is defined not as time but as that which is in time. If by that which is in time is meant the subject, Socrates in the proposition, Socrates existed last year, that subject is external to the notion of time, and we have again a duality. Consider, however, the proposition, Socrates, or some action, exists at this time, what can be the meaning here other than, in a part of time? But if, admitted that date is, a part of time, it be felt that the part requires definition and involves something more than mere time, that we must say the part of time gone by, several notions are massed in the proposition. We have the part which qua part is a relative, and we have gone by, which, if it is to have any import at all, must mean the past, but this past, we have shown, is a species of time. It may be urged that, the past, is in its nature indefinite, while yesterday, and last year, are definite. We reply, first, that we demand some place in our classification for the past, secondly, that yesterday, as definite past, is necessarily definite time. But definite time implies a certain quantity of time, therefore, if time is quantitative, each of the terms in question must signify a definite quantity. Again, if by yesterday, we are expected to understand that this or that event has taken place at a definite time gone by, we have more notions than ever. Besides, if we must introduce fresh categories because one thing acts in another, as in this case something acts in time, we have more again from its acting upon another in another. This point will be made plain by what follows in our discussion of place. Section 1414. The Academy and the Lyceum are places, and parts of place, just as, above, below, here, are species or parts of place, the difference is of minuter delimitation. If then, above, below, the middle, are places, Delphi, for example, is the middle, of the earth, and near the middle, is also a place, Athens, and of course the Lyceum and the other places usually cited, are near the middle, what need have we to go further and seek beyond place, admitting as we do that we refer in every instance to a place. If, however, we have in mind the presence of one thing in another, we are not speaking of a single entity, we are not expressing a single notion. Another consideration, when we say that a man is here, we present a relation of the man to that in which he is, a relation of the container to the contained. Why then do we not class as a relative whatever may be produced from this relation? Besides, how does here differ from at Athens? The demonstrative here admittedly signifies place, so, then, does at Athens therefore belongs to the category of place. Again, if at Athens means is at Athens, then the is as well as the place belongs to the predicate, but this cannot be right, we do not regard is a quality as predicate, but a quality. Furthermore, If, in time, in place, are to be ranged under a category other than that applying to time and place, why not a separate category for, in a vessel? Why not distinct categories for, in matter, in a subject, a part in a whole in its parts, a genus in its species, a species in a genus? We are certainly on the way to a goodly number of categories. Section 15:15. The category of action, the quantum has been regarded as a single genus on the ground that quantity and number are attributes of substance and posterior to it. The quale has been regarded as another genus because quality is an attribute of substance. On the same principle it is maintained that since activity is an attribute of substance, action constitutes yet another genus. Does then the action constitute the genus, or the activity from which the action springs, in the same way as quality is the genus from which the quale is derived? Perhaps activity, action and agent should all be embraced under a single head? But, on the one hand, the action, unlike activity, tends to comport the agent, and on the other, it signifies being in some activity and therefore being in act, actual as distinct from potential being. Consequently the category will be one of act rather than of action. Act moreover incontestably manifests itself in substance, as was found to be the case with quality. It is connected with substance as being a form of motion. But motion is a distinct genus, for, seeing that quality is a distinct attribute of substance, and quality a distinct attribute, and relative takes its being from the relation of one substance to another, there can be no reason why motion, also an attribute of substance, should not also constitute a distinct genus. Section 16:16. If it be urged that motion is but imperfect act, there would be no objection to giving priority to act and subordinating to it motion with its imperfection as a species. Act would thus be predicated of motion, but with the qualification imperfect. Motion is thought of as imperfect, not because it is not an act, but because, entirely an act, it yet entails repetition, lacks finality. It repeats, not in order that it may achieve actuality, it is already actual, but that it may attain a goal distinct from itself and posterior. It is not the motion itself that is then consummated but the result at which it aims. Walking is walking from the outset. When one should traverse a racecourse but has not yet done so, the deficiency lies not in the walking, not in the motion, but in the amount of walking accomplished. No matter what the amount, it is walking and motion already. A moving man has motion and a cutter cuts before there is any question of quantity. And just as we can speak of act without implying time, so we can of motion, except in the sense of motion over a defined area. Act is timeless, and so is motion pure and simple. Are we told that motion is necessarily in time, inasmuch as it involves continuity? But, at this, sight, never ceasing to see, will also be continuous and in time. Our critic, it is true, may find support in that principle of proportion which states that you may make a division of no matter what motion, and find that neither the motion nor its duration has any beginning but that the division may be continued indefinitely in the direction of the motion's origin. This would mean that a motion just begun has been in progress from an infinity of time, that it is infinite as regards its beginning. Such then is the result of separating act from motion. Act, we aver, is timeless, yet we are forced to maintain not only that time is necessary to quantitative motion, but, unreservedly, that motion is quantitative in its very nature, though indeed, if it were a case of motion occupying a day or some other quantity of time, the exponents of this view would be the first to admit that quantity is present to motion only by way of accident. In sum, just as act is timeless, so there is no reason why motion also should not primarily be timeless, time attaching to it only in so far as it happens to have such and such an extension. Timeless change is sanctioned in the expression, as if change could not take place all at once. If then change is timeless, why not motion also? Change, be it noted, is here distinguished from the result of change, the result being unnecessary to establish the change itself. Section 17:17. We may be told that neither act nor motion requires a genus for itself, but that both revert to relation, act belonging to the potentially active, motion to the potentially motive. Our reply is that relation produces relatives as such, and not the mere reference to an external standard. Given the existence of a thing, whether attributive or relative, it holds its essential character prior to any relationship, so then must act and motion, and even such an attribute as habit, they are not prevented from being prior to any relationship they may occupy, or from being conceivable in themselves. Otherwise, everything will be relative, for anything you think of, even soul, bears some relationship to something else. But, to return to activity proper and the action, is there any reason why these should be referred to relation? They must in every instance be either motion or act. If however activity is referred to relation and the action made a distinct genus, why is not motion referred to relation and the movement made a distinct genus? Why not bisect the unity, motion, and so make action and passion two species of the one thing, ceasing to consider action and passion as two genera? Section 1818. There are other questions calling for consideration. First, are both acts and motions to be included in the category of action, with the distinction that acts are momentary while motions, such as cutting, are in time? Or will both be regarded as motions or as involving motion? Secondly, will all activities be related to passivity, or will some, for example, walking and speaking, be considered as independent of it? Thirdly, will all those related to passivity be classed as motions and the independent as acts, or will the two classes overlap? Walking, for instance, which is an independent, would, one supposes, be a motion; thinking, which also does not essentially involve passivity, an act; otherwise we must hold that thinking and walking are not even actions. But if they are not in the category of action, where then in our classification must they fall? It may perhaps be urged that the act of thinking, together with the faculty of thought, should be regarded as relative to the thought object, for is not the faculty of sensation treated as relative to the sensible object? If then, we may ask, in the analogue the faculty of sensation is treated as relative to the sensible object, why not the sensory act as well? The fact is that even sensation, though related to an external object, has something besides that relation. It has, namely, its own status of being either an act or a passion. Now the passion is separable from the condition of being attached to some object and caused by some object, so, then, is the act a distinct entity. Walking is similarly attached and caused, and yet has besides the status of being a motion. It follows that thought, in addition to its relationship, will have the status of being either a motion or an act. Section 1919. We have to ask ourselves whether there are not certain acts which without the addition of a time element will be thought of as imperfect and therefore classed with motions. Take for instance living and life. The life of a definite person implies a certain adequate period, just as his happiness is no merely instantaneous thing. Life and happiness are, in other words, of the nature ascribed to motion, both therefore must be treated as motions, and motion must be regarded as a unity, a single genus. Besides the quantity and quality belonging to substance we must take count of the motion manifested in it. We may further find desirable to distinguish bodily from psychic motions or spontaneous motions from those induced by external forces, or the original from the derivative, the original motions being activities, whether externally related or independent, while the derivative will be passions. But surely the motions having external tendency are actually identical with those of external derivation. The cutting issuing from the cutter and that affected in the object are one, though to cut is not the same as to be cut. Perhaps however the cutting issuing from the cutter and that which takes place in the cut object are in fact not one, but to cut implies that from a particular act and motion there results a different motion in the object cut. Or perhaps the difference, between action and passion, lies not in the fact of being cut, but in the distinct emotion supervening, pain for example. Passivity has this connotation also. But when there is no pain, what occurs? Nothing, surely, but the act of the agent upon the patient object. This is all that is meant in such cases by action. Action, thus, becomes twofold: there is that which occurs in the external, and that which does not. The duality of action and passion, suggested by the notion that action, always, takes place in an external, is abandoned. Even writing, though taking place upon an external object, does not call for passivity, since no effect is produced upon the tablet beyond the act of the writer. Nothing like pain. We may be told that the tablet has been inscribed, but this does not suffice for passivity. Again, in the case of walking there is the earth trodden upon, but no one thinks of it as having experienced passion, or suffering. Treading on a living body, we think of suffering, because we reflect not upon the walking but upon the ensuing pain. otherwise we should think of suffering in the case of the tablet as well. It is so in every case of action, we cannot but think of it as knit into a unity with its opposite, passion. Not that this later, passion, is the opposite of action in the way in which being burned is the opposite of burning. By passion in this sense we mean the effect supervening upon the combined facts of the burning and the being burned, whether this effect be pain or some such process as withering. Suppose this passion to be treated as of itself producing pain, have we not still the duality of agent and patient, two results from the one act? The act may no longer include the will to cause pain, but it produces something distinct from itself, a pain-causing medium which enters into the object about to experience pain. This medium, while retaining its individuality, produces something yet different, the feeling of pain. What does this suggest? Surely that the very medium, the act of hearing, for instance, is, even before it produces pain or without producing pain at all, a passion of that into which it enters. But hearing, with sensation in general, is in fact not a passion. Yet to feel pain is to experience a passion however which is not opposed to action. Section 2020. But though not opposed, it is still different from action and cannot belong to the same genus as activity, though if they are both motion, it will so belong, on the principle that alteration must be regarded as qualitative motion. Does it follow that whenever alteration proceeds from quality, it will be activity and action, the quale remaining impassive? It may be that if the quale remains impassive, the alteration will be in the category of action, whereas if, while its energy is directed outwards, it also suffers, as in beating, it will cease to belong to that category, or perhaps there is nothing to prevent its being in both categories at one and the same moment. Section 2121. How, then, are we to recognize passivity, since clearly it is not to be found in the act from outside which the recipient in turn makes his own? Surely we must look for it in cases where the patient remains without act, the passivity pure. Imagine a case where an agent improves, though its act tends towards deterioration. Or, say, a man's activity is guided by evil and is allowed to dominate another's without restraint. In these cases the act is clearly wrong, the passion blameless. What then is the real distinction between action and passion? Is it that action starts from within and is directed upon an outside object, while passion is derived from without and fulfilled within? What, then, are we to say of such cases as thought and opinion which originate within but are not directed outwards? Again, the passion, being heated, rises within the self, when that self is provoked by an opinion to reflection or to anger, without the intervention of any external. Still it remains true that action, whether self-centered or with external tendency, is a motion rising in the self. How then do we explain desire and other forms of aspiration? Aspiration must be a motion having its origin in the object aspired to, though some might disallow origin and be content with saying that the motion aroused is subsequent to the object. In what respect, then, does aspiring differ from taking a blow or being borne down by a thrust? Perhaps, however, we should divide aspirations into two classes, those which follow intellect being described as actions, the merely impulsive being passions. Passivity now will not turn on origin, without or within there can only be deficiency, but whenever a thing, without itself assisting in the process, undergoes an alteration not directed to the creation of being but changing the thing for the worse or not for the better, such an alteration will be regarded as a passion and as entailing passivity. If however, being heated, means acquiring heat, and is sometimes found to contribute to the production of being and sometimes not, passivity will be identical with impassivity. Besides, being heated must then have a double significance, according as it does or does not contribute to being. The fact is, however, that being heated, even when it contributes to being, involves the presence of a patient, distinct from the being produced. Take the case of the bronze which has to be heated and so is a patient. The being is a statue, which is not heated except accidentally, by the accident of being contained in the bronze. If then the bronze becomes more beautiful as a result of being heated and in the same proportion, it certainly becomes so by passivity, for passivity must, clearly, take two forms. There is the passivity which tends to alteration for better or for worse, and there is the passivity which has neither tendency. Section 2222. Passivity, thus, implies the existence within of a motion functioning somehow or other in the direction of alteration. Action too implies motion within, whether the motion be aimless or whether it be driven by the impulse comported by the term action to find its goal in an external object. There is motion in both action and passion, but the differentia distinguishing action from passion keeps action impassive, while passion is recognized by the fact that a new state replaces the old, though nothing is added to the essential character of the patient. Whenever being, essential being, is produced, the patient remains distinct. Thus, what is action in one relation may be passion in another. One same motion will be action from the point of view of A, passion from that of B, for the two are so disposed that they might well be consigned to the category of relation, at any rate in the cases where the action entails a corresponding passion. Neither correlative is found in isolation, each involves both action and passion, though A acts as mover and B is moved, each then involves two categories. Again, A gives motion to B, B receives it, so that we have a giving and a receiving, in a word, a relation. But a recipient must possess what it has received. A thing is admitted to possess its natural color, why not its motion also? Besides, independent motions such as walking and thought do, in fact, involve the possession of the powers respectively to walk and to think. We are reminded to inquire whether thought in the form of providence constitutes action. To be subject to providence is apparently passion, for such thought is directed to an external, the object of the providential arrangement. But it may well be that neither is the exercise of providence an action, even though the thought is concerned with an external, nor subjection to it a passion. Thought itself need not be an action, for it does not go outward towards its object but remains self-gathered. It is not always an activity. All acts need not be definable as activities, for they need not produce an effect. Activity belongs to act only accidentally. Does it follow that if a man as he walks produces footprints, he cannot be considered to have performed an action? Certainly as a result of his existing something distinct from himself has come into being. Yet perhaps we should regard both action and act as merely accidental, because he did not aim at this result. It would be as we speak of action even in things inanimate, fire heats, the drug worked. So much for action and passion. Section 23:23. As for possession, if the term is used comprehensively,